So roughly, you were there just before 5:30 and say 7:30.
Yeah, maybe 7:45 if you want to stretch it. But the table wasn't reserved for anyone that they at least expressed. They didn't say at the beginning, hey, we can sit you here, but around 7:30 we have a reservation for this table and we're going to need you to. So, that happens sometimes to certain type of people.
Yeah, but not D-Fish.
Depending on the establishment.
During an NBA playoff game.
Yeah, it was very weird. So my plan is to go back and see if I can have a conversation with this guy without it. It doesn't have to be a big deal, but let's talk about this for a minute. Did anybody else get that conversation?
Same treatment.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need this table, so you got to leave. I mean, you were noticing you were the only table they came to, huh? Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh. I don't like that, Dave.
Yeah, no, it wasn't.
I don't like that at all,
It wasn't cool at all.
No.
Yeah,
Did you end up leaving and getting out? Really?
I mean, not we had ordered another round of drinks.
Wait, so you didn't even close out?
We had already closed out.
Okay, you have closed out.
Yeah, already closed out, but I closed out a couple times. Once I closed out for food. I closed out for food. My colleague who didn't want to overcharge his expense account with the league paid for 2 rounds. And so then we were just having a final round before we were going to leave. And I think the guy thought we had been sitting there for 2.5 hours and only bought 1 drink.
Okay. No, and that's just not the case. You guys are just constantly reopened the tab.
Yes.
Which, by the way, we've all done that. The amount of times I've reopened a tab, dear God, it's high.
It was pretty disrespectful. So we'll see. It'll circle back. There'll be a moment where I'm back at the same place, and because other people knew. But I don't expect people to know. But I'm just curious if it's going to be different once he knows.
I'm curious. I'm also curious. Clearly this guy maybe – did the guy know who you were?
No.
Okay, so that's the other thing. One, I've been out in L.A. with you now. How do some people not know who you are, one? And two, did it cross your mind? Did it just cross your mind in the back of your head? Like, dude, I'm D-Fish.
No, it crossed my mind, but I just, I don't lead with that.
You don't lead with it, but after a little bit, I feel like you got to be like, dude, everybody, maybe that's when you pull out one of the rings. Maybe you keep one in the car.
I was close. No, I do not.
Just in case this happens.
I was close to not saying, do you know who I am, but just you may want to talk to some of your staff, and you may just want to understand the full context of, there's already been $400 spent here.
So you guys were spending some coin. This is.
I mean, it's not cheap to eat.
No. You guys were spending some money, and I feel I don't like D-Fish getting singled out.
Yeah. So it's. I'll go back one day and we'll see.
Raj, 2 things. 1, what's your read on this? D-Fish being asked to leave a restaurant early, and 2, we got a poll going.
Yeah, we have a poll going, and it's related to maybe why he was asked to leave early. If he's dressed like a 90s rapper, gangster rapper at that.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I didn't say there's anything wrong, but it maybe was. And the poll was, does Derek Fisher look like Thuggish Ruggish Bone today? And we've already got some feedback. The poll's up, I'm not going to lie, but Dom LP323, he says, it's the Thuggish Ruggish Fish. So they got some names for you, dude.
Wow. You started it, though, Raj. They didn't have.
I want to make it abundantly clear,
any of
Fish.
these thoughts.
This is him creating this at work atmosphere. It's not me. Not me. I'm on your side. I think you look great. And I love Bone Thugs.
Yeah, I love Bone Thugs, too. I don't know why you're offended by it, D. But if you're listening to the show and you just want to watch it, of course, you can go to YouTube. And where else could they go to watch the show?
Oh, you can go right now to the YouTube channel, the Twitch channel, and, of course, over on YouTube at The Fan LA. Get in the chat. We want to hear from you. And, of course, he did mention it. By the way, you went out to dinner. I stayed in, man. Cooked me up a tri-tip. You would have been very happy about the tri-tip last night.
It was nice?
Oh, baby, it was nice. A little nice sear in there. Put in the convection oven for another 20 minutes. It's a nice night.
That was you were a chef.
I'm not scared. I'm not scared to occasionally dabble. In my opinion, I'll admit, a little overcooked, a little closer to medium than I wanted. But what are you gonna do?
Little overcooked. You think
little
slightly?
Overcooked. I'm trying to be medium rare guy, and the last couple of times I've missed a little bit, little more on the medium side. Not for me.
Got it. Do you have room for like a smoker?
I do. I don't have one. I need to get into the whole smoker thing. It's the one thing I've never done. You know what the truth is, D-Fish? And Raj, jump in on this. I'm scared. I'll freely admit it. I'm a little intimidated by a smoker.
Yeah, I think it's easier than barbecuing personally.
Really?
Because it's slow and low and there's more room for error. It's just about that dry rub and getting it right, man. And you get that wood taste that you cannot get in an oven.
All right, man. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to bite the bullet and get a smoker and finally become a real guy with my meats.
It'll change your life. You'll enjoy it.
Okay. D-Fish says a smoker will change my life. What do you guys think? Right now over there in the chat, Dom says, Deck is going to smoke some burgers. You bet your ass I'm going to try and smoke some burgers. Can you smoke burgers?
It's not recommended because you need a high jump.
That sounds... I've had salmonella before, and I don't want that again. By the way, have you ever gone and played in other countries? Because in baseball, you have winter ball, you have other things like to make some extra coin. Not like how WNBA players would go over to Europe in the offseason, like make some money, or their other league that they're currently doing, the Unrivaled League. We would play in something like Mexico, or go to Dominican, or go to Venezuela. I played in Venezuela, I played in Panama, I played in Mexico 3 times. Panama. And by the way, I got sick every single time I played south of the border. Just every single time. But when I went to Panama, I ended up in the hospital for like 5 days. I got legitimate salmonella. I lost like 20 pounds in a week. Did you ever have to play any basketball in any kind of conditions like that?
No. Man. No, there was no. You couldn't play overseas or somewhere else while playing in the NBA.
Really? What if you were in like the G League? Are you able to do it then, or you still no?
No. I mean, for a good portion of the early part of my career, there was no G League, or D League is what it was originally called, Development League. But you've never been able to play overseas during the season. If you were, some guys would maybe get invited to training camp. And then if they didn't make the team following training camp, then they would go overseas, and they actually would get a little bit of a bonus for having been a guy that was invited to an NBA training camp.
Oh, really?
So they get a bump in salary in Europe because they were, at least good enough or respected enough to be a guy that was invited to an NBA training camp.
That's handy.
So, yeah, I didn't have that experience to really draw from. I'm sure it was quite interesting. You have some stories.
Oh, I have stories, and we will get into those stories at some point today. 97.1 The Fan. Join us right now, of course, in the chat. The chat is already going off right now in the 6 o'clock hour. And, of course, 97.1. Give us a call. 855-97-LA Fan. We did have an NBA game last night, and D-Fish, you already mentioned it. You said it was one hell of a game. I thought it was too. It ended up going pretty much the way you expected. I was hoping for other things. It looked like the Spurs were getting some momentum at one point, but at the end of the day, they really found a way to stop Wemby, huh? What's your takeaway just broadly on the game last night?
Yeah, broadly, it did. I thought Victor's energy wasn't quite as as at its peak as it was in a couple of the other games, and a lot of that does go to the Thunder. Like, I thought defensively the Thunder were much more active and still physical, but just without fouling and putting themselves at a deficit too many times. Almost maybe like less risk taking and doing a better job of really just staying in front of the basketball and forcing Spurs players to make shots in front of them as opposed to being able to get around them, et cetera. But, I mean, the Thunder just continue to kind of show the depth that they have on their roster without it necessarily having to be – like, depth doesn't mean you have to have 8 all-stars on the team. Mm-hmm. Like, every NBA team has a certain level of depth. But I do believe the Thunder have found a way to, like, they're 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th player, whoever plays, when they step into the game, they don't feel as though they're the 10th man, and they don't have permission to go out and play basketball and make the same basketball decisions that SGA gets to make or Chet Holmgren get to make. And so you're finding a level of like confidence and trust and belief in themselves and in the team with no drop-off regardless of who Mark Daigneault puts in, like Kenrich Williams. And, you know, Jared McCain got his first start last night. He scores 20 points.
He looked unreal, too.
Yeah, it's like this guy, sometimes he doesn't even play in the playoffs when the Thunder are at full strength. And so it's just kind of remarkable to see how they continue to find guys that can have really strong, timely performances. Alex Caruso was amazing again last night.
Right back to what he was doing, man.
Yeah, just in terms of not even making shots, but just effort plays, deflections, you know, passion, energy. The Spurs didn't fold, though, you know, and we've talked about that within the context of watching the Cleveland Cavaliers. At times, it looked like they had kind of given in to how hard this was going to be.
Especially game 3 and 4.
Yeah, and you just don't see that in the Spurs. And I think that's what's refreshing about this series and, you know, why everybody's going to be glued in for game 6. But, yeah, man, OKC one step away, one win away from going back to the NBA Finals, which is not easy to do. I mean, in any sport, to win a championship and then go back to the championship or the finals again the following year, whether that's a World Series like the Dodgers or, you know, in the NFL, we very rarely see it in terms of 2 Super Bowls in a row. And so it's remarkable, man. They deserve a lot of credit.
I actually feel like we've been living a charmed life. I know I've been making fun of the NBA playoffs in the respect of how long the NBA playoffs take. And I will continue to do so. It
feels like it takes a long time.
But this particular one so far, I will give to you, it has not felt as long as previous NBA, because this has been a really great NBA playoffs. It really has. The matchups have been great. Even that first round, I remember penciling in the first round going, I really only kind of dig one series. And it was the series between Minnesota and who did they open up with? Oh, my God. Denver.
Minnesota, yeah.
Yeah, Minnesota and Denver. I'm
yeah.
like, the reason why I was hurt by them, I'm like, I'd love to see both of these teams a little bit further. That was my one complaint. But funny enough, that of the opening series, that seemed like it was actually like the worst opening series, and that was the only one I have like kind of penciled in. This has been an unbelievable playoffs, and we've been living a little bit of a charmed life. You know how I know that? We got no basketball tonight, and this sucks. I want to watch some NBA playoffs tonight, and we got nothing. I got to wait a day and a half, and then I got to wait a week.
Yeah, it's going to be tough after Game 6 or Game 7 to have to wait until June the 3rd, you know, for the finals to start. But you're right. I think some of it, you know, there's been great performances from a basketball perspective, but I believe the fans, as fans, were being also treated to not as though like the competitiveness was lower or guys weren't competing really hard, but maybe it's just the camera angles or something, but like we've gotten kind of back to like some of these teams really don't like each other. Like they just really don't. And so there's a lot of care factor and you know, guys pushing each other and getting into it, and of course for each fan base of each team, whichever 2 teams are playing, like that's how they feel, and so they're glad to see that. Like if you play for the Knicks and you're playing against the Cavs, like no, I don't like these guys, and it's on right from tip off, and I think that's also kind of giving this round of playoffs a different type of energy. Like even the Spurs and Thunder, they're both really young. They've never played each other for anything that matters until this series that they're in right now. And you can tell already, it didn't take long, maybe the first 2 games. And ever since like game 2 or 3, the Spurs and Thunder do not like each other.
And it's awesome.
It's always been about, you know, the Chet and Wemby kind of thing. And maybe they don't like each other for now we're understanding maybe some of the reasons going back to Team USA, France stuff when they were U18, I think, or something like that. But yeah, there's like genuine dislike for the opponent.
But I love
that's
it.
Great.
I love it. As a viewer, as a fan, because like this has actually been a complaint I've had for a couple of years. It seems as though By the way, I apologize for how I'm going to phrase this. It's not what I mean. It has nothing to do with LeBron. I'm just going to say, like, LeBron era. It just seemed like all the stars, whether they were or not, they were all playing very buddy-buddy for all these years, it seems like. And I feel like we have lost that, not necessarily competitive edge, because I definitely don't want to make any statement like KD's not competitive. Obviously, he's competitive.
Right.
But I mean, like, I like seeing the vitriol with each other right now. I like seeing these guys wanting to take each other. I like seeing them not want to join forces and like create a big three. They all want to beat each other. I feel like we're getting to like an old school era in that respect in the NBA right now.
It definitely seems that way. And like you said, it's not so much about trying to define an era as less competitive.
Mm-hmm.
It just looks different. Like the competitiveness is showing up differently in some of these younger players and younger teams. And you know, sure, maybe over time, you know, some of that, you know, LeBron's 40.
Mm-hmm.
You know, some of these guys are 37, 38 years old. Like they don't necessarily have to go out and prove how competitive they are. But like some of these younger teams and younger guys, like they haven't won enough and accomplished enough to kind of feel like they can not show up in a certain way from a competitive spirit perspective. But fun series. Game 6 is going to be electric in San Antonio.
Yeah, too.
It's going to be electric, man.
You know, it's something I want to get into later on a little bit more, but it's something I do want to mention that I'm really happy about with the NBA and where it is right now. I feel like if we had this matchup 2-3 years ago, we would have heard a lot of complaining from casual fans because it's not quote unquote big market teams. You know, you got San Antonio, you got OKC. And I honestly think over years that argument would have actually held weight. I don't know, man. Maybe it's because of the stars. Maybe it's because the NBA is getting to that point where the NFL kind of is. You know, the NFL doesn't have small markets. And no league has small markets. Major League Baseball doesn't have any small markets, but we do consider some markets smaller than others. But in the NFL, we never talk about that small market. The Cincinnati Bengals are just as big as the New England Patriots. I feel like we're getting to that a little bit here in the NBA because we used to look at Minnesota like they were a low market. Ant's a star. We got over there in Memphis. Yeah, small market, but when Jaw's good, Jaw's a star. And, like, I don't know. The NBA really feels like it's taking, as far as the zeitgeist of sports go, a legitimate step forward.
I think that's where social media, digital content, you know, the ability for, regardless of the market, like the guys can travel all around the world now. Before the smaller markets, I mean, you were relying on press coverage and media coverage from a local newspaper or the local news or, you know, regional sports network. But now with social media and digital content and the way, you know, the way the leagues, all these leagues, you know, kind of prop up the teams, the players, you know, blasting stuff on social media, TikTok, Instagram, everywhere. It feels like SGA is everywhere, not just in Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
And so that's also, I think, energized the fan bases as well because there feels to be more connection to the players because you're getting to see them even if you don't live in that market or you don't have league pass. You can still open your phone and get tons of SGA content or Wemby stuff from San Antonio without having to be in that market or near that market.
It really is. And it's a great world we're getting in the NBA right here. And, of course, we will keep you updated on the Western Conference Finals. We already know what's going on in the Eastern Conference Finals. But coming up, ladies and gentlemen, Mookie Betts, baby. We back, baby. Mookie's back. But there was one big call for concern in last night's Dodger game. What happened? We will discuss. It's Derek and Decker, 97.1 The Fan.
It's Mike Simpson.
Welcome back, 97.1 The Fan. It is Derek and Decker live here, 855-97-LA-FAN. That is 855-97-LA-FAN. Of course, we're also live on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube at The Fan LA. Get in the chat. And by the way, the chat is already going live, D-Fish. First things first, a few people really love your outfit. I want to make that abundantly clear. Don't let what Raj is saying to you get under your skin, because people in here are all about Bone Thugs and Harmony.
What the hell does Raj know?
And that's just a fact. Everyone agrees. That's all our callers. And by the way, speaking of callers, later on in the show today, we have some incredible guests. We got Max Bretos here to talk about all things World Cup later on today. And then later on, what can I say? This is like a dream come true. Chuck D from Public Enemy calling into the show because obviously we're awesome and he's awesome, so we got to all get together, D-Fish. That's the way it goes. Last night, Dodgers, I already said it before, waxed all that ass last night against Colorado. But the big thing I really think that needs to be brought up right out the gate, Mookie Betts. What a night for Mookie Betts for multiple reasons. One, 3 for 5, 2 homers, badass stuff. Love it. Mookie's been struggling. Since he's been rejoined the team, he's been on the struggle bus. He's been hitting 150. Mookie is not a 150 hitter. In fact, I've made it abundantly clear about what I think about Mookie Betts for years. I think he's like the perfect athlete. There's nothing the guy cannot do. You want a guy that can steal bases? Mookie Betts. Has power? Mookie Betts. Can throw the ball, play multiple positions? Mookie Betts. We were at the Dodger game the other day, and he made a play to his left look really, really routine. And I think I said out loud to you, that's maddening. Maddening how easy he made that look. The man's not even a shortstop. It's so frustrating. He does everything. Bowls 300 games.
Yeah, he's a good golfer as well.
Of course he's a good golfer.
Yeah, he really
he's probably a grandmaster at chess. What else is D-Fish, what else does he do?
He actually has a good tequila brand as well.
Of course he does. He has a good tequila brand. He runs wide receiver routes. Mookie does it all. And Mookie last night with a huge night, kind of getting the whole thing off his back. And let's go ahead and listen to the lovely sound of his bat.
Freeland's 0-2. Mookie in the air, left center field. McCarthy on the warning track, at the wall. It's gone. There's the feel. There's the results. A 2-run shot for Mookie Betts.
That right there, hottest play of the game from next gen, the next generation of home comfort. But of course, D-Fish, there was some concern, just some concern in the game yesterday because there wasn't a bat where Shohei Ohtani came to the plate and he got hit on his right hand. He finished running out the bases, but later was pinch hit for by Dalton Rushing. After the game, Dave Roberts did speak to the media saying that he wasn't concerned. The plan is that Shohei was still going to pitch tonight, and as of now, we've heard nothing otherwise. And also, congratulations to New Balance, because he is a New Balance athlete. He's rocking that New Balance pad on his hand. Good job, New Balance. You kept Shohei safe. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will never give that shoe brand credit ever again.
That's it.
That's it. You got that one. Thank you for saving Shohei. Never wearing your stuff.
Yeah, I used to wonder, like...
Unless you sponsor the show, in which case, I love you.
Got it. All right. Yeah. That's what it's always about, right?
Yes.
That's what it's always about.
I will sell out for way less. For way less.
Yeah, I always wondered about... I mean, you knew why, like, guys wore, protective padding, on their... right leg or left leg or over the shoe cover, but like as a casual fan, like what are the chances of this dude getting hit right on that one spot?
It happens so much more than you think. Yeah. It's crazy. Yeah. So like I wouldn't wear a ton of stuff. I really wouldn't, and to my detriment because I would get hit in these spots. So you see the ankle guard, right?
Yeah.
All right, this is a true thing about ankle guards that people don't want to tell you. Ankle guards are for bad hitters. I was one of them. The reason why I say that is because the reason why you wear the ankle guard is because you often hit the ball at your ankle. It's because you're getting beat on certain pitches and you're kind of trying to open up and catch up to a ball and you foul it off and you hit it at a certain angle that it hits your ankle. I have hit this ankle so many times I cannot begin to I have a permanent indentation in my left shin from hitting the ball in the same spot so many times. I had an ankle guard. I wouldn't wear it for 2 reasons. 1, I thought it was bulky and heavy. 2, I didn't want people to think I was a bad hitter. And this 2 was actually the real reason.
I
didn't want a pitcher thinking he could beat me inside. Because he could.
So it's like, I'm just going to come up to bat with no ankle.
No protection. I'm just getting my ass worn out. I did eventually start wearing an elbow guard on my left elbow because I did get hit there a few times. And I will say that is awful. Did you ever wear any protective gear underneath any of your stuff? Were you wearing ankle braces? What were you rocking?
No, in college, ankle braces, and then once I got to the NBA, I did a little tape, but then after a while, there no tape for me. Most of the guys had like compression padded shorts underneath the uniform that have pads in it, because a lot of times in basketball you take a knee or a hit to like the quad or the side of the leg, and that is painful. Also pads that fit like on the side, so that when you dive for a loose ball, it's just straight skin on the side. And so I had a bunch of strawberries that just, that spot would open up anytime I would even look at the court.
Really? That bad, huh?
Yeah.
Dude, what about, honest question, and I know this is probably a no, because I can't imagine you guys are wearing, but what about a cup? Because I got to assume knees are going around, elbows are going around, people are getting hit in the junk. I mean, maybe not on purpose, but it's happening.
Yeah, it's I don't think cups ever became like a real thing. When we were younger, it was encouraged to do so, but I don't know if many guys are wearing one, and I don't think it, happens enough that guys are like, definitely, no, I'm wearing a cup for sure. I even think like protective eyewear, surprisingly, with all the activity of the hands and the arms and everything flying around.
It's funny you say that. I never even considered that, but that actually would make the most sense, that you're wearing some sort of goggles or something.
Yeah, but it speaks to how much like purpose are in the movements. Guys aren't just like randomly putting their arms and hands at angles that don't make sense to basketball. And there are very few basketball situations where guys' arms and hands should be like smacking you in the face. It shouldn't happen that often. And you see it some, when guys are going to the basket and driving, and maybe somebody tries to block the shot and the follow through kind of comes through and catches a guy in the face. But other than that, it really doesn't happen that much, which is why I think guys don't wear as much protective eyewear.
I mean, because it's funny. Like earlier this week, manager Terry Francona of the Cincinnati Reds, he was talking about a guy getting hit in that spot, and he wasn't wearing a cup. And I will tell you, I don't know how a guy played infield wouldn't wear a cup and all that, because I've been hit. I've been hit by a baseball, and I cannot stress enough. It's life-changing.
I'm sure
it is truly a life-changing experience in the worst possible way.
I'm sure
to the point that even if I DH'd, not even playing defense, I wore a cup. I was not taking that chance.
Yeah, no chance that baseball bouncing off your ankle and coming back up.
You'd be surprised. I never fouled a ball off the ground into my gentleman area, but I have seen it happen, and it's wild, man.
Yeah. I mean, Ohtani, it sounds like, the Dave Roberts, sound after
he sounded
the
confident.
game. Yeah, he sounded pretty confident. As most times when you play back-to-back, you kind of, once the guys come in and you see kind of where they are from a physical standpoint, what's sore, what's not, et cetera, and then you kind of make that decision. But sounded like everything's going to be all good.
And also, the Dodgers were up. This was a bludgeoning of a game. There was no reason to waste at-bats. It was a good idea to get Dalton rushing some at-bats. And Shohei, again, they're not even hiding it, dude. They want, not only does Shohei want that Cy Young Award, I think the Dodgers want him to get that Cy Young Award. I mean, that's just as much of an award for them as it is for Shohei. In their minds. It's not, but in their minds, I think it is. It's just another thing they get to put on a program.
Well, also, again, when you are, as an organization now especially, you're seeing it with Wemby and the Spurs. In order to get full buy-in and commitment from a player of this magnitude in terms of the talent, the star power, the way it changes everybody's timeline, helps everybody save their jobs, because you're going to do a lot of winning, you're going to have a ton of success, you're going to sell a lot of tickets, you're going to be on national TV, world TV. Like, you kind of are part of this player's plan for how they see their careers unfolding. And if you can't get in alignment with the vision they have for themselves, they will not choose your organization, or they won't stay there as long as they could. And so I think the Dodgers are also doing a great job of understanding how Ohtani sees himself, where he wants to go in baseball, and then as a team supporting that vision and the dreams that he has to be a Cy Young winner along with having been a 4-time MVP.
It's just one of the many hundreds of things the Dodgers have done to make themselves a destination for all these players. It just flat out. Guys, we're going to take a quick little break. Coming up, I don't know if you heard, but the Knicks are going to the NBA Finals, and their fans are annoying. Which leads us to a question that we need to answer in today's Top 5 right here when we're back here on 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back, 97.1 The Fan. And you know what? it's a good time to give a big thank you to a few of our Day One fan supporters like Kalshi and Rooter Hero. We appreciate your partnership. And it's that time, D-Fish. Let's bring in the hype man Raj, because it's time to play a little game we like to call Top 5.
That's right. And imaging and all that stuff. Hang on. Yeah.
Perfect. Don't change a thing.
No, I loaded a song, and I should have loaded this here. And never mind. All right. This is the top 5.
No. Let's keep troubleshooting while live.
It's all right. No, it's the top 5, as you know, ladies and gentlemen. As you mentioned, the Knicks are on the way to the finals, boys and girls. And, oh, boy, people have complained about one thing with the Knicks winning. Those annoying fans. So it got me to thinking, guys. You guys both played in front of different fan bases, and you've seen them on TV and heard them on the radio. Who are the top 5 most annoying fan bases? What you got, Fish?
All 29. No, all 29 other teams except for the one I'm playing for.
I get that.
No, I would say. I mean, I'll probably start with. I think Philadelphia Sixers fans they can be annoying. Like the Sixers do have some good playoff history and success. You know, Dr. J and Mo Cheeks and Bobby Jones and those guys in the 80s. But since then, I mean, other than the one finals in 01, they haven't done much of anything. So
the process. Don't forget about the process.
Yeah.
All right.
My list, I'm realizing, has a little bit of a theme that I'm looking at it right now.
Okay.
I'm going with number 5.
All right.
Most annoying fan base, and I can't believe this is 5. I think a lot of people will expect me to put this one.
Sure.
New York Yankees. The New York Yankee fans are obnoxious in every possible way, mainly because they have 27 championships, and every one of those Yankee fans think they themselves have won 27 of those championships. Dear God, it is so annoying.
All right, fair enough. I don't think many people are going to disagree with you there. What do you got, Fish? Number 4, most annoying fan base.
I would say, I mean, I played in Utah for 1 year. Mm-hmm. I personally, it wasn't until I didn't play for them that the fans were annoying.
Okay.
But there's been a lot of run-ins, you know, with players.
Oh, yeah, I'm aware of them.
You know, in Salt Lake. So
certain players.
Jazz fans can be annoying for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going with number 4. EAGL. The Eagles. Oh,
Yeah.
my God, Philly.
That's a good one.
They are just, listen, just for full context, just so we know what raving lunatics Eagles fans are. Back in their old stadium, they had to put a sitting judge underneath the stadium so they can prosecute fans at Veterans Stadium who were getting too drunk and unruly during the game.
Yes.
It became so popular they had to end up broadcasting them live. This is what the Philly fans are like. Yeah. Eagles fans, awful.
That's a real story?
Real
That's
story.
Real. Yeah, look it up. Veterans Stadium.
They had a sitting judge they had to put in every Sunday for games to prosecute drunk
people. Don't give
people.
them a night game. Them dudes will show up still 10 in the morning. All right. So Philly, early leader in the clubhouse, or Philadelphia with the 76ers and Eagle fans. All right, what you got, Fisher? Number 3 most annoying fan base?
Boston Celtics fans, I think. Can be quite annoying. They've won at a really high level, so you can't take that away from them. But to Cody's point, I feel like Celtics fans feel like they won championships next to Bill Russell.
Yep.
They were out there on the court with Bob Cousy and John Havlicek. Like they played. And it's like, relax, man.
When he said anything is possible, he was talking specifically to them.
Right.
Yeah, anything's possible. You can be a champion too. All right. Your number 3 most annoying fan base, Code.
I'm staying right in Boston with my guy D. Fish. Patriot fans.
Ooh.
Man, you know what? You used to be the lovable losers. And Boston Red Sox fans, I'm going to lump you in a little bit on this one as well. You were lovable losers, and then you just got your taste of championship glory, and you became insufferable. Just the worst grouping of people ever. The phrase massholes was created because of Patriots fans.
You said with an M and with an M. I don't think Sarah's going to come to happy hour with you anymore. That's her team. But all right. What do you got? Your number 2 most annoying fan base. We're doing this in honor of the New York fans who, of course, are on their way to the NBA Finals, but are quite annoying. So what you got, Fish?
I'll go with, like, to me, Knicks fans are good annoying.
Oh.
Yeah, I agree.
Interesting.
They're like good annoying.
Yep.
Right? It's like a fervor, foam mouth, like just craziness for their team, and they do not waver.
That is
So
true.
it's annoying if you're like playing against their team. Sometimes it can be annoying even seeing all the craziness, but having had 2 years there coaching for these fans, it's a good annoying to me. Like I love the energy of the Garden and just everything about what they bring.
All right, so why are they on your list? I'm confused.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, all right.
But they're in a good way.
Oh, I see.
They're still
Okay.
annoying.
Yes.
All right, yeah, I got you. All
But
right.
in a
It's
good
kinda-
way.
Derek is kind of like Cody. Annoying, but in a good way.
Yeah.
He's lovable and unsufferable at the same time.
Yes, all right.
You're welcome.
Cody, what
That'll
you
be
got?
on my tombstone. Number 2,
Yes,
heading
I
back
think-
over to New York. Me and D. Fish are very, very much on simpatico, but it ain't the Knicks. Jets fans.
Oh,
How
J-E-T-S,
dare you
Jets,
guys
Jets,
ever
Jets.
expect your team to win? It is, after being in New York, and I have to say this, I lived in New York for 4 years. I was there during the Aaron Rodgers stuff. When I say that it was the most insufferable, nightmarish hellscape trying to cover sports with the Aaron Rodgers Jets aspect of it all, I'm talking day in, day out, having to cover him in the darkness retreat, having to cover them going to Broadway shows, having to cover his Achilles injury, having to cover Fire Marshal Ed or whatever the hell that one annoying fan is.
Yeah.
Just the worst Jets fans, the worst.
All right, I feel you on that one. All right, and Derek Fisher, your number one most annoying fan base is?
Can I make a late scratch?
Yes, sure.
I was gonna say Sacramento Kings fans,
All right,
I get it.
but like they just don't know better. Like like it's a little bit more like delusional kind of thing.
sure.
Yeah,
I'm
you
gonna
pity
go
them.
with Dallas Cowboys.
My guy!
Oh,
My guy! Someone's looking in the mirror today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Dallas Cowboys fans.
Tell me why.
It's like a religion. It's like a cult. Just rose-colored Cowboys glasses at all times,
Forever.
Yeah.
regardless of the results. Every season is a Super Bowl season,
Right.
until it's not. It's just, when I was a fan, I wasn't that annoying as a Cowboys fan.
Well, they were
When I
winning
was
when
a
you
fan.
were a fan. So
Yeah, but it's still like you don't have to be an annoying fan of your team.
okay.
But yeah, Cowboys fans are probably at the top of the list.
What you got number one, Cody?
Number 1, signed, sealed, stamped by D. Fish and me. Cowboys fans
Oh, we
are
got a
the
double
worst.
here.
And can I give a specific reason on why?
Yeah, of course. That's
Because
what I
of
want.
this, and this is why, and I think D. Fish will remember this. It's because of, and I'm going to say it's how they're treating Dak. And hear me out on this. I have
Lord have
reasons.
mercy.
Here it is. Every time Dak makes a mistake,
Which is in the playoffs.
all I ever hear from
Come on,
Cowboys
Raj.
fans is simply this: man, it was better when Tony Romo was here. You guys hated Tony Romo. You guys did everything to destroy Tony Romo. And quite frankly, if you're going to talk about Dak Prescott's playoff experience, can we talk about Tony Romo's
They're
playoff?
similar.
They're very similar.
I think Tony's won one more game.
I do remember Dak never dropping a simple
Extra point. vote.
extra point in a playoff game. That was
Yeah.
Tony.
Yeah. That's
So
true.
I'm just saying, Cowboys fans, they look back at their past with rose-colored lenses.
Mm-hmm.
They look at their present with rose-colored lenses, and it's just, they're the worst.
And if you look back at their past, you have to get VCR tapes because DVDs were not created at the time for Super Bowl highlights when they won. But there it is. Okay.
Jimmy Johnson.
Thanks, Raj.
Yeah. Hey, but come on, you at least go to playoffs. I'm a Raider fan. I get nothing. I get absolutely nothing. And by the way, we do have a poll going on right now. The question of the day so far: does D. Fish look like he's a card-carrying member of Bone Thugs in Harmony? It is currently at 62% yes, 38% no. And of course, you can get into these polls and the chat right now at The Fan LA on YouTube. Raj, give me some comments.
Yeah, in case you missed it earlier, they want to call him Thuggish Ruggish Fish. There's a nickname for him. BB Bunnycorn 7. She is here in South Korea. First of
wow.
all, it's a relief that Ohtani's arm injury from yesterday wasn't serious. So thanks for listening / watching, from South Korea. Shouts out, good night to you there. G's22, friend of the show. I think we can solidify him as a friend of the show, right?
Yeah,
Be our
absolutely.
honorable first friend of the show. Okay, remember, loyal listener says, Fish, you pissed off some people during this call when you said his church league doesn't have defenders like OG. He said Sister Ruth from the Lunch Ladies bops the wood and disagrees. Harden wouldn't score 10 on Sister Ruth.
Okay.
So shouts out to you, Sister Ruth.
Got it.
Sister Ruth could play, man.
All right.
pissing
She
off
can
the
lock
sisters.
up. She got the cuffs.
By the way, I was going to ask you a question. We were talking about things that wear under like our uniforms and everything. What is your thoughts on guys that wear like the plain white tee underneath? Like 'cause that was always a college look that's kind of made its way into the NBA.
Yeah, but it's that the in the NBA, it's like the dry fit material though. It's not like a cotton thick swap meet T-shirt.
Yeah.
That just weighs like 37 pounds when you start
Yeah,
sweating.
from like whatever those guys, like Gildan or whatever those companies are.
Like that's the difference. So no problem if you like the T-shirt look, but try to get you one that has a little bit of compression or dry fit material, just so it doesn't look like you got a polar bear underneath your jersey.
Did you ever try doing that, or was it one for you?
No, I didn't like the heaviness of like the cotton T-shirt under the jersey. Now, obviously, there were days the cotton T-shirt was all you had, and it was either shirts and skins. So you either had a shirt on or you took the shirt off to just be on skins.
Classic basketball, people. Guys, we're going to take a quick little break. Coming up, well, let's be real clear. OKC, they might have their foot right over the foot of the Spurs. Not to mention the Dodgers bats wake up in a huge way. So much to talk about and so little time to do it. It's Derek and Decker here on 97.1 The Fan. 97.1 The Fan, 855-97 LA Fan. That is 855-975-2326. That is our phone number. Here to talk to Derek Fisher and myself, Cody Decker. We are here with you for another 3 hours of incredible sports talk on your LA commute. And of course, if you're getting out of your car, you can take us on the go on the Odyssey app. But most importantly, the chat has been absolutely crazy all day long. Hey, Hype Man Raj, real quick, we got an ending to our poll in the first hour. Can you read us the results?
Yes, I can, and it was the story of the morning, as I was surprised that we were visited by a celebrity. We do have Chuck D coming on later, but
yeah, we do.
I didn't know we were doubling up on rappers, as Derek decided to dress like Bone Thugs and Harmony.
Yeah.
So the question was, does D-Fish look like Bone Thugs and Harmony? Any member? And a resounding 65% of the people say yes. Look like Bone Thugs.
By the way, we also got some comments about our top 5 list, and one person is taking a little exception to our lists, and it's simply this. Bubba says, Raider fans are the worst fan base, utterly delusional every year.
Those are facts.
And
yeah, well, we're starting a poll, and they are on the poll.
I would like to push back on that, and hear me out. Raiders were on my list real quick. You know what? I took them off because I don't think we're delusional. We know we're bad.
But it doesn't mean you're not annoying.
Oh, I didn't say we're definitely annoying.
Raiders every time when you're 2-13 going, that's annoying, Fish. So yes. I have made an executive decision to include them on the poll, which you can vote on. Even though neither of you included them on the list, they will be on the poll.
That's fair.
That is fair. So, Derek, tell me about your evening last evening. Going out to a nice dinner, watching a game.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't even like a planned dinner. It was like a buddy of mine that works for the league was in town on some meetings, and he was just kind of like, "Yo, what you got up this evening? Let's get together."
Which part of town? Like, I'm thinking Derek Fisher. Did you go to either Derek Fisher goes to downtown, or he goes to I'm gonna say Hollywood?
No. No, I mean, I don't want to say what part of town and get into which hotel it was, but yeah, met my guy. We went up to the rooftop, had some food, just watching the game, hanging out, and I think it was before the game even ended.
Yeah.
Manager or somebody comes over that feels like they're in charge and is like, hey, we're gonna need this table back, and so need you to wrap it up here pretty soon, and thanks for coming. And we were both like, bro, like, is there an issue here? Like, how is the table reserved, or like, is there anybody else that's getting this presentation?
And quick, was it a high top or was it a dining table?
It was a dining table.
Dining table, okay.
Yeah, it was a smaller booth. And, yeah, it was just weird because the tables weren't reserved, to my knowledge. When they sat us there, they didn't say, hey, okay, it's 5 o'clock. We're going to need this table back by 7:30 because we have a reservation coming in, or, these tables are reserved after 7.
They just told you, hey, it's time to kick rocks. Let's go.
It's time to kick rocks.
And you mentioned in the first hour, like, how many times did you reopen the tab?
Twice, because the first time was food and drinks.
Yeah.
Then paid for that one, closed that one out. It was like halftime, third quarter of the game, and I'm like, I don't want to drive home now. I don't want to, stick around too long. Let me see. Okay, let's have one more. All right, I'll make a decision on, am I gonna call an Uber or whatever? Okay, let me get some sparkling water. And so opened the tab up twice more after the first time. And so at this point now, it's like, $300, $400 in, because a salad cost $40.
Yeah, so you're putting in some decent coin.
Yeah,
you're getting drinks.
Yeah.
And by the way, did they go to anyone else and say this?
Unfortunately, not that I
see
know
this.
of.
This is where I got a problem,
very
man.
Unfortunate that myself and my colleague happen to have similar skin tone.
I don't like this.
I just, at some point, I'm going to go back
Yeah.
to this establishment, and I just want to have a conversation with this guy included, but with someone else that's also in charge, and just kind of have a larger conversation.
Oh,
about
it's gonna be. Can I be a fly on the wall for this one?
Sure.
I'm gonna come with you.
We can go live.
Let's go. I'm like, so why would you kick out the Derek Fisher from your spot? What do you do? And Raj, I would love your opinion on this too. Like, and also listeners, I want to hear from you. 855-97 LA fan. When is that moment that you drop because you know the moment that everybody you dread seeing, like on TMZ? Do you know who I am?
Yeah.
But there is a time when you gotta drop, do you know who I am? When is the appropriate time?
I think there are certain people that you should know who they are, and let's face it, the rules aren't the same for everyone. In an establishment, I hang out with a certain player that used to play for that annoying Jets team you mentioned. He might have won at the damn ball a few times. But when we go places, people are just like, oh, they'll part the Red Sea, a lot of times. Or sometimes you got to remind them, hey, I know you don't have any reservations, but we want that table back there. You know what I mean? And they'll do what you need to get you in there, because they said, do you know who I am person, without having to say that. They want them in their establishment if they're smart.
If I'm running an establishment, I want D-Fish at my establishment. I don't know what else to say.
Oh, 100%.
This is wild. So,
it was interesting.
Yeah, we want to hear from you. When is the time when you drop the "Do you know who I am" card? 855-97 LA fan. All right, D-Fish, we had ourselves a game last night. It was a great game for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Although, the Spurs got down 20, got back within 10 again. It was a fun game, but man, if you would have told me this was going to be the McCain game, I would have said you were crazy. Speaking of which, here's a lovely sound of one of those great shots by Mr. McCain.
Balls the board. McCain feeling it, finding it, and the Spurs call for time.
Man, what do you think of this game? What do you think of this team? Right now, they're up 3-2 before they head back to San Antonio. What do you got?
I just think the Thunder, it continue to impress me in terms of it's the quality of the depth, but not because, the names represent, it's not like they have 9 all-stars and every guy they put in is an all-star, and that's why they're playing so well. I think it speaks to a larger idea around the organizational culture, the team culture, and how free everybody feels to play authentically in the way that they love to play the game. And so Jared McCain getting the start last night, that was the first thing that jumped out to me, was that, going with Jared McCain in the starting lineup as opposed to Cason Wallace, who has started some games for the Thunder when, J-Dub was out, et cetera. And, for Jared McCain to have this type of game in a timely fashion, 19 field goal attempts, the same amount of field goal attempts as SGA. Ultra aggressive, green light. He just got traded to the team 2 months ago. And so for a team to and I experienced it myself going into Oklahoma City in 2012 in March. And, initially you're trying to fill out where you fit in. For me, as an older veteran player and a leader, learning when to use my voice, but also when to step back, because Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook and James Harden and Serge Ibaka and all these other guys, Nick
kind
Collins,
of an established type of.
It's their team. I'm coming into their team, even though I played in LA and had success. This is their team, and so for Jared McCain coming in from Philly, getting traded to the Thunder, a team that's already won a title. And within a couple months have earned the trust and been allowed the freedom to still go out and shoot the ball 20 times, the same amount of times as the MVP of the league.
2-time MVP of the league.
That's not common. There wouldn't be many guys that would come to a Lakers team or go to other teams around the league and end up for a guy that normally comes off the bench to get the start and shoot the ball the same amount of times as Luka or LeBron. That just wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
And so I think it continues to speak to, last year we had Pacers Thunder in the finals. Two teams, young, quality depth, played 8, 9, 10 players a game. We're seeing it in this series. Both teams are playing a ton of guys. I mean, it's not like, I think OKC played 9 guys, like major minutes last night. The Spurs played 6 guys, major minutes. A couple other guys got some minutes, but it's the depth of OKC that starts to win over as the series goes on, and they proved that again last night.
Absolutely. And the other thing, the defense from OKC last night, I woke up this morning, I saw the big narratives. I saw what the narratives were last night, keeping Wemby to 15 total field goal attempts on the field. I mean, how did they pull that off?
Well, some of it evens out in terms of like total field goal attempts. Even my comment on SGA, like he went to the free throw line 16 times.
Yeah, and Wemby went 12 times.
Yeah. So a lot of those are field goal attempts that don't count because they got fouled while shooting. And so, I think overall, the Thunder continuing to find ways to make the floor small for Wemby. Having Hartenstein's impact on the game since he's been added to the starting lineup has been massive. Like it's just he's been in foul trouble a little bit these last few games, but last night his plus minus was 24. Like he's really impacting the game. Defensively, he's a great facilitator of the Thunder's offense. But I think with Wemby, they're being physical and trying to get him off of his spots. But they're also just learning how to defend him and their team a little bit more, each night, each game. 2 quarters, the Spurs scored 31 in the second quarter, 33 in the third. But in the first and fourth, they were held under 30. And that's really where, like, in NBA games now, holding teams under 30 used to be similar to holding teams under 20. Like, we used to, have to, like, hold a team under 20 in order to get some separation. Now, if you can hold teams under 30, that's it's equivalent to, like, an old school 20, just due to, like, the amount of threes and the volume and how the offenses are played now. So the Thunder kind of establishing their defense early in this game was really key, and then that allowed them to get some separation going into the half. It's always going to come back to their defense. They've been tops in the league the last few years. And the Spurs will have to decide how can they get back to that elite level defense that they showed in Game 4 when they held the Thunder to only 82 points.
And it's been wild. This series has been so back and forth the way it has been. And here's something that's giving me a lot of hope. If you're a Spurs fan, get all the hope you possibly can, because are you aware of Eric Corgi?
A little bit. I've seen some of the clips, but I don't necessarily subscribe to the dog picking the winners.
Yeah, Raj, Eric Corgi's been on a heater as of late. And if you don't know what Eric Corgi is, it's been this viral thing that's been going on in social media for the last couple of years, where there's a Corgi at the very top of this set of stairs, and they throw him a basketball to bounce off his snout to go down the stairs and land in one of 2 baskets. One basket is labeled San Antonio Spurs. The other basket is labeled Oklahoma City Thunder. And this is specifically to pick the winner. And what they've been doing has been picking game after game. Eric Corgi, to this point in this series in the Western Conference Finals, has been 5 for 5, baby. He's gotten every one of these games right. And what does he predict for Game 6? He expects the Spurs to win at home. He expects
we getting Game 7.
Game 7. According to Eric Corgi, and Eric Corgi's never wrong. This is airtight.
Woo!
Are we sure about this?
We're 5 for 5.
5 for 5.
What is there to question?
100% is an amazing track record.
So you don't think that they recorded multiple versions of this dog?
I am so upset.
You are just a segment killer.
Just
no,
a negative
I do
Nancy.
not believe that. I believe that the honesty and integrity of these people, whoever owns it, and this dog is just terribly accurate.
Integrity is what Eric. It's in basically the bylaws of Eric Corgi.
Yeah, Eric Corgi knows who's going to be available to play, whether AJ Mitchell's in or not, or
I've got inside sources.
I'm legitimately borderline ashamed at you calling into question the integrity of Eric Corgi.
All right. No, I don't know the dog personally.
It sounds like a personal.
I don't. I'm just saying. I don't know if I want to make my sports predictions from Eric Corgi.
Maybe don't lay down bets because of what Eric Corgi does, but hey, it's something.
Who did Aaron Corgi? Didn't Aaron Corgi pick the Dodgers last night too?
Eric Corgi, he probably could have because the Dodgers, once again, waxed all that ass against the Colorado Rockies. And the big story of that game, Mookie Betts, ladies and gentlemen. The man has been waiting to get it going all season long so far. Finally kind of gets it going. 2 home runs last night, 3 for 5. But you know what? There is another guy for the Dodgers that I feel like we have been ignoring. And we've been ignoring this guy for the last couple of years. And his name is Andy Pages. This guy has hit 30 home runs last year. Somehow under the radar. Not sure how you can hit 30 home runs for the Los Angeles Dodgers and be completely under the radar, but he was. 4 for 5 last night, 3 RBIs. He is currently leading Major League Baseball with 49 RBIs. And that is just, for a guy that is at the bottom of their lineup, a guy that when you mention Dodger players, he's probably the 8th or 9th guy you're mentioning, if not lower, leading the major leagues in RBIs. The Dodgers are just incredible.
Yeah, that's what it takes for, a team with this type of superstar talent at the top of the roster. Mm-hmm. You need guys like Andy Pages to, get you through the dog days of, April, May, June, July, when
big time.
Yeah,
Miguel Rojas too, guys
Mookie
like
Betts
that.
Mookie Betts is still, finding his way. Like you said, he got some great looks last night. Freddie Freeman is starting to swing the bat and kind of get some things going. Shohei, after a slow start, focusing on the pitching, starting to get his bat going a little bit more as well. But guys like Pages, that's how you get through 162 games.
Big time.
And still, win 100 of them because of his ability to just consistently make contact with the ball, get guys on base or move guys through the bags, and like you said, leading the league in RBIs. And so that's what it's all about, man. And that, within team sports, you try to tell, players and help them understand the value that they have, even if they're not. You don't have to be Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, Shohei, Yamamoto, or those guys in order to still be like super key parts of championship teams, great teams in the history of a sport, regardless of the level. And the Dodgers have guys on their roster that are not just comfortable in those roles, but embracing and accepting of not being the superstar. They're not going to make all-star teams on the Dodgers.
Oh, yeah. And they got a few guys like that. I'll use one for an example. A guy that made his season debut when we were there, hit a double, his first at-bat, RBI double, and hit his first home run of the season last night. And by the way, I can't believe it. Kiké Hernandez is still around. By the way, I mean that as the highest humanly possible. I played against Kiké Hernandez. Last time I played against him was 2015. I made my major league debut, and Kiké just made his a few months earlier. That was 12 years ago. That was a long, long, long time ago. And Kiké is still out here doing it with the Dodgers. Now he's had a couple of stops elsewhere, but you want a guy that's a full-on lightning rod. You want a guy that gets the job done he's like the dirty job guy. He's a stunt man. If I can say something about Kiké Hernandez, and I mean this at the highest possible respect, he is the Dodgers stunt man. You need a dirty job done, call in Kiké. Need something done in the playoffs, call in Kiké.
Well, on Monday when we went out to the game, that was his season debut. And, the game starts, it's early. People are settling in. And so, they cheer for players, when they come up to bat.
But he got a roar.
But he got a roar.
He got a road warrior pop when he came to the plate. And I was kind of taken aback. I'm like, dude, kind of badass, to be honest with you. As Ohtani didn't get that pop. Freeman didn't get that pop. Betts didn't.
That's why it stood out, though, because I was like, well, hold on. What, did somebody hit a home run or what just happened?
Nope.
It was literally just his return to the lineup. And, Dodgers fans especially recognized, like you said, that just kind of hair on fire, competitive spirit, just warrior that he is. It was great to see him back out there. I think he got a hit as well.
He did, RBI double. First at bat of the year.
Yeah, right off top. And so that also is going to put some energy in getting the Dodgers through the middle part of this regular season.
Yeah, and listen, there was one scary thing that took place last night. Shohei Ohtani was hit on his right hand. He did continue running the bases. Don't worry, Dave Roberts felt very good about pulling him out of the game, getting Dalton rushing some at-bats. He's still scheduled to pitch tonight. He had, of course, a lot of padding on his right hand, so he should be fine. However, listen, that's always scary when you got that golden goose at the plate. That's the other thing people always seem to forget. Like, what he's doing is relatively dangerous if you value him as a pitcher.
For sure.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, and, he's a right-hand pitcher.
Yeah.
And so.
Which means his right hand's very exposed.
The right elbow is the one that's had the 2 surgeries. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, he's putting it all on the line every time he steps up to bat, every time he throws a pitch. He's putting it all on the line. And so the Dodgers, having to be mindful and try to be careful of how are they managing it. Dave Roberts talked about, them it'll be a game time decision, so to speak, in terms of making sure he feels good when he shows up to the ballpark today, et cetera. But they expect him to pitch. Most likely he will pitch because he has goals and he has objectives in terms of, winning a Cy Young and wanting to keep that momentum and that progress going.
Of which he's still very much in the midst right now for that Cy Young, along with The Miz and, of course, Paul Skeens. A few other names that are also thrown out there, having a hell of a start to the season. You got Sale over there in Atlanta, who's having a great start, but he's going to have some serious competition for this Cy Young as the season goes forward. But, again, the guy's got a 7.4 ERA, a 0.74 ERA. Whew, he's right now the best pitcher in Major League Baseball.
That's crazy, dude.
It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Guys, we're going to take a quick little break, and when D-Fish and I come back, that's right, I said that for you, Raj. I just wanted to really make you upset. Coming up, the latest on LeBron James. There has been some reports that are interesting, that have a lot to do with the Lakers' future. We will discuss 97.1 The Fan.
What would
97.1 The Fan. Right here, Derek and Decker. And a big thank you to a few of our early fan partners like Next Gen and DraftKings. We appreciate your support. Welcome back. And, of course, our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. That's D-Fish and I all morning long with you till 10 a.m., of course, as we are every day, Monday through Friday, right here on 97.1 The Fan. We want to hear from you. And, of course, check us out on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter at The Fan LA. Of course, the chat has been going crazy, and we do have ourselves a poll going right now. Who are the most annoying fan bases in all of sports? We right now got 12% for the New York Knicks, and the Las Vegas Raiders tied for second place with the Philly fans at 23% and leading the way at 42%. It seems like our listeners are very much in lockstep with both the Fish and I. 42% for the Dallas Cowboys being the most annoying fan base. But, of course, we want to hear from you guys. Again, 855-97-LA-FAN. There is a lot of talk, D-Fish, a lot of talk. And we let's not mince words here. We know what the main talking point around the Lakers is going to be for the foreseeable future, mainly because we got a draft coming up. We got some free agents that are available. And one of those free agents just happens to be one of, if not the greatest basketball player of all time, depending on how you guys look at things. It's almost impossible to not pay attention to the massive elephant in the room that is LeBron James and his upcoming decision on what he wants to do. But there's also a lot of talk on whether or not what the Lakers can do as well. There's been a decent amount of chat surrounding LeBron about a third return back home to Cleveland, but it's also being reported that LeBron James in no way, shape, or form is interested in a pay cut to return to the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Well, yeah, I mean, you have to make sure that messaging is clear.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's necessarily coming directly from him, but certain narratives will kind of form and build if you don't clarify them, and in particular in some of the news around LeBron is going to be loud.
Very.
And so members of his team or his agent, et cetera, just making sure that, the Cavs don't think that somehow their messaging that he'd be open to certain things without there being direct conversations, with them. But, as part of a business negotiation, which is what this is when you're a free agent, you don't let the other side know from the beginning that you'll take less to complete the deal. Mm-hmm. Even if ultimately you decide to, you don't necessarily want them to know that at the beginning so that they don't hold back what they might offer if you never said that. And so it's all posturing. It's a part of business. It's a part of negotiations. And so it doesn't mean ultimately, pay cut could mean a lot of things between $50 million and $3 million.
Fair. That is
right?
Very fair.
So I think, yeah, if you're thinking of pay cut as though like, okay, yeah, I'll take the veteran minimum to come back, that's probably not going to happen. Mm-hmm. But what else does pay cut mean in between where he has been and where ultimately might be the best place for him to land financially in order for any situation to work? Even his return to the Lakers will require some level of understanding of like, and that's what, the Lakers hired a new assistant general manager
who's a big numbers guy.
Like part of that is like down to the penny understanding what the implications are of each of these contracts, the length, the amounts or the totals, when or where that might put the Lakers into the luxury tax, the first apron, the second apron, et cetera. So right now it's still super early, but because it involves LeBron, like you have to talk about it.
Yeah.
When it involves Giannis, you have to talk about it. Like those guys are still the current Mount Rushmore of the NBA that you can't avoid talking about these things.
Really can't. And also, make no mistake, I think there's going to be a lot of extra things on this LeBron, because he's represented by Rich Paul, who is super agent upon super agents. Like when you think of the agent Mount Rushmore right now, Rich Paul's on that list right now. But here's the thing. Last time LeBron was a free agent that I don't think existed. Rich Paul now has a pretty popular podcast that he does with Max Kellerman. Is that an interesting little wrinkle in there? Because, you know, Rich is going to always kind of throw out a thing or two, a comment that we're going to take the ball and run with it. And let's not mince words. He's doing that on purpose. He definitely wants to throw out some dog whistles about LeBron in his podcast.
Yeah, I mean, Rich is super smart.
Very.
And
extremely smart.
I think there are, for sure, like there are things that I'm sure he says on the pod that he wants people to know and hear and clearly, you know, see it coming out of his mouth. And then I think there are things that he chooses not to, like, negotiate through the media or say things that could negatively impact whatever their goals and objectives are in a particular, you know, whether team situation or business situation, et cetera. So, I feel like Rich is smart enough to know when he's saying certain things, why he's saying certain things. People that play chess are not just making one step ahead or thinking one move ahead.
Always got to be 5.
And so, I don't. Some of these things aren't accidents, but I also don't think he ever intends to do anything that's going to negatively impact LeBron or anyone. I just think Rich tries to be who he is authentically in everything that he does. And sometimes in showing up that way, he'll say something that sounds very antagonistic or kind of a lightning rod statement, but it's not really to, like, piss anybody off. It's like genuinely what he thinks.
Yeah. No, and I actually kind of like that about him. I like that. Like Scott Boras, the other super agent out there in the baseball world, he says a lot of interesting things, but they're all so very calculated and very, very, like you said, chess, 5-6 steps ahead. He is always setting up his next 3 moves with whatever sentence he's always trying to say. So I'm actually very interested to see what this is going to turn into. But it's also being reported by Legion Hoops that a sign and trade for LeBron would undoubtedly involve Jared Allen, who is currently making $28 million from the Cleveland Cavaliers, whom the Lakers have targeted in previous trade rumors. Before we get to the idea of LeBron with a sign and trade, because I don't see that happening, but not impossible. What are your thoughts on the idea of a Jared Allen joining the Lakers, though?
Ah, man, I just have a hard time, leaning too heavily into specific transactions and personnel. When again, I don't know if anybody's hearing these things like directly from a team.
No, we don't know. It's a report from Legion Hoops, and sometimes has some pretty good stuff. Specifically, this is from Brett Siegel from the NBA.
Yeah, and not to question anybody's sources and how they get information, et cetera. Certain, like Jared Allen fits based on who you have and who you don't have, right? So it's kind of like, if you're talking about LeBron and Jared Allen switching out, but you still have a number of other guys that play for the Lakers that may or may not be a great fit. So then if Jared Allen's coming, are you assuming that DeAndre Ayton isn't going to be re-signing or coming back? Where does Jackson Hayes fit into that conversation? Like, where do some of these other guys fit? Is Austin Reeves on the Lakers or is he not? And so, some of the things that Jared Allen does at a high level, every NBA team should want that. I mean, I think Jared Allen is a plug-and-play guy for almost everybody in terms of he's a low-maintenance guy. He finishes at a high percentage. He's efficient around the basket. Defensively in terms of rim protection and rebounding, he's consistent in those areas. And he's a great guy, like a great teammate as well. So,
which is huge.
Yeah, I think he definitely would be a great fit, whether it's Lakers or anyone that the Cavaliers may be considering, trying to, figure out the best ways to rebuild their roster around. Is there a James Harden contract extension coming? Do they feel after losing to the Knicks, are there some tweaks to their roster that they need to make in order to really compete in the East? Because let's not forget now, assuming Tyrese Halliburton is healthy again and the Pacers are just overall healthy as a group, the East is kind of sliding back in their favor. Obviously, the Celtics were the 2 seed this year. Joe Mazzulla was the coach of the year.
Yes, he was.
I mean, so the East it feels wide open because there were no Pacers and the Celtics got eliminated. But it still kind of belongs to those 2 teams, to be honest. And then now the Knicks have said the East belongs to us.
Yeah.
And so the Cavs can't really sit pat and just bring back the same group.
Yeah.
They have to do something.
Not to mention, by the way, did you mention the Celtics too? I mean, yeah, God, like
that's what I'm saying. Like they, whether they make a move with Jaylen Brown or not, you have an amazing coach. Yeah. Jason Tatum will be there. If Jaylen Brown is still there, they've won just as many or more games than anybody in the league over the last 5 to 7 years. They've been to the Eastern Conference Finals, the NBA Finals. Like the East is kind of theirs, other than the Pacers broke through last year, and when they're healthy, they're going to be one of the top teams in the East.
They are fun when they're healthy.
And all of that being said, the Pistons had the best record in the East this year.
Yeah, well, man, so much more basketball to be happening all off season long. We will keep you updated right here on Derek and Decker. Going to take a quick break. Coming up, we find out if D. Fish and I, we going to hit it, we going to quit it, right here on 97.1 The Fan.
One more money.
Man Raj.
What up, boys?
Chilling.
Nah, me too. Chilling. After a conversation with you, I've lost my spot on the page. Here we go. No, I got it back. Hit it or quit it. Where I asked these guys a question. Of course, they'd let me know if they just rather hit it or quit it. Hey, Donovan Mitchell. He campaigns for the Cavaliers to keep their core intact and run it back. Derek Fisher, hit it or quit it on the Cavs. Run it back with the core players.
I quit it.
Okay.
I mean, we just talked about that. Excuse me, a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way you can run it back with that. There's an apparent gap there, even just between them and the Knicks. I think going 7 games against the Pistons, like that gap is really small. The Celtics aren't going away. If they do make a trade for Jaylen Brown involved, they're going to get a good player back.
Mm-hmm.
The Indiana Pacers, we've forgotten about because they weren't involved in the conversation this year. But
Detroit Pistons.
They were in the NBA Finals a year ago. So I don't think this core for the Cavs is built in a way to come out of the East and win the whole thing. I agree with, like, he has to say that as a teammate, but I quit it from the outside looking in.
I'm going to quit it because D. Fish just said quit it, and I absolutely trust D. Fish on this. But I do have one question. The Harden of it all. Not whether or not they bring him back. My more question was not necessarily about Harden's future. It was about, since he was only there for a couple of months during a trade, was that enough time for Harden to really kind of get in the mix with that team?
That's a great point. I mean, in 2008, Pau Gasol came in the trade in February. We made it to the finals, but we lost to the Celtics. And then the rest is history, after that.
Yeah.
So it does take a little time, kind of like Luka with the Lakers last year. You get a training camp together, you get some time together. That helps. But to me, the personnel still doesn't necessarily allow them to come out of the East as currently constructed.
Awesome.
All right, speaking of James Harden, he says he'll do whatever it takes for the Cavs amid contract rumors. He says, I don't got no pride. So hit it or quit it on Harden taking less to come back with the Cavs.
Before Cody goes, I hit it.
Okay, you hit it. Okay. All right, tell me why.
Yeah, I think James recognizes, like,
what took so long?
For what?
For him to recognize something.
Oh my God.
By the way, D. Fish looked at me like I said it. That's not fair.
I
ahead,
think he's recognizing, like, there's not many more places to go at this point in his journey, right? And so, to be on a team that was basically 4 wins away from being in the NBA Finals, you shouldn't be ready to run out of there.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Right? So whatever it takes to stick around and run that back, that might be your best chance to go to the finals.
I would say you, Cody.
I will hit it as well, but I will quit it on the phrase, I have no ego.
You're not buying it?
Let's just tamper that down a tad, but outside of that, absolutely hit it.
All right, guys. Hey, UFO researchers, they are upset over the public, being banned from Area 51 viewpoint that is just 26 miles away from the base. So the UFO researchers want in, but they are banned from the base. Damn it. Derek, hit it or quit it?
Hold on. So the researchers were banned from being able to go research?
Yeah, so basically the military, they've upset researchers by banning the public from an Area 51 viewpoint just 26 miles from a sensitive base.
Wait, real quick. When you say researchers, are these government-paid researchers, or are these people who like the internet and say, I'm a researcher?
Yeah. I mean, who the hell are you to tell people if they're a researcher or not? All right, if they want to be researchers, they're researchers. And the U.S. Air Force has seized approximately...
Yeah, no, okay, so yeah. I quit it.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, I quit it.
Quit it. I'm sorry. I can't be like, well, I'm a researcher. Let me into your top secret military base.
No, thanks.
All right. So, Derek, I take you. Fisher quits it.
Yeah.
Cody, you quitting it too?
I'm going to quit it because, I can't just yell researcher and you let me in. That's ridiculous.
Well, the Irish Sun reports that the Bureau of Land Management stated This closure is necessary to protect persons, properties, and public lands, resources, and avoid conflict among public land users. So,
What do you think they got in there, guys?
I think they got a lot of stuff in
You think
there.
it's got an alien just hanging out?
I think they have stuff that should be researched.
I agree with that.
All right, see, Derek agrees with that. Hey, Patrick Mahomes, you remember his knee? He was cited, not cited, but he participated in Chiefs' opening OTA practices. Now, the Chiefs did not release video or let the public in, but they did show him throwing a ball. So hit it or quit it on Patrick Mahomes. Like, you think he'll be back for Week 1?
Participation is,
Yeah,
that's wide ranging. Week 1 is what, September 9th?
Yeah.
September something?
Yep.
So that's 4 months away. I hit it. He's there
Okay.
Week 1.
Damn it, I'm going to hit it.
Oh,
I
you're
hate
gonna hit it too.
I'm not happy. I'm not happy about this at all. It's
Yeah.
they're going to be back, aren't they? The Chiefs are going to be back to being the Chiefs this year, aren't they? Damn it! This is going to be a nightmare. The AFC West is going to be so good.
Yeah.
And the Raiders will be there.
Yeah. So you guys, why do you care how good you're a contender? Let's see. Let's update the poll on the most annoying fan bases.
I didn't say
Speaking
we
of
were a
that.
contender. I said I'd like us to win some games.
We have a poll up at youtube.com on the most annoying fan bases, as you just heard one there, Raider fan Cody.
I'm sorry. Did you just, and I'm going to quote Dom from our chat, did you just quote the award-winning Irish Sun?
Yes. They have legitimate researchers there. But anyway, the Raiders are second in the most annoying fan base with 28%. But I digress. Let's get back to hit it or quit it while we have time. Hey, Joe Mazzulla, his name came up earlier in the show, I believe. He was named Coach of the Year. Hit it or quit it on that, Fish?
I hit it. There are 4 to 5 names that I think could have legitimately won the award and nobody would have been upset. But Joe Mazzulla, I don't think anybody saw the Celtics as a 2 seed in the East. No Jason Tatum until basically March.
Yeah.
He did a phenomenal job with, they traded away Kristaps Porzingis, Drew Holiday, like multiple guys that had helped them, win championships. So I hit it.
I'm going to hit it too. And it's weird, I actually weirdly forgot about it, and I think it was because of the early exit in the playoffs for that team. And a lot of me was really kind of hoping it was going to be J.B. Bickerstaff just because
agreed.
I just was rooting for it and what he accomplished over there in Detroit this year. But I totally understand the vote, and it makes sense to me.
Okay. Hey, staying in the NFL, we switched from the NFL going back. Oh, how about this? Double crotch shot to the opposing dugouts. Derek, did you see this? Was it the Brewers?
Yes,
Picture
it was the
from
Brewers.
The Brewers.
It was from
they
the
were
Brewers.
Up by 6.
Did you see this at all?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so last night a pitcher, Uribe, strikes out a guy while they're up 6-0. And he turns to the opposing dugout and does a full crotch chop twice. Like DX style to their dugout. Didn't do it once. Made sure they got another one just to make sure they saw it. Their manager, Pat Murphy, was not happy. And when I say his manager of the Milwaukee Brewers, after the game, he said, I don't really know what that was all about. He's an emotional kid, but that must have been something more I wasn't aware of.
You ever hit a crotch shot after hitting a three-pointer, Derek? Just turn to the opposing bench and just,
It was, and I will admit,
No.
D-Fish, it was out of nowhere. It was so unnecessary.
Yeah, I quit it, bro. It's not necessary at all at any time.
Okay, all right. Let's see. Oh, Chris Sims, son of, what was his dad's name? Something Sims with the Giants.
Nailed it.
Phil
Phil
Sims.
Sims.
Yeah, there you go. So I was close. I got 50% of it
The
right.
Sims.
Yes. He says fewer Sunday NFL games sounds like music to his ears. He likes the Wednesday games, the damn near 2, whatever they're doing. Hit it or quit it on fewer Sunday games, Fish.
I quit it.
Me too, man.
I understand probably him as a broadcaster or whatever he does around the games.
Just watch Red Zone.
But
Dude.
I really don't. Yeah, I don't really do the non-Sunday thing as consistently. I understand on Thanksgiving maybe.
Dude.
But to me, the NFL Sunday is that's why the NFL is king, because of that Sunday. Everybody's watching. Everybody's off work.
Yep.
Well, not everybody. Most people are off work on the weekend, and it's an event. you start having games every day of the week, it's not the same to me. I quit it.
I am going to quit it, and I mean quit it in the hardest, loudest way possible. What is Sims even talking about? This is the one thing. Like, listen, sports fans can't be in lockstep on everything. I know that. We're going to disagree on a lot of things. The one thing everyone seems to be pretty much on the same page about is this overexpansion of the entire week that the NFL is insisting to force upon us. Like 2 Monday Night Football games is annoying. A Tuesday night game is annoying. Why are we playing on Wednesday nights? Thursday Night Football has been the worst game every week for a decade. We hate Thursday Night Football. And now we got Wednesday before Thanksgiving. They've commandeered the full day of Christmas now, taking that from the NBA. I despise the schedule makers from the NFL more than every other schedule maker in every other sport. But the NFL, number one culprit on what they're trying to do.
Making up ish. Almost had me curse. They talk about Thanksgiving Eve.
Oh, and it's a big game. It's a game. It's what it was. A Niners Rams. They're gonna. I want to watch that game. I'm busy the night before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, they don't make these decisions lightly. It has to be numbers and things that are showing up in the focus groups and the research. Maybe the streaming platforms have certain nights where people watch more. What does it come back to, Raj? Ching.
Always comes down to money. Guys, we're going to take a quick little break. Coming up, concern for Shohei Ohtani. Plus, Max Bretos will be joining us, talk some World Cup. And of course, later on, Chuck D from Public Enemy. So much to do here on Derek and Dedeker. 97. 97.1 The Fan. Derek and Decker, of course, live with you every single Monday through Friday right here on 97.1. Of course, you can take us on the go on the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, and get in the chat over here on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Yes, we still have that poll up. Vote on it while you can. What is the most annoying fan base that is out there in sports? The New York Knicks at 12%. Philly fans, 18%. The Las Vegas Raiders is making a last-second push at 30%. And the Cowboys still in the lead with 39% of the vote. And you can check that out at YouTube at The Fan LA. And our phone number, we want to hear from you. Be a part of today's show, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. Real quick, coming up later on in the show, we got Max Bretos joining us to talk all things World Cup. And later on, the one and only legendary Chuck D from Public Enemy will be joining the show as well. We had ourselves, of course, a Game 5 in the Western Conference Finals last night. But more importantly, D-Fish, man, oh man, the Dodgers are just rolling right now. Rolling right now in a great way, with the exception of one mildly scary moment last night, and that was Shohei Ohtani getting hit on the hand, getting taken out of the game after rounding the bases, of course. But Dave Roberts wanted to squash anybody's worries post-game, saying it looked like he got hit on the hand. No worries at all. Still scheduled to pitch tonight as of right now.
That's the best
Huge.
part of what you just said there.
Yes, huge. Absolutely huge.
I mean, it was great that Dave Roberts kind of, hopefully squashed, any major concern over the contact to the hand. We talked a little earlier. We could talk again about like the padding that the players wear now.
Yeah.
Shohei Ohtani having that pad over the right hand to kind of, at least kind of deflect a little bit of the velocity and the pop that ball would normally hit the hand with if you don't have that padding there. So that was great news to receive immediately after the game. And hopefully he'll be all good, tonight and be able to go out and have another Cy Young winning performance on the mound against the Rockies, man, as they finish out this series.
I've had so many arguments and conversations, especially in my old gig. I had a lot of old head baseball fans that would call in, a lot of very 1960s to 1975 baseball fans. And they would always quote just the dumbest possible things. They would always bring up ratings as if ratings were still king. This was 1963. But saying it in a way like, oh, yeah, no one's watching anymore. I'm like, what are you talking about? 51 million people just watched the last World Series. It's the most watched World Series since 1991. And they're like, well, back in 1973, there was 85 million people who watched. There were 3 channels, idiot. Yeah, of course, there was nothing else to watch. There was no internet. There was no streaming. It was a different world and universe back then. But the reason I bring that up is the idea of Ohtani just being this different type of cat, because I'm sure you've heard it. The only guy people try to compare him to is like Babe Ruth. To me, that's an insane comparison. Not that comparing someone to Babe Ruth, because Babe Ruth is so great. It's actually quite the opposite. Babe Ruth couldn't hold Ohtani's jock in any semblance of the phrase.
Cody.
It's just true. It's just a fact. Also, I'll go a step further, Raj, and Raj will agree with it. Babe Ruth wasn't even the best player of his generation. You know why? He was in the worst league in America. The Negro League was the better league by far.
Yes.
Yes.
Agreed.
So why do we herald Babe Ruth like he's the greatest of all time? Every time. He's not the Babe. He's better than the Babe.
Well, wasn't Babe Ruth the best player in the league he played in, though?
Yeah.
So that's why he's heralded.
I'm gonna quote you.
But it wasn't the best league.
It wasn't the best league. He never had to face who can think of right now? He never faced like Satchel Paige, who would have torn him to pieces.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, you know baseball much better than I do.
I'm just saying, man.
Like I understand that you can't compare. It's like comparing Shaq to George Mikan.
Yes.
Like, you just wouldn't do that. Like, Shaq would destroy George Mikan if they played one-on-one type of thing. Like, it's just hard to do. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure why somebody would sell Ohtani short. And yeah, I guess comparing him to Babe Ruth, but I feel like they're probably more recent guys that
you would think.
You would think. I mean, people feel like Mark McGwire, for example, was part of the steroid era.
Yes, he was.
But just in terms of like the power and the force that some of those guys swung the bat with in that era, maybe because of PEDs, I guess.
I mean, it's actually kind of fun sometimes to go back and look at players in the 90s. And here's the funny thing: is like they're not as big as you remember, because like guys now are big. I feel like we've learned so much in nutrition, in health, in weight training. I remember when I was in college, in fact, between 2005 and 2009, they had us lifting very specifically Olympic style weight training. So we were doing, before we even started our workouts, full sets of deadlifts, full sets of hang cleans, and like full sets of front squats before the workout even began. That was our warm up. Everybody's getting injured doing hang cleans because it's just crushing our wrists. And then we come to find out like a couple of years later, oh, that's not how baseball players are supposed to train. They actually got to train this way. And then find out 3 years later, that's incorrect. We actually got to train this way. So we're always learning and evolving. And I honestly think baseball is producing the best athletes we've ever had. But it is funny to go look in the 90s and you see like a Mark McGwire who just looks like Bill Goldberg in his prime, standing next to a toddler.
Yeah, he's got that big top heavy,
just big,
like Johnny Bravo. Like,
Johnny Bravo's
like
exactly what he looked like.
Super swole up top. But yeah, no, I mean, I think Ohtani is one of one to my knowledge. I've been a baseball fan. I was a baseball fan as a kid. Played, and middle school, but like to understand like his greatness, I think is going to be like an acquired thing later, because it's like when we look back, there will never be another guy like him. I don't want to say never, but there just won't be many guys like him that are able to win MVPs from being like a power offensive juggernaut player on bad teams that still won MVPs. And then to possibly be a guy that could win Cy Young awards for a couple years as a pitcher on that side of the game. And so, thankfully, no long-term concern over the hit on the hand. I don't know if there are any comparisons for what he is currently doing for the Los Angeles Dodgers.
I mean, he's essentially being paid $350 million to be a pitcher and $350 million to be a hitter. They're paying for two players, basically, to do, everything that he is accomplishing. So seeing him kind of actively going after a Cy Young, one, it's a lot of fun as a fan just to watch it, because I feel like when I'm watching Shohei Ohtani, we're watching like a baseball player for the first time that I've ever noticed, like pushing the limits of what a human can like accomplish on the field. It truly is mind-boggling to me to see him accomplish these things, and it's just fun to watch. And it's also how well he handles everything else, how he handles the LA media, how well he comes off in his marketing campaigns. And I'm sure there is 19 like rooms filled with suits and smart people with a lot of data trying to come up with all the best ways to present him and all, but he is out there doing it, and he's doing it outrageously well.
How do, like, if you're Mookie Betts or Freddie Freeman or somebody that plays in the infield, or you're a catcher, you're Will Smith, or like, how do you feel about, like, I know pitchers are different, obviously, positionally.
Yeah.
But how do baseball players feel about, like, Ohtani getting, like, this Superman comparisons for playing both sides, and then, like, they're kind of like, well, duh, that's what we do every day.
I mean, I don't think any of them, and this Dodger team particularly, it feels like, for a team with the amount of stars that they have and the amount of future Hall of Famers that they have, ego does not seem really at the top of that list, which is kind of wild. So, like, I'll give an example specifically. In 2015, I played on this. I got called up to the big leagues with the San Diego Padres, and it was at the time A.J. Preller's first year as their GM. And it was my 7th year in the organization. I'd been stuck in AAA for years, just no way of getting up, and just it was a struggle. But when I got called up, I'll never forget it, because on paper, this was the best Padre team they've ever assembled. They went out and got super. They traded for Matt Kemp. They traded for BJ and Justin Upton. They had just really good pitchers in Ian Kennedy. They had just a lot of really big names that the Padres at the time were not known for going out and getting their hands on. And I got up to that team, and it was really bad. It was the worst team I'd ever played on. Not players-wise, talent-wise, through the roof. It was just this concoction of human beings was just really toxic. They didn't get along. It was just a bad clubhouse experience. And I remember looking at the room going like, Matt Kemp's not a bad guy. PJ Upton's not a bad guy. Justin Upton's not a bad. I'm like looking around like, none of these guys are bad guys. What is it? What is the issue bringing them together that's imploding them so much? And I couldn't put my finger on it. This Dodger team doesn't seem like they have that issue like even at all.
There was an article recently, not recently, maybe the start of the year or late in the fall last year that I read about. I think there's an NFL team that like takes into consideration in terms of part of their roster construction, personnel, locker room assignments, and how like certain personalities, certain birth dates in terms of their astrology, like down to the like minuscule detail of trying to kind of help prevent some of the things you were just talking about, where like this combination of guys can become toxic within the team, even though the individual guy isn't necessarily a toxic or bad person, but the combination of, you know, his nervous system or how he's wired or, you know, the way he responds to certain things can rub off on other people. And then you kind of start that process of, you know, the energy just kind of tilting and shifting. You know, Phil Jackson's obviously notorious for, you know, burning sage in the locker room and trying to do things to kind of break through some of that, you know, energetic force that can sometimes build in a team locker room. But you're right. I do believe the Dodgers and a lot of teams, like they go out of their way to try and figure out, you know, what these guys are made of, you know, their character beyond their ability to play baseball at a high level, and how they're going to show up as teammates. And then you also, when you hire your leadership in terms of Dave Roberts as a manager and as a leader,
just unbelievable with this group.
Yeah, it all goes together. And so the best organizations in the world, you know, from top to bottom in terms of, you know, ownership to leadership and management, you know, C-suite level people, to then the folks that are the nuts and bolts and the, you know, the shovels and screws that are doing all of the work. Like, you're still hiring those people, even with certain things in mind of like, you know, how is this energy going to be when we come together as a group to accomplish things. And that, so the Dodgers have been, it's not just talent acquisition that has led to back-to-back titles. If it were that simple, a lot of other sports teams would be doing just, you know, talent acquisition will go out and win.
Absolutely.
It's not that simple.
We mentioned Kiké Hernandez earlier, one of those kind of, you know, straws that stir the drink type cats, you know, a clubhouse guy, but also plays with such confidence that he plays unbelievable baseball as well. Like, it's just, and he's gone elsewhere and has not done what he does in LA. That guy just is comfortable in this team, in that clubhouse, and it's just, he brings an extra spark.
That's what being a great teammate is about. And again, it takes, you know, sometimes it takes a few different environments or teams, et cetera, for you to find, you know, just the right spot, for you to be at a place in your life or in your career. We just talked about James Harden's comments about like, I don't care what it takes, right? At this point, it's just about trying to win a championship and be a part of something special and be part of a good group that you enjoy going to work with every day. And these are things that in 2026, though, are also just more prevalent and accepting to talk about. Most athletes in the 90s and 2000s, like, you didn't have permission to talk about your feelings, quote unquote, right? And how it felt to go to work and whether or not you actually enjoy, you know, the people that you work with.
Derek, you trying to say something? You said that a lot of times, if you enjoy the people you work with, but you keep looking at Cody. Is there something you want to talk about, like get off your chest?
You know, he's currently doing it. He's looking me in the eye and he's about to tell me, how much he loves me.
Hold on, Raj. We started early this morning with the Bone Thugs.
I just want to make this abundantly clear. Raj is back there just stirring the pot, and I don't think it's working to his favor.
I usually looks at the camera or something, but when he says he wishes you could come to work, and enjoy who you work with, he keeps looking at you. I'm like,
There's no one else in the room. You're in another booth for a reason now. Good Lord.
Derek, you can share. Man. Derek, you can share here. It's okay. This is a safe place.
Tell everyone what you think about Raj.
Blink twice if you feel, like you don't want to sit by Cody anymore.
Yeah, we're good, Raj. We're good. Me and Cody are good. We're good out
I didn't say he was a member of Bone Thugs. That was you, Raj. I didn't write that in the poll. That was you, Raj.
Speaking of that poll, does Derek Fisher, if you're watching on YouTube, look like Bone Thugs in Harmony today? A resounding 68% say yes.
By the way, we do have a new poll going up right now, Raj, if you want to tell the people what the poll is.
Yeah, real quick, and of course we love the polls here at 97.1 The Fan. We have a brand new one. Is Ohtani better than Babe Ruth? Simple question. And another, more so than Derek Fisher as Bones Thugs, 70% say Ohtani is better than Babe Ruth because they are educated. They know what's up.
Who voted no to this? Who thinks Babe Ruth is better than Ohtani? Who?
Someone that, listen, real talk, and not making fun of anyone, but just because of maybe movies, nostalgia, and not knowing how little Babe Ruth actually pitched, that he didn't do both for that long, and the fact that he was playing against a bunch of carpenters and guys that threw, what was the max pitch you say about
maybe 82 miles per hour?
And he was the best at that, like right then, no one saw anything like him, but he's a different game, and not the same.
Yeah, this is like comparing chess to hungry hippos.
Oh, but I will share with you my other theory on Babe Ruth, Derek Fisher, which I've shared with Cody, which I think is 100% fact. But there are some things, if you look, and some of the people he hung out with, was always at the Cotton Club and did support the Negro Leaguers and go to exhibitions all the time. I'm saying there's a little something I think people overlooked with Brother Babe. Let me just say that, Brother Babe. Shouts out to you, Brother Babe.
Yeah, he's been making that argument lately, and he makes interesting points. He does. He makes interesting points, is all I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah, he does. The timing of his points, that could be a little off. But, he makes good points.
Yes. Sure. 97.1 The Fan. Derek and Decker live with you. And, we're getting all these awards that are coming out. We just got our Coach of the Year award announced yesterday. But some other things that have already been announced, like all NBA honors and everything that has taken place. Well, Victor Wembanyama, of course, is his name has been left off one voter's All-NBA team. And it's
hold on, off the entire list? Or
No, he made him third on his MVP voting, but he left him off his list, so he got 99 of the 100 votes to being NBA All-NBA.
First team?
First team.
Okay.
Only one person didn't vote for him. Only one. And that man is Justin Termini, who I have known a very, very long time. And I love Justin Termini.
Justin and Eddie Johnson are always good when I go on NBA radio.
They are
I appreciate
great.
those guys.
I love Justin Termini. But I got to tell you, his reasoning for not doing it is, I laughed out loud because I thought this has to be a bit. Apparently it's not. So I'm going to read this to you. He says he's been voting by position his entire career, which, by the way, used to be the way to do it, but that has been changed since the late 90s. I voted for Wembanyama third for MVP, and I actually think he's a better player than SGA. I think he's the best player in the world right now, but I thought that Jokic had a better regular season at the same position. I'm a massive fan of Wemby, but this year he was the second best center, and I vote by position. He goes on to say, so historically speaking, years from now, people will look and go, well, Wembanyama and Jokic made many of these teams, but why didn't Patrick Ewing make it this many? He went on to mention Patrick Ewing's situation in 1994 two more times. He didn't vote for Wemby for justice for Patrick Ewing. That's the most insane thing I've ever heard in my life.
So it's why on our poll, the Knicks fans should be at the top of the list of most annoying fans. Because that's a Knicks fan take.
But it was 94. How do you make a vote in 2026 to fix something in 94?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, first of all, the positionless thing, is real. Like, it's not. You don't vote by positions at this point. Like, it's about the best players.
Yeah.
So Wemby definitely should be unanimous first team.
Unquestionable.
Somebody else should get left off the list.
Yeah. Well, let's get to the calls. Vic in Studio City, talk to us. You're on with Derek and Decker.
D&D. Love it. Hey, Fish.
Yes, sir.
Question for you. Back when Jackson was coaching, what was you guys were talking about team chemistry and the whole shebang. What was the mindset with getting Peyton, Malone, Shaq, Kobe, and I think Grant was playing with them? What was that? I mean, it blew up in their face, but what was that all about?
Thanks for reminding me. No, I think, the Horace Grant, Karl Malone. I mean, we had a great group. I think it was Karl Malone's knee injury that really disrupted that season for us. Like, Karl Malone was the anchor of, like, helping everybody understand the level of sacrifice it was going to take in order for it to work. There were a lot of expectations, that year. It's tough, when you're adding 2 future Hall of Famers to 2 current All-Stars and Hall of Famers to try to figure out how to balance all of those things out. But there was no question that Carl and Gary were both interested in wanting to do that. Like, they signed 1-year contracts. It was really about winning the title. That was it. And I think Phil was one of the greatest to ever do it in terms of helping people find a shared vision of how to move forward and only focusing on what's best for the team.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we're going to talk actually more about that later on the show because even I got some questions about that year. I would love to actually get a little more story time from D. Fish about that particular season. But we got to take a quick break. But coming up, it is World Cup time, USA. That's right. We are hosting the World Cup right here in L.A., and nobody better to come join us and talk about it than Max Bretos to talk all things World Cup. Joining us next here on Derek and Decker, 97.1 The Fan.
Hold it now.
Yeah, it's our house. 2026. The world is watching. Woo! We defend the land. Yeah. Ice in the veins when we step on the grass. Every eye in the stadium
Welcome back. 97.1 The Fan. Derek and Decker live here with you all morning long. And, of course, Derek Fisher, myself, Cody Decker, and all of you. And, of course, our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. And get in the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA. Chat has been live and live all morning. But we're going to get over to our hotline, ladies and gentlemen, because I don't know if you can hear this song. We got ourselves a World Cup coming right here. Not only that, LA, we got a World Cup games coming right here in Los Angeles, California. And who better to come on to talk about it? He is the voice of MLS Season Pass on Apple TV. He is the voice of LAFC, the one and only Max Bretos. How you doing, Max?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing all right, Cody, but now I'm doing great. I want to run through a wall. Let's go,
dude,
USA.
I'm so fired up right now after hearing that song, dude. It's going to be in my workout mix all week. Hey, you mentioned it right there, USA. Right now, they're currently trading at certain numbers. What does this team need to do to just get out of the initial pool?
I think they have to stay in their comfort zone. They have 2 weeks to get ready. It's an agreeable group, and it's an agreeable World Cup. And when I say that, I mean we have 48 teams, so you can finish third, and we don't want USA to finish third in their group. Mm-hmm. They can actually finish third in their group and get through. However, their chances of advancing improve if they finish second, which I think is where they'll probably end up, with a really good chance of finishing first. But they're going to be the favorites against Paraguay and Australia. They'll probably be a push, maybe a slight underdog against Turkey in the final group, a team they played last year and quite frankly struggled a bit. But this team is good enough. They have got to they have to take all the creature comforts of being the host. And I know a lot of these guys play in Europe, but they're happy to be home. They have friends and family here, and they'll get comfortable. So they've got to feel like the home team, and they've got to get the wave of all of that behind them. But they are good enough. This is a roster that has been selected. I'm sure there have been some snubs that we can argue about, but by and large, this is the best that we have to offer. We have a little bit of an injury concern, but nothing out of the realm of ordinary. So they should be poised. It's all about preparation, but I have faith in Coach Mauricio Pochettino.
Max, Derek Fisher here. A quick question. I know everybody wants to talk about the snubs. Maybe we'll get there, but in basketball, for example, they talk about defense wins championships, right? And so talk about the roster in terms of, it sounds like it's light defensively, maybe in the middle. How does the roster protect itself maybe offensively with missing some defensive guys? Mm-hmm.
Well, defense wins championships. In the last World Cup, they really lead in their defense. So they had scored 2 goals, I think, in the group stages, and they still made it through. So they have to have a good defense, because I think we have proven we can outscore the really good teams 4-3. So we have to grind, and we have to drag them to the deep end of the pool. To use too many cliches, I'm sorry. But we have Chris Richards, who's a star defender, and they're going to, in soccer, you can play with a back 4, 2 center backs and 2 fullbacks. Fullbacks usually get upfield to help the offense. So what they're going to do now is they're going to play with 3 center backs, it appears, based on this roster build, and the fullbacks become wing backs, which make them even more offensive. But they can also help defensively. The idea is you can have 5 guys in the goalie defending. So what Mauricio Pochettino has done, since we have Chris Richards, who's elite, and then there's a drop-off to a bunch of guys, he's brought in 10 defenders total. That's the majority of a 26-player roster. So just below half of his roster are defenders. I think he's trying to create a lot of competition for guys that aren't elite but are pretty good. They are very athletic guys like Chris Richards, Austin Trusty, Alex Freeman, whose father, Antonio Freeman, was a great wide receiver in the NFL. Mark McKenzie. These are good soccer players, but they're also really good athletes. So I think he wants to build competition. And during the practices, whoever puts their hand up and says, I'm ready for it, and be able to identify it, they'll be in the starting 11 for that game. But while they might beat some teams with 2 or 3 goals, I think if we watch these games and they win, I know it's not sexy or exciting, they won 1-0 or it's 1-1 or something like that, I think that's a good sign.
We are talking with Max Bretos, of course, voice of MLS Season Pass on Apple TV, also of LAFC. You mentioned those names that need to raise their hand. How about on the offensive side? Is this the year that Christian Pulisic kind of takes this team to another level?
It really is on his shoulders, but we heard him address the media. He's feeling the pressure. He didn't have a great run-in with his club, AC Milan, in the Italian Serie A. Didn't score a goal in this entire calendar year, which, that's a couple of alarm bells can be rung for that for sure. But, yes, he has to lift us. If he has a bad World Cup, in all likelihood, the U.S. will not have a good showing. But certainly there has to be help. But we always identify the star player. He is our guy. He is capable of doing things others can't. He is our best dribbler. He will take on defenders 1v1. But it has to be a certainly collective part. I think we need to, these next 2 weeks, he has to recharge his batteries. And one thing one phenomenon that we're dealing with the U.S. team, we've always wanted our top players to play in the top clubs in Europe. Mm-hmm. They are doing it now. But what we're seeing is how do they balance that with the responsibility of playing for their country? Around the world, players do that without even thinking. Lionel Messi is great for his club, and when he plays for his country, he lifts it. When Cristiano Ronaldo does it the same. Kylian Mbappe of France does it the same. We need our players, but it's so new. We're still finding out if that is happening today. It eventually will kick in. Hopefully it kicks in a couple of weeks. But Christian Pulisic's going to have to be good. I would throw Flo Balogun, who is our striker, our number 9. He's had a great season in French football. He'll get chances. He has to convert them. I think if those two if those two can get 1 goal between them in each game, either or, and then maybe get some help somewhere else, the U.S. will be good.
Max, talk to us about the snubs. Who for you? Obviously, everybody will have their name that they feel like, how could this guy be left off? But who on the list of guys that were quote-unquote snubbed stands out to you as a player that, maybe the team will miss, but, of course, we still expect the team to have some success?
Well, Derek, that's a great way to put it, because I think the roster in itself, there wasn't too many surprises. You're looking for guys that might be able to help you in a pinch. Now, you have 26 players. In a perfect world, you could bring 30, but you bring 26. The reality is players 21 through 26 are not going to play, or if they do, they'll play for 5 minutes, 10 minutes here. So you're looking for a guy who might have a good left foot, someone who can give you some energy, someone who is going to help the other players in training. So with that said, the one guy I wish was there, and I feel terrible because he had been given so many caps, so many opportunities to play, was Diego Luna, who was the embodiment of a player who kind of fell through the cracks, who worked his tail off to get to the national team. And in the end, he didn't get it. He may get another chance in 2030, but I just would like to have seen him get rewarded. But I also think that that's a guy that could have been a great story, and more so for the broadcast purposes, to say, look what this kid did. He put the work in. Nobody wanted him 3-4 years ago, and now he's on the national team. He also, in one of the friendlies at the end of last year, broke his nose, came back on the field, and finished the game. So he's just one of those dudes. So I would have liked him. There's a defender called Tanner Tessman who is probably more talented than some of the midfielders we have here, but I get the feeling he may not be 100%, or he might not be a good fit. So I'm okay with the roster, and we have to talk about it, and I feel terrible for those guys because, to not be involved in this for something you've worked your whole life for has got to be difficult, but hopefully the younger players can recalibrate and make it the next time around.
I got to ask, Max, you mentioned what Messi does to his country. He lifts them up. And after, of course, the last World Cup where we saw him do it, he is 38 years old, and it does seem, from an outsider's perspective looking in, like not necessarily marooned over there to Miami, but kind of hasn't been on the radar as much. At 38, is Messi still a guy that can carry this team to the promised land?
He won't be able to carry it. And what you could see, what he does at Miami, they allow him to do express himself in the offensive end and do the things he does well, passing, beating players, scoring goals, hitting free kicks. And able to do that, they have to protect him behind him because he's not going to be an asset defending. And in the modern game, thanks to what you see in the Premier League with guys like Pep Guardiola, all 11 players have to defend. So the sport is changing, but there are still guys like Lionel Messi who are so good that you say, okay, we're going to have to cover for him, and he may not be able to defend like the other 9 field players. That said, Argentina in a World Cup are going to be playing really, really, really good opposition, and it's going to be hard to have a guy on the field who you need to protect a little bit. It's just the reality. They're going to face some killers like France and Spain and Portugal at the tail end of the tournament. So I think while Messi will be there, he's not going to have the same role as he did. Maybe he misses a game. I'm not sure because the reality is Father Time always wins and is going to catch up on this. It's amazing that he's at this World Cup, but this is a big dilemma for Argentina because they have some amazing players that could do the complete job and still be good at the offensive end, not at the level of Messi, but very good where you get a better all-round effect. They are there chomping at the bit. The one thing about Argentina is even though Messi may not give you that 100% defensive effort, what we saw at the last World Cup is that team will run through a wall. They will die for Messi on the field. They want to play for Messi more than they want to play for their country sometimes. Mm-hmm. I know those two things get blended together, but it really is true. He is an icon. He is a deity in Argentina. So I wouldn't put it past them that team can just kick into another gear like they did in 2022.
He is Max Bretos. He is the voice of MLS Season Pass on Apple TV and LAFC, and more importantly, an amazing guest right here on Derek and Decker. And thank you for getting us ready for the World Cup. Are you going to be there? Are you going to be in LA? Which one are you going to, man?
Well, I don't know. I'm going to do some cool watch parties to go around, but I'll probably get into that June 12th game between USA and Paraguay at SoFi. SoFi is going to be amazing, man. And just to see that stadium on TV, it's going to blow people away. That's where the final should be, to be perfectly honest. All due respect to our friends in New York and New Jersey in MetLife Stadium. But enjoy the game. It's going to be unbelievable. And appreciate you guys talking the World Cup and soccer on your show.
My man, so excited for it. It's going to be a blast, Max. Thank you so much for joining Derek and Decker today, my man.
Thanks, Cody. Thanks, Derek.
Thanks, Max.
The one and only. Guys, we're going to take a quick break, and coming up, whoo! Did you know that the Raiders got themselves a new quarterback? Did you know that he already has some gripes with the NFL? And he might actually have a point. We're going to talk about it right here on Derek and Decker, 97.1 The Fan. .97.1 The Fan. Derek and Decker, D Fish and Cody with you guys for one more hour too, baby. And we got more guests joining us because later on in the show, the one and only, oh man, Chuck D from Public Enemy joining the show live. D Fish, I gotta say, man, I'm such a fan of Chuck D. I'm really excited for this interview.
I mean, we all should be fans of Chuck D, man. I mean, talk about impact and, passion for what you do, but also impact.
Yeah.
Doing what you do.
Like huge impact.
Yeah.
I can't wait to talk about it because it's not just the fact that it's Public Enemy, just the lyrics of Public Enemy, the statement of what Public Enemy kind of was. Like, that was like a game changer. Even for me, as just a low-key Santa Monica white boy. Even I'm watching this going like, God, these guys are awesome. They're just the best.
Yeah, there was a cool factor to their revolutionary mindset and the energy that they brought to their music. Like before it was like you had to choose one. If you wanted to have impact and be revolutionary and be different, you had to almost like you didn't look cool. There wasn't anything cool about it. And I feel like Public Enemy and Chuck D brought just a coolness, like a swagger to being people of change. And so that's what I remember just, as a young dude, being really impressed by that.
Just absolutely love it. Looking forward to talking with Chuck D later on in the show. But we teased it. We're going to pay off the tease or else Raj will not let me eat lunch later. So here's the deal. Fernando Mendoza, first pick overall for my Raiders. Here's the deal. He's a weird kid. He's a very weird kid. I like him, though. I really do like him, and he handles the press actually quite well. Now, as I mentioned earlier today about the Ohtani thing, I firmly believe there is a champagne room over at CAA or whatever agency he's with that have been sitting down and kind of putting together what Fernando Mendoza's public images for years, and he has been playing it to a T. Phenomenal work what Fernando Mendoza does with the public and the press. He really does handle questions and things really, really well. And very famously, about a month ago, his national championship winning team in Indiana went over to the White House, missing Fernando Mendoza. And Fernando Mendoza was asked about it, and he actually gave a great statement about it. If it is on the first day of the OTAs, like I said, I'm at the bottom of the totem pole here. I got to prove myself. I can't miss practice. As a rookie, I don't think it's a good look, and I want to try to best serve my teammates. And I don't think would accomplish that goal. That was him just taking the day to go to the White House with his team. He didn't do it. He went to OTAs day one. Lovely. As a Raider fan, I dig this kid a lot. Now comes to this, he has to leave his team to come to Los Angeles just the other day. He shows up, of course, over to the NFLPA's rookie symposium where they're introducing all the upcoming rookies in the NFL. And he goes out and gives what I feel like is one of the most refreshing responses I've ever heard. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I'd rather be practicing right now. And I was really upset about actually having to miss practice for this. Although it's great, it's still been a great moment to where it was mandatory I be here. Now, that being said, it is not technically mandatory that they have to be there, but is highly insinuated that they are to attend this thing. But he goes on to say, live and learn all the NFL pay benefits, make all the connections with different mentors here. Let me make sure I can maximize my time and be able to create a positive impact and learn about my situation and surroundings. So he's handling it all perfectly well. But I got to say, as a Raider fan, knowing full well my team's not going to really compete this year, this guy's doing everything I want my guy to be doing right now. He's showing commitment to the team, to the franchise, to the fan base. He's wanting to make a really serious impression. Now, whether or not this is completely genuine or not, I don't even care anymore. He's doing it. If it's false, he's doing it falsely so well that I'm on board.
I mean, I was a PA guy, so like you broke down the information and the things that, are shared and
very important information.
Yeah,
too.
it's especially your first year coming in. There's a lot that you just don't know. It's not just about the football. And so while you appreciate the desire for, like, he wishes he was at practice, which probably every guy there did. Mm-hmm. Some of the stuff that they share at these type of gatherings is really important. But it's why, they took him number one and why he was able to win in Indiana. I don't think it's because it's just otherworldly talent as a football player. Mm-hmm. I think it's because of these things in terms of his character, the leadership qualities that kind of make him, who he is. And those things are going to be important to his brand, persona, the image that he has as a quarterback in the NFL. Like you said, whether it's crafted, designed, 100% authentic or not, like, part of it is, you figure these things out and what works for you in order for you to go out and perform at the highest level. Some guys kind of lean into their character that they play as a pro athlete that is no way even close to what they're like when they're at home with their kids or with their mom or with their uncles. Like, it's so, yeah, some guys definitely have a role, quote unquote, that they play in terms of camera, interviews, comments, quotes, etc. And then other guys are just kind of like, they're less crafted in a sense. They just show up and they say what they say and they do what they do. And that's fine too. Like, everybody doesn't have to kind of approach it the same way. Mm-hmm. But I like this approach from a young,
me too,
a young pro athlete that just kind of, understands it's not really about him. It's about the team. I want to be there for the team. Even if I have to sacrifice something that's really special to me, I want to be there for the team. Mm-hmm. Like, that's the type of attitude that, you can get a locker room full of those type of guys. That's how you win.
Completely. And I'm really looking forward to it. I'm glad you brought up your PA experience because, being a rookie, getting your first PA experience, it can be very daunting. Because, to say the least. I don't know as many details, of course, on the NBA PA side, but I will tell you, on the baseball side, the MLB PA and Major League Baseball, that is as adversarial as humanly possible.
It used to be that way.
Yeah.
And to, I think to the league's credit and the Players Association credit, like, it turned a little bit. Some of it was like, David Stern's leadership style as the commissioner of the league was different than Adam Silver's leadership style as the commissioner. And so, God rest his soul in terms of David Stern, but he led differently. Former leaders of the Players Association led differently. Mm-hmm. And so it's adversarial in the room, but publicly we don't have to tear each other down.
No, it seems like you guys have a better relationship, but that was probably due to some adversarial conversations, I would assume.
Yeah, very much so. Internally on both sides and back and forth with each other. And it's part of the business. There's billions of dollars on the line. Mm-hmm. When you're involved with the PA at the highest level, like, the responsibility you have is to the entire body of players.
And then the future of,
yes,
of the next generation of players.
Anything that you're working on currently, if you're involved in the Player Association, is about the future.
Mm-hmm.
You're not most likely going to see most of the benefits of the work that you do when you're a union member or leader or, somebody that in sports is a part of the PA leadership team. It's all about the future and where it's going, and having a recognition of, like, these are some things that I haven't necessarily been able to enjoy or experience, but setting up the guys coming into the league in the future to have these things is really, really important. And so Fernando Mendoza, I wouldn't be surprised, even though he feels this way now about missing practice for
It's
it.
going to be a big help.
He's going to end up being a PA guy.
Yeah.
Because he's going to learn that you need certain guys in order to make sure things are happening.
I'll never forget my first PA meeting. One veteran player stood up and immediately didn't scold the young guys, but very sternly told the young guys, pay attention to everything we're doing and we're talking about right now. Because guys before us sacrificed in ways that we haven't even had to sacrifice so that we can be in this position. So just something to always kind of consider when it comes to these player negotiations.
Yeah, no doubt.
Guys, time for the final hour of the show. Join us coming up. We are going to be talking Western Conference Finals and Chuck D from Public Enemy. 97.1, The Fan. 97.1 The Fan. Of course, you listen to us on your LA commute right now, 97.1 FM right now, or you can take us on the go, currently on the Odyssey app. And of course, you can see our very, very handsome faces right now if you're joining us on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. And where is that? Why, that is at The Fan LA. It's Derek and Decker right here, rounding out our final hour of our 4-hour extravaganza. And D-Fish, we had ourselves a game last night. We've talked a lot about the game. We've talked a lot about the World Cup that's coming up, which, by the way, first game of the World Cup here in Los Angeles, June 12th. Just a couple of weeks away, man. Isn't that wild?
Max said June the 12th, but it didn't sound like it's literally 2 weeks.
Isn't it crazy how time is kind of flying? Like, as much as I want to say, well, it's still May. Yeah. We're like 35% through the Major League Baseball season. Things rolling.
Yeah, and we're halfway through an entirely new year.
Good Lord. Good Lord. Time really is flying when we're getting in this advanced stage. Listen, we've talked so much about this game. We talked a lot about the Dodgers last night. Mookie Betts getting that gigantic whatever off his back. I mean, thank God, 2 home runs last night, three hits. Pages with another 4-hit game, leading Major League Baseball in RBIs. The Dodgers bullpen being the Dodgers bullpen. But obviously, the one thing that we are all worried about, Shohei Ohtani coming out of the game after getting hit on the hand with a pitch. He ended up running the bases, gets pinch hit for by Dalton Rushing. Dave Roberts wanted to squash anybody's fears. Apparently, he's going to be just fine. And as of right now, still penciled in to pitch in tonight's game.
Which is great. That's the most important part of that version of the Dodgers night last night. It's that, get the win. Mookie Betts, couple home runs, got it going. Freddie Freeman, I mean, the bats lit up. So, and we know that's what the Dodgers are capable of, right? Even if they are struggling a bit, they can put points on the board in a hurry or runs if you don't feel like I should say points.
Honestly, I believe it or not, I think purists would be like, how dare you say points? I always never had a problem with it. Whenever somebody comes up to me, he's like, yeah, putting points on the board. Yeah, it works. Raj is shaking his head, no. It's the same thing. It is. God, Raj is just such a fake purist over there. Yeah. Sitting there talking about how great Babe Ruth was in his day.
Yeah.
Just embarrassing.
We got you, brother Babe.
So, oh, my God. So, I think, just Ohtani, hopefully when he shows up to the park today, there won't be, much soreness or anything in that right hand, got banged on. And he'll be able to go out and have a great Cy Young.
Dude, I'm hoping. There's been a few comments in the chat saying he's not going to get to 150 innings. I firmly disagree with that. I think he's going to get to 150 innings, and I don't think it matters if he gets to 150 innings. I think as of right now, if he keeps pitching at this clip, it's going to be done. He's going to be the Cy Young Award winner. That being said, there's other players in the league that got something to say about it. Paul Skeens defending Cy Young Award winner. You got Sale in Atlanta who's got something to say about it. Sanchez has got something to say about it. So there are definitely names out there for competition for that Cy Young. But let's switch it over there to basketball, because last night we had ourselves a Game 5 over there in Oklahoma City. They take a 3-2 lead against the Spurs. And the thing that I really just found really impressive, and tell me and explain this to me like I'm a complete idiot, because 2 days ago
does that a lot.
Real quick, this is a hostile work environment.
Yeah, Raj is spicy today.
Raj is really on one. You're in Bone Thugs and I'm an idiot. This is just a real friendly place to work. No, dude, it's just 2 days ago we were talking about, like, how do you get past Wemby? How do you stop this team? We were talking about, like, the Knicks don't want to see OKC, but then again, do they want to see Wemby? Then seeing this OKC team really kind of turn a corner and really make an adjustment. And like in every semblance of the game, SGA has an SGA game. Caruso's back to 20 points off the bench. It just was like watching 2 different NBA teams. One thing we haven't really discussed about the Oklahoma City Thunder, and I think it's because they haven't needed to make adjustments throughout the season because they were so busy boat racing everybody. Watching their adjustments being made in real time in the playoffs has been fascinating.
And a lot of their adjustments, you're right. A lot of the adjustments haven't been wholesale philosophical changes, right? It's not we shoot a lot of threes in the regular season and we're going to adjust to not shoot a ton of threes in the postseason. A lot of their adjustments have been from a personnel perspective in terms of some of it just due to injuries like J-Dub, Jalen Williams being out. That kind of catapulted, like A.J. Mitchell had been their second best player throughout this entire postseason next to SGA. And SGA even said he feels like A.J. Mitchell has been their best player in the postseason prior to him getting banged up in the Spurs series. But adjustments like that, where A.J. Mitchell fills in for J-Dub in the starting lineup and becomes one of their most productive players. The adjustments of after game one, Wemby has a performance of, we'll remember as the Wemby game in the Western Conference Finals, double overtime, amazing performance. The adjustment is Isaiah Hartenstein goes into the starting lineup in game two after only playing 12 minutes in game one. So again, not an adjustment in terms of we're trapping every pick and roll. We're going to try to play faster or slower, etc. It's really just been an adjustment of personnel and matchups that have created some of the challenges and issues that the Spurs have now faced. The most recent adjustment last night was Jared McCain in the starting lineup.
And what a game.
What a game for a guy that wasn't even on the team 90 days ago, barely. It's like when you think of it that way. And so I think the Thunder continue to just show when you build, organizational culture, team culture, chemistry, connectedness within your team and your group, you are able to kind of make adjustments, not necessarily in your entire belief system. You don't change the vision or the mission statement, but you're able to adjust by swapping out personnel.
Yeah.
And that person is able to bring their strengths and skills and talents to a situation that it doesn't mean they're more skilled or talented than the person they're replacing, but they possess different skills and talents that can enhance our performance as a group. And the Thunder are like plugging and playing like 9 or 10 different dudes that all have skills and talents that can enhance the team's performance. And so it just makes it really hard in a 7-game series to outlast them for that reason.
There was one bit of controversy in the game last night, just one, and it was noticeable to me, maybe not to as many other people, and maybe it's being a little overblown by people, but Mitch Johnson got himself a foul yesterday. And when it happened, he got himself the technical foul at the end of the third quarter. And it was during a moment when the Spurs were on a bit of a run. They got themselves back within 10 points, 30 seconds left in the third quarter, and it seemed like maybe the Spurs are back in this ball game all of a sudden. He tries to call and challenge a ball being out of bounds a call, and he tries to do it right in front of the ref, and the ref won't give him a chance to challenge, and then he gets the technical foul. What was that all about? Was there a reason they couldn't look at that? Because based on the replay, it should have been Spurs ball.
Well, some of the rules, like certain plays, are not able to be challenged. Yes. And so in those scenarios, the referees are very, very clear. Like, that's not a play that can be challenged or reviewed. And that list is pretty short, I think, now. But it was clear that was the line that was drawn. They weren't going to change their minds in that regard. And so it's, you play on. But sometimes as a coach, you also have to – the most important thing is you have to make sure that your players know you're willing to also put yourself
fight for 'em
out there and fight for the guys and for what's right. And even at times, if it does cost you a point or a situation that doesn't seem favorable in the moment, it's like you're putting money in the bank, because when you need to draw on that belief and trust from your players later, you've deposited the fact that you're going to fight for them under every scenario and circumstance. And so then when they face these tough moments as they move forward, they know Coach Mitch, Coach Johnson, whatever they call him, like, this guy will go down for us even if it costs him, a technical foul or whatever, because he believes in us that much. He wants it for us that much. And so that's what kind of the back and forth was in that situation. And especially sometimes as coaches, the referees don't see you trying to call a timeout. And so what NBA coaches will do, and I think college coaches do it sometimes as well, is like you're calling a timeout while you're already like you're walking out onto the floor to make sure they know you want a timeout. If you just kind of stand on the sideline passively and hold your hands in the tee, they may not see that. In a loud NBA building in the playoffs with all the intensity, they're not going to see you just signal timeout. So sometimes almost to the point of like running into the referee or onto the court during the action, you have to get their attention. And so it was also one of those situations where Mitch Johnson basically ran out on the court in front of the referee trying to get the timeout. And the referee's like, but that's not even a situation where you can do that. And but yeah, he's a passionate young coach, man. He believes in his guys. He believes in what they're doing and what they're building. He thinks they can win now. And so in that moment, he had to let it be known.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did have some sound from Stephon Castle after the game about the reffing. And I would love to get your take on just what Castle had to say.
You know, trying to play through it, you know, it's tough. I just think with the way they guard, how physical they are, we don't get that same luxury to be able to play as physical on the other end at times. But offensively, I think we do a good job of screening and playing through it. So I think we create a lot of advantages, but I think we just missed a lot of open shots tonight. You know, trying to play through it.
What are your thoughts on that? I mean, he mentions they didn't get as many calls. I mean, yeah, technically, but there wasn't that much of a discrepancy last night.
No, and I mean, he cleaned it up a little bit, you know, and acknowledged that, you know, they missed some open shots and you know, there's some things that they did that really contributed to the loss. It wasn't just the officials. So to be clear, it didn't sound like he was blaming it on the refs, but like you're not going to get the same whistle as the defending NBA champions.
Yeah.
Because you're not the NBA champions.
And in their home court.
And on their home court. And especially Stephon Castle, you're guarding the two-time MVP a majority of the game when you're out on the court. He's going to get calls that you don't get, period. It's always been that way. We talk about it more now because we have shows like ours.
Yes.
And we have a 24/7 sports news cycle.
And replay through the gills.
Yeah. So it seems like some of these things are like more, and they're being more physical. And, you know, SGA is foul baiting or he's getting more calls. Or the Stars have always gotten more whistles and more calls and been able to – Kobe could do things I couldn't do, period. The sooner you accept that as a player,
the better off.
The better off you are. I mean, that's just the reality of it. On a movie set, Halle Berry can do things that other actresses on the movie set can't do.
Yep.
Simple.
Dude, it's number one in the call sheet. And, yeah, there's a lot of things that Halle Berry can do that
like what
a lot of people cannot do.
What are we talking about? So
now we're talking about Halle Berry. We just talk about this from now on?
It was just
Go ahead, Derek. We can talk about Halle Berry all want.
Day. What's
you
your
ever
favorite
seen Monster?
Raj, what's your favorite Halle Berry movie?
Stop it.
Well, I mean,
hold on. I'm asking Raj.
Derek, you brought it up. You can't just hit the brakes after you bring something up.
It's just to make the point.
Yeah, well, since you asked me the question, Derek, my favorite, I'd say my favorite Hollywood, I mean, I like Monster. She was great.
It's a great
in that.
one. It's a great one. She won an Oscar for that, you know.
Yeah, that was great acting.
Yeah, her and Billy Bob Thornton.
Oh, and real
there's a scene in that.
The superhero one, the X-Men.
Oh,
Storm.
yeah, she's great as Storm.
Yep.
I like Swordfish.
Yep. How about you, Fish, since you asked us?
I like her in John Wick 3.
Me too.
Oh,
me
yeah, that's
too.
Good one too.
Yes.
All right.
Big Halle Berry fan. This is a Halle Berry show.
Yes.
Now. So, Halle Berry, if you're listening, this is your show.
Back to what I was saying.
Sorry. Back to basketball.
Basketball. There are differences, you know, for people. Clearly, the guy at the restaurant I was at yesterday didn't understand that there are differences for
No. Crazy, right? And in case you guys didn't know this and didn't tune in earlier, last night D. Fish got kicked out of a restaurant. Got flat out just escorted out the door. I can't believe it either. I was at Dodger Stadium with this cat 2 days ago. Every door was being opened for him like he was the Pope. Yet he got kicked out of a restaurant last night. D. Fish, care to explain?
Kicked out's aggressive. That's aggressive. But yeah, I was as politely and respectfully as possible asked to leave so that the table could be used for other people.
Was there another Laker legend coming in?
Not that I know of. I was texting with a teammate at the time, but he wasn't there. So, yeah, I think it was just, I don't know what it was about, to be honest.
We're going to get to the bottom of
this. Yeah, but the rules are different. And I think in this, Spurs Thunder series, even Wemby is going to get different calls than his own teammates.
Oh, yeah.
It's why he went to the free throw line 12 times and the next closest guy maybe 4 times, because he's going to get a different whistle than other people. That's just part of it.
Absolutely, absolutely. 97.1 The Fan LA here. Derek and Decker with you guys, rounding out this final hour. And, of course, coming up very soon, we got the legendary Chuck D from Public Enemy calling in. Cannot wait to talk to him. But before we get, of course, to Chuck D, did you see this taking place? Because, the Knicks have a very, very, very hefty and deep celebrity row. And their celebrity row has been traveling quite a bit. You see the Timothy Chalamets of the world. You see the Ben Stillers, of course, the mainstays like Spike Lee and all those names. But there are a couple other names that have been also traveling with the team. And the reason why I bring it up, Fat Joe, big New York guy, big New York sports, everything New York sports, wrapped before Game 3 of the World Series 2 years ago at Yankee Stadium. Ice Cube won the battle. But Fat Joe was at Game 4, and he did purchase seats for the floor, right there on the floor. The Cleveland Cavaliers moved him and 10 other Knicks fans and banning them from courtside. They wanted to save courtside seats for the Cavs fans.
So they were able to buy the tickets and were there, and then they moved them?
And apparently they were relocated to new seats.
Even though they purchased these tickets.
I'm wondering what they gave them in return to get them to do this. Here's the direct quote. We had bought some tickets courtside to the game, and once they found out it was superfan Fat Joe, they was like, I can't sit courtside. New York Knicks fans can't sit courtside here. They took the tickets away courtside, and after we purchased them. So shame on you all.
Yeah, I agree with that. Now,
yeah, you can't be able to buy them and then take them away.
Yeah, no. Whatever mechanisms in your system purchasing process or whatever that, not that you have to put which team you're a fan of, but if the tickets are accessible and available to be purchased publicly randomly by whoever wants to spend the money, then that's on you. If you want to hold those for just Cavs fans, you hold those out. Mm-hmm. And then you only through your team website, you make those available with some type of special code. I don't know. But that does seem, I understand the point of the arena not wanting Knicks fans, lacing the courtside.
But you got to set that up beforehand.
You have to set that up before. It can't be a situation where the tickets have already been purchased and then you're trying to pull them back.
Yeah, it's an ugly look.
Once you see they're Knicks fans.
Yeah, it's a really, really ugly look in my opinion, but I do think it's funny, and I do think it's interesting. That being said, the Knicks, they're going to be sitting around for another 7 days before they get to play another NBA game against one of these two matchups. What's funny? I was watching SportsCenter yesterday morning, and I forgot who the analyst was, and I thought they made a great point, but I thought they left something out of their point. And they were saying it's not just the why, it's the how. And they were talking about specifically the Knicks and how the Knicks have won basically a juggernaut little run here, 10 straight games in the playoffs, and it's how they've been beating up on these teams. My only pushback was I felt like she was forgetting the who of it all as well. The East, the Hawks, they're not the Denver Nuggets. Every one of these teams, though very good and deserving playoff teams, I just make the argument that every team in the West has been better than every single team that the Knicks have been going up against thus far.
I agree with that aspect. Yeah, I don't think that should be. That doesn't mean the Knicks aren't capable of still winning the NBA championship,
could.
Right? Like, but yeah, it's different. There's no question that, whether the Spurs or the Thunder advance, clearly that matchup, those two teams are better than everybody else in the league. So one of those teams will have just played the other best team in the league before they get to the NBA Finals. And then, like you said, if you kind of scroll back to whether it's the Denver Nuggets or Minnesota Timberwolves, teams that you've just had to win and advance against in the West they present different and more challenging matchups than some of the teams in the East. They just do. The Knicks can still win the title. I don't think we're saying this is a foregone conclusion that they can't win, but it's a different level, man. Like I said, the example, that I gave, I think yesterday. I mean, that the times we played what we felt like was the other best team in the league in the Western Conference Finals, when we made it to the finals, the team from the East had no shot of winning the NBA Finals. Not just because we had Kobe and Shaq, like that was part of it, or Kobe and Pau Gasol, whichever, tandem you want to choose. But it's just the level that you have to get to in order to get out of the West at certain times. Just like the Bulls making it out of the East, for so many years with Michael Jordan, it was like the team in the West had no shot. Once he got past the Knicks or the Pistons or whoever he had to get past in the East, like the Jazz or the Sonics just weren't going to be able to beat the Bulls.
Yeah.
Right? And so I think it's kind of similar where the Spurs or the Thunder, I think, are going to be at another level of readiness and mental and physical toughness that over 7 games will give them the advantage for me over the Knicks.
And that series right now is currently 3-2. Next game will be in San Antonio. We're going to take a quick little break here. And when Derek and Decker returns, a legend will be on with us. The one, the only Chuck D from Public Enemy calling in to the show here on Derek and Decker. So join us, why don't you? 97.1, The Fan.
My fault.
Raj, if I was a closer in Major League Baseball, this right here would be my walkout song.
I testify.
Cannot wait. Chuck D will be joining us very shortly here on Derek and Decker. Welcome back to 97.1 The Fan. Of course, our phone number is 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. And, of course, get in that YouTube chat because, ladies and gentlemen, our chat has been going great. We still have a poll going on right now. We have, is Ohtani better than Babe Ruth? To me, this is a rhetorical question, but, Fish, some people still seemingly think that Babe Ruth is better. Granted, it is an 80% rout. 80% of our listeners absolutely think Shohei Ohtani is better than Babe Ruth, which is, I think, a foregone conclusion. Yet 20% of the listeners are dumb.
How did those 20% get their hands on a computer?
I have
is what I
no
wanna know.
idea. How did they learn how to type and use words? Good for them.
Yeah, it's okay for people to still have like their classic, like they're not going to turn away from their guy. That's been their guy forever. No new guy is going to change their mind.
I think this new guy should. This is my opinion. But what do I know, guys? Very soon we'll be joined by Chuck D of Public Enemy, a huge, huge fan over here on this show on Derek and Decker. And, of course, get in the chat at The Fan LA. Not to mention, on top of that, give us a call, 855-97-LA-FAN. And, of course, we were talking a little about the NBA Western Conference Finals. We've discussed this a little bit. Is there anything that's changed in your eyes right now between the Spurs and the Thunder on who do you think would be the better matchup for the Knicks?
A little bit. I originally, before the Western Conference Finals started, I've always felt like, okay, the Thunder will win the series. They're one game away from doing that. We could easily have a game 7. So this is not to say it's over for the Spurs. But, I felt like it was, okay, it's going to be the Thunder, and that the Knicks and Thunder actually will be a pretty good matchup. I think the Knicks have multiple guys that can guard and defend at a high level. And so, that can make things interesting for the Thunder. But We'll talk about this in a minute.
We will.
We got to get to some real superstars.
Yes, we do. And when a superstar does call into a show, you answer the superstar as quickly as humanly possible. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a music legend and icon. And quite frankly, I couldn't be more excited to introduce you to the one and only Chuck D. Welcome to Derek and Decker, sir.
Hey, what's up, Derek and Cody, man? I'm not I'm not what you call a superstar. I'm just like a person who's a service person. I help service my industry, and long time being envious of how sports runs its things, dealing back in entertainment and music, which is a lot of times bananas. So I'd be trying to do my best to like organize it to the point that people say, "Hey, man, we could keep going back for years," but. So anyway, hey, what's up, guys?
Chilling, man. Dude, congratulations to you.
You guys know the deal. You guys know what you're looking at and listening to. Once upon a time, we had people like Don Cornelius and Soul Train, and then radio stations played the music, and now sports is taking over everywhere. I mean, you had music stations back in the day that did their job so well, but then that fell off, and then, people are engaged in sports because sports is truth to a certain extent. It's organized. You can't come from nowhere and all of a sudden be something. So those are the things I always work on, especially my genre, hip-hop and rap now. We don't want people to leave after they turn 25.
Man, those are great points. Chuck D, Derek Fisher here, man. Big-time fan and just so much respect for not just your journey as an artist, but just as a human being, bro. Man. Like you represent so much more than just music. So we appreciate you tapping in with us this morning. Talk to me about in sports. There's so much conversation about eras, and we were just having a conversation about Shohei Ohtani and Babe Ruth, and in basketball, there's always these comparisons with eras. Where are you in terms of music now? How you feel about it compared to obviously in like your years when you were just super in the trenches with your music?
All the others are the caretakers, the curators, everybody in the administration, management, proper care and concern, outside of the artistry, they've all, ran ship, They let, unsavory elements inside the music business. And I'm saying that it started kind of like from that way, but then it organized and fixed itself because they knew in order to have return, it's not about who just comes in, but it's who returns to it. And that's always been the sports motto. It's not how you get in the building, it's how they keep coming back to the building. And no matter what you do, and you got to prove to a fan base that what you do is hard, is worked on hard, and they can't do it. And that's one thing in sports. We could talk about Derek Fisher as a player and a coach, but one thing we know as a fan, we can't do that. In our minds, we could do it, but we can't do what's on that court, diamond, gridiron, or anything. You just fix in your mind that you think you can. So it's easy for you to just call somebody a bum when you have no idea of what level that level is. In music, people kind of feel that, I could do that. You can't play an instrument. You might not have a good voice, and you're only going to write the same thing over and over again. But they let them all in. So that's where it's gotten to a point. So you can't compare the eras because those eras before had everybody at every position taking care of the total game. Today, it's kind of go in, grab it, get my money, and go off to another industry. You go to film. Film ain't going to allow it. You don't show up at a film set at 6 o'clock. They don't care who you are. It's like, yo, this is your last film. Matter of fact, we're going to cut you right out the film. So every other area other than music and entertainment has fought against being neglected by organizing itself. So I don't even compare eras. Like, we knew back in the day, that rap and DJing is a hybrid of what they did on the radio stations to present a record and what the real musicians and artists. We didn't compare ourselves to Gladys Knight and the Pips and Michael Jackson. We knew in the beginning, those are singers and entertainers, the Commodores. Don't get it twisted. But this is what we do, and we can make it great. The minute they start saying, we do what Quincy Jones does. That's the most outrageous, outlandish, stupidest ish of all time, man. You not in that area. You stay in your lane, man. And that's what thing sports does. So when we get into comparing eras, you got to know exactly what you're comparing. You can't compare apple to an orange. There's some similarities. They might be called fruit, but you got to understand what is what. And so we got away from that. And those are the areas that I kind of working with the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, making sure that when they do licensing in all these areas, that you license something that makes sense from somebody who's able to provide something as an asset to whatever you're trying to do. Not just all of a sudden, this is hot, so we're going to just put this in the middle of an NBA game. I'm like, it don't even fit. But it's like a trap song don't fit in a fast-moving game. So, it's like putting a slow bass record in a car chase in a movie. So these things have got out of whack, and you got to just be clear. You also got to understand that things develop as evolutionary, not always revolutionary when you're introducing a pioneering idea. And you just got to be able to introduce slow and get people to understand to work with you and work with whatever you're trying to present this music with. So long story short, you can't compare eras. And I see it a lot of times in sports. Who's the Rushmore? I'm like, the game been around 80 years. How you gonna pick five? Right. If game been the league, I should say the league been around 80 years. How you gonna pick five? Matter of fact, it's like you can't compare any eras, anything. I'm like, man, if this person was back there, I said, if that person who played in this era was back in the 60s, they, number one, would have wore Converse. Yeah. they would have played in like leaky, cold arenas like Philadelphia Convention Center and Rochester Auditorium. These are places that we played as rap artists in the beginning. We played all those original NBA arenas like in Syracuse, Indiana, Rochester. And I would look around at these arenas and I'd be like, damn, man, they played here and like this and oh, wow. And a lot of times when you don't introduce the history of something, people get delusional, like thinking that they could just all of a sudden just jump eras, man. So you got to keep the history always in check. You just can't wear a throwback jersey and not know who the hell you're wearing, in my opinion.
Yeah. Chuck D, I gotta ask you, like, you mentioned eras and obviously sports and all of that. What's the feeling for your New York Knicks right now? First time chance since 1973?
Yeah, and I was 13 years old when they did it, so it wasn't like I was an embryo. I was very much a feverish fan. The first time I followed the Knicks, I was 8 years old. So, when you 8, you recognizing things. And the Knicks had just got Dave the Butcher from Detroit. And it's like, we getting a Butcher? I'm asking, like, Dave the Butcher? And I didn't know how to pronounce the name, but I knew when the Knicks got Dave the Butcher, all of a sudden we started winning from being an all right team because my dad always watched the Knicks. I'm sitting with him. I'm trying to understand the game. And the Knicks start beating everybody. Matter of fact, they swept the Bullets that year. This is 68-69 season. And then we faced Bill Russell, who made me cry because we went to the playoffs, and Bill Russell made me cry. But the Knicks was so powerful that we all knew that they was going to kind of win the next year, and they did. And because I'm thinking that Bill Russell was like a warlock and a ghost because he retired. So I'm like, oh, yeah, we're going to win because no more Bill Russell. So that's how far I go back as a Knicks fan. And we won the chip when I was 10 years old. And then we won it again when I was like 12, 13 years old. So when they talk about today's Knicks and the ball movement, and the way I'm like, like the younger heads, they talk about the 90s Knicks. I'm like, nah, this is the 70s Knicks where you didn't know where that ball was going to end up and where that offense was coming from. And they was carnivorous 94 feet. That was Red Holzman. And Red Holzman's philosophy leaked to who? Phil Jackson. Mm-hmm. Phil Jackson's philosophy leaks over into what? Steve Kerr, who also gets it from Popovich. They also go and galvanize the Golden State Warriors. Remember the Warriors win their championship and was like, yo, you didn't know who was going to kill you. And they took a page from Red Holzman. There's two guys, man, in the NBA that had the footprint. That's Red Holzman and Red Auerbach. And the Knicks kind of look like they look like the 60s Celtics. They look like a little bit of Showtime. They look a little bit like the 90s Knicks a little bit, but more like the 70s championship Knicks. So they got a whole lot of blends and mixtures in there that I done seen across my 65 years that I'm like, oh, man, they remind me of here. Oh, wow. And so I think what the team has done is they try to get a philosophy that fits the now times with a little elements of the past. If you study 50s film, which I know you guys have, yo, man, the way the ball moved is the way that the Red Holzman and those styles happen to be used later on. Like, I think you already know, Coach Fisher, like, you can't go faster than the ball.
Right.
And now these dudes be whipping that ball around like this is like 10 years later from Golden State Warriors. So now you see the blend of a lot of different teams, and I think what Coach Brown has done to today's Knicks is understand and tell the young players, like, if you try this out, and it took a year, right? If you try this out, this might work well. And it took a whole year, and I did believe because of the Knicks losing last year in the Eastern Conference Finals by kind of tossing that game away, that wild game one, that they remembered, and this has been backed up, but that Coach Brown showed the team, like, yeah, y'all want to be like this? Remember this? Everybody went to game 4 was like, no, we don't want to feel like that. And I think, Coach Fisher, you understand that if somebody reminds you of an L that was significant, you going out there like, yo, I don't want to feel that way again. But sometimes you need a reminder in everything in life. Everything in life. So
you're right.
I really dig the effort of a team, and that's what New Yorkers want, effort. A short story. I don't know if I'm talking too loud. Coach
Now,
Fisher.
real quick.
You
Yeah,
always,
no,
you,
give
you,
us give us something real quick. We got about a minute left. Give us another quick one, man, and we will get you out of here, brother. We appreciate you.
Yeah, you really hold something in my heart because the day that you left the Knicks was the day my dad passed. So it was deep. It was the day after Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And I was going to call my dad about, like, what's going to go on now. I said, I'll call him later. But by that time, he was passing in his house, which was like, I happened to be in Atlanta at the same time. But I took everybody home after the Super Bowl. And I said, I'll call him later. And my dad wanted me to rest. But we were going to call to talk about you. And that's the day he passed. So that every time I see your name, it's an automatic, trigger that, oh, shoot.
Thank you for sharing that because it just puts it into perspective, as you never want to be fired from a job. But then for you to experience that with your father and your family being impacted that way, like a basketball coaching job is nowhere near, losing the love of your father, man. So thank you for sharing that, brother. God rest his soul. He's looking down on you, man, looking down on these Knicks going to the NBA Finals. And we appreciate you tapping in with us.
Big time.
I appreciate y'all, all right? Anytime, and keep doing what you're doing, and I'm on the other side checking it out.
My man.
Thank you, Chuck.
Legendary Chuck D from Public Enemy joining Derek and Decker this morning. Guys, we're going to take a quick little break. Coming up, it's that time. Crosstalk right here on 97.1 The Fan.
all right.
Welcome back. 97.1 The Fan. Derek and Decker. That is just a little bit of The Crossroads by Derek Fisher's favorite band that he recently joined, Bone Thugs and Harmony. In case our good friends Brock and Alex do not know what's going on in here, to start the show at 6 a.m., of course, Derek Fisher coming in the amazing outfit that he came in today.
6 a.m. in like 20 seconds.
And right away, Raj tries to get in my ear because Raj, you don't know this, has really fat fingers. He accidentally pressed 2 buttons, and he wanted to get in my ear and said, make fun of him, say he looks like a member of Bone Thugs and Harmony. Here's what he did wrong. He pressed both buttons.
This is the
best part, though. As he's saying into my ear, I kind of put my head down smiling because he's mid-sentence talking about the game last night, and he just goes like, oh, no. And I immediately start laughing, and I'm like, uh-oh, Raj. Raj made a mistake. So Raj accidentally said it in both of our ears.
Oh, that's incredible.
And so that led to a poll that we went on, like, does Derek Fisher look like the newest member of Bone Thugs and Harmony?
I'm electing not to answer. I'm pleading the fifth.
Into the morning.
By the way, the poll was a resounding yes. What was the song that you kept quoting?
They said, thuggish, rugged fish.
Thuggish fish.
Wow.
He's the thuggish rugged fish.
Yeah, that's it.
He's the
Fish, I'm feeling for you. And he's rocking the fan merch today too.
Derek Fisher is going to kill us all today.
I miss my Uncle Charles, y'all.
It's a fun day.
It's a very fun day. I know it's a fun day because it's going to be a great day on your show because it is, as I understand, the one and only Alex Curry's birthday.
Hey!
Congratulations. You made another year.
I know, wild. It's crazy because towards the end of your 30s, I'm like, I don't know. I forget what number I am. After I think it was 33, you're just like, we're just in our 30s. It's just fun.
Yeah.
And now I'm a mom, so I'm like, now I'm just a mom. So I brought the glasses to remind me.
Let everybody know.
Right.
Let everybody know.
Birthday queen.
By the way, I think this is something all 4 of us can get on board with here.
Yeah, let's go.
And we have a controversy going on right now in the chat. By the way, the chat is The Fan LA. It seems as though our counterpart in New York, who they're very, very excited. They should be excited because they're going to see something that they haven't seen ever. And that's a championship run at the Garden. So I got to really give them credit. But WFAN, which is, of course, our counterpart in New York City, is in our chat trying to throw some shade our way. And the gall on these guys, because all the rings that they're possessing. Derek Fisher, what do you think of WFAN trying to throw shade saying, what time is the Lakers game? Good seats available?
Close up on D-Fish's face, you guys. Close up on D-Fish's face.
Just
give them credit. They don't know how to win. This is their first time.
Yeah, that's spoken or tweeted or whatever. Like someone that just hasn't been to a party in a long time, and they finally got an invitation to a really nice party, and they're so excited. They're trying to figure out what they're gonna wear, it's just you don't have to behave that way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Party hasn't even started yet, and they show up blackout drunk, and then you say this is why you don't get invited to places, man, because you don't know how to act.
Yeah, they're showing up to the party, and it's like, who wants Jaeger?
No, but guys, it's cute.
It's
You
your
kind
first
of have to oh, look at them go, buddies.
Yeah,
You're there, you did
If they weren't
it.
so arrogant, it
Good
could
for
be
you.
cute. I'm
Good for
33 years
you.
old. The Knicks have been relevant the past 2 years of my life. Act like you should be humble and grateful about the moment. Don't act
But
like
they
you
haven't
have
been here
any
before.
idea what
they
success
can't act
looks
like. They've been here before because they haven't been here before.
That's
they're
a fair point.
literally losing their minds. If you've watched any fans in New York, they are going to be drinking and raging for a week, then continuing on through the finals.
To be fair, I think they earned that right.
Yeah.
But to wake up in the morning and first thing to do is throw shade at the Lakers, what are you doing?
It's the first time they've been able to do that.
doing?
It's the first time they've been able to do that in 27 years, which you feel bad for them. So you're like, oh, it's cute.
If the Knicks win and I have to keep seeing Timothée Chalamet courtside, they need to bump up Dune 3. If they release Dune 3 early, then I will root for the Knicks.
They're not going to do that, and I'm not going to do that either. I'll tell you this. There is a world that I root for the Knicks in the finals. There really is.
If OKC gets there.
That is the answer to
I'm
the
with
question.
you there.
That is the answer to that riddle.
Yeah.
What? I'm not rooting for OKC, man. I can't.
No.
You know what? I'll admit, D-Fish, and you're going to get mad at me. The narrative has gotten to me.
Oh, my
It's
God.
happened.
What?
The flopping narrative has finally entered
me
my
too.
brain,
Same.
and
Me
I
too.
can't unsee things, Fish. I can't unsee them.
Well, it's also the algorithm. I think because we talk about it so much and we talk so much Lakers, our phones hear it. And so my algorithm is literally feeding me flop reels. I'm just getting OKC hate flop reels. And I'm here for it. The algorithm is working for me.
It's
now-
warping our brains.
Yeah. Now I can't unsee it either.
What are the conversations between
So pissed.
the
Wants to kill
Spurs
us all.
brass and Adam Silver or the Ref Association? Like, are those conversations even something that can happen during the season? Like, what outlet do opponents have to vent their frustration?
Most teams, I mean, the Spurs said they really hadn't done this very much, I think, after game one. But most teams, after certain games or nights where they're frustrated with, the way the whistle was, you basically find a few clips or edits of plays that you're referring to. You send them into the league office, to the referee's office, so that you can kind of help them see what you're seeing, what your players are experiencing, and also so that when you play this team again, it's something they can look for. Like, so the plays with Hartenstein was holding and grabbing Wemby's arms, and they kept showing that during the game. Like, those would be things before we had all of these camera angles now.
Right.
Yeah.
The teams would have the in-arena camera angles, and they could kind of send that to the league and say, hey, man, look, this is what's going on out here. But how much it actually impacts the way the game is called, I don't have that feel. But it's, I mean, come on, man.
So it doesn't bother you?
Does what bother me?
The flopping. The falling on almost majority of their shots, especially in the fourth quarter.
How many? Hold on.
Let's go.
Listen, I will freely admit, I know these super edits are just that. They are edits.
Yes.
And I understand they can be taken out of context.
Hold on.
But man, D-Fish stringing them together, really.
He's got the box score.
I know.
So you guys are trying to tell me that out of 83 field goal attempts, they fail 83 times.
At least 50.
Yeah.
Actually, you know
That's what I'm saying.
You know what? You guys are cowards. I'll do it. That's
in the
exactly
fourth.
what I'm saying.
Stop it.
I'm saying half in the fourth quarter. Like, it's insane. I will hand it to the refs, though, that they're not calling it as much this series. Like, thank God, especially since they're beating up on each other so much.
Yeah.
But it's wild. And they don't need to do it. They're good enough. They're good enough that they don't need to do it, the flopping.
It's just what happens when they put stuff into the universe and our brains just kind of absorb it.
We see it.
They played no differently last year.
And it was a conversation last year.
Not like this.
Actually, it was but it was.
Yeah.
It's got
Not
wild
like
this year.
this, man.
They got the hooks in me. Like, whatever algorithm
That's what I'm
that the
saying.
Western Conference is pushing,
but it's the algorithm of success, guys. It's the algorithm of success. People don't love when people are successful too long, and so for some reason everybody's already done with OKC as though they've been dominating
What was the hate that you guys got during your
Well, we
crazy
dominated
run?
a decade.
Yes. So, I mean, what was the hate?
You're
Like,
supposed to.
They got a lot of hate.
But
The hate was like
You were just
nobody,
great.
nobody can guard Shaq.
exactly. But you
Right?
can't. That's
Like,
facts.
No, you can't. But
That's facts.
it just comes with the territory of winning now.
Flopping's
Like everybody,
different.
the Warriors start winning, and then they were mad. Oh, well, Kevin Durant going to the Warriors, that's not fair. Like it's just going to always be something that people are going to say about the winners for some reason.
Man.
So I get it. Yeah, shouldn't fall every time you shoot the ball, but that's not happening every time.
Or
you
when
shoot
you're
the
not touched.
Well, guys, we're going to get so much more into this tomorrow during Crosstalk when Derek takes a bat and hits us all in the head. That's it for us today. Stick around for Brock and Alex right here on 97.1 The Fan. Derek and Decker kick rocks. See you tomorrow.
What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Green. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, especially on this very special Gemmy day. It's Gemmy season, you guys. Geminis.
Oh, got you.
Gemmy.
Okay.
Yeah. It's my birthday. So
that as well.
It's my birthday show. I brought birthday queen glasses that I forgot that when you wear
can't see a thing.
I can't. Well, no, it's not bad. They're pink, but then also with the headsets, I'm like, this ain't gonna work today. But they look cute. They look super cute for a second. So if you're just, yeah, and then they're gonna go off. They'll be cute for a photo. So we appreciate you hanging out with us today. Whether you're listening on 97.1 The Fan, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, thank you for being here and being a part of the show. We want you to be a part of the show today. I love that the chat on YouTube has just been blowing up today. We just did some fun crosstalk with Derek Fisher and Cody Decker, and apparently our sister station in New York is just going off on us because the Knicks are going to the finals for the first time in 27 years, since 1999, you guys. It's really cute. I'm happy that you get this moment for the first time in almost 3 decades.
Yesterday.
That is insane.
Just 24 hours ago, you got me on board saying, if the Knicks play the Thunder, will you root for the Knicks? I said yes. And not even 24 hours later, I'm sitting here rethinking my position.
You can't.
We're not bothering anyone.
Can't.
Why are we getting shots? I don't understand.
It's just, because everyone loves to hate greatness, and the Lakers were great for decades. As it's so funny, we were asking D-Fish, he's like, everyone hates you when you're at the top, and I was like, well, what kind of hate did you get when the Lakers were on top? He's like, I mean, we were good for like a decade. I was like, yeah, exactly. They're like, well, no one can guard Shaq. I'm like, that's just facts. That's just facts.
Right.
The hate that we're all, which I love, I think LA is like collectively hate watching OKC right now, is that we just hate the flopping.
Yeah.
And they don't need to do it. D-Fish was like trying to find a way to like steer us away from the flopping. I'm like, no, Fish.
He still has just a little bit of loyalty to OKC that needs to go away, but we will forgive it.
It's okay.
We will forgive it.
Oh, I forgot about.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, why is he defending? Why is he defending them? Because all of our phones have collectively, obviously, we're talking about Lakers all day, every day. And the algorithm is listening, and the algorithm is doing its work for us. And it is feeding us like insane flop reels of OKC. And I live for it. We're going to dive into that and how all of us here in LA are collectively hate watching OKC a little later. We're going to go through the Dodgers' possible trade deadline wish list. Who can they actually get? There's some big names out there that you're going to be like, no, you guys are crazy. But it's like crazier things have happened, and it's the Dodgers, and what they've done recently, it's like, it could be great. And then we have Brian Baldinger later in the show. Baldy is joining us. It's going to be insane. We're so excited to have him. And we're going to also talk some Rams and Chargers. We got some signings, the draft picks. Are we happy with them now that we've had a moment to really digest the draft? But I think what we need to start with, you guys, is the emotional roller coaster of a game last night.
Yeah. Oh God.
That we got from the Dodgers, because we'll start at the top. Like we're going to the peak of the roller coaster. Bats were just going off. Finally.
Everyone got a hit.
Like almost every single player. I think 3 guys didn't get a hit, but like almost every single person in the lineup got a hit, got on base. I mean, Mookie Betts, batting cleanup, gets 2 home runs. What?
5 RBIs for Mookie Betts.
Mookie the power hitter? Mookie the power hitter was probably one of my favorite things. And then Kiké, we're peak going down like the big dip on the roller coaster. We're like, yeah, he's
hands
so
are
back.
up. We're screaming.
He's so back. And then all of a sudden, Ohtani gets hit in the wrist, and you're like, oh my God, everyone's holding their breath. This is so scary. And then Kiké gets taken out of the game. And that was a roller coaster of the night. So let's start at the top. We're going to go through the roller coaster, but that's just the lead of like what last night was for the Dodgers. And the bats are so back. So let's start on the up and up, because what I loved most about last night is they just kept it going. Even when they hit double digits, it's like, oh, you think we're going to slow down? Absolutely not. No. They scored 15 runs on 17 hits last night. It was Dinger City. They had 5 home runs. And like I mentioned, Mookie Betts needed a night like last night. Like he desperately needed that, because he'd been struggling that since he came back. Everyone's like, do we need to bench him for a sec? Like,
we were sitting here yesterday asking that same thing.
Do we need to worry about Mookie? And he said, no. Dave Roberts, putting him in the cleanup spot, you guys, for a guy that bats early in the lineup is
the coldest bat he's had in his career.
And you put him in like the hottest spot it was like such madness that it worked, but like that's what Dave Roberts does. And he had a 2-home run game, his first multi-home run game, you guys, since May 19th of last year. So over a year. It'd been over a year since he had a multi-home run game. And it was just like, I'm so happy for Mookie Betts.
I am.
I'm so happy for Mookie.
I am. And if so many other things didn't happen after the game that Dave Roberts needed to be asked about, I wish someone could have said, what was the thinking behind challenging Mookie, who, again, from 2023 has declined as a hitter and has started this season with injury, and then in his 21st game has had the coldest bat, quite honestly, in his entire career. And you say, I'm going to challenge you and put you in the place where we need the biggest. I wish we could have asked Dave Roberts that, but every single player responded. Let's start with Eric Lauer, who was told, shout out to Cody, was told to kick rocks by the Blue Jays because last year he wasn't really reliable, and this year just quite honestly at times was god-awful.
Yeah.
And in his Dodger debut, held his own, stepped up to the moment. And the bats, of course, like you mentioned, were as hot as ever. Kiké Hernandez, only 4 plate appearances, and he has 4 hits. I believe 2 doubles, a home run, and a single over the past 2 games.
Yeah, he was batting 1,000. He was batting 1,000. So Kiké came back.
You literally can't do better than that.
No, Kiké came back, 4 plate appearances, 4 hits, 3 extra base hits, and
insanity,
leading off the 3rd with a home run. And I think that's where everything kind of went sideways.
That's where it started. No. I will say there was an incredible defensive effort from Pages and Kyle Tucker. It was also god-awful base running by the Rockies, but we're going to big up the Dodgers right here. And then is when the injury came and things started to take a little turn.
So and the really sad part is, so he talked after the game, and he shared that he was feeling this the day before, the first game back, and he was really upset with himself because he didn't tell anybody about it. And you can really hear it in his voice when he talked to the media after the game. I just want you listen to this and really just like, you can feel the pain in his voice.
Yeah, I did it during batting practice yesterday, but first game back, did it during batting practice, so I was pretty embarrassed that I did that, and I didn't really tell anybody about it because I just thought I was a small tweak, a little tightness, but today it felt more than that.
So it was before he even played in his first game back coming off the IL. So you have to imagine, as an athlete, like you've been waiting to come back. This is his like start of his season, because when he talked to the media, I think after the game, after game 1, so on Monday night, he was talking about what he went through for his elbow surgery. And he said it felt like a blowtorch every single time he would like line up and get ready at the plate. And after he got his surgery done, the doctor told him, like, this is the worst case scenario I've ever seen in one of these situations.
Things you always love your doctor to tell you.
Yeah, like, what? Excuse me, I was the worst? Like, this was the worst thing you've ever seen? So much so that he immediately FaceTime Freeman and puts his doctor on and goes, tell him what you told me. And he's like, see, this is what I did for you guys. You better bring me back. Like,
wow.
Like I played through all of that in the postseason last year. So this is what we have been leading up to for Kiké to come back. Like he went through just brutal pain and finally got himself to a place where he was healthy to come back. And before the game started, in batting practice is when he first tweaked this. But like as an athlete, when you're in that scenario and you're waiting to come back like off of an injury and something like that happens, I feel like it's almost like a mental game. You're like, no, that didn't happen. No, I'm fine. No, I have to get out there. Take us through what that's like.
Exactly. So you are riding the high of the World Series, but you also know, once this high dies down and things start going for next year, that's when it really hits. He doesn't get to participate and play for Puerto Rico in the World Baseball Classic because he's healing up. And he was in the dugout and supporting his guys, but you could tell he wanted to be out there. Of course, he misses spring training, and he's kind of just floating around and waiting for his opportunity. And obviously, I was not there. I'm not Kiké, but I bet you're so excited that adrenaline is rushing through your veins. He's taking BP before the game. I'm finally active.
Yeah.
I'm going to show them what they've been missing, and you're probably just swinging out of your shoes. You
like even in batting practice.
You're just so excited to finally get back out there that you hurt yourself, and then the denial sets in. And I've absolutely been there where it's, my ankle hurts in the third quarter, but I know I need to be out here and I'm playing really well, so I'm just going to say my ankle doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
And then
I don't want to be set back.
Exactly. And you go to bed that night and you wake up the next morning and there's a bowling ball attached to your foot, and that's when you realize, I should not have been playing. But it's impossible to take yourself out of that scenario, especially when you've been waiting to play for months and months and months. So I understand why he's embarrassed, because he knew something was wrong during BP, but he told
before he even played his first game back.
Right. But he told himself it was fine, and he didn't say anything after the game because he had 2 doubles, I believe, yesterday. I'm sorry, 2 days ago. So he was like, well, you know what? Let me just keep fighting through this.
Went 2 for 2.
Went 2 for 2. And he said, well, let me just keep fighting through this because I came out the gates hot. I can't just sit back and do nothing.
Yeah.
So the injury's getting progressively worse and worse and worse. And that home run swing that he ripped, he said that's when he knew he did it.
Yeah.
Goes back up to bat again, rips a double, and you see him running the bases, grimacing. And as bad as the oblique injury was during BP, it probably multiplied every single time he swung a bat. But it's just so hard for an athlete who craves to compete to acknowledge that something is wrong.
And it's hard, too, because he said he'd never experienced anything like this before. And, like, if you've had an oblique injury, like, this isn't, like, there's not a set timetable. And that's the hardest part. And no matter what you do, every time you move, everything, like, whether it's offense or defense, you're at the plate, you're in the field, like, you are moving and it is moving. And it just takes time, which is the last thing you want to hear when you just come off the aisle, especially a guy like Kiké, who is kind of like the heart and soul of that dugout. The energy he brings is so infectious, not only to his teammates, but to the fans. Like,
he's never not smiling.
To say like he is a fan favorite is an understatement. Like Kiké Hernandez will be a legend, like a Dodger legend. And I just, I hope that he can keep his spirits up, because the team needs it, and I know he'll need that too, their support back and forth. But that wasn't the only, like,
it got worse,
hold your breath moment last night, you guys. Shohei Ohtani got hit on his hand, his pinky, last night. And Dave Roberts, after the game, said he didn't even know it happened until, like, he crossed home plate and came into the dugout. And everybody is kind of like, because he got taken out of the game. Like, what does this mean moving forward? So, I mean, we still don't know for sure today until the lineup comes out. But Dave Roberts said last night that he is still scheduled to pitch today. They have the off day on Thursday. My guess is he probably won't be hitting.
He won't surprised.
be two-way playing. And that was also kind of mentioned that Dave hadn't made that decision yet last night. But,
scary though, and thank God he was wearing that
protection.
That protection.
Yeah.
Otherwise, his hand would have been crushed, just like Max Muncy's situation.
Yeah,
it would have been bad. The really quickly on why why the Kiké situation is so insane to me is because Alex Freeland, who was bumped down, they had to decide between Freeland and Hassan Kim and bump one of them down due to Kiké coming back up.
Yeah.
Alex Freeland was on his way to Los Angeles before the game even started to replace the slumping Kim before Kiké even got hurt. How does Dave Roberts know this?
The universe knew.
How does Dave Roberts do
The
this?
universe knew that they needed depth in that position. I mean, also with Muncy too, and just like anything you can get infield-wise from all of these guys, like he's just like, let's just more is more at this point because who knows what's going to happen. And it's just, it's so sad too because like, this is also like spring training.
Yeah.
And your body's not like to the place warm-up wise, rep wise that you would be where the rest of the team is at this point in the season. So yeah, we wish Kiké the best and hope that it's pretty quickly. I guess it would be like All-Star break would be a good hopeful window. He was saying he was like 2 to 3 weeks. I was like, ugh.
That's not how it works, man. Now, one good thing is that Tommy Edman is expected back mid-June, in which case Kiké will not be in a situation where he has to come back before he's 100% ready to go because they're getting some fresh legs. Freeland's back up, like I just said. Kim is going to hang around a little longer, likely. Muncy was able to finish out the game at third base yesterday after they had to shuffle some guys around. So devastated for Kiké, but thankfully he's in a scenario where he doesn't have to rush back. He can take his time. I do have a question for you. So the Dodgers are up by a gazillion runs. And in typical fashion, you ask your position player who's the most comfortable pitching to go out there and pitch. So the Rockies understandably start just teeing off on Rojas. That last out was 5 feet away from being a home run, and it would have made it a 5-run game. Have you ever seen where a position player comes in to finish and then the team says, wait, actually, we have to put a pitcher back out there because this is getting scary?
Well, it's usually when you have like a 10-plus run lead. So you don't think that it's going to happen. At this point, I think baseball needs to do something where if you are like basically forfeiting your pitchers going on the mound and you're going to have a position player, like this is like tap, tap, okay, like we're done. There needs to, like, not a mercy rule, but something, it's just... It's weird, but last night got scary.
That was spooky for a
with
little
Miggy out there. I was like, oh, they're just blasting him. Like he's throwing beach balls.
Yeah.
And there was a point where I was like, they're gonna have to get someone in the pen warming up, and this might be hard to get the last 2 outs. Like that was the first time I've seen it get a little close, like too close for comfort. But I don't. What's the point of that? Like you're seeing everyone in the back get up and leave in Dodger Stadium.
Right.
What do you guys think? Like fans at home, I'm curious. Like get in the Fan LA YouTube, Twitter, Twitch chat. Do you think baseball needs to create a new rule that like once they get a position player on the mound, there needs to be some sort of tap tap game done. This is what we're doing. But both teams have to agree to it.
Here's something that I want done starting tomorrow.
What?
Any home run you hit off of a position player does not count.
No.
Does not count. There should be an asterisk next to it.
So that's why if you're having a position player come in, that's why it's like tap tap, we're done.
But as a batter,
it's still a home run. It's still a home run.
That should not count against. You know what? It shouldn't count against It shouldn't count against any stat. It should not count against any stat.
Okay, so then you're on board with me.
Forfeit the game.
The game should just be done.
Let's all go home.
If you're putting in a position player on the mound, you are either saying, okay, we're done, we're winning by so much.
Yeah.
Or if like the losing team does it, you're like, no point of wasting an arm, we're done.
Right.
Like there just needs to be like an agreement.
Yes.
If a position player is going on the mound, you guys, tap, tap. Game over. That's what it is. All right. We're taking a quick break here. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. A big thank you to a few of our day one fan supporters like Kalshi and Roto Hero. We appreciate your partnership. When we come back, are Laker fans are we all collectively hate watching the Thunder? That's next.
Alex.
Hope you're doing great. It's your good friend Jose Mota, your yoga bud, your meal bud, broadcast partner, and wishing you all the love you deserve now with a little baby and the family. Much love, and by the way, good luck.
Jose Mota. Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you guys for spending your Wednesday with us. My birthday Wednesday, so that was a fun little shout out from my former TV partner, Jose Mota, guest of the show. He's going to be new fun friend of the show, which I love so much. So whether you're listening to us on 97.1 The Fan, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show and a part of the conversation. You can also call in and hang out with us today, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. And make sure you're following us on all socials at The Fan LA. Slide into our DMs. Get into the comment section on the live stream.
Wish her a happy birthday.
No, it's
right
fun.
now.
No, it's fun. You know what's weird is, like, I love the lead up to the birthday. It's same with the holidays, you guys. Like, I love the lead up to the holidays, and then on the actual day, I'm like, everyone play it cool. Everyone play it cool. It's fine. Like, it's all like business as usual. Same,
no
like,
freak out.
Like, I'll talk, it's my birthday tomorrow. It's so great. And then actual birthday, I'm like, no, it's okay, you guys. We're all just hanging out. Everything's fine. We don't need to focus on it that much. But then it's nice, you know, like when it's homies like Jose Mota and all you guys, like, I appreciate it. And I appreciate you guys hanging out with us. So let's have a fun day. You know what else I appreciate is all of us Laker fans together, collectively, just hate watching the Thunder. You guys, like, I don't know. Well, I do know why. Like, when you have your phone just around you, it listens to you. We all know that. It just is what it is. Like, they're just always watching and they're always listening.
We hear you, Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah,
we know you hear us.
So when I want, like, the algorithm to work for me, I'll, like, hold up my phone and I'll be like, really rad vacation spots. Lakers are doing really great. Oh, I hate the Thunder. And you just kind of, like, talk it into your phone, you guys. And then your algorithm is going to feed you exactly what you need and want to hear. And since we've been talking Lakers all day, every day, I have been getting fed the most insane Thunder flop reels. It's a beautiful thing. And I didn't obviously I watched it in the Lakers series and we've been watching it throughout the playoffs, but I never focused on it. And now I can't unsee it. Now I can't, that's the only thing I can see when I'm watching the Thunder right now. And it's hard because this whole Western Conference series has been, like, so back and forth. Every single game is just like, you kind of have a feeling who's going to win it by halftime. And that was last night. You're like, okay, Thunder are going to take this one. That's fine. This is just the way it goes. We're going back and forth. Like, but it's like the one common thing I love for all of us is that we all have the same feeling towards OKC right now.
I can't stand it. Okay, so initially, even going back to last year, I wasn't an OKC fan. I've never been an OKC fan, but I acknowledged the greatness. I spent the beginning part of LeBron James' career actively rooting against him because I was convinced that I couldn't root for him and Kobe at the same time. When LeBron came to the Lakers, I had this aha moment where it's, no, you just root for greatness.
Yes.
And so when the Warriors dynasty happens, the Patriots dynasty, OKC seems to be trying to build one right now. My gut instinct since LeBron James becoming a Laker has been, everyone's hating. I want to plant a flag and just respect and acknowledge Skyfall
'Kay.
was on TV the other
Let's
day.
go.
You watch James Bond. There's a general understanding that no matter what happens to James Bond, his suit always looks perfect,
Yes.
right? Because as a viewer, you understand my agreement in watching James Bond is that I push aside realism when it comes to his suit because that's what makes James Bond.
Yeah, it's just
When you watch the NBA, there is an agreement. I am watching the best athletes in the world. So win, lose, or draw, I want them to look like incredible athletes. And why the flopping pisses me off so much, it's because you are, as an athlete, abandoning an agreement with the fans of, I'm going to show you that I am the 1% of what I do.
Yes.
And falling all over the floor, tripping over things that aren't there, a light touch knocking you over even though you bench press 250 pounds. Like it's not holding up your end of the bargain of the agreement.
It's also not necessary.
Yeah.
Like, OKC's a good team. Like, they don't need to be flopping. Like, you have the MVP. You are
You're
the
loaded.
reigning. You are the reigning NBA champs. You are
Yeah.
the defending champs. Like,
Yeah.
I think that's a part that's so frustrating. It's like you're using this as a crutch that you don't even
need the crutch.
You don't even need it. Like, if you guys just leaned into your youth and your depth and like what makes you so different and the fun that you're having in your post-game interviews with your reporter, like they have a thing.
Yeah.
And it's like it works for like a smaller market that is now dominating the NBA right now.
2 years
It's
ago,
just-
they were the darling of the NBA.
Yes.
They were young. They were, like you said, throwing towels on reporters. Like, oh, look at these young, fun guys in OKC, a place that no superstar wants to play. I want to
Yeah.
root for these guys. And in 18 months, they have tossed that aside, Alex.
Yeah, it's hard because like even last night, you see a guy like Wemby who is like just absolutely taking a beating, but he's playing the game the right way.
Right.
He is doing, and he is like leaving it all out there. And when he falls, it's like for good reason. He
Yeah.
gets taken down, and like big man go boom. Like that's scary. Anytime I see guys like that fall, I'm like, oh, please don't hurt anything. Like that's a long
That's such a
drop
long
to
fall.
the floor. But I just think like this whole situation and collectively as NBA fans and especially Laker fans, like because we just experienced it in the last series, we just want anyone to win but OKC right now. Like they went from being like you said, the darlings to probably the most hated team
Maybe in sports right now.
in the league for sure.
Yeah, in NBA without question. Maybe even in sports. And it's a team culture thing. I don't know if they're having team meetings, watching tape on who flops better than who and how they can work.
Chet jumped on board, which is weird because I'm like, Chet didn't need to.
Neither did. Okay, so Alex Caruso did not
Was a
play this
Laker.
way. Did not play this
Was a
way
Laker,
when he was a
won
Laker.
a championship in 20.
He was on the Clippers before he was traded.
Yeah.
Did not play this way. None of these guys played this way. It's something about. Again, I'm assuming it's an unspoken thing, but something about that team culture says this is the way that we do things.
It's so
and
weird.
what a weak thing to have the foundation of your team chemistry built on.
Do you know what I think is going to be harder for everybody else?
What's that?
Well, for Laker fans, if OKC gets to the finals, and I mean, I think everyone's hoping it's the Spurs, but if OKC gets there,
Yeah.
we're rooting for the Knicks.
We have to root for someone we hate no matter what.
Yeah, but for the Knicks, because again, I got a lot of New York Knicks fan friends.
Okay.
And I'm happy for them. And I think it's better for the league when big sports towns and like big sports markets are winning. It's been 27 years since the Knicks have been here. And I don't know if you've been like seeing all the videos on social media. Knicks fans are losing their mind.
Looks
They
like
are
Gotham City.
They are hammered.
Don't
they
go
are
outside in New
hammered
York.
right now, and they're going to be drunk all the way up until the finals start, all the way through the finals. The day I'm worried about is if it goes to a Game 6 in New York. A World Cup game is also happening in New York on that day.
Oh my God.
Pandemonium.
Stay indoors, guys.
Absolute pandemonium. It is going to be insane. But also like for like all the Knicks fans and like even when we were on Crosstalk, our sister station in New York.
W fan.
Yeah. Shay, what were they saying to us in New York? Like, what was the comments that they were giving us out of New York in the comment section? Because I think they were coming at us. They were just spitting fire. And you know what? I think it's because there's been so much jealousy for so many years of watching LA succeed that they finally got this, your first taste of success and your first taste of winning. And you haven't even played your first game yet. Like, you're just almost there, and you haven't been there before, so I get it, but you are acting like you haven't been there before.
Yes.
And you can't do that. You can't do that. Shay, what are they saying?
Yeah, they asked us what time the Laker game is tonight, and then they said any good seats available.
Yeah.
Okay, to be fair, that is funny, but it still hurts my feelings. I know. That is funny, but it still hurts my feelings. And again, I'm 33 years old. The Knicks have been relevant for 2 years of my life, the most recent 2 years. And why I root for the Knicks as a team is because I like Jalen Brunson. He kind of gets a little floppy as well, but I like Jalen Brunson, and I like Karl Anthony Towns, who has been ridiculed as if he isn't the best three-point shooting big man. Like, he's etched in NBA history, and I like Josh Hart. I love the Villanova crew before they broke it up. There are reasons to support the Knicks as a team and as players. I love that Mike Brown was thrown into the fire coming off the heels of Tibbs. It's just the fans that are making it so difficult. But like you said, if they play against OKC, I'm not going to have a choice.
But it's crazy because if you go back and realize what Jalen Brunson did in order for this Knicks team to be where they are, he took a $113 million discount.
Insane. Yeah.
Compared to like the 5-year, $269 million max contract that he could have received in 2025. He took a massive over $100 million discount so this team could build around him and get where they are now. And it's an interesting comp. And I don't want to say it's the same comp. But when you look at what the Knicks did building around Jalen Brunson, and they can do that to get to the finals, looking back at LA and the Lakers and what you have with Luka, like, it's possible to build around Luka to get this Lakers team back to the finals, because Luka was there just a couple years ago. Obviously, that was with the Mavs and with Kyrie and a whole different situation over there. The only issue the Lakers have is to get there, they have to go through OKC and Wemby Spurs. But it feels possible when you see a situation like how the Knicks roster is kind of put together.
I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. There is a sense of hope. Sounds so dramatic because it's the Lakers, and at the end of the day, they're playing for championships every single year. But there is a path of this can work. Nothing about the Knicks and the way that they were structured a year ago made me think that they were ever going to sniff the Eastern Conference Finals again, let alone play for an NBA Finals.
Yeah.
Your two best players were at their worst on the court at the same time. Jalen Brunson and Kat, last year's playoffs, could not function together. They were too much of a liability defensively, and offensively they were running two separate offenses at times. Step in Mike Brown, step in a reset of strategy and team culture, and it worked. And it gives you hope as a Laker fan because the Lakers don't need to retool strategy.
No.
But if they bring in pieces, you find comfort knowing, you know what? A team can retool themselves in 1 year with a new coach, with a new everything, and figure it out. So JJ Redick, who's building a consistent thing with Luka and whoever he surrounds Luka with, will be there. But Alex, I have to catch you off guard with a little something.
What?
You know, earlier we were talking and you brought up your dear friend Nikki K, and I think the universe was listening because I believe she may be hanging with us right now.
Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to ya. Hey, bestie. Happy birthday, superstar.
I love you. It's so funny. I thought about you because I have these birthday queen glasses, and I was like, oh my God, these were like, do you remember when I threw you a birthday party and it wasn't your birthday? Just because. So
No. For everyone listening, this is the angel that Alex Curry is. I went through a breakup with a loser, and it was kind of like my first heartbreak. And I told her, and she's like, come over, I've got you. And she threw me a new birthday party. She goes, this is the birthday of a new you. And we had the most fun. I was like, what a whimsical way to celebrate one chapter closing. So what a great human. And if he's listening, I'm sorry.
No, we're not sorry.
No.
Bye, boy,
No,
bye.
we're not sorry.
Ever.
Yeah. But Alex, I just also want to say a little something here. I have so much gratitude in my heart for you, not just because of the woman you are as a best friend, but the way you've inspired me relentlessly throughout my career in the space as well. And you've paved the way, and you didn't just set the table, but you pulled up more and more chairs for more women to follow and join you at the big party of life and celebration of sports. So I just have to say there, from myself and so many others, thank you for everything. And first and foremost, I'm grateful to call you a sister. And secondly, I'm grateful to be right here in the space with you. It's truly an honor.
Nikki, I love you. Oh, I'm like, don't cry, Curry. Don't cry, Curry. Don't do it. I love you so much.
Congratulations on this new show. This is so freaking awesome, you guys. Oh my God, it's about dang time.
Oh, I love it so much. And you're listening to Lil Nikki K. She is sports reporter for Spectrum Sports here in LA, covering the Lakers. She was on for Lakers playoffs. By the way, congrats on that. She got to cover her first Lakers playoff game on the broadcast, which was so batty. She is the Sparks sideline reporter, so we're about to have her on here a bunch. Nikki's about to be a best friend of the show. And we love you so much. I love you so much. That was so kind.
Thank you, Nikki. You guys.
I'm blushing.
Awesome.
I'm
Thank
blushing.
you. Rock on, superstar. It's Alex Curry Day. Love you guys.
Let's go. Love you, Nick. Oh, you guys are so cute. All these little surprises. You're gonna make me cry. I don't want to cry yet. We can wait till the very end. You guys, I'll cry at anything though. If something, I'm one of those people where if I'm watching a commercial, I feel really hard, and I look over, and my husband's like,
"What is going on?
Are you crying?" I'm like, "Feels." I got caught up with all the feels.
What is a movie that did you win?
I mean, I cry at a lot of movies.
So it's basically
almost
any
every
emotional
movie.
moment will get you. Okay.
No. I cry all the time. It's really therapeutic in a good way. We call it a tweener. I'll be smiling and crying and laughing, and you're like, I just needed to get it out, but we're here.
Experience all the emotions.
I've heard that people who are able to cry like that and just let out emotions are the best leaders and the most emotionally stable people around, because
you're letting it out
and you're in tune with your feelings and your emotions. So you guys, a good happy cry is good too.
Okay.
I love that we went from we're all collectively hate watching the Thunder for the Lakers to happy crying is a really positive thing, you guys. Okay. When we come back, I'm so excited that this has become a daily segment for us. Do you care, LA? You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan.
Hi.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on 97.1 The Fan, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show today. So if you're watching us live, get in the chat. I actually have it pulled up for the first time today, which is a little like it's making me nervous. I'm like, I shouldn't be in here. I don't look at my social media like during shows or anything like that. But I wanted to full transparency. I wanted to see what the live stream was looking like. So we don't have it up today, and I wanted to make sure that we were looking all right. But I'm like, okay, don't look at the chat. But I see you guys. I see the chat today. So, yeah.
Always watching Wazowski.
Come hang out. Yeah. All right, you guys. It is time for Do You Care, LA? Lead us off, producer Shay.
Welcome in to the newest craze that LA has been talking about.
Let's go, baby.
Do You Care, LA? Hosted by your very own producer Shay. Let's get right into it, guys. We got 3 topics. It seems like 3 topics is kind of what we've been hitting every day. So we're going to keep it to 3 now. If we hit 3, maybe I'll do some extra ones.
Let's go.
Number 1.
Yeah.
Derwin James gets paid. Again. The Chargers are giving Derwin James Jr. another record-breaking extension, agreeing to a 3-year, $75.6 million deal with $57.5 million guaranteed. He could deserve it. He could not. You can like him. You could not. But he got the bag. Do you care, LA?
Not really. I care in the sense that, I'm happy that the Chargers have, a veteran presence. Mm-hmm. But at this point, you have to ask, what is he getting paid for? Mm-hmm. Is he deserving of being the top paid player at that position, or are you paying him for leadership? Because this is are you paying for production, leadership, or experience? And this feels kind of like an experience leadership payment, and that's a high payment for that.
I'm going to say no, we don't care, not because of his ability. Derwin James is an absolute unicorn. You hear defensive coordinators around the NFL, guys he doesn't even play for, gushing about him because he truly can play any position. He can play nickel, he can play outside linebacker, he plays up on the edge as a defensive end, he plays free safety, strong safety. Mm-hmm. Why LA, I say, doesn't care is because he's always been this unicorn. Yeah. And the Chargers have not had success in the playoffs. Ooh. And I think as a fan, when your guys get paid, you want to say, oh, he's getting paid because we are successful and we're going on this trajectory. And the Chargers are kind of in no man's land right now. So does Derwin James deserve the money? Absolutely. Yeah. Should LA care? Not yet. Not until the Chargers are having consistent success in the playoffs.
Okay. So we need to see the production. So
exactly.
It's we've seen production from him,
right?
But it hasn't translated to the team doing
to take up so much of the cap. You just want the team to have that success that Derwin has as an individual.
But you know what? Good for him. I'm always happy
for him.
I'm happy for players when they get their bag because when you're an athlete, it is an extremely small window. Mm-hmm. It is a small window of when you can get paid that you actually get to do this job. Mm-hmm. And so if you're able to be on a winning team, that is hopefully for Charger fans and the Chargers' sake, they got to win a playoff game first.
Yeah.
But they get to being like a contender in the playoffs. Like that's the dream, because you can't always get both.
Right.
Like you can either go for the bag and get your money, or you're going to do championships, as we kind of saw with Tyreek Hill. He had the championships and he decided to leave
I'm off to Miami.
Yeah, and just go get his bag, and we all know how that's working out.
Yes. What else we got, Shay?
I'll get my bag.
Okay.
I got my rings. Just give me my bag. I get it. I get it. On to the next one. Hockey. The Kings didn't make it. I mean, they made it way farther than people expected, but they didn't make it too far in the playoffs. But we're not talking Kings right now.
Okay.
We're going to talk the Vegas Knights. They just beat the Colorado Avalanche in Game 4 to move on to the Stanley Cup Finals. The weird thing about it, the Colorado Avalanche had the best record in hockey and entered the playoffs as the Stanley Cup favorites.
Yeah.
What's this called? It's called the President's Trophy curse. There hasn't been a team in the playoffs that has gone in as the best team to make it to the Stanley Cup Finals in a very, very, very long time.
Do we know how long?
I'll get the number right now. I don't think they've actually ever reached it.
See, this is the hard thing too.
That is wild.
Like, and you see this across sports, and we saw this with the Dodgers, right? Because when they had like the best record in the league, you kind of tap out a lot earlier than all these other teams that are fighting to get in position for the postseason and the playoffs. And you lose that bit of like grit and just fight to every other team that's like clawing to get there. And then once you're there, like you're keep clawing to keep going. It's like, it's a different momentum that you have. And I believe strongly that's why.
Yeah, I'm going to say we do care because it's what makes hockey unique. Hockey is similar to college basketball in that there's the regular season and then there's the postseason, right? Like the best team that finishes the regular season in college basketball rarely wins the March Madness bracket, right? It's its own thing. And the way that hockey does its seeding, the better teams play one another earlier than most other sports. And hockey, you could also compare it to baseball in that in baseball, if you have a hot pitcher, he can control and dictate the game more so than any other position in any other sport. Same thing with a goalie in hockey, right? If you have a hot goalie, it really doesn't matter what else happens because he's hot and we're going to fly by. And I love how hockey does its postseason, but I also understand the frustration of a fan of, oh, this is our year, and then, no, it's not.
No, so the last time that the best team won the Stanley Cup, producer Shay just told me 2013.
The last time a team to even, not even win, to make it to the Stanley Cup final.
To make it.
Yeah, it was 2013.
That's wild. So
That's
we're getting to like our Kings Stanley Cup days, because that was 2012 and 2014.
Right. I was 13.
I was, they were right in the middle.
Oh, that's right.
That's what I'm saying. It was sandwiched between the Kings' 2 Stanley Cup runs. I was a part of that 2014 run. And let me tell you, playoff hockey is like one of my favorites. Like it's just, when people ask favorite live sporting game to go to,
you have to see it in person.
Hockey's up there.
Completely
you got
agree. TV does not do it justice.
Different game. Go to a hockey game because it's incredible. All right. What do we got, Shay? Do you care, LA, number 3?
And this is going to be the last one.
Okay.
Until tomorrow.
All right.
We'll be back. Do you care, LA? Bryce Harper's toothpaste move.
I saw this.
What am I talking about, LA? A video went viral on TikTok of Philly star Bryce Harper showing off one of the weirdest parts of his daily routine. What does he do? He shoots the toothpaste straight into his mouth, and then he brushes his teeth.
Yeah. It's weird because I'm not as mad at it that I thought I would be, because I saw like everyone freaking out, and I was like, okay, what is this? What is he doing?
Yes.
It's efficient in a way if you don't share your toothpaste with anybody else, because I'm a germaphobe, so I'm like, you're literally putting your whole mouth on the on the toothpaste bottle and then
like
putting
it's a Go-Gurt.
Yeah, and then brushing your teeth. So like you're skipping I don't know. It's like a similar step of like you're going on the brush, or you're going in your mouth.
I was just more so shocked because I never even considered that was a possibility.
Same.
Like, I didn't know you could do that.
That's what I'm saying. I was like, oh.
Wait a second. That actually
It made me want to try it.
Yeah.
Like, instead of getting upset, it made me want to try it.
So I think we do care then.
We do care.
We do care.
We got to try that, actually.
So we are
now
going to try this and report back
so
tomorrow.
Thankfully, my husband and I have two separate
Okay.
toothpastes because we have two separate, like, I like the, like, organic, healthy kind, and he does, like, the normal brand kind.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, we're going to
try this.
We're going to try this.
And that concludes Do You Care LA? I'll be back tomorrow, people. Don't worry.
Wonderful as always, Shay.
We're having a time, you guys. What a fun first hour that's just flying by. When we come back, did the Rams make the right call drafting Ty Simpson? You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Hour 2. Thank you all for hanging out on my birthday show. We're having a time. I'm feeling so much love from friends, family, everybody who's been calling in or sending in happy birthday videos. I love you guys, so thank you. Like, please keep it coming. You can be a part of the show, you guys. You can call in at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We've had We've had some fun already on here, you guys. We're all collectively hate watching the Thunder as Laker fans, which I absolutely love. The Dodgers having an absolutely just like roller coaster of a game last night. We're going to have Brian Baldinger later in the show, hour 3. So in about an hour, he's going to come on and talk some football with us. So yeah, it's been a fun day.
It has.
And it's going to be a great day.
And there is more fun, Alex. Sorry to interrupt. I know a producer isn't usually supposed to do that, but I have another special guest for you, and they're actually on the line right now. If you want to say hello, special guest.
Hi, sister.
Samantha?
Hi, yeah, it is your sister, Samantha.
You guys, I'm the oldest of 4 girls. We go down the order 1 to 4. This is number 4, and her birthday was actually on Saturday.
Yeah, we're B-Day twins.
We're B-Day twins. Oh my God, I love you so much.
I just had to call and say happy birthday to the best big sister out there. I love you.
I love you. I love you, Samantha. Give my little B a hug for me.
I will. We can't wait to celebrate you this weekend. So have a great day, okay?
Thank you. We will. Whoop, whoop.
Bye.
Bye.
You recognized her just by the voice, even though there's a whole bunch of you.
Oh, you know.
That's fantastic.
Well, you understand if you have sisters, like, and it's funny because, again, I get fed all the memes for it, but, like, you're just constantly FaceTiming, talking, like, when you're walking places, when you're in the car, when you're getting ready, like, it's nonstop. Like, I feel so lucky to have like 3 built-in besties.
Yeah.
And I just wish that for everybody in the world, especially because we're four of us in 6 years. So it was close. Yeah.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
I did not know
it was
that
fun.
part.
It was fun.
Whoa.
Wild. But like when we were coming places, like, Currys are coming. Like there's so many of us in the best way possible.
4 in, oh my God, that is insane.
It's a fun time.
Credit to your parent. I mean, mobbing into a restaurant like with 4 kids under the age of 6. Like we're here.
No, I was the third adult. Like at 6 years old, it was like, okay, here you go. You're the like third set of hands.
Hey, can
we're
you change a
outnumbered.
diaper because we need you to start pitching in around here.
Oldest sibling's a real thing, especially when there's that many kids.
Yeah.
Like I grew up very fast. Like at 6 years old, I was an adult.
Yeah.
And like I'm grateful for what it did throughout my life. But like, yeah.
That's so great.
Yeah. It's so much fun. And we're having fun. So thank you, Shay, for continuing to make all this happen. Love you, all my friends and family who continue to call in. This is so fun. Again, we want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch at The Fan LA, get in the chat section. We want to hear from you. Like I said, we are talking Lakers, Dodgers. I'm really excited to get Brian Baldinger later in the show in about an hour. But we're going to switch gears to the Rams right now, okay? Because, now that we've had a decent amount of time to digest their 13th overall first-round draft pick in Ty Simpson, did the Rams make the right call in drafting Ty? Now, we need to go back to what also went down the last few weeks, and that was solidifying their actual quarterback, the reigning MVP, their Super Bowl champion, Matthew Stafford, because they just extended his contract 1 year, $55 million, up to, I think, 60 in incentives. So we know he's not the answer right now. And I think that was the biggest issue with a lot of fans when you're like, okay, you guys were a play away from making it into the Super Bowl. And now, instead of going out and getting a piece that can help you win now, you're drafting for the future? You've never done that. Like Les Snead, you wear shirts that say F them picks. Like this is not the Rams way. And unfortunately, and I say unfortunately, I think for Ty, because it kind of tarnishes the whole, well, did he deserve to be here moment, similar to, I don't want to compare it. It's not directly, but when you have someone who knows someone in the system, you kind of get a little bit of an upper hand. So if you didn't know, Ty Simpson's father is good friends with Les Snead. And when they were deciding if Ty was going to enter the draft or play another season in college, Les Snead said, I think he's going to be a first-round draft pick. when, if you were following any mock drafts, majority of them had him going in
second round.
Yeah. So once you heard that and you understand that this might have been a buddy homie pick, that's where it rubs me the wrong way.
And it should, because as you mentioned, Les Snead is all about 1 year at a time. The only thing that matters is this current season. And we have draft picks who aren't going to start right away, and they're going to learn, but they're going to contribute somewhere. But his mindset is, if there is a move to be made that can help us for the immediate short term, those are the most important moves, and those moves take priority. So you enter the draft, and you're looking at a Makai Lemon who's available. You're looking at a Kenyon Sadiq who's a freak of nature at tight end, but really can play multiple spots and allow Sean McVay to get as creative as he wants with his play calling. And you pass both of them up, and you take a quarterback who not only is not going to play this year, but after the extension also isn't going to play next year either. The big pressure for Ty Simpson will begin on August 15th. That is their first preseason game against the Kansas City Chiefs. Historically, your starting quarterback does not play in that game, and it'll be the Ty Simpson show. And what he has to do is prove why I was taken. There isn't some standout attribute that he has. He has to prove that he can be a complete quarterback. But why it feels so strange to say he goes off against the Chiefs, and then he probably won't play much in the second preseason game against the Saints. The starters will get probably the first half there. Then the last preseason game is against the Chargers. So really it'll be the Chiefs and the Chargers that he has to show up. But why it feels so strange is, say he goes off and throws for 5 touchdowns in both games. Okay, well, now he's going to sit for the rest of the year, right? Like there's nothing to be excited about knowing that this is Matthew Stafford's show, and God forbid if Kenyon Sadiq goes on to be Offensive Rookie of the Year, or Makai Lemon goes off and the Rams don't make it, because there's so much pressure, and Ty Simpson then becomes the face of, man, the Rams would have won that Super Bowl if we would have got, which isn't fair to him.
No.
But nothing is fair about sports fandom, and that is the pressure that has now been placed on his shoulders.
I think it also didn't help the case. Sean McVay went on a podcast, I think it was Bussin' with the Boys, and he was asked about all of this. And the biggest thing was what made this whole situation go even more viral was Sean McVay's reaction at the presser immediately following the first round. So if you're unfamiliar with what happens, the front office is all in the war room.
Yes.
Right? And then when it's done, they walk out from the war room, either right after the pick or after the first round is done, and they walk out and do a press conference with the media. So in that time span of Sean McVay and Les Snead making the pick and walking out to talk to the media, Sean McVay looks pissed. Really pissed. And when he talked about it on the podcast, this is what he had to say.
Great night for Ty and his family. Excited, that we have a potential guy, but also respectful and mindful of the fact that I don't want this to be misunderstood. I'm super grateful that Matthew Stafford is our guy. And so I would have been naturally just a little bit more reserved, but then there's other things that you're dealing with. And so if you said, hey, if you had that over again, how would you be? I would have made sure that I wasn't mentally resilient to be able to snap out of some things that I was bothered about that had nothing to do with what the interpretation was. I missed the boat big time. And what I felt bad about is it became a story. Right. And really that, it looked like Les and I weren't connected. Yeah. And my vibe was off. We always talk about the energy. That was bad energy that night. Bad vibe. Can't win them all. I was an energy vampire.
That right there. That was the story. It still is the story. What else could you have been arguing about? What else could have gotten you so bad that you were an energy vampire from the moment that you made that first round pick, 13th overall, getting Ty Simpson, that Les Snead is friends with the family. Right. From that moment to you walking out to the presser, what else could have gotten you that upset?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And there is no perfect way for Sean McVay to make this go away because every time you get in front of a microphone, I would say through OTAs, probably a little through training camp, that will be brought up because every answer not only isn't sufficient, it just kind of keeps digging the hole a little deeper, a little deeper. I'm interested for a full sit down with Les Snead, which I'm sure he'll give at some point around training camp, but the enthusiasm clearly was coming from Les Snead.
Yes.
Not just because of that connection with Ty Simpson's father, but because at the end of the day, it's his call. If a GM wants a player and a head coach doesn't want a player, they draft that player. If a head coach wants a player and the GM doesn't, they don't draft that player.
No.
It's his final say. He's the one who's excited about this. I understand planning for the future. The frustration sets in for Rams fans. It's why now? Why out of all the years of not planning for the future, do we plan for the future right now? Especially when 2 years from now, there's going to be free agent quarterbacks. And you've established, well, we build everything around the quarterback, and we found success because we looked around the league. We said we like Matt Stafford best, and so we got him. And we traded a whole crop of first-round picks and our own quarterback to get him. So you've established that developing quarterbacks isn't really your thing, and that you found success and reached the mountaintop doing it that way. So why a complete shift in strategy of the quarterback position, and why abandon the win-now mindset for this guy? And that's what Ty Simpson, again, will have to bear the weight of until it's his turn in 2028.
Yeah. And it's hard because it's like, well, you still have to. So last year, the Rams had Jimmy Garoppolo as their backup. Who is he currently an unrestricted free agent who is considering retirement? I'm not sure if I don't think he's committed to the Rams. So they don't have
currently free agent. Yes.
Yeah. Like Stenson Bennett, I think, is who they had in the quarterback room. So I've always said this. There's certain positions on teams that I believe it's good to be rich in. Quarterback is one of those, but it's tricky, as we saw with Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love when they drafted him, even with Tom Brady and Jimmy Garoppolo. Anytime a star quarterback in their prime, who is a MVP quarterback, all these guys are MVPs, including Matthew Stafford, even when they're towards the back end of their career, they don't take it well. They don't like having the replacements coming in, and it's hard because I wish there was a better understanding of this is for the betterment of the long term. It's not for right now. This is your support system. But I think guys who have been leader of the team, star of the show, have a hard time going, okay, now I have to be the mentor.
Right.
Now it's not just about me. Now it's lead this team to a Super Bowl, win a Super Bowl, and teach the guy behind me, which is hard for some guys to wrap their head around. And it is. It's interesting. No one's going to want, let's put it in our situation. What if they had they're thinking about replacing one of us and someone's here just kind of shadowing us,
hanging out,
watching us do the show every day, kind of over your shoulder. You're like, bro, what? Can you go over there and just watch on a screen and not be right here breathing over my. I think of that Hey Arnold character.
That's what I was thinking of. Stinky.
Yeah, it's just right over your
Stinky
shoulder.
Is always breathing.
That's
exactly
when you put it into that
picturing.
situation, I kind of understand, but it's different because it's such a team sport and injuries are such a big thing, especially in football, that they're a business and the Rams have to think about the future. The way it went down and who it was and the connection that the family has to the Rams, I think put a sour taste in everyone's mouth once everyone found that out.
And to add to that mentor quarterback, why Brady is caught off guard, why Mike Glennon rather, was the quarterback of the Bears and was built up to be the guy maybe 6-7 years ago. before they drafted Mitch Trubisky, and he's at a draft party being the face of the Bears, and then without his knowledge, they draft a quarterback. Why that's always a rough transition is because as a quarterback, you're saying, in the first round, you could have got me another receiver. I don't care how strong the wide receiver room is. You could have got me another one. You could have got me another running back. I don't care how strong the running back room is. You could have got me a running back. You could have got me an edge rusher to help out on defense. You could have gotten so many other positions that can contribute right now. You never know for a fact when you draft a guy, whether it's the first round, the 7th round, or an undrafted free agent, when he will be ready to contribute. But when you draft a guy that plays the same position as the reigning MVP, you're essentially punting. You're essentially saying, we're not scoring on this series. We're going to score on another series.
Yeah.
And you sit there thinking, but we also could have scored this series. And it's just never going to sit right. Matt Stafford will say all the right things whenever a microphone is in front of his face.
Yeah.
Sean McVay is going to continue to try to find the right words when, in all honesty, the best thing he could do is just say, you know what, it was a tense moment, but we're moving on, and we're going to make sure Ty is ready to go. But it won't be settled officially until 2028.
Well, also, I think so much pressure is going to be on that first preseason game. Like, okay, Ty, you're here. It's happening. Like, we all just kind of have to, like, be okay with it now. Show us what you got.
Yep.
Like, show us that you were worth the 13th overall pick. And
especially when you factor in the last time we saw him was the Rose Bowl. Alabama got stomped out. They were resuscitated just to get stomped out some more. And he did not finish the game under center because the game was lost. And Kalen DeBoer, the head coach of Alabama, said, you know what, we're just going to lightly bench you and bring in somebody else because this isn't working. So, yeah, there is a ton for Ty Simpson to show. It is unfair because he's going to have an OTA and a training camp, and no one is going to be the best version of themselves. But that first preseason game, that will be, quite honestly, the only thing that people are talking about.
And as they should.
Yeah,
as they should. You know, it's we need the prove it moment, and I think that's what's tough for Ty, because Ty won this whole situation. Like, Ty's now going to a Super Bowl winning, sitting behind an MVP quarterback coach who's a quarterback whisperer. But if he's not necessarily fully on board, even though Sean McVay on that podcast said exactly what a person would say once you had a moment to reset, digest everything, and be like, okay, everybody's watching and picking apart everything that you're saying moment. So,
I mean, it's quite honestly, Ty Simpson could never play a down of football, and he won. Like, I get $20 million to live in Los Angeles. Like,
he was a first round pick.
He's already won. He's already won this whole thing.
Pick. You're a millionaire. You're immediately a millionaire, getting to live in the best city, like one of the top sports markets, on the Super Bowl favorite team, sitting behind like two of the best in the league to do it. We got a caller right now, though, so let's bring in Mitch in New Jersey. Mitch, bestie of the station, what's going on?
How you doing, Alex, Brock? I hope everything's well. Happy birthday.
Thank you,
Alex.
Mitch.
All right, I hope you have many, many more.
Me too. What you got for us?
What was I was thinking? 5 syllables. My Kyle Lemon was right there for the taking. I tried to right?
Yeah. Mitch, you and everybody else.
2 seconds.
I know. You and everybody else. I think even Sean McVay thought that they were going to take him, because when he was talking after, he was like, we had Makai Lemon right there.
Name dropped him and everything.
He was at USC. Like, that's your neighbor. Like, he's SoCal kid. Like, I think everybody expected that was going to be the pick.
Now he's going to have to play in Philadelphia. We'll get him in free agency. Couldn't McVay just override? And he's going. He's the one that's giving the card. Cross it out. Put it in Makai Lemon. It's been good for 10 years.
You mean jump over the GM and be like, yeah, that's not what we're doing. I know this is your job. This is your, like, the biggest day of your, like, the biggest day of the year is this moment, but no.
Mitch is trying to organize a mutiny. Okay, Mitch.
What was the worst that's going to happen? If he fires, he still has the money. It's guaranteed, so he's not going to get fired. And one more thing, I think the quarterback is in next year's group. I think it's going to be Jalen Mayava.
Yep.
Excuse me. I'm a USC guy. I should know that name. Sellers or Mattia. I think those guys would be no pass the second round. Even Sam Lev would be great. Thanks for taking my call. Enjoy your birthday.
Thank you, Mitch. We appreciate you. I love it. He calls into
best
every
friend
show.
of the show.
No, best friend of the network.
Yes, not just a friend of Odyssey, the best friend.
I know. Mitch is
Odyssey.
like day one homie. We got another caller right now, though. I think I got another sister on the line. Yeah, this is number 3.
Sam have all the fun.
I know.
Sam have all the fun.
This is sister number 3. This is Annie. I
What's
love
up,
you so
Brock?
much.
Nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you as well. Looking forward to meeting in person one day.
Brock, I have a fun story for you so you can get the idea, get the vibe of the family here.
Oh, please. Please share.
Would you like to know what my very first word as a human was?
What was that?
Alex.
What?
Alex spent my formative years teaching me how to say her name.
That is incredible. Your first word was out?
Yeah. The story goes, I sat in front of her for hours just going, Alex. Alex. Because I was 5. At that point, I kind of understood,
You knew what was going
this
on?
is a child, that, like, my sister, like,
Yeah.
oh, this is fun. I can mold her.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing.
Well,
I promise I'll never forget that.
Yeah, no, I hope you don't. I can't wait to meet you in person. Happy birthday, Alex.
Thanks, Nanner.
I don't think I could say it better than how Little Nicky K said it. Excuse me.
I know. She
but
crushed
we love you.
that.
You're an inspiration, and man, you're just the best.
Oh, I love you, Nanner.
Love you guys too. Have a great show. I'll be listening. First time caller,
Thank
long
you
time
so
listener.
much.
Hell yeah, that's what we want. First time caller, long time listener. We're here for all of this. Oh, today's so fun, you guys.
So she was number 3.
That's number 3.
The first caller was number 2.
Number 4.
Oh, it was 4. Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
number 2 just had her second baby. So
I guess she's busy.
I imagine, yeah, she's she's very busy with a newborn right now. But we're having a time, you guys. This has just been so much fun. So yeah, we're all kind of on the same page with Ty Simpson. We're gonna dive into that again a little later. We're gonna get back to some Lakers talk, what they got to do to build, and we're gonna hit the Chargers. We haven't hit the Chargers.
Yes, we will
in a bit. But coming up next, do the Dodgers have to be in on every big name and every star? You know it. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan.
Hey, Alex, it's Joy. Happy birthday. I love you so much. I'm so proud of you. I hope you have the best day. Love you.
Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Fareed. Producer Shay was doing work today, getting all my homies to call in and wish me a happy birthday. Shay, thank you. I'm feeling all the love today. We just got a poster that got put up in our hallway window, I think from the sales team. So this is fun. I've had sisters calling in, friends calling in, fans calling in. So you can be a part of the show, you guys. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And if you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, be a part of the conversation. Get into the chat. Also follow us on all socials at The Fan LA. Slide into our DMs. We want to know what you think. And that's kind of, that's going to be a fun, get involved in this next conversation. Because, as we know, if you're not a Dodger fan, everyone just loves to hate on the Dodgers. And once again, the Dodgers have been in the conversation of big name players that they could possibly go after and trade for at the deadline. And if there's a big name available, Dodgers go all in. And that's what's made them so great. That's what's helped them become back-to-back World Series champions. And what they're doing, instead of getting upset at the Dodgers for doing this, if you're not a Dodgers fan, like, get mad at your own GM and your own ownership and your own franchise for not doing the same thing. Because what they're doing is they're putting together an incredible product. And yeah, you're spending a lot of money on these players, but you're making that money back because fans want to buy their jerseys. The seats are filled. I mean, Dodger Stadium is almost sold out every day. Like
they on average, there are 9,000 more fans in Dodger Stadium each game than second place, which is the Padres.
Padres are second place.
Yeah, how about that?
Wow.
Good for them.
I got to say, probably because their stadium is so easily accessible and it's like right downtown in an easy, like, oh, let's go after school. You're right by the beach. Like, it's just.
You just couldn't let them have it, could you?
What?
You just couldn't let them have the second place spot. You just had to come chipping away at
well,
it.
Well, there's a reason. It's a vibe. Like, it's right by all the restaurants.
Right. It's
like,
Little Italy is like right there.
It is.
And
like, you could go get dinner and just like pop on by. You know?
Yeah.
It's all about the
accessibility.
Yeah. The situation. Plus high rises surrounding it, so you can like watch it from a room, which is crazy. So okay, what the Dodgers are in the rumor mill for now, and a conversation that DMac and Reiter were having on their show yesterday, which I found really entertaining, was so we kind of talked about the big name that I guess the media has kind of started to run with of a possibility that the Dodgers could go after Skubal if Detroit and him decide to go their separate ways. And he's a guy that deserves to be on a winning team.
Back-to-back Cy Young.
Yeah, so this would be an insane get for the Dodgers, especially since they've been dealing with so many injuries in their starting rotation. However, two guys are hopefully going to be back come postseason, which is Tyler Glasnow and Blake Snell.
Blake Snell, yeah.
And Blake Snell had the surgery to get rid of loose bodies. Tyler Glasnow has been seen throwing because his is kind of like back spasms, tightness, which again, there's not really a timetable for that. But those are moving in the positive direction. And what the Dodgers have done, I think with the entire pitching staff, has been remarkable.
Yeah.
So far this year. But if they can go after and get some of these insanely big names, I think they should.
From a business standpoint, it always makes sense to get the big names. Yes, you want to win championships, but Mark Walter is a businessman. And him and his collective ownership group, they also want to make as much money as possible, and they're not wrong in thinking that way. So when a star is rumored to be on the trading block elsewhere, it is instinct for Dodgers fans, or really just any baseball fan, to think, okay, can they become a Dodger? Because that's where the list kind of starts. They're willing to spend money. They're willing to do whatever it takes to land names that they want. So that's where every single player begins the thought process of, can the Dodgers make that work? Can they not make it work? So they've earned the right to be in that forefront. But I also don't want to overlook that one of the best things that the Dodgers do outside of becoming a go-to destination for free agents or trade prospects is their farm system.
Yeah.
And typically when you're going to land one of these big names, say a Skubal, say a Paul Skeens, if you're not trading current players, you are trading
The
massive system, and you have the best farm system. Names like Corey Seager, names like Clayton Kershaw have come through the Dodgers farm system. Current names like Will Smith and Andy Pages. So it's not just, okay, we can land Paul Skeens for a bunch of guys' names I don't know yet. It's, no, there's a track record, and do 2 Corey Seagers and a Andy Pages make up one Skubal, right? Like those are the conversations, and why it's not as cut and dry, because the farm system has been so consistent.
Well, then you also have to ask yourself, what's more worth it now? Because, and DMac and Reiter talked about this on their show yesterday, the Dodgers almost use the farm system as a trading tool. Like, they build all of this young talent to have the ability that when a big name comes available, they can go and do that win now scenario.
Right.
And this is the mindset that you see with so many different organizations, clubs, and GMs. Do you go for, we're going to stick with the young talent that we're building, or do you use them as trading pieces and go for a guy that you already know is at the best and in the peak of where he is in his career? And where the Dodgers are at right now, and the window that they're in right now, they're in the midst of a dynasty. The Dodgers are in the middle of a dynasty. They have won 3 World Series in the last 6 years, 5 years. So it's 2020.
Yep.
And then the back-to-back.
And then the back two.
In the back two. And it's the same core. So that's the thing, too, is like when you have the same core, how do you build on that core? And do you actually need to build on the core? So a couple of these names that were being tossed out there, and I think we're going to do a deeper dive into this when we come back from the break. So I think I'm going to save the big names that we have been that were being tossed out there, and we're going to play the sound from DMac and Reiter of what DMac went down, of the players that he thinks they can go after. And when you first hear some of these names, you're like, no, seriously? Like, there's no way. Why? But it's the Dodgers, and this is what they do. And if they can go out and get these guys, LA has become a place where players want to come and play. We heard Tyler Glasnow and Blake Snell talk about it after the last World Series. We're like, well, you know, you got a lot of hate for just kind of jumping on the bandwagon and coming to a team that was already a championship team, and now you're just a part of the championship team. It's like, yeah,
so?
do you see this ring? I'm a World Series champion now. Like, hate all you want, but I just won a World Series, which is incredible. So that's going to be a deeper conversation that we get to when we come back from the break, and we're going to kind of run through these players and see the real probability of the Dodgers being able to go out and get them and trade for them, whether it's this trade deadline or maybe the offseason. It's going to be real interesting. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. We'll be right back.
Tim and Sue.
wishing you a very, very, very happy birthday. The world is so much happier and more fun and brighter because you are in it. Love you lots. Hope you have the absolute best day and year ahead. Happy birthday, Alex.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen, and I have to give a huge shout out to producer Shay, who has just gone above and beyond for my birthday here. Having all of my friends give these pre-planned voice notes, and they just came in the last commercial break, you guys, with balloons and cupcakes with my face on them, gluten-free cupcakes. I'm blushing so hard, and I don't normally. I normally plan all my own stuff, so I never have anyone do anything for me. So it's wild.
It's deserved.
So thank you. I'm feeling the love, you guys.
Everyone should get loved and should feel love, especially on their birthday.
I
Alex.
appreciate it. I am smiling ear to ear, and that, you guys, that wasn't a knock at my husband. He does a great job. I just I like to be in control of things.
I didn't even catch that.
I like to be in control of things, so I like to plan things. He knows I'm very particular, so he's like, "You just tell me what you want to do, and we'll do it." So that's what
I didn't even catch.
Ooh, no, not a knock on him. He does a great job. I promise. Okay, so last segment we were talking about, do the Dodgers have to go out and get every start? And yeah, why not? It's the Dodgers, okay? Back-to-back champs. And they're able to do it with creative accounting and deferring a lot of money, as we saw. But also, they make it worth it because they're creating such a great product that they're getting that money back. Yeah. So now we're going to look ahead at the future and possible stars that they could be targeting, not necessarily just this trade, before the trade deadline, but this could be a long play. And the reason this came up is DMac and Reiter were talking about it on the show yesterday. Shay, do we have them talking about it? Just so you have some context of where we're going with this.
So let's go through the wish list.
Okay.
Because you threw some pretty interesting names at me earlier.
So Terry Skubal's one, but number two is Bobby Witt Jr.
My second favorite player in all of baseball after Shohei Ohtani, by the way.
So I know it sounds crazy, right? Bobby Witt Jr., if you look at the prime, look at the contract. You signed an 11-year, $288.8 million contract extension in 2024. That runs through the 2034 season. But where the Royals are at, they're in a position where there are going to be sellers this year where they're going to trade away some of their pitchers. And if Bobby Witt Jr. is going to rot in Kansas City, I've heard he's not a Mike Trout. I've heard he wants to win. I've heard he wants to compete at the highest level. I got a chance to talk to him when I was down in Miami during the WBC.
Okay, so just so you have an idea, these are big names. When you hear a Bobby Witt Jr., I mean, that is one of the top players.
The biggest takeaway from the World Baseball Classic from a couple months ago was, one, congrats to Venezuela. Nobody saw that coming. Two, Bobby Witt Jr. is a beast.
Oh, and he has been. And he has been since his rookie year, if you've been a crazy baseball fan. But I think the world world has recently got put on notice of Bobby Witt Jr. over the last couple of years. But if you guys, that would be insane. And that would not be this trade deadline. This would not be a next year situation. So we're going to bring in producer Shay.
Real quick, it's bittersweet because the position he plays is shortstop. So it's never too early to plan for the future, like we said with the Rams. But until Mookie says, hey, I want to go elsewhere, or I'm calling it, or Dave Roberts feels they can be better.
How many years is left on Mookie's contract?
Not 11.
No.
Definitely not 11.
No.
But the Bobby Witt Jr. is enticing as we plan ahead for the next phase of the shortstop position.
Yeah. So this would be a for the future.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Doug was kind of just mentioned. Oh, by the way, Mookie Betts is contracted until 2032.
He's fine.
But, so Doug was basically saying any big name in baseball, because he would go on to say obviously he mentioned Screwball, and then he would go on to say Skeens and
Mhm.
basically every single big name, because at this point, we have an organization that knows obviously they know who the big names are and who the biggest players are. But at the same time, they're the only organization that's really going out there and showing them we have a culture that you guys want to be a part of. And if you want to be on a winning team, there's only one place to be, and that's with the Dodgers.
Yeah.
And there's literally not a name out there that you can say, no, well, I don't know if that's going to happen. Because at this moment and what they've done the last 2-3 years,
Mhm.
these Bobby Witts, these Paul Skeens,
Yeah.
they're looking at the Dodgers like the hot girl that they could have dated in high school. And it's almost like, and it's just more and more on a weekly. Like Kyle Tucker was the lucky person that was able to go and get a bag, and now he's going to be a part of the three-peat. Who's going to be next year? It's like all these players, like everyone's just looking at him, and then I think Doug is basically just saying like all these players. There isn't a name that you can basically leave out.
And this was going back to what I shared at the end of the last segment was Tyler Glasnow and Blake Snell. Like both got a lot of heat for, you're just jumping on the bandwagon, being a part of a team that's already a championship team. And they're like, yeah, well, I got a ring out of it. So
yeah. And I'm gonna get better.
Sucks to be you. Because I'm doing great. I'm on a championship team. I'm happy.
One of the biggest misnomers is what's happening right now is all the other teams across the MLB are trying to convince their fan bases that what the Dodgers are doing is somehow immoral or in some cases illegal, as if they can't do the same thing. You know what this is? Okay.
What?
In the 1960s, the sugar industry paid off a bunch of Harvard scientists to make fake or really exaggerated studies about how unhealthy fat was. When in reality, it's sugar that is far worse than you. So in this case, the Dodgers are fat and sugar is the rest of the MLB. Instead of saying, hey, you need to just not have us in you need to have sugar in moderation. They're saying, no, let's just downplay everything else that the fat industry is doing, aka the Dodgers, so that our fan base doesn't get mad at us. And I think it's working.
Yeah, so when you're saying fats, he's saying like food fats. So like
Yes.
healthy fats,
Yes.
like butter and like some good avocado.
avocados,
Like these are all, and in reality, what we're learning now is they're all brain foods.
Right.
And this is the best thing for you to have healthy fats, to feed your body, to have energy,
And it
to
took
be
50
healthy.
years to unlearn the things
Well,
that
you
we
know, they
shouldn't have
got
learned
like
in the first place.
Avocado's got like a full PR company. Like they get like
They get
a full,
busy.
they get a rebrand. Like certain, as you're learning,
Good for
certain
them.
parts of the market and certain brands get like full rebrands.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the Dodgers don't need a rebrand. Their rebrand is we are
Mm-hmm.
back-to-back champs and we are going for a three-peat and we are in the midst of a dynasty. And you know what? You better watch out because we might steal your girl. Like, that's what's going down. The Dodgers are the people at the party that you have to watch out for because everybody's looking their way and they're like,
Don't go
Do you think they're looking?
to the bathroom. Don't
Do you
hang out in the
think-
backyard.
No. Do you think I have a chance? Do you think I have a chance to hang out with them? It's like the cool kids club that everyone loves to hate, but once you're in, you're like, oh, I get it.
Yeah, but
I understand why everyone wants to be here, and when you're here, you're like the happiest person alive.
every single one of my friends who root for a team that has gone through a rough stretch, right? The Pirates are exciting now, but the Pirates
Because of Paul
fans,
Skeens.
I have a good friend who's a Reds fan, and every single time, every
Ellie De La
offseason
Cruz.
that the Dodgers land someone, it's, oh, this is so unfair. It's like, no, your anger should not be at me or Mark Walter. It should be at your ownership who can do
Look in the mirror.
everything that the Dodgers have
Look
been
in the
doing.
mirror. Use it as
They
a
just don't want
playbook.
to take the risk.
Look at it as a playbook, okay? No, this is your ownership group who majority of the owners are billionaires, just don't want to spend the money. Because they're using the team as a loss and it's a tax write-off, you guys. Everything goes back to money. Everything goes back to money. But when you have an ownership group like the Dodgers have who go, we just want to win and we have the money, putting all the chips in the middle of the table, look what happens. You become back-to-back champs.
And there are plenty of players who they had success, but by no means did it pan out, right?
No.
The Max Scherzer, 1 year, paid him a bunch of money, Didn't work out.
Yeah, cut your losses.
Manny Machado paid him a bunch of money. Didn't really work out.
That's
right.
why he hates us so much.
Exactly. So we always highlight Dodgers pay everyone and they're just going to win forever. No, there have been some big swings and some big misses.
They're also not afraid to move off of great players that just might not be the best fit and the right fit. So you're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. We want you guys to be a part of this conversation. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Also, if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. You can also follow us on all socials at The Fan LA. So, Producer Shay, we're going to go through this this wish list. Futures. This is a futures wish list that was put out by DMac from the DMac and Reiter show that's on from 2 to 6 after us. And we're going to give a probability. And Shay's going to kind of give like what they have left on their contract. Who kind of how would they fit into the Dodgers mix as of now? So, Shay, take it away.
All right. Well, let's start with a pitcher. Obviously, pitching has been a big, not an issue, but a controversy for us because when it comes down to it, injuries keep happening. We have the firepower, don't get me wrong, but a lot of people are still worried. So when it comes to firepower and in the MLB, Paul Skeens, that goes hand in hand. Under the Pirates club control, he's through the 2029 season.
Okay.
He would not hit free agency until after 2029.
Okay.
He would be around 28 years old when he's eligible for free agency. From the Dodgers angle, by then Ohtani will be 35. Yamamoto could have an opt-out, and Blake Snell and Tyler Glasnow could be off the books. They are injury prone, so they might not even reach till then. So we might have an opening.
Dude, could you imagine Paul Skeens with Ohtani and Yamamoto?
The only hang up and why I'm putting probability as low, like when I picture him in a different jersey,
he's an East Coast guy.
The Yankees pop up.
Yeah, he's an East Coast guy.
I see Skeens as a Yankee. Even the name Skeens just feels Yankee to me. I don't know why.
Yankee Skeens.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
The sound of it.
I think that's what it is.
His girlfriend just bought a place in New York, and they're very
Skeens.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah, because he has the very famous gymnast girlfriend.
Yeah, she was like the #1 earning NIL college athlete out of LSU gymnastics. Well, just out of all of college at LSU gymnastics.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, they're going to New York.
Yeah. So, once you say that, you're like, he feels like
Livy Dunn does.
Yeah.
She does the Viore sweats and stuff.
That's how you know her?
Yeah.
That like one of her biggest sponsors from her NIL deals.
I like Viore.
I love that.
Yeah.
No, it's great. Yeah, no, she is, Sports Illustrated cover model.
Yes.
Like, she is everywhere. She put like
they are New York through and through.
What you can do with the NIL college experience. Like she made a career out of it.
Yeah.
She made a career. She went back and like did gym. Like she would like I think she went back for a 5th year just
to
so
show
that
she could do it again.
Yep. Okay.
I still got it.
Who's our next one?
The next, we got 2 more names, but maybe we'll get to the last name next segment. So Gunnar Henderson is going to be the next name. He's on a 1-year, $8.5 million deal with the Orioles for 2026. Currently in his first year of arbitration under team control through 2028. Becomes an unrestricted free agent after the 2028 season. Dodgers angle, more realistic than Witt, but Baltimore has no reason to rush unless they get overwhelmed.
Yeah, he's kind of become the face, too, of the franchise. It's hard, like, because all these guys are faces of the franchise. And so things would have to get nasty for them to leave. And they would have to be in, like, a real bad situation with their current franchise in order for the Dodgers to be able to come in with a super sweet deal.
If Mookie continued on the slump that he'd been on throughout the rest of the season and had another injury and hey, we need an immediate change of the shortstop position.
No.
I could see that happening, but that's not the case. And the Orioles are playing some really good baseball right now. So
Mookie has 7 years remaining on his contract, you guys.
Yeah.
So this is like you're not getting like 2-star people, but like Mookie also like can play outfield, second base, like he plays everywhere.
Yeah, no.
So like there's that
I just
point
mean
too.
if they said, hey, Mookie, you're still a Dodger, but the shortstop position needs to be addressed. But again, we saw last night, that's not the case just yet.
No, definitely not the case. Mookie hitting cleanup, you guys, was like not on my bingo card as to what was going to break him out of this slump. Multi-home run game. His first multi-home run game in over a year since May 19th of last year. Oh, this has been fun, you guys. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. Hour 3 coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. My birthday show has just been off the charts, you guys. Like, When people say, like, oh, you're working on your birthday, I'm like, yeah, you guys, it's so much fun. I'm doing what I love, and then I'm getting all of the love, which has been so awesome. Producer Shay has gone above and beyond to get all of my friends and family calling in and just sharing some love, which is my favorite thing in the world. I just love, like, happy is my vibe. So anything that makes me smile. We also have a... We have a balloon parade in here.
Balloon bouquet, maybe?
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. So if you guys are listening to us on 97.1 or the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we want you to be a part of the show, too. And we appreciate you being here. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And I'm actually excited because in about 15, 20 minutes, we have our first guest, which is going to be really fun. Brian Baldinger to talk all things NFL. Yeah, Baldy. I've been hearing so many great things. This will be my first time actually chatting with him, so I'm really excited about that. But we've had such a fun show, you guys. We just spent the last 2 segments, probably like 30 minutes, diving into like what the Dodgers like future trades could look like,
who can they
could
steal?
be, the wish list, the dream list. Is this something like they could actually go after and get? And when you hear some of these names, you're like, no way. But then what the Dodgers have done, you're like, maybe.
Maybe they can.
Who knows? Also, I love that we are all just collectively hate watching OKC. Laker fans, how are we doing? I'm here for all of it.
I'm gonna be honest.
I'm here for all of it.
I'm starting to find energy through the hating. Like,
yeah.
The basketball season, I was rooting for Wemby, and I was still watching every single playoff game, but it was kind of somber because the Lakers weren't there. I'm getting some juice rooting for the demise of the Oklahoma City Thunder. I really am. I've never felt younger. It's just flowing through me.
It's so funny because I'm not a hater. Like, I'm not a hater, and I have a hard time with it. But like,
it's kind of fun, though.
But as we've talked about, because we talk about Lakers so much, and our phones are out, the algorithm is working for us.
Mm-hmm.
Our algorithm is hearing our love of the Lakers and our hate of OKC, and just absolutely feeding us. So like, I am getting the most beautiful hate reels. Like, just let me reframe that. Flop reels.
Yes.
Flop reels.
That's exactly what they are.
Which has just like, it's fed into this whole narrative of, oh yeah. No, this is hard to watch. Also, like, we're just rooting for the Spurs and then possibly jumping on the Knick fandom.
If we have
Fandemonium. Right?
I will root for the Knicks comfortably from the West Coast. If the Knicks somehow find a way to win the NBA final, I don't think they have a chance against the Spurs or OKC. But if they do, stay inside. If you live in Manhattan, it is not safe.
Dude, the city is going to be raging for 2 to 3 weeks straight until the end of the finals, like, especially until they start, because right now they're winners.
They're on top of the world
right now. They're winners, which is like great for all of the Knicks fans because
not much else to root for.
First time since 1999. I went through the list last year of everything that was happening during that time.
Great. Yeah.
In 1999. Like, social media didn't exist. Family Guy and The Sopranos had just come out. Like,
unreal.
So LeBron James was in middle school. It has been that long, you guys. It has been that long since the Knicks have been here. So, let them have their moment. I'm happy for like all of my friends that are Knicks fans. Mm-hmm. So that'll be fun. That's fun for them.
If you say so.
Come on, right? But we're going to switch gears and we're going to get back to some football. So we already talked about the Rams and did we like the fact, now that we've had time to digest the Ty Simpson pick and the backup quarterback situation that they're going for in LA, you guys, you can listen to that. We might get into that a little later again. But right now, we're going to talk about the other team, the Chargers, you guys, because they just made Derwin James Jr. the highest paid safety in football again. Okay, so they gave him a 3-year, $75.6 million extension with $57.5 million guaranteed. Now, this is the second time in his career he's reset the safety market. So the question is, Are the Chargers paying him for his production, for the experience, or to kind of have that veteran presence around?
They're paying Derwin James and making him the second highest paid safety for the second time in his 9-year career.
Yeah.
Because he can do so many things. He is probably the most versatile defender in the entire league.
Okay.
He can play free safety. He can play strong safety. He can play nickel. He can play corner if they need him to. He will walk up and play linebacker. He'll walk up on the line of scrimmage and play defensive end. He can truly do anything. And as a defensive coordinator, to have a guy like that who can truly do anything, it unlocks so many other things. From week to week, you don't know where Derwin James is going to line up. You don't know where he's going to be. And a quarterback typically is looking at the safeties as a hint as to what the coverage is, right? The safety rotation, is a guy down? Is he wide? Where he's lined up is typically the first indicator of what the coverage is. So if our safety is lined up on the line of scrimmage or way out to the right, way out to the left, really all over the field, it makes things confusing for the quarterback. He's among the most respected players in the league. Why I understand fans not necessarily rolling their eyes because they appreciate Derwin James, but saying, okay, what does this do for us, is because he's been on your team for a long time now. And
where have the results been?
And the results haven't been there. And in a sport like football, where it's not like the NBA where the cap is just a suggestion, the NFL has a cap and you cannot go over it. So you're sitting there saying, okay, so we're paying him how much money? What percentage of the cap? Justin Herbert's paying how much? Like, two guys are eating up so much of our cap space, and we have yet to win a playoff game in the Justin Herbert era.
Nothing to show for it.
Can this money be better spent until we get something shown for it? So as a DB, I'm always going to ride for DBs getting paid. But I can completely
I didn't even put that
see
together. I didn't even put that together. Of course you're going to be for this. You're like, pay the man for this position. Reset the market. This is perfect. Yeah.
But I completely understand any fan of any sport, not just Chargers fans, saying all of this money is being spent on guys who have been here for a long time, and we have not reached the level of success that we feel we should be at.
Yeah, this is an interesting one that I think can really go either way. And again, time's going to tell, because like, you're paying him for leadership and experience, and the production is there, but we need to see the production lead to a playoff win.
It needs to lead to something. Perfectly said.
Yeah, that I think is going to be does he deserve this? If they can get it to the playoffs and win a playoff game for Justin Herbert, then yeah. Pay the man. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. If you're listening to us on 97.1 or the Odyssey app or the iHeart app, you can call in and be a part of this conversation at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. If you're watching us on the live stream, you can be a part of this as well. Get in the chat. Let us know what you're thinking. And we actually have a caller right now, Producer Shay. Who do we got?
How many sisters do you have?
There she is.
I gotta say,
there she is. Number 2, Megan. I love you so much.
Happy birthday.
I actually wasn't sure. I let everyone know that you have a newborn. And
congrats.
Thank you. Of course I had to call in. I had no idea this entire time I'm listening to you guys talk, and I wish I had something to say, but like, go next. I don't know.
Megan, no! You guys, she's married to a Toronto native.
Okay.
So she's like, she married into the East Coast, and not, she's like the one non-sports girl in the family. Megan's like,
honestly,
who's winning
you know what
the
it
match?
was? Watching the Spurs games, how they had it also color coordinated really threw me off. I don't know any other team that could do that.
No, that's what like OKC does. How they have all the different shirts in the
stripes in the arena.
Oh, Meg, you're the only sister who's called in and gone straight into sports as the only non-sports girly. Which
I know, literally the furthest from it, but I feel like I had to make it relevant. Aside from happy birthday to the hardest working girl I know. Of course, you'd be working on your birthday.
I love you. So now we've had all the Curry sisters, everyone call in. Meg, I love you so much. I appreciate you calling in. Give little Dean Berger a hug for me. And
I will.
Evie.
You guys are doing amazing. I love it.
I
Getting
love
all
you.
the intel from you guys in this show. I love you.
Thanks for calling in.
Love that. I love the one non-sports sister went right in.
Oh, yeah,
I'm actually
no
really
hesitation.
impressed. She's like, "Oh, you want to talk sports? Let me tell you about the color coordination and the." But see, but I noticed that too, and it's just like that's impressive by
It is.
OKC fans.
That's dedication.
How everyone is like, you get everyone to wear the same thing, pending the section you're in, or do they provide it? Do they provide
So
the shirts?
they provide the shirts, but even still, for an arena that holds, we'll say, 17,000 people,
Yeah.
for everyone to get on board is a thing. But I also feel maybe it's a shame,
Why?
like a publicly shaming of you're not going to wear the blue shirt, really, everyone around you, and then I think eventually you put it on. Where would you stand? You spent X amount of dollars on a Western Conference game, and you go out to Bloomingdale's and you get your outfit and you're rocking your outfit, and there's a color coordinated shirt waiting on your seat.
Absolutely not.
You're not putting it on.
Absolutely not. I also, everything has to be washed before I wear it. I
That is a
don't
good
know
point,
where
yeah.
it's been. I don't know what floor it's been on. I don't know. I'm a germaphobe
Yeah.
in that sense where I'm like, it's got to be clean. Everything has to be cleaned before I wear it.
I
Like,
never
the
even
fact-
considered how dirty those shirts are. I've never once considered
Everything that you put on your body was in some sort of factory, okay? You don't know what table it was on. You don't know what floor it was on. So let this be a PSA to everybody. Wash everything before you put it on your body.
I never once.
So it's so funny
thought
when people
about
buy, oh, it's
that.
brand new, it's clean. I'm like, no, it ain't.
It's filthy.
It's probably the dirtiest it's ever going to be. Do you know how many hands have touched that? You don't know what floors it's been on?
I'm gonna be honest.
Uh-huh.
I think you ruined this for me.
Yeah.
I never.
Because you're like, oh, it's
considered
fresh.
that,
I
yeah.
don't have to wash it. Even if it's like dry clean, I take it to the dry cleaners before I wear it.
Yeah, no.
Like whatever it is, it has to be cleaned. Like
Because
that's
if
so
you're
gross.
printing 20,000 shirts in some factory overseas, then it's on a boat, and then they ship it over, and there's no way they're washing them because they're perfectly creased and folded, and they just lay it
You're
on a
getting
seat
it.
that some sweaty dude was laying on 48 hours.
You're getting it.
You've ruined free shirts for me.
You're getting it. No, I haven't. You just have to wash them before you wear them, you guys. Am I the first person, actually, also, but I'm crazy like that. I have a little OCD and, germaphobe on top of it. So it's like everything has to be perfectly put
But it does
together
make
and whatnot.
sense.
Yeah. Also, I need to plan my outfit. I haven't tried that on yet. I don't know what, jeans or shorts or boots are going to look good with that. I have to plan the whole fit.
Okay.
So, no. But I can see that works at OKC. That wouldn't fly with the Lakers.
It probably would.
That wouldn't
yeah.
fly in LA.
Yeah, it would need to be some limited edition Marc Jacobs T-shirt that he had. Yeah, okay.
No, you got to go Gucci.
Oh,
not
Gucci
even
shirt
Marc
for the
Jacobs. You got to go high if you want people in LA to be like, oh, I'm there and I'm wearing that no matter what. Let's be real. But that was cute. That was really cute. All right, guys. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. We just went on that tangent because my third sister called in. She's number 2 in the lineup. There's 4 of us. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm number 1 because I'm the oldest.
And the order went 4, 2, 3. The order of sisters who called in.
It went 4, 4, 3, 2.
4, 3, 2. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect
So
order.
bottoms up.
There you go.
Bottoms up, baby. That's how they called in. And my sister noticed how color coordinated OKC was. And that was kind of the tangent, left turn that we just took. But I'm also gonna steer us in a different direction now. And I'm gonna go back to the Dodgers in LA, because when we were talking about just what happened last night and what we're gonna see tonight, there was a point that we didn't get to, and it was Shohei Ohtani. And there was a moment when he got hit on the wrist that I think had everybody holding their breath in that moment. And you're like, uh-oh. But no one really focused in on it and understood what was happening until he got pulled out of the game. And same with Dave Roberts, not really knowing. He is scheduled. I haven't seen. Has the lineup come out?
No official confirmation.
Yeah, okay. So he's in there right now. So it has him in the lineup pitching today, and that's what Dave Roberts said after the game last night. As of now, he's going to be okay. He's going to be pitching. I doubt that he's also going to be hitting tonight, even though they have a day off, just because he got hit in the hand and they had that whole situation. But are you concerned kind of moving forward for Shohei Ohtani?
Anytime a player gets hurt, it's an issue, right? Anytime a player who you rely on every game, day in and day out, can't be there, you are worse because you decided that this player in that position makes winning realistic for us.
Yeah.
When a player does two things, then that player gets hurt. Now it hurts you twice, right? So it's it being his throwing hand. I would not be against, and again, this is Shohei's call. He presumably was pulled out by the forcefulness of Dave Roberts, not by Shohei standards. I wouldn't be against just taking the whole day off. Just, hey, I know you're saying only your pinky got hit and your hand is fine. Like, it's the Rockies. The series has already been won. I would not be against, hey, super precautionary. We're resting Shohei for the day. We're going to x-ray that pinky. I don't care if he says it doesn't hurt. Like, I'm not against that. What about you?
Not at all.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because we've had very different conversations around Shohei Ohtani hitting when he's pitching. And today is the day that it would make sense because they have an off day tomorrow. And what we learned when we talked to Alden Gonzalez, ESPN MLB reporter, was that this whole load management with Shohei Ohtani has come from Dave Roberts. And at first, and I'm still on the side of if Ohtani wants to hit when he plays, let him do it. But you made the argument is you have to protect the player from himself. And after what happened with Kiké Hernandez last night, learning that he actually felt the oblique situation during batting practice.
The day prior.
Like his first game coming back, but he didn't tell anybody because he wanted to be in there. This is if he told anybody, they would be like, okay, you're not coming in today. And that would be unfortunate, but you probably be set back maybe a week or two instead of a month or two. And so in this situation of protecting a player from themselves, when there is a sketchy situation, this is where I get on the side of, okay.
Sit your butt down.
No, like let the coaching staff, let the manager protect the player from themselves. Because beforehand, I'm like, nah, like Ohtani, no, like he's fine. But because we literally just saw what happens when a player doesn't want to miss time, even though there might be an injury and they don't say anything, they push and power through it because that's what we're taught in sports. It's like, no, you're fine. Power through. Everybody plays through injuries. And I was the same way. It's like, you're just like, you do whatever it takes. You have to. You show up and you just power through.
Toughness, grit. That's just the mindset. It's difficult, but you know what's not difficult is tossing it to producer Shay.
Oh, what's going on?
It only makes sense for if all the sisters call. It just makes sense for the Curry creators to call in. Here we go.
Curry creators.
Mom and Dad. Shay.
What's up, guys? Happy birthday, Alex.
Happy birthday. Thanks, Mom and Dad. Oh, my God, I love this so much. It's become a family show, you guys. I was kind of nervous. I told my family this morning, I was like, hey, you can call in, by the way, you guys. Not expecting every single person to call in the first 2 hours. I should have known better.
Oh, my God.
They've been watching you guys.
We love you so much.
Oh, thanks, Mom. You guys, they've been watching every day. They've been watching and listening every day because I get comments after the show of like things we talked about. And I just have to share my dad, who's on the phone right now, is the reason that I fell in love with sports the way that I did, and especially the Dodgers. And even when I like moved to the broadcast side of things, he is who I would talk to on my car ride home every single game after an Angels game. And we would break down what happened in the Angels game. He would tell me what happened in the Dodgers game that night because obviously I was working the Angels. And we kind of hash it out, and it would help me realize like what I need to talk about in pregame the next day. So, Dad, I love you. I appreciate you so much.
That's great. That's so great.
Hey, thanks for filling in the holes last night because I saw where Ohtani got pulled out of the game, but I wasn't watching. And then all of a sudden, Kiki's not playing?
I know, Dad. Heartbreaking.
And Brock, you had the great perspective of the fact that when you're an athlete, the only thing you want to do is play. You got to be out there because you are always competing no matter what happens. And, yeah, we are our own worst enemy when we want to get something done.
Appreciate your insight, Papa Curry.
Love you guys. Keep it going.
Dude, Curry.
Appreciate you both.
Curry Clint calling in strong. I love it so much.
What did
Curry's
Shay
real
call
deep.
them? The Curry.
The Curry creators.
The Curry creators.
Dude, Shay. I might need to get T-shirts made for my mom and dad. Mama and Papa Curry. Like, I can't wait to tell my sisters that. That's going in the group chat like the moment
I just
that
realized.
we get off the air.
So your dad was surrounded with 5 women growing up.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah. And 2 of us played soccer in college and 2 of us work in sports now.
Yeah.
So he got like the bet, like it was to have a sports obsessed dad, and they didn't push anything on us. They're like, yeah, do what you want to do. Like we danced, we played every sport imaginable, we did all the arts, we did piano and whatnot. And we decided like that's just kind of what we fell in love with. So yeah, he got lucky. He got lucky to have like 4 really rad, badass daughters. Yeah, it's fun. I'm happy all of you listeners got a little peek into the Curry family because everyone's welcomed. We have a great time and we have so much fun. And we're about to have some more fun, you guys, because when we get back, we have Brian Baldinger, a.k.a. Baldy, joining the show, 12-year NFL vet, ESPN, NFL Network, Odyssey NFL Insider. We are so excited to have him on. So don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening to us on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, we appreciate you being here. And if you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, thank you for tuning in. We also want you to be a part of the conversation. We've had a lot of fun callers today on my birthday show. So big shout out to the entire Curry family and all my homies who have been calling in to be a part of this. You guys, you can call in too and be a part of the show. The number is 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We're having a time. Also, if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat. We want you to be a part of the conversation and make sure you're following us on all socials at The Fan LA. It has been a fun day.
It has.
It's been a really fun day. So we're just waiting on a really fun guest that we're going to get in a bit. Producer Shay, how are we looking? I think he's looking good. I can't tell, but I'm excited. If this is, okay, I think we're good to go. Can I set him up? Let's set him up.
Yeah.
Okay. 12-year NFL vet, ESPN, NFL Network, and Odyssey NFL Insider. Please welcome Brian Baldinger to the show.
Thanks for having me, everybody. Thanks, nice to join you, Brock and Alex. Thank you. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Baldy, we appreciate you. Let's jump right into it because the Rams might have one of the best offensive lines in football while the Chargers are really just completely rebuilding after a rough year trying to protect Justin Herbert. When you look at both LA teams, who do you trust more in the trenches right now?
Well, I mean, look, the thing about the Rams, I mean, they overcame the loss of Rob Havenstein last year, obviously. Rob was a great veteran. But, you know, you look at what they were able to do with Warren McClendon. He stepped in and played at a very high level. Avila stayed healthy. They protected the MVP of the league last year. And so, you know, they just got a head start just from the standpoint of – and the signing of Kevin Dotson a few years ago from the Pittsburgh Steelers has been, you know, a great revelation. He has played very, very well for the Rams. And Alari Jackson is probably one of the more underrated players. I think they went out and they drafted Keegan Trost, you know, who I think might compete right now, you know, for a spot. But at the very least, like he's going to add some depth. So I trust the Rams right now. But honestly, you know, the Chargers just got hit by, you know, the injury bug last year and started early with the loss to Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt. And so it's not really fair. But obviously they have put a ton of resources into the position. First of all, they changed the offensive coordinator, changed the offensive line coach. All right, now you bring back Slater and all, which healthy could be as good a tandem of tackles as there is in football. Maybe Lane Johnson, Jordan Mailata. You know, you might want to put those guys over that, but they're right there. And then you go out and you draft Jake Slaughter and you bring in Tyler Biotish, who's a proven center. You know, and so you just look at what they have done. They bring in Cole Strange, who was a former first-round draft pick. They draft some offensive linemen. So I feel like the Chargers could be right there as long as those guys stay healthy right now. And it's a priority because, you know, obviously that was an ugly, ugly playoff loss, you know, by the Chargers. And really Justin Herbert didn't have much of a chance that day in that loss.
Baldy, you're looking at the Rams offense, and can you just give everyone listening and watching a bird's eye view of what this Sean McVay system is? Because we constantly hear about this Kubiak-Shanahan hybrid system that Shanahan and LaFleur and McVay are running. In the simplest terms possible, what is this offense that is sweeping through the league?
Well, I mean, it all started with Kyle Shanahan's dad, Mike Shanahan. They were all in Washington together back in 2010. Kevin O'Connell, you know, Sean McVay, they were all there. Richmond Flowers, who's there now, he represents, you know, 100 coaches in the NFL. But, you know, it was just really a wide zone running game where it's really zone blocking and then a lot of play action passes with the quarterback under center, where they really puts the defense in a bind. Is it a run? Is it a pass? Is it a play action? Is it a bootleg? And so it keeps the defense guessing a great deal. There's always a lot of pre-snap motions and shifts which every time the offense shifts, could be Puka Nacua going from one side of the field to the other side, changing the strength. The defense has to shift. They have to move. They have to adjust. And so there's a lot of pre-snap motion shifting, and then there's a lot of play-action passes that go with it. And then it's just a question of tweaking. We saw the Rams last year in a great deal of 13 personnel, especially when Devontae got hurt, where they were in 3 tight ends, and they were protecting the edges with tight ends in the run game. And so, it became real matchup problems when you're putting Colby Parkinson against, safeties or, one of their tight ends in that situation. Tyler Higbee, Terrence Ferguson, Davis Allen, one of their tight ends in a position where you get them matched up. And one of the reasons why they had so many touchdown catches a year ago.
Now, Baldy, you named all the big reasons and all the star power names as to why the Rams are as successful and why they are the Super Bowl favorites. But if you look at Matthew Stafford's success, how much is it tied to the Rams finally having that stability up front?
I would say it's all of it. I mean, he's coming off the best season he ever had.
Yeah.
And, the system's been in place. He's been there for a number of years. He understands all the nuances of the offense and what Sean is doing. They're in sync together on these Sundays. And so, but it all does start up front. And the production that they got, they ran the ball very, very well last year with Kyron and Blake. And so, but it starts with the run game. And they had a very productive rushing attack last year. I think at the end of the season, the Rams were, top, 5, 6, 7 in the run game, and it allowed them, to be the number one offense in football. And, and Stafford, was sacked very few times last year as a result. And, you throw for, 45, 46 touchdowns and, all the yards. I mean, it's the reason why he's the MVP, the runaway MVP last year.
Baldy, when you're looking at the Chargers offense, the biggest splash that they made was hiring Mike McDaniel, who turned down head coaching opportunities to be the offensive coordinator here. You look at Miami's offense in these recent years, and you look at Jim Harbaugh's offense in these recent years, and I see two clashing theories. So what does the Chargers offense look like this season?
Well, I mean, nobody is better in this entire league at designing the running offense than Mike McDaniel. I mean, there's a reason why Kyle wouldn't let him leave Cleveland or Atlanta or San Francisco until he got a head coaching job. But you look at the success of Devon Achane, Raheem Mostert, just go through the guys that have been in the backfield with Mike McDaniel. The guy is, he's next level. This is he might not be the best head coach, but he's as good a run designer as there is. There's a reason why, Harbs hired him and got him there. This running attack, I don't care if it's Kamel Vidal or if it's, Hampton or whoever's running the ball for him right now. They're going to run the football very, very well. The matchups that he gets in the run game are unlike anybody else. And you're going to see bona fide middle linebackers in this league. They're going to be looking around like, I didn't even get blocked and I didn't make the tackle. He sees things. I'm not going to say he's a genius. I'm not. I don't
Wow. He's a mad scientist.
Mike, he is a scientist. That's the right word. He is a run game scientist in this business.
You're listening to 12-year vet and NFL insider Brian Baldinger. We appreciate you being on the show, Baldy. And I want to keep talking about Mike McDaniels because that is a big decision to not take a head coaching position and take an offensive coordinating position with a team that you believe has hopefully playoff aspirations. Because that's the goal here. The Chargers have not lived up, especially Justin Herbert has not lived up to the expectations. So what is considered a successful season this year for Mike McDaniels running the offense?
Well, I mean, look, I think that playoffs certainly, but last year, they were the 20th ranked offense in football. Mm-hmm. They need to be. I mean, with Justin Herbert and what Harbaugh says about him every week, and he's the best in the league. he believes that. I don't think that's hyperbole. I think he believes he's the best. So let's give everything they can to help him. They got to at least be a top 10 offense. You can't go, and play the New England Patriots and just get skunked like they did last year. Where he's literally under duress every single play. Now, they were playing with backup tackles and a bad center and all that kind of stuff. But they could legitimately be a top 5 offense in football and scoring 27 points a game. That's legitimately possible with what they've done to the offense and what they've done to the offense line and the hiring of Mike McDaniel.
Baldy, when you're looking at the Rams' offense, defense, special teams, coaching staff, one thing that you don't really see on paper is a weakness. Is it safe to say that the Rams are in control of their own destiny here, health permitting, in regarding a path to the Super Bowl?
Yeah, but I mean, they were that last year, but the special teams stunk. You get 2 field goals blocked in the fourth quarter against the Eagles to lose a game that you're winning 26-7 at halftime. It was an embarrassment. Something so basic as field goal protection. And so, that's Sean's job right now, honestly, is to make sure that every single thing is like nothing slips through the cracks right now. You went out, you got your corners, you knew that was a weakness. You've adjusted some things right now. You've made some additions. When you look at defensively at the cornerback position, what you've been able to acquire offensively. I just think like right now it's a question of, all right, you got to go play, and you're going up against the number 1 defense in football in Seattle. You can't lose a game where you're up 14 points with a couple minutes to go on a Thursday night. You can't lose those games. And so that's what he's got to protect against is you can't lose these games. We're up 14 to Seattle and lose the way that they did, or lose to the Eagles on the road like they did. And so those are the things that the roster is the roster. The coaching is very good, but you can't lose games that you should win.
So, Baldy, LA fans were shocked when the Rams took Ty Simpson with the 13th overall pick, especially since Rams are in this win-now window. They were a player or 2 away from the Super Bowl last year. They are the Super Bowl favorites heading into this season. And we also all saw Sean McVay's reaction at the presser right after draft night. What was your initial reaction to the pick, and do you like the pick for the Rams?
Well, I didn't believe the reaction. First of all, I think that's the reaction he wanted to send to Matthew Stafford.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, Sean understands the power of television, the visuals, and all that stuff. He's in lockstep with Les Snead. Like, I don't believe that was much of a battle. I mean, look, Matt Stafford is 37, 38 years old. He's had 17 years. He stayed healthy last year. Not going to say that he's going to stay healthy. The only question I had is if they do bring Jimmy Garoppolo back, then what's the point of bringing Ty Simpson in? Mm-hmm. You've got a veteran capable of winning games for you that knows the system, that has won a lot of games in this league. So and look, they haven't brought him back yet, so I'm not saying that they are. But if you give Matthew Stafford the extension they just gave him last week, it is a head-scratcher to draft Ty Simpson. Because the fact is, he was in Alabama for 4 years. He played 1. And if you project this year that Stafford's a starting quarterback, he's going to play at least just 1 year out of 5, maybe 6 years. And no quarterback is improving if they're not playing. So the thing is kind of a head-scratcher to me. You saw Devontae Adams get hurt. You saw what Puka is going through right now. You certainly could have added either an offensive or defensive star player, knowing that they've had very few first-round picks in the last 8, 9 years, 10 years, I guess. They certainly could have added a bona fide player at the 13th pick in that draft. So it is kind of a head-scratcher. But if Ty Simpson is the backup quarterback this year and something happens to Matt Stafford, God forbidding, God willing, and he steps in and helps you win a football game, then it's going to be the right pick.
Baldy, we can't let you out of here without talking about the honorary LA team, the Las Vegas Raiders. We understand that the plan is for Kirk Cousins to start and then Fernando Mendoza at some point when he gets comfortable to take over the reins. What do you and really Coach Kubiak need to see before you know, okay, it's time for Mendoza to take over? Is that what Mendoza looks like, or is that what the surrounding team looks like?
Well, I don't believe in those plans. That what has ever been broadcasted out there.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think that if Fernando Mendoza, and look, he got the playbook before the draft even happened.
Yeah, he
did. So I mean, the plan was to get this guy up to speed. Like I don't believe for a second, after all the college football that he played and the gauntlet of teams he just went through to win a championship and go undefeated, like that's what Joe Burrow did. And, Joe Burrow started day one. And I'm not comparing him to Joe Burrow. Burrow is as fundamentally sound as any quarterback that's come into this league. But if this guy knows how to run a 2-minute offense, if this guy knows how to, check to a run in the audible checks, if this guy knows how to get guys lined up wrong, if he can do all these things, if he can flip a protection because of something the defense is doing, if he can do these things in minicamp, in the training camp, in preseason games, then I think Kirk Cousins is just stealing reps if you just start Kirk Cousins. And it's not to knock Kirk. Like, Kirk is in a role right now where he's the backup quarterback. Like, if you want him to start, I get it, but why not start the development of Fernando Mendoza week 1 if he's ready to do all those things? Troy Aikman was 1-15 his rookie season and got the crap knocked out of him. And he's in the Hall of Fame. They won 3 Super Bowls. So, I just think you start the kid. If he's more – Matt Ryan started, Joe Flacco started. Like, if he's up to speed and he knows how to play and knows what the offense is, and it's a quarterback-friendly offense to begin with, like, I would start him right away.
So we're hearing that you are very much in the belief of quarterbacks do not need to sit behind a veteran to be – a great quarterback in this league. Throw him out there. But from what we're hearing from the Raiders camp is Kirk Cousins is going to start, and then when he's ready, he's going to come in. So with that in mind, what week do you think we see Fernando Mendoza out there starting? If you had to be a betting man.
Let's go.
What?
Come on, Baldy.
I mean, look, Kirk Cousins, he's a 500 quarterback in his career. All right, we're not talking about a Hall of Fame player here. We're talking about a very good quarterback who's very smart. All right, and he helped win the last 4 games last year. But we're not talking about somebody at the very top of their game right now. He's not. And so, what version of Kirk Cousins you're getting? I've seen him throw the football. It's not the best arm in the league. I don't know. Like I think Fernando's going to start week 1.
Dude, I love that. Baldy, we appreciate your
Thanks
insight.
for hanging out, Baldy.
Everything so much. We hope you have a great day. And who knows? Are we going to see Fernando starting day 1? That's from Baldy.
I'm feeling juice now. Here we go.
Thank you.
Guys. Yep.
Love it. This guy is hilarious.
I want
like
to give him credit too.
Unintentionally hilarious in the best way.
Is. And I want to give him credit. The way that we talk about offensive line now, not only during games, but on social media, it started with him. I don't know if he takes credit for it, but about 5 years ago, he was the only person pulling clips of all 22 tape, putting it on Twitter, breaking it down from an offensive lineman's perspective, and he deserves every bit of credit there.
Yeah.
Absolute legend.
It all starts there.
Yeah.
You got your quarterback is not going to have success, and he's not going to get the ball to your star receivers or running backs or tight ends if the O-line is not doing their job.
Not a chance.
So that was so fun. That was great. Brian Baldinger, we really appreciate you being on the show. Baldy, we got to get him back. We're going to take a quick break here. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, who are we hate watching? That's next.
Hiding your smile or struggling with dentures? At Implants for Life, Dr. E and his expert.
Decker here from Derek and Decker.
And Derek Fisher here from Derek.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here. And I appreciate everybody, family, friends who have called in on my birthday show. It has been a time. Lots of positivity today.
As it should be.
Lots of smiles. I can't wait to have a cupcake
You're
after
the queen
the
of
show.
positivity.
I know. Happy is my vibe, you guys. That's my whole brand, you guys. And the balloons here making me smile. The cupcakes after the show are going to be great. But we're going to switch from happy to hate, which is not on brand for me, but in the best way possible. Laker fans, where am I? Am I in this? Am I in single? Am I two-shot here?
Talk to him.
Let me ask you a question real quick. Are we all collectively just hate watching the Thunder right now? Because I can get on board with that. I can definitely get on board with that. I wasn't aware. I mean, I was aware, but I hadn't done a deep dive into the beautiful highlight reels that are the OKC flop videos. And I think my algorithm is working for me right now because we talk about the Lakers so much. So they assume because we're a Laker-led show, we must all just really dislike the Thunder. And so my algorithm, has been feeding me these beautiful Thunder flop highlight reels. And after watching all those all week, I can't unsee it. I can't unsee it. So now all I'm doing when I'm watching right now the Western Conference Final, I am rooting for Wemby because I'm a player fan. I'm rooting for Wemby and the Spurs. But if it's OKC that ends up winning the Western Conference Final, I think I'm gonna have to root for the Knicks. Producer Shay said he's got something right here. What do we got?
I mean, you bring up TikTok and Twitter and all that because obviously you see all these videos coming out. And something that I noticed the most this past week was obviously earlier in the week, the nuns came to the game.
Oh, my goodness.
And that poster got posted of Wemby with the nuns, and it said, "Just pray" at the top, and it was like a Nike sign.
It's so good.
And then yesterday I saw one, and they were comparing basically that with SGA, and it was SGA with a bunch of refs next to him, and at the top it just said "Just flop." So all I'm saying is I am absolutely loving everything that is going on.
But the thing is, I think everybody is collectively on board for this.
Everyone's hate watching.
Like, it's not just Laker fans.
No.
I think the whole NBA is hate watching the Thunder right now. That's tough.
Even me personally, there were, entering the season, there were 3 members of the Thunder that I would root for. I would root for AJ Mitchell because although he's from Belgium, he played at UCSB, and I thought that was kind of cool. Small school, and here he is on the big stage. I thought that was fun. I root for Alex Caruso because he was a former Laker.
He won a
and seen him have
championship.
success, but now he has turned into a version of himself that I cannot justify, I cannot support. Alex Caruso is dead to me until further notice. And I used to root for Chet Holmgren because he's a Minnesota kid, and I went to Minnesota. And while I was there, there were 2 kids that I'm talking, they were probably in middle school at that time. I had a lot of friends who would coach high school basketball, and like, yo, there's these 2 kids. One is named Paige Beckers, one is named Chet Holmgren, and I'm telling you, these 2 kids are going to be monsters. Like,
Future.
I'm going to root for both of them because they're going to high school right down the road. Paige Beckers, you still have my support and love. I'm a Wemby guy now.
Yeah.
And if you know one thing about Wemby, he hates him some Chet Holmgren.
Love
so I
that.
can no longer root for Chet Holmgren.
No.
So I'm 0 for 3 on Thunder players I used to root for. Let's hate watch the Thunder.
No, we
from
can't.
here on
but
out.
If you even just watch the difference of Wemby, who tall man who
ethical hoops is the phrase that they're using.
Oh.
Ethical hoops as opposed to unethical hoops.
Flop
which
City?
Is, yes.
Flop City B, Flop City B.
Tiger
Flop
with
City
the
B,
remix.
Flop City
We need
B.
Tiger.
Flop City B, Flop City B. That's all we're doing. Okay, that's Thunder vibes right now.
I can't stand it. It makes my skin crawl.
It's
like, what
bad.
are we watching?
I do love, though, that all the national broadcasts are now, everyone's kind of jumping on board of like, it's unwatchable.
It's impossible to ignore.
It's bad for the game because the thing is they don't need to do it. And I think that's the frustrating part to a lot of NBA fans is they're good enough to be winning these games without the flopping. So it's just an added hate bonus.
Yes. Why are you adding this element here? It takes more effort to flop and flail the way that they do. Why are you exerting more effort than necessary when, as you said, if you just played the game straight up, you are still
good
in the
enough.
middle of a potential dynasty. I don't.
No,
I can't do it.
You can't use the D word until they've
Potential.
No, if and I think everyone's hoping that doesn't happen. But if they win a second one, then you can say they are on their way to a dynasty. A dynasty takes 3 championships.
It does.
And when you only have one, even if you're getting back to the finals, like you gotta win more than that. So we're all hate watching the Thunder, and I'm here for it. We're all here for it. We're having a good time. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. Hour 4 next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. Hour 4. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. My birthday show has just been so much fun. If you've been listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, we appreciate you being a part of the show. If you're watching live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, get in that comment section. We want you to be a part of the show. We've had so many great callers today. Selfishly, like all of my family, literally my entire family called in. All 3 of my sisters, my mom and dad.
Couple friends in there,
all
too.
my friends. Yeah, sent in really awesome. I don't know if they were video or just voice notes, but it was awesome. You can also call in at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We have been having a time. Cheers, because it's coffee time for Brock.
Okay, yes it
We got to
is.
get us a coffee sponsor, because if you've been with us from day one, as my sister said, longtime listener, first-time caller, Brock doesn't drink coffee until 1 p.m. And so it is a thing. We make it a thing. I will daily make this a thing for Brock. First cup of coffee happens at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So we're kicking it into high gear for the power hour.
On work days, it is, the first cup of tea is black tea. After that, we switch to green tea.
Wait,
but
what? I didn't realize there was a whole system before that.
Yes, the first cup of coffee is always black tea when I get in here in the morning. Usually it has the most caffeine. So we are starting with a kick, but it's a tea kick.
Yeah, so that's what I have. So that's what's in here is yerba mate. We need a coffee sponsor, and we need a yerba mate sponsor. Producer Shay, let's get on that, because that's what we're going to tell the sales team. We will pump you up, guys. We are a caffeinated, driven show here, but clean caffeine in the beginning, and then we hit coffee for the power hour. The power hour should be sponsored. That's what it should be.
I agree.
The power hour needs to be sponsored by coffee. The beginning part of the show is sponsored by tea.
We'll do that. I'm a cardamom tea guy.
You're a what?
So if we can do cardamom tea too, if we could just add that in. I know I'm a producer, but
what is
cardamom.
it? No, the yerba mate.
That's
you
like
guys.
a rose or something, right? Is it like a flower?
It's like a flower seed kind of thing. I honestly don't know what it is.
Is it caffeinated?
It's. I don't. I think it's a herbal drink.
Yeah.
But most cardamom. So anytime you see like Persian tea, it's cardamom tea.
Oh, I don't know if I've had it before.
Oh, I'll bring you guys. I'll bring some bags tomorrow.
It is very good.
Is it caffeinated?
There's an ice cream. Yes, so it is like it's in the ginger family.
Okay.
It's considered queen of the spices.
Ooh.
Complex, citrusy with a slightly minty flavor.
Okay, that's right up my alley.
The Persians love cardamom tea.
There's a cardamom flavored ice cream in the ice cream shop that my wife and I go to. It sounds funky, but it's delicious.
So you've had it.
Yeah.
So you're familiar with this.
Yes, not in tea form, but it does pop up in desserts every now and then.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm into this. Producer Shay, if you're making this pitch,
I got it.
Bring it in.
I'll bring some tea tomorrow.
Bring it in.
Let's do it.
I love this. I'm for all the caffeine. I'm like injected in my veins, you guys. Especially like we got a fun show that's just been flying by.
Yes.
Hour 4. Birthday show. But let's talk about yesterday and last night, and then we're gonna move forward back to today. But we're gonna backtrack before we get forward again, because we gotta kind of like lay out the state of the Dodgers right now. Okay, it was an emotional roller coaster at Dodger Stadium last night. We're gonna go up the roller coaster. Okay. Because the bats were going off. The bats were absolutely insane. Mookie Betts hitting cleanup. Home run. Mookie Betts hitting cleanup, another home run. Kiké Hernandez back in the lineup for the first time this season. Game 2, hitting 1,000. 4 for 4 the last 2 games. Uh-oh, he's out of the game. We're going down the roller coaster. Uh-oh, Shohei Ohtani gets taken out of the game. He was hit on the hand. Uh-oh. What's happening? We're still winning by a lot, so we're going up and down over this roller coaster throughout the game. And it was just so many emotions all at once. So let's, with the positive side of things, Mookie Betts is fine.
Yeah.
Mookie Betts is back.
Talk about a slump buster.
But it was not on my bingo card for Dave Roberts to have Mookie hitting cleanup. And that's what was going to get him out of his slump. His first multi-home run game since May 19th of last year. It had been over a year since Mookie had a multi-home run game. It's like, no, just be our power hitter. Our slumping power hitter. Here you go, Mookie Betts. This is all you needed to get back to where this team knows you can be.
Dave Roberts has made so many decisions that on paper seem insane. And early on, right after that 2020 World Series, 21, 22, 23, he made a lot of decisions in the playoffs that in hindsight people were right to criticize. But since then, I mean, even last year, to throw out Miguel Rojas in the situation that he was in, and for him to hit a home run in Game 7, to throw in Andy Pages into center field, even though he had really been kind of in the dugout riding the pine for most of the World Series, and he makes that incredible catch.
Roki Sasaki closing games.
He just makes these insane decisions, and once again, he puts Mookie on the biggest stage with the coldest bat he's had in his entire career, and he responds, "You madman, David Roberts, we love you, and I will never question you again."
Yeah, I mean, Andy Pages also on a heater.
Yeah.
Went 4 for 5, 2 doubles, a home run, 3 RBI. Got his 6th outfield assist of the year just right out of the gates. Like Andy Pages is not only having an all-star career, like an all-star season, but like you could make the argument that he is having like an MVP style season. It's
I'm
hard
waiting for the MVP odds to go in his favor.
I mean, it's hard when you're on the same team as Shohei Ohtani, who's going to be the MVP favorite in the National League for as long as he's playing, and as long as he's having MVP style numbers and like pitching Cy Young style numbers. Because we talked about this. Shohei Ohtani made it very. He made it very clear at the start of the season, I want to win a Cy Young. But because of kind of the load management and stretching him days longer, he's not necessarily pitching every 5th day, pitching once a week. That's going to bring his inning count down. That's going to bring his number count down a little. I don't think it should count against him because it's the Shohei Ohtani like kind of caveat in effect that like, okay, but you will also see that he's like blasting home runs and a power hitter. So yeah, give the man a couple days. But when it's purely a pitching award, but he's also like, he still has a sub-1 ERA.
0.7
as well.
Something, right? 0.78 maybe?
Yeah, I don't have it up right now.
It's insane.
So it brings us to the conversation of Shohei Ohtani. Yeah, so a .73 ERA.
0.73, jeez.
Yeah. 4.2 record over 49 innings, 4 earned runs allowed, 54 strikeouts, 13 walks. So he is in the NL Cy Young conversation right now. Last night, I'll say this is what the roller coaster of like, oh no, of Shohei Ohtani last night was. He got hit kind of on his hand, wrist, on the pad, which is why you wear the pad, thankfully. And came out of the game. But Dave Roberts assured everybody last night, you know, he's going to be okay. He is still slotted to pitch tonight. I would doubt that he is going to also be hitting as well, even though they have an off day tomorrow, just to make sure that the hand is okay. But again, we don't have the for sure lineups yet. He's in the projected lineups right now. That'll come out for DMac and Reiter in our next show. But with everything that Ohtani is doing now, everything that Ohtani has done during his time so far in Major League Baseball, you have to have the real conversation that Shohei Ohtani might already be the GOAT.
Yeah, he is.
You cannot deny the fact for everything that he has done already in the game of baseball. Like, I'll just say this is his MLB awards and honors. 4-time MVP, unanimous MVP, 2-time World Series champ, NLCS MVP, obviously Rookie of the Year, 5-time All-Star, 4-time Silver Slugger Award winner, 3-time Hank Aaron Award winner, and twice he'd been the home run leader. Mind you, all this is happening while he's also pitching. Minus the years he's recovering from his 2 Tommy John surgeries. Like, you have to say, and you have to have the conversation, he is in that GOAT conversation right now, even though he's in the midst of his career and really in the peak of his career right now.
He is. And baseball, as much as we love it, compared to all the other sports, has the most purists of any other sports. The sports writers, the voters, you see the Hall of Fame votes every single year. there are so many purists that kind of usher away a lot of fans, but that's a different conversation entirely. Why I bring that up is because there is no precedent to Shohei Ohtani. No one has done this before at the level that he's done it, as consistently as he's done it, and has improved at both hitting and pitching as consistently as he has. There's nothing to compare it to. Baseball is all about comparison. Like, WAR is arguably the most important stat that teams go off of.
Yeah.
It's not just about what you do, it's what you've done in comparison to everyone else. It's so hard to put Shohei's success into context because there is nothing to compare it to. And quite honestly, there may never be another player to compare it to down the road. So he's in his own stratosphere where every single stat that he has to be factored in with, well, he's also playing two different positions. And because we don't do that, we haven't had a need to do that for anyone else. I'm not saying that the legacy of Shohei will be diminished, but I think it's going to be this other thing. Like, there's baseball royalty, and then there's Shohei, because he was kind of playing a completely different sport than everyone else.
So it's crazy because when you were talking about the baseball purists, right? And I think that's what this old-timey baseball, America's pastime, we get stuck in the past. Yeah. And you have to realize the game has completely changed. Completely changed, because who are the purists comparing him to? Babe Ruth.
Right.
You guys, that was 100 years ago. Over 100 years ago. Like, that's insane.
Yeah.
Like, these guys were probably pounding beers, not working out, smoking whatever they were smoking, cigars, cigarettes. Yeah, it's not even a comparison. Like, give it up. Yes, Babe Ruth, like, an icon, like, for what he did, making baseball what it is. But, like, you can't compare that. And then you have, like, a Willie Mays, like, the ultimate, like, just absolute insane pure hitter. And that could throw at elite levels. Like, Willie Mays, one of the all-time greats, but he didn't pitch.
Right.
Barry Bonds, arguably the best hitter in the game of baseball, who they still won't put in the Hall of Fame. We got beef, people, because, like, if you're gonna use his records for most all-time home runs, then, like, we need to have a different conversation. Like, but he didn't pitch.
Right.
He didn't pitch. Hank Aaron, like Ty Cobb, like all of these hitters were great and have some of the all-time records. But none of these guys are doing what Shohei Ohtani is doing. A four-time unanimous MVP, 2-time World Series winner, and an ace on the mound, and a power hitter at the plate. Like, how do you not say that Shohei Ohtani is already the greatest baseball player of all time?
Not only is he, it's a question of when did he become it. I was ready to throw that crown on him after the first Dodgers World Series. I had seen enough, and obviously I was very aware of who Shohei Ohtani was when he was with the Angels and everything like that. But something about watching every single game of his, now that he's in a Dodger uniform, as opposed to just seeing when he's playing the Dodgers or playing on national TV when he was with the Angels, it was impossible to ignore. Just I have to appreciate what I am seeing, and that not only has nobody done it, there's really no precedent or you can't predict that you will ever see someone else have the ability to do it in the future, right? Like, you look at what Aaron Rodgers did to the quarterback position. Aaron Rodgers directly led to Patrick Mahomes, because Patrick Mahomes said, "Oh, I can play quarterback like that? Cool." And then Patrick Mahomes directly leads to Caleb Williams, because he says, "Oh, I can play football like that?" Right? Like, but what Shohei is doing, there's not just a crop of kids who can say, "Oh, I can pitch and hit." No, buddy. You can't do that.
It's different, too, because he went to, like, a baseball boarding school. So Shohei Ohtani was, like, he was groomed for this in a way that I don't think any U.S. player could have been groomed for this. The respect that he has for the game and the respect that he has for the work that gets put in, that you have to do to be pitching at an elite level and to be hitting at an elite level. I don't think it's possible for a player unless you had the path that Shohei Ohtani had, which is where he was in a school where baseball was life and then school was mixed into it. And that's, you see that product now because he was doing all of these things. I remember hearing about Shohei Ohtani when I was on the Angels, and everyone was like, hey, you're about to get like the future of baseball. This is the superstar of Japan. I was like, okay. And they're like, no, Alex, you don't
understand.
You don't understand. And then I went into the deep dive, and you're like, oh, wait, so he was like the MVP of Japan. Like, this is NPB's, like, this is like, he won like Japan's, like, their World Series. He was their MVP. He was a 5-time All-Star. And he was going to be the first player that we've ever seen bringing that to Major League Baseball. And I remember the conversations that we're having. It's like, well, we have to change some rules. Like, we have to change the stat sheets. We have to change how we record things. Like, everything that Shohei Ohtani has done for the game of baseball, not only growing it internationally, like, the way people are just so excited to watch games now is everything and more I have always hoped for being in the game and covering baseball. Also growing up as like a huge fan of the game my entire life. So
Glad he's a Dodger.
Yeah, you know what? Like, this is what dreams are made of. Like, just going right into there as a born and raised Dodger fan who got to cover him on the Angels and was so lucky to be there for the beginning part of his career. And now that I'm sitting back and I get to talk LA sports all day, every day, which, like, what a dream. Now we get Shohei Ohtani. Dude, GOAT. Just saying it. Like, don't at me, or you can. Let's have the conversation. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN. You can also follow us on our socials at The Fan LA. If you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, get in the chat. Be a part of this conversation. We want you to be a part of this conversation. We're going to take a quick break here, but when we come back, we had Baldy on earlier, and he had some interesting thoughts on the Rams drafting Ty Simpson. That's next. Don't go anywhere. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. We have been having a blast all day on my birthday show. So if you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, we appreciate you tuning in. And if you're watching live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, get in the chat. We've been having some fun conversations all day. Also, shout out, I just found out DMac and Reiter having Oral Hershiser on the show. Yeah.
By the way, Oral Hershiser has an argument for the best single season that a Dodger has ever had. 1988. Wins the World Series, is an All-Star, is a World Series MVP, and wins the Cy Young all in one season. Be sure to stick around with DMac and Bill Reiter, who I literally just bumped into as I was coming back from the bathroom. I literally physically touched shoulders with him because neither of us were paying attention to where we were walking.
I love that so much. I've almost taken someone out in the hallway.
There's some tight corners in there.
Dude, like
you know?
we have like a very limited amount of time getting to and from like the restroom or going to fill up your water for commercial breaks. And sometimes you're just booking it and not looking where you're going. I almost took out someone with a full cup of coffee yesterday.
That would have been a disaster.
That would have been hilarious.
Now we're talking skin damage. If it was a hot cup, oof,
dude, you were talking to him. Is who you were talking to when you were filling up your coffee.
Brian. Shout out to Brian.
I was like, I had no idea. All I knew is when I was coming back, he was like full cup of coffee going back to his desk. I was like, I am so sorry. He was like, neither of us were looking. It was like, whoa, it's gonna happen, and it's gonna be hilarious when it happens. But you know what else was hilarious today? Like, so much fun. We had Brian Baldinger on the show, ESPN, NFL Network, Odyssey, NFL Insider, obviously 12-year NFL vet. And he was incredible. Mm-hmm. Like, we just had such great conversations. But we were asking him, and I was curious which direction he was going to go with this, because I think it could have gone one of two ways. And the way that it went was... Okay, so let's just take a listen, because I asked him, what did you think of the Rams drafting Ty Simpson? Drafting Ty Simpson. Mm-hmm. And the main reason I asked was because of Sean McVay's reaction.
Yes.
Okay, and we've talked a lot about that, because Sean McVay went on Bussin' with the Boys podcast, mm-hmm. and where he talked about, he wasn't happy with himself.
Yeah.
Wasn't happy with himself for how he reacted to the situation. He should have done better, and it probably took away from the great night that Ty Simpson had. And he mentioned that he had gotten in an argument with Les Snead. And he didn't say what it was. He said it wasn't about...
It was about something unrelated.
It wasn't about Ty Simpson, but you have to realize the timetable of when they do this press conference is you make the pick, and then you either come right out to your local LA media to talk about the pick, or you wait until the first round is done, then you come out. Mm-hmm. So that's when the argument might have happened. Mm-hmm. That wasn't about Ty Simpson. I don't believe it could have been about anything other than Ty Simpson, and I think you were on the same page of that. And so it was interesting when we asked Baldy, I was like, what was your takeaway from that situation? Take a listen. Shocked when the Rams took Ty Simpson with the 13th overall pick, especially since Rams are in this win now window. They were a player or two away from the Super Bowl last year. They are the Super Bowl favorites heading into this season. And we also all saw Sean McVay's reaction at the presser right after draft night. What was your initial reaction to the pick, and do you like the pick for the Rams?
Well, I didn't believe the reaction, first of all. I think that's the reaction he wanted to send to Matthew Stafford.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, Sean understands the power of television, the visuals and all that stuff. He's in lockstep with Les Snead. Like, I don't believe that was much of a battle. I mean, look, Matt Stafford is 37, 38 years old. He's had 17 years. He stayed healthy last year. Not going to say that he's going to stay healthy. The only question I had is, if they do bring Jimmy Garoppolo back, then what's the point of bringing Ty Simpson in? Mm-hmm. You've got a veteran capable of winning games for you, that knows the system, that has won a lot of games in this league. So if you – and look, they haven't brought him back yet. So I'm not saying that they are. But if you give Matthew Stafford the extension they just gave him last week, it is a head-scratcher to draft Ty Simpson.
Mm-hmm. Do you believe that? Do you believe that it was an act from Sean McVay?
I never considered, credit to Baldy, he's been covering the NFL and played in the NFL for a very long time and knows the coaching dynamics as good as anyone. What went overlooked through this whole thing is Sean McVay one day will be a media personality. He's too good at it, and even was considering making that jump after they won the Super Bowl in 2021. He always knows where the cameras are, and he knows how to convey a message without saying
conveys.
There we go. And I feel Baldy brought up a great point of, no, Sean knows how to send a message to his quarterback without having to say anything. And I didn't really factor that in. I knew that McVay was upset because anybody watching that clip knows he's upset. But showing your quarterback, hey, I had nothing to do with that pick, and clearly I was against it, even though I can't call you right now and tell you that. I didn't consider he was specifically not putting on a show because it's how he felt, but trying to communicate with Matthew Stafford.
I'm not buying it.
No?
Nah. Like, I know that Sean McVay is a master of the media.
Mm-hmm.
And he even said that. That was the first excuse that we got was, I wanted to be respectful of Matthew Stafford. You can be respectful without having, what did he call it, vampire energy?
Yes. Yeah.
Like that, there was something more there. Now, there is some truth. I think there's truth in that. And there's definitely truth in what Baldy's saying of like, no, he's just trying to protect his boy, Matthew Stafford. That's his future. Obviously, they just gave him that $55 million 1-year extension up to $60 million. So like that's who they're going with. Like Matthew Stafford is the future. He is the reigning MVP. They are the Super Bowl favorites heading into this year. So two things can be true. And I think both of these can be true that like, yes, he wanted to be respectful of Matthew Stafford, but I don't think he was putting on a show. I think he was upset. I think he was very upset that that's the direction they went in that moment. Now that he's had some time to take a step back and figure out a way to properly talk about it, which going on Bussin' with the Boys was a pre-planned, this is how I'm going to address the situation.
Yeah.
And he took a couple steps back of, I could have handled it better. And I think I overshadowed a great night for Ty Simpson, but there's a lot of different rub you the wrong way situations with this pick.
I am very interested and anxiously await the first true Matthew Stafford press conference. You don't rush to the starting quarterback when someone else gets drafted. He's busy with OTAs, and then he gets extended. Sometimes they have conferences about that, but typically you don't. Like, there hasn't been an opportunity for him to have a media obligation. Not him choosing
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yep, we're getting Bridget Condon, who from NFL Network, who is going to be at Rams practice tomorrow. Yeah, we're gonna get an inside.
Look at that accidental tease I just set up.
We're getting an inside scoop of the vibe. We're gonna get like an understanding of like, okay. Day one, how's it feeling? Well, day one that we get to see.
Right. No, that one, very excited about that.
Yeah.
Two, Matthew Stafford, I have no doubt will handle tomorrow's press availability and the entirety of the season's press availability with professionalism, because at the end of the day, he's the reigning MVP and he has a Super Bowl to win.
Yeah.
But I am always interested in hearing how quarterbacks handle the, quote, mentorship role. Now, typically, the mentorship role is bestowed upon a quarterback who is aging out of the game and has their best football, has already played their best football. Joe Flacco was asked the mentorship role question. Ryan Tannehill, when he was in Miami, was asked the mentorship role question. Guys who, hey, I know I'm not going to be my jersey's not getting retired in this stadium. So you can ask me those questions. But very rarely does a reigning MVP who just got extended for $100 million more get asked about a mentorship role. And I'm just curious how that goes.
But we've seen it. So we saw it kind of with Tom Brady when the Patriots drafted Jimmy Garoppolo. We saw how angry he was. He was out of there.
He was not trying to hide anything.
Nope. He was out of there. He got shipped out of there. And then we saw it with Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love.
And that didn't go well either.
Nope. Aaron was like, I'm out of here. So, unfortunately, we've seen it with MVP quarterbacks, Super Bowl winning quarterbacks. And you know what? When we were talking about it earlier, and I was kind of trying to describe it for like us, a situation that we could connect to. And it's like, if you're here, but they're like training somebody to be your replacement. So someone's just like sitting in the chair next to you, like looking over your shoulder, like, how's it going, guys? You would be like, yo, you're ruining my vibe. Okay. And I get that. And from that perspective, I get it. But we're also not in a job where every single play, like, your health is on the line and you could get injured. And this is a $1 billion franchise and company that has to look ahead to the future. I think it's really hard for everybody to understand and digest, especially even like a Sean McVay, who his partner in Les Snead, who they have been very much always on the same page and very buddy-buddy. I been at those draft press conferences after picks, and they're like, it's a fun vibe. It's always been a really fun, exciting vibe. It's new.
It's supposed to be a party.
That's what the draft is. It's like you're just welcoming in the future of whatever that looks like. That wasn't a happy, fun vibe with like the highest pick they've had in a while, and probably the highest pick they're going to have for a bit. So to see your leader have that kind of reaction, also to know that, Matthew Stafford wasn't like pumped on it, at which, again, now that you kind of go down the list of other quarterbacks who have been in this situation that happened to, whether it be a Tom Brady with Jimmy Garoppolo or a Aaron Rodgers with Jordan Love, one of those worked out really well. Like, Jordan Love sitting behind him and actually learning from him was the best thing that could have happened to his career. You hope that they don't have the same outcomes as both of those, where they just can't stand it, and one of them is like, I'm out of here. And that he can understand and get to the place of, this is not a 1 to 2 year plan. This is a 3 to 5 year plan after your contract's done with us. Like, obviously, we want you here. You are the reigning MVP. You are a huge reason we are a Super Bowl favorite, along with all the pieces we put around you. But if anything happens, this is just someone who is here as a backup and is going to be able to learn from the best of the best in the league. And if this works out for the Rams, I mean, they're going to we're going to look back and be like, okay, it all makes sense. But we just don't have a big enough sample size of Ty Simpson to do that yet.
We have no real sample size of Ty Simpson, as he was not the starter until recently, and really only has 15 solid quality starts of football. And it wasn't a down year by Alabama standards, but when it got ugly, it got very ugly. There are some low lights that you typically don't see from the quarterback of Alabama. And of course, the biggest thing was the embarrassing loss to Indiana in the CFP at the Rose Bowl. But another aspect of it is Les Snead, being the F them picks believer that he is, he has set a precedent at the quarterback position when they traded Jared Goff and some first-round picks to Detroit to claim Matthew Stafford, and that is why we're in the situation we're in now. So Les Snead has shown, I'm comfortable just looking around the league and finding a veteran that I like and saying, okay, what's it going to take to get him, and just getting him, right? They haven't developed a quarterback since Jared Goff, and that was the quarterback that they traded away. So not only is this anti what Les Snead typically does, you tried it one way, it didn't work. You made it to a Super Bowl, but you lost. And then the second way you went about it, of just looking around the league, finding a guy and signing him, or trading for him and then extending him, that way worked. So why are we going back to the way that didn't work previously? Of course, Jared Goff started right away, but the developmental side of things for Les Snead at premium positions, it's just not what he typically believes in. So it leads to the question, looking at Ty Simpson, why him? Why is this guy worthy of breaking your mold?
How many total games did you say he played in college?
15, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. So you guys, the average, like, NFL quarterback, like, it's being drafted into the NFL, college quarterback is like 30 to 35 college games, so 25 to 30 total starts.
Mm-hmm.
That's half.
And now he's about to sit for 2 years.
They call it the high risk club. Under 20 starts.
It's considered high risk. Okay.
High risk club. There
Okay.
have not been many first round quarterbacks with fewer than 20 college starts over the last decade that have maintained an undisputed long-term NFL starting job.
And
like, that's a big deal.
That's a massive deal. And again, it's not like he's going to gain experience in the NFL anytime soon. Typically, you draft a guy who has started 40 games.
Yes.
Because he's not going to play for 2 years. You're drafting a guy who played minimally in his collegiate career, and now he's not going to play for 2 seasons. At least, for all we know, Stafford wants another extension next year, right? Like,
Yeah.
He's just not going to play.
He will. He's Stafford, I'm imagining, is at least 2 more seasons with the Rams, unless we've talked about this possibility too. If they do win the Super Bowl this year, there could be a go out on top situation. But that was another thing that I think DMac and Reiter broke down of he possibly wants to be an owner.
Got to get your bread up for that.
So you gotta, you gotta make a little bit more money, which you could over the next 3 to 4 years, another 100 mil possibly. So, I mean, there's so many things that we as fans and people in the media who talk about all these athletes, you have no idea what they're actually thinking. Like, we can dissect and have theories, but like, he has 4 daughters that are young and happy. I mean, they've been such a beautiful part of the game.
Yeah.
And I love how much they know about football and like have just been a part of his entire career and story. But who knows? Do you want to continue to do that to get into the ownership side? I don't know. We can ask DMac and Reiter when they come in here, because we got crosstalk coming up next. You're listening to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. But when we come back, we're gonna ask DMac about that. Don't go anywhere. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you were listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app. We appreciate you being here and spending my birthday with me because it has been such a fun show. Here we go. We got DMac and Reiter coming in right on cue.
To you. Happy birthday, dear Alex.
Not bad, you guys.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
On Channel 4.
And Scooby-Doo on Channel 2 and Frankenstein on Channel 9, the cute little lady on Channel 80, and all the love from up above.
Whoa.
That's what my family does. It's like a whole, like,
Okay.
I never got past the Channel 4.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know
Most people don't, but my family goes like hard in the paint on like the post birthday stuff. Hi guys.
Hey, happy birthday.
Is this supposed to be something I open now
Yeah,
or later?
Yeah,
Is this a funny joke
No.
or is it okay?
We put a lot of money in this. A lot of
Like,
some money.
Is it serious? Yeah. I'm like, is it serious or is it a joke?
It's serious.
Okay. You guys, I'm
I saw
opening.
that.
I'm
Oh yeah,
opening.
that was close. Borderline, you almost dropped that. That's reverted.
Happy birthday. Your computer's been ruined by time.
Bye. Okay.
For those listening, Alex is furiously opening her perfectly packaged.
I am a ripper.
Yes,
This
she
is very popular in LA right now.
Yeah.
This
These are hard.
great.
This is not easy to get. Very exclusive.
Wait, there's more.
She has looked inside the box. She is smiling. She is
Wait,
laughing. The box
wait.
looks empty from my angle.
Wait.
She's
what?
reaching in.
It's a signed the fan hat.
A signed hat.
Signed by us.
DMac and Reiter signed
welcome.
97 won the
collector's
fan
item.
hat. That thing's gonna be worth some money.
You know what? I'm gonna auction this off for my birthday. Does someone want to call in? It's a free giveaway.
What are you gonna do with that 50
Negative
cents?
value. Negative
My
value.
mom pays.
For those listening, the gift has been opened, and it is a signed merch hat from none other than the two who have just joined us, Reiter and DMac.
We're givers.
Who make an entrance every single time they come in. Like, I just want to give you, I want to like just compare the two crosstalks, okay?
Okay.
Brock and I are so respectful of the show before us when we wait outside the door, you know? We see right when they're done.
Alex was asking me, "Are they still on? Are they still on air? Like, I don't want to go in if they still are on air."
Meanwhile, we like right when they're in commercial break, we come in, we all sit down, we have a nice conversation.
I'm coming in.
That's good.
I'm coming at 1:57 tomorrow.
Yeah.
Just tell
You,
me.
you have elite crosstalk etiquette, it sounds like.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
we're the show that gets both crosstalks,
Right.
You know. So
That's a good point.
yeah. We're the middle of the sandwich.
By the
we're the
way,
meat.
The double
We're the
crosstalk.
meat of the show.
Bill clearly runs cold because every time he enters, he complains how cold it is. And seeing you add on a layer,
Yeah, layered.
as
layered
the
up.
days
No, you
progress, and now you just evolved to full sweatsuit.
Layered
It's
up.
great.
I'm a
It's cold.
sweatsuit.
I like it
love
cold, but it's cold in here.
no icebox, baby.
I wish it were colder.
Icebox.
I mean, I'll turn it down to
Icebox.
55.
Yeah.
Dude,
oh,
same.
Oh,
That's crispy.
I have an update
Ultra
for you.
crispy.
So, me and Bill share adult cartoon fandom.
Oh, let's go.
Did you watch X-Men 97?
No, it's next on the list. I need to finish Invincible.
Okay.
That's where I'm at. Like, I'm deep into that series.
I bring it up because the trailer for season 2 of X-Men 97 just dropped, and it drops in July. For those who have HBO Max, maybe Disney Plus, I forget. It's one of them. They're all
Is it
they're all
Marvel?
the same now. Yes, but it's a cartoon.
Then it should be
is
on
awesome.
It's an update
D+.
on the 90s one, right?
Yes,
It's like
it
the
is full 90s
same
aesthetic.
level as Invincible and
Yep.
Rick and Morty before it got bad?
Yep.
Okay.
Exactly that. Exactly. Also, another one for you.
I like last season Rick and Morty.
Common Side Effects. If you haven't watched Common
haven't
Side
even heard
Effects,
of it.
that's on HBO. It's the guy that made King of the Hill, Mike
Too
Judge.
many 97 one logos.
It's
one
fantastic.
shot.
You guys.
Snorted again. By the way, I've gotten 2 snorts
Yo,
out of the last 3
Dude,
days.
wait,
snorting?
is snorting contagious? Yes, or he had me going like, and I think it's the first time I've ever done that.
You guys, I'm a snorter, but like
I snort too.
I don't know. Do you know where he works? Do you know what he like? Literally.
Company-
Well,
you know what's
there's
funny?
a reason.
There's a
He
reason for this,
smelled-
though.
He spilled fish oil over 2 offices.
Wait, what?
Please elaborate.
So wait, let's paint the picture.
I don't know if they were doing a prank on me, but I think that I may have stunk up the joint. It's worse than basically putting salmon in a microwave. I had a fish oil in my pocket, and I took it out.
Time
lowered the
out.
No.
You are breezing past this.
So no, fish oils are like a really popular supplement to take on a daily basis. cases. It's
Yeah,
really
to
good.
take, not to
It's good
smell.
fats.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
good fats. Like we were talking
It's
about.
essential for brain,
It's
heart, and
great.
joint
It's
health.
everything. I used to grow up taking it.
You were so
I
earnest there.
can't
Brain, heart, and joint
even
health.
I can't even smell it now. It's like it's PTSD for me.
Oh, wow. So you're not going to like the smell when you go into the office. So basically, why was in my pocket, right? It's the first question, right? I was in a rush because we had a meeting here, so I wanted to stay. I'm very stickler about my routine. I threw a couple in my pocket, had about 1,000 million of these in my life, and for some reason I pulled one out and it popped, went all over my hand. It was in our program director Andrew's office, and I brought it with me in there. And then yes, that's why they put this on me.
But real
and
talk, let me
yes.
no one would say anything, and then Andrew, our boss, walked in, and he's the one that
He's
said
like,
it out loud.
"What's happening?
And then we
What-
all
what's
go,
that smell?"
"Oh my god, bro, you smell so bad." Nobody wanted to say anything.
You
Yeah.
smell like rotten fish.
I do.
And so now you're decked out. And
I'm decked out.
97 won the
Is there not a
and
safe
Gucci
way to
and Andrew's Gucci cologne. So hey, I'm smelling pretty fresh.
Actually,
yeah,
it did smell good. He made me, he made me
this
do a
was
smell
all
test
a
before.
ploy. This
Is
is
there
all a
not
ploy
a
to get
safer
it.
way to transport your fish oil?
Much safer way. Well, first of all, just should have taken
make
it. Bam,
pill
water. I'm
packets.
gone. Right?
But you're just walking around with loose pills?
Transport
Never.
it in your stomach, bro.
This is
Well, no, you do understand that the moment like it touches anything moist or wet, like that's when the outside shell starts to melt.
It does, yeah.
We understand now,
I did
Alex.
about
We all
I did about
understand.
7 things wrong in this transport. So yeah, I learned my lesson. Okay, I stunk up the station with fish oil, but look, I got a 97 on the fan hoodie on. I got some Gucci cologne.
And the
It's
hat.
your birthday. Okay, the
Net
vibes
positive.
are high today. Okay,
Just walking around with loose fish oil pills like
It's
that.
so gross.
I was popping them like they're M&Ms, dude. You know what I mean?
He's a
Just like-
character. He's a character.
Dude.
I thought they were just pulling a prank on me because I
Yeah.
came in and I personally, I don't know about you guys' senses, like I could not smell anything. Like I had COVID like 14 times in 2020.
I also got hit with every strain.
Right? So it feels
Yeah.
like I think there's permanent damage. Like I just could not smell the fish oil. So I thought maybe they're just
No,
pulling
I
a
can-
prank
I can
on me.
joined
smell
you with the permanent damage.
everything.
Do you guys smell it on me? Be
Emotionally.
honest. Or do I smell like Gucci cologne?
I smell the Gucci.
All right, so
I mean,
okay.
you're too
I'm kinda-
far,
I'm kind of
you're
feeling
too
myself
far
now.
away. This is definitely a Brock question here. Okay.
So are you a big birthday celebrating person? Some people aren't, some people are.
So it's funny. I kind of go in and out. I'm a big leading up to holidays. So I love the lead up to like Christmas more than the actual day of Christmas. I like the lead up to like the birthday of
So we
like,
should have
oh,
got this for you
birthday week,
yesterday.
birthday stuff. But I gotta be honest, you guys, today has actually been really awesome. Like it's been
Run down the list of surprise guests.
yeah. So you guys, so I'm the oldest of 4 girls. Every single one of my sisters called in.
Oh, that's sweet.
That's
Yeah.
really awesome.
Mom and Dad called in. Shay called them the Curry Creators.
Yes, Shay did
That's how he
label them
introduced.
the
That's
great
how he.
creators.
That's how he introduced my
insane.
parents. That's how he introduced my
Accurate
parents.
depiction.
I'm a creative.
But not a creator.
We had
creative
some
life.
Yeah.
some former coworkers
Yeah.
call in.
Joy Taylor, Lil Nikki K, Tracy Sandler.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
we had some fun.
Big
Like
names.
big names, all surprises, and then they walk in with cupcakes with my face on it. Did you guys eat
I
one
did.
yet?
No, but I wanted to.
I
so
wanted
bad.
to.
I'll bring
I
you
felt
guys one.
I feel uncomfortable doing it.
Why?
I don't. Just like I don't know. First of all, before the,
The
show,
fish oil?
Yeah.
the fish
I
oil.
think the fish oil
But-
had something to do with it.
Yeah, but that part at the top's edible, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
those are really cool. I'm gonna crush one after the show.
They're so
Yeah,
for
good.
sure.
I'll bring
Yeah.
one in once
Yeah.
we're out, and I'll interrupt the beginning of your show
Oh,
just to
please
bring
do.
you
Please
your
do.
cupcake. But speaking of big names, you guys have a big name on your show today.
Yeah, we got Oral Hershiser joining us, Dodgers
Yeah.
legend.
2:30.
2:30. That's an early interview for the Bulldog.
Let's get
Dude,
it.
that's like in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
We
That's
were
heavy.
running down his resume, and like arguably the greatest baseball season of anyone ever. 1988 World Series All-Star, World Series MVP, Cy Young. Like he
Incredible.
He
Had a
won
one-
every award that you could win in
Legend.
1988.
He had a 1 ERA in the World Series. Also, there was a game in the World Series where he had 2 doubles and a single and 3 for 3. So
Insane.
he was doing some Shohei Ohtani
Yeah,
things
before
in
we-
88, man. Like he was Shohei before Shohei.
Shout out to Oral Hershiser.
Yeah,
man.
no,
I will
he's-
be listening.
Are you homies? Because you cover, like, are
Yeah,
you at Dodgers?
yeah, I've
do you
inter-
go to the games after the show?
I do. Typically,
Most of
like
them.
last year, I went like 80, 90 games. I went to like, I go to like basically 1 or 2 games a series.
Okay.
Since I've started this gig, definitely have been there a little less, but I'm definitely going to start going a little more. I'm going to go tonight to see Shohei on the bump.
He's being modest. He's been going. He's grinding. He's talking to sources. He's doing his thing.
Doing his DMac thing.
Like, pump him up, man.
He's burning the midnight oil.
Falling asleep in the press box.
Dude, how much?
Thinking about talking about Bronny the next day, you know?
Dude, how much did your heart break for Kiké last night, though?
It was definitely, I mean, he wears his heart on his sleeve. I was listening to you guys talk about it. I think it was a perfect way to describe it. I mean, this is a guy that, you know, he's like the heart and soul of the clubhouse, really, I think of the fan base. And there's not a lot of Kiké seasons left, too. So I think you want to take advantage of that.
34?
He's 34, and look, he's a guy
he's on a 1 year?
He's on a 1 year, $4.5 million deal, and look, here's the thing, though. We all know why he's here. For October, right?
Right.
I call it Keektober. That's when he comes to shine.
No, he has, like, shirts.
Yeah, he does.
Like Kike-tober, or is it Keektober?
Keektober, yeah. It was sad. But you know, he's going to be back. It's early enough in the season. They're going to get him back.
Well,
he
like,
looked dejected,
after the All-Star break. Like, he was taking 2 to 3 weeks. I was like, oh, you're not familiar with oblique injuries.
Oh, that's what I was thinking, too.
Yeah, I mean, post-All-Star break, I think, is, like, a good, like, mental for fans to understand. But
exactly.
We've had a time. Thank you guys
Happy
so
birthday.
much for tuning in to Brock and Alex, my birthday show. Don't go anywhere. DMac and Reiter are coming up next right here on 97.1 The Fan.
felt more than that.
And then for those of you that are trying to hold on to the hope that maybe it won't be a big deal and we're waiting on exact details, we will give that to you here on 97.1 The Fan as soon as we have it on DMac and Reiter. But he was asked and pressed by a reporter. It was a good questioning. Was what's the worst case? What's the best case? What do you think is going to happen? And Kiké's hopeful timeline for his return, and we don't know yet, but his guess about his body, and when talking to the media after the game, his best guess about the best case scenario was not awesome.
Probably at the minimum a couple of weeks. So I'm hoping that it's best case scenario. It's hopefully just a grade 1 and, at least 2-3 weeks and I'm back, but who knows?
Brutal, dude.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Awful.
he is the heart and soul, really, of the club in a lot of ways. I mean, he can be an emotional leader. He's a team leader. He's also a fan favorite. And this was a difference maker, too. So this was an offense that really had been sputtering and struggling at times, especially in home games. And as you point out, double, single, home run, double. The guy was raking. The concern I do have as far as the severity of the injury is the fact that he hurt it in batting practice, and then the following day, he aggravated there in the fourth inning on that double, and you saw the grimacing, you saw a look on his face. Typically, when that's the case, I was talking to a player this morning, typically when you field in batting practice and it gets worse on the in-game swing, typically it is worse than originally anticipated, right? So if that is the case, it could be longer. And the thing, too, what I was told about obliques is it's tough to assess because every player is different. They deal with obliques very differently. This is a sport where you're contorting your body on swing, so it impacts you more in baseball than does Austin Reeves as a Laker in basketball, right? So his health and his success is important to this team. And look, if you see him for a month, down the line, fine. And the good news about all this is we are in May, and Kiké Hernandez is on your team for October. So that's a good thing, but it doesn't matter. That doesn't hurt the team right now because of how good he looked at the plate and what he means to this team.
And by the way, it's hard to be mad at him. It's hard to be frustrated with the fact that, we've got somebody coming in during the open of the show. So I guess all right.
Delivery.
Oh, can I crush this right now during the show?
Are you gonna?
It's my face.
I'll eat the whole thing. Ready?
I choke on food when I do it on the radio.
Here we go.
I can't believe you're eating.
Let's
this
see.
show.
Here we go.
No way. No.
Oh my God! You put the whole. For those of you watching on the stream, there is a. Oh wow! Another. I'm worried you're gonna choke,
buddy. Here you go.
Oh my God, dude!
I'm a gamer.
That is disgusting. Are you okay? Mm-hmm. Can you get all that down?
Mm-hmm.
If you choke and die in the air, I'm going to be really sad, miss you, and also it's going to be a real problem with the show.
I'm going to have to Joey Chestnut cupcakes.
Oh my God, dude, this is disgusting. DMac and Reiter here.
Hey, man.
Oh, hi everybody.
You got to turn the mic on though.
You got a little.
Yeah,
there we go.
You got
Now
a little
you got
something. No, we're gonna need more napkins.
There we go.
Shay, if you're listening.
I mean, actually, this will help do away with the fish smell we talked about in Crosstalk.
The what?
Wait, you're touching your computer with it everywhere.
Why is it yellow, by the way? Are there, yellow cupcakes is rare.
I'm taking it all in.
Got it.
He's got a little.
No, I'm the one taking it all in.
Bro.
Yeah.
I can't get up, guys. I'm gonna bring you more.
So yeah, Kiké's
no,
injured.
we're good. We don't need the napkins. We need water. Do you want my water?
I'm good.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
Did you get it down?
Across the whole thing.
Honestly, I was about to say before Alex came in that it was unfortunate that Kiké got injured and life is unfair. But when you put that cupcake in your mouth, I thought you were going to injure yourself. And the throat is a lot more important to the breathing
that's
process
a moneymaker
than the
right
oblique.
there. Yeah, it certainly is.
You just went for it. Your eyes got so big.
Hey, I feel
you
like
look scared.
I felt like it was a challenge.
excited.
Yeah, I felt like it was a challenge there. But
how did it taste? Be honest. You don't. I won't tell anybody. Is it a good cupcake or is it a mid cupcake?
It's like a 5.5.
Oh no, it is.
Yeah. Knowing what I know now about that cupcake.
Don't get close to the mic. You have yellow frosting all over your face.
Yeah, I'm on a little bit of a sugar high too, so I'm kind of wired now at this point. But look, it's all cupcakes are pretty decent, but
I don't like cupcakes.
You're not a big cupcake guy?
I'm not a big cake guy.
Really?
Ice cream cake.
I'm a big pie guy. Give me like a good apple pie.
Okay, me too.
Some ice cream with that. That's kind of where I'm at. Good cherry.
Do you want to talk food or Dodgers?
Dodgers.
Are
always.
you sure?
100%.
Because we just had a cupcake just cast into the start of the show.
We did. Hey, I mean, I think that
was
the
way.
way
Do you know it was a cupcake? Kyle Freeland. Cupcake of a pitcher.
There you go.
Easy to consume. I'm not going to cheer for that. I'm not going to beg for it. I'm not going to beg for it.
But here's the thing, Bill. Kind of going back
to
Kiké, kind of on a serious note. I think last year.
The timing of that was a little awkward since we were talking about Kiké Hernandez oblique injury and then we just had a cupcake barging in moment. I'm just saying timing matters.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what
does.
I'm saying?
Absolutely does.
I like jokes, but maybe not during the Kiké is out for the foreseeable future moment.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But, so he said during the postseason, after the World Series, that he was hoping to bring more than a pencil to the class project, right? Because of the year he had.
Wait, is that your expression or his expression?
That was his expression.
That's a good one.
So he said that, and he was basically talking about the team and how they performed, and he was still pivotal. I mean, that double play in Game 6 to end it, to send it to Game 7. He made some big-time plays in the postseason in the World Series. But I think long-term, after we heard yesterday about him FaceTiming Andrew Friedman after having the surgery, kind of telling him, hey, I went through all that to play. You got to re-sign me. I think that Kiké realized that, hey, regular season success, I think for the first time in a long time, is actually something that is a priority for Kiké Hernandez because I think that he realizes that this could be it in his career for the Dodgers. So he needs to show that
you're right.
He was playing through injury, and that's why his numbers were down. So in all seriousness, I think that's a part of the reason why Kiké was forcing his way onto the field, playing through injury, and why he was so dejected and despondent out of the game.
The things that make people remarkable in their chosen careers, those that get there, like Kiké Hernandez, especially in October, are the things that also can be their biggest weaknesses. And his passion, his drive, his desire to be out there, he knows his body, and we listen to it. he talked about the fact that he didn't tell anybody. It's not like he did this and he said to the Dodgers, it doesn't feel great, but I'm good. He hid it because probably deep down he knew it was a problem. And this is the thing I always talk to my kids about. Life is unfair. And this is unfair. And you're right. Hopefully it's not very long. Hopefully, whatever it is, this isn't something that recurs. But at the age that he's at, he's not 24 years old, and obliques in all of these sports can lead to other injuries. You have to be really cautious. You're right. They're very, very hard to, even for the person who's got it, to sort of understand the seriousness of the injury. We've seen in the NBA and we've seen in baseball, guys with oblique injuries push it and then hurt something else or really hurt their oblique. It's such a setback for a guy who individually really wanted to be out there. And then you noted this, as a Dodger, and you called this yesterday, even before yesterday's game, on Monday, he was a catalyst for an offense that needed him, even at the bottom of the lineup. And yesterday, he just kept on raking. I mean, the dude is hitting 1,000. The guy's 4 for 4.
He's a spark plug. He absolutely is. When he's right, he's one of the streakier, better hitters in Dodgers' recent memory. And another thing, too, with Kiké is he said yesterday after that he was embarrassed. Like, he literally said he was embarrassed, and the conversation with Dave Roberts was about the fact that he can't post, that he can't be relied on to be out there. He also said that he felt bad that he took Santiago Espinal's roster spot. And like I was telling you, I think Santiago Espinal is the one that cost him his roster spot by not being that great at baseball.
Yeah, it's a great.
But I will say that there is something to this in that he was supposed to play a role with Max Muncy, platooning at third base and play some second base. You could spell some outfielders, so he's got that versatility. But it's going to take some time. But zooming out, I think one of my biggest takeaway is if it's not oblique for 34, 35, 36-year-old players, sometimes it's something else, right? So if it wasn't the oblique yesterday, could have been something today, right? And I think the big zoom out is what I've been saying over the last week and a half here is that this team and in their championship window with this core, this could be it. This could be the last year of Kiké, could be the last year of Rojas, and that is something that's evidenced by injury stacking up. Mookie, he's coming back. We talked about how great he was. He was coming back off an oblique injury. A couple years ago, it was Freddie in the ankle. So I think that you're looking at a roster that is aging before our eyes. It's the oldest in the league. And yesterday, I think, was another reminder of that harsh reality.
That's a great. Maybe we'll deep dive on that on Friday. There's obviously Dodgers have an off day tomorrow. Today, by the way, we've got Orel Hershiser coming up in about 7 or 8 minutes. Very excited to speak with the Dodgers legend. Before we get to him and we get to that, here on DMac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan, 97.1 The Fan. Let's give Eric Lauer his flowers. Let's give him his cupcakes. Let's give him his over the top yellow icing and just smear it all over his beautiful day. Are you good now? Do you got it off?
I did.
A little on the left chin.
I'm all the way
smallest
back.
amount on the left
Is
chin.
there? Okay, left chin.
Look, he entered that game with borderline 7 earned run average. He went 6 innings pitched. He had 4 hits. He gave up 1 earned run. It was a home run that he gave up, I think in the second inning where I sent an obnoxious, I knew it, he's terrible, text message that did not age particularly well. Only walked 1 guy. He looked great. Credit to you for pointing out that the Dodgers have a tendency to take guys off the scrap heap and turn them into something formidable and that is helpful. Credit to the Dodgers for doing that, and credit to Eric Lauer for resetting, coming to a big-time, the biggest-time baseball team in all of baseball, and having an outing that was everything that I thought he would not be able to do, especially day one. It was very, very impressive. Credit to him.
It was classic Dodgers. And you got to give Eric Lauer a lot of credit for being susceptible to that coaching and making the adjustments. I think what stands out from his start is that what had plagued him all season kind of reared its ugly head, but not in the worst way. Heading into this start, he'd struggle with home runs, and even against a Rockies team that is one of the worst in baseball, well, it got to him a little bit there, but for the most part, he was a guy that they trusted to go out there and neutralize the Rockies offense, and the Dodgers take advantage of their offense that was explosive. But he gives up 1 run on 4 hits, had 4 strikeouts in 6 innings, 96 pitches, 65 for strikes. He lowered that ERA to under 6. So the next time we talk about Eric Lauer, you feel a little better about that. But here's the thing. This is not a guy who has any chance of being in the postseason for the Dodgers unless a lot of things go extremely wrong. And he is just a placeholder while the rotation gets healthy. But for everyone out there that says, oh, the Dodgers are ruining baseball, oh, the Dodgers sign all the top players, blah, 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 you also get the Eric Lauers, who anyone could have had, and the Dodgers get a 6-inning, 1-run start out of him against the Rockies. So that's one of the reasons why they're so great at this, and another feather in the cap of Mark Pryor and Andrew Friedman and the powers that be within the Dodgers.
You made fun of my ex-show tweets with all the emojis at the Fan LA, the Fan LA. I put a little race car next to DMac takes a victory lap. It was advertised in the show tweet, along with Oral Hershiser, who's going to be up in about 6 minutes. Very quickly here on DMac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan. That's DMac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan. Phone number 855-97-LA-FAN. So there were some machinations involving Alex Freeland, involving Kim, the Kiké news, unfortunately, sort of delays this, but what was going down with my favorite baseball player for this Dodgers team, who may be soon my favorite player in AAA?
So the roster move with the injury to Kiké Hernandez, Dave Roberts said after the game, was that Alex Freeland is going to be back on the roster. He's really only a switch hitter by theory, so really they wanted to have a right-handed bat, so you would prefer to have a Santiago Espinal in that spot, but they did not like the production at second base. The offensive numbers for Kim have been down, so the conversation was going to be about having Freeland in there and sending Kim down to work on his swing. Well, now the injury, it works itself out.
Pushes it back a little bit.
Hey, Freeland was probably up in the air, not even really know what was happening, right? And then he gets down, and both those guys are going to still be on the roster, and then eventually they're going to have a decision to make when Tommy Edman gets back.
DMac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan. Very excited, DMac and I, to talk to Oral Hershiser, Dodgers color commentator, Dodgers legend, Los Angeles entrepreneur. We're going to visit with Oral Hershiser in just a moment here on DMac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan.
Well,
Dodgers? Join the YouTube stream at The Fan LA.
All right, welcome back into the show. DMac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan. So many ways that you can communicate with the show, be a part of the show. We want your voice to be part of the program. We have gotten so much incredible feedback from so many people who have been streaming at The Fan LA, who have been listening on the FM dial at 97.1. That's great, but we're not going to read nonstop praise about DMac and about the show. So if you want to give us a perspective on whether or not you are confident Mookie has broken out of that brutal slump with that 2-home run day yesterday. If you've got anything you want to ask Oral Hershiser before we get him in the next few minutes, if you want to weigh in on anything, you can call us, 855-97-LA-FAN. It's also the text line, 855-97-LA-FAN. Or if you're streaming on YouTube, if you're on X, if you're on Twitch. Are you a Twitch guy? I'm not a Twitch guy.
Not a Twitch guy.
Okay.
No.
I don't know how the Twitch works, but whatever it is, get in the comment section. I'll watch a little poker on Twitch sometimes. I will jump on Twitch to watch
I'll
poker.
watch clips from Twitch, but I won't actively go there and consume content. 'Cause it's like nonstop. It's like forever and ever and ever.
It's like the scene from Clockwork Orange where they open the eyes.
Exactly.
I just did it and I just hurt myself. Not as much as you hurt yourself eating that cupcake.
Unhinged my
855-97
jaws.
LA fan. You know the other thing I realized sitting watching the Dodgers game last night that's been surprisingly, shockingly fun about rooting for this team this year is so many guys have been in slumps that have then broken out of it. That Mookie Betts hitting a home run yesterday is cool, but it felt like freedom. Shohei Ohtani a week and a half ago getting out of his slump. You don't want guys to slump, but since the Dodgers keep winning games anyway, it is kind of cool. It feels like every week some Dodger gets right, and we get to celebrate with him.
And it feels like that's kind of the mark of a long regular season, right? Not everyone is going to go wire to wire as an MVP or an all-star level bat, but it's about minimizing those slumps and keeping those hot streaks as long as you possibly can. But another thing, too, about just seeing these guys work their way out of those slumps, one big slump this year kind of has been the Dodgers offense at home in general. After yesterday, they improved to 17-10 at Dodger Stadium, but they had to hit just 11 home runs in their last 14 games, but they broke out with those 5 home runs, and that was a season high. So that is the mark, right? And from March and April, they were getting a home run every 26.6 plate appearances. In May, that was down to 1 every 38.2 plate appearances. So, yeah, they live by the long ball.
Can I, James Coe, I'm really enjoying James Coe when I'm driving home.
Yeah.
How long is your commute? No, let's not talk about it.
It's 6 minutes. I don't think Bursch wants to say what I said on James Coe's show yesterday.
My commute's an hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah. Is it?
Yesterday
110?
was brutal, dude.
That's long.
So I'm just now. So we've been doing this show live for, I guess, a week and a half, and we've been coming in, working together for, 3 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're in LA, you start to memorize, here's where I cut this guy off, here's where I get in the left lane, here's where I can go in the right lane and be obnoxious and then cut the people off.
Oh, yeah.
I'm that guy.
You're that guy? Are you the guy?
I'm memorizing every angle.
You're that guy? I'll tell you which guy I am. You know when there's a lane specifically for turning right,
yes,
and then no one goes into that lane?
Yes.
I get to that when it's free.
Me too.
I act like I'm turning, and when it turns green, it's
oh, yeah,
it's off to the races.
See, what I'll do is...
That's kind of dirty.
And by the way, I also won't let people in.
Oh, you just never merge guy?
No, I am incredibly gracious to pedestrians. Like, I'm very alert. But cars, we're in a war. We're in a battle. Every other driver is a San Diego Padre. To me.
They're a Madrista.
No, I don't hate them. I just want to beat them.
You just want to beat them. Okay, that's fair.
James Coe made a point on the show that I thought was really interesting last night, and that is, and I want to keep bringing this up because he goes to a little bit of a negative place on the Dodgers, and it's an interesting energy. He pointed out that I believe, and Bursch, correct me if I'm wrong, because Bursch worked a 17-hour day yesterday. I believe that it's 18 of the Dodgers' wins now are come from behind victories, and James Coe called the Dodgers' success this year luck adjacent, which is a nice way of saying kind of lucky.
I mean,
push back, get mean.
Well, it's not even that. I mean, it's just the fact is that when a team is able to come back in a game, it shows their resilience. It shows that they can execute a timely hitting late in the game. It looks like their bullpen has been pitching well. And also, too, last time I checked Check's notes, The Dodgers won the World Series in 2025. And in 2025, they had 48 comeback wins, 54 if you include the 6 in the postseason. And also, you look at the run differential. If you want to talk about luck, that's a stat that you can look at. By the way, I mean, with a position player pitching that led to that Rockies flurry late with those 5 extra runs, it kind of distorts it a little bit. But if you look at right now where the Dodgers are at with run differential, they're one of the tops in the sport, and that is something that is a good indicator that these aren't fluky wins. That is something that says the Dodgers are a team that is not lucky. They have a plus 117 run differential in Major League Baseball. That leads all teams. The second best team is 103. So if they had a plus 2 run differential, I would see there's luck. I would be concerned.
Like the Padres.
Like the Padres. Yeah, you look at the
what are they at now?
Plus 2.
Yeah. Are they plus 2?
Plus 2. By the way, can we all collectively laugh at the fact that Kiké...
You have a better fake laugh than I do.
Okay.
Do it again. Oh, my God. So
okay.
Good.
Can we all just collectively laugh at the fact that Kiké Hernandez has more home runs than Fernando Tatis Jr.
Oh, my God. That's amazing.
After just one game, one plate appearance, 4 total, than Fernando Tatis Jr. does in over 200 plate appearances.
We are, by the way, we're also efforting our own comeback interview here because Orel Hershiser is going to join us soon. Don't always have to be ahead. Sometimes you can be behind, and it's still absolute magic. We are efforting Orel Hershiser here on DMac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan.
Certainly, and we will get him soon. I can't wait to talk to Orel, the Bulldog. He's a guy that was known to take all 9 innings and go through a dominant performance, also add some of the offensive side. I do think that you are going to see, and part of the explanation as to why you have so many comeback wins is, one, the Dodgers don't give up at bats, right? The Dodgers, the game is too long for the opposing team, right? If it was a 7-inning game, the other team would win, but it's a 9-inning game, right? And that's why you got players that have been in those situations in the postseason. They can get a hit with 2 strikes, with runners in scoring position.
Took the thought out of my brain.
And also, too, with the offense performing better, you're going to start to see them get leads and hang on wire to wire. So I think that a part of the reason why they have had to come back a lot in games is because the offense hasn't been as great as we've seen throughout this team in the last couple of years. So the offense is going to get better, and I like the fact. I think the reason why I feel better about the Dodgers is because they can come back and win a game. Most teams around Major League Baseball can't do that. They don't have the explosive offensive players. They don't have the pitching to keep teams in games. Look at yesterday, right? You had a position player pitching. The Dodgers.
That was crazy, dude.
Yeah, you're not into it. You're not into it.
So here's my thing, and I know that we're going to visit with Miguel Rojas tomorrow. I don't mind it. It's just, it almost feels like you're rubbing the Rockies' face in. I understand the reasoning, and you don't want to burn an inning from a guy in the bullpen, but it is obnoxious is the wrong word. But that would be a tough pill to swallow. You're the Rockies. You score. What did Miggy give up? 5 earned runs.
Yeah,
and it doesn't matter. It's basically a joke.
Yeah.
It's a Major League Baseball game mercy rule moment in Major League Baseball.
It really is. I mean, in most sports, let's say you're down 60 in basketball, that's when you see Bronny James play, right? So Bronny James would be the equivalent to a position player pitching is when Bronny James is in the game.
Oh, my gosh.
You got football, you got the backups in. Yeah. It's baseball's version of that. I will say, though, it is a little disgraceful, and I think it cheapens the game. And I don't think that Major League Baseball should continue with this that much longer because, yes, you want to save the arms, but for me, I think what they should do is if you're going to have your blowout pitcher, right, have him on the roster. Allow a team to carry 27 players on the roster, an extra pitcher, and have that be your mop-up guy in a situation where you would not have a position player going there. Another thing, too, is you had Fernandez, you had Paul Gervais. Those aren't the Dodgers' high-leverage relievers. You could have thrown them into that game to get some work in.
We're learning sort of each other's personality quirks, and I love working with you already. I like it when you get mad.
Do I seem mad?
Well, you dropped disgraceful aggressively, and I liked it. Yeah.
I mean, look.
You have some baseball anger passion on that one.
This is a game that's played by professionals, and look, if I'm a front office exec, right, if I am an agent, those home runs off Miguel Rojas count the same as the ones off Paul Skeens, right? So in arbitration, those numbers count. In statistic, those numbers count. So I don't want anyone getting free statistics. I like the gimmick of it for a second, but I do think that teams should be able to carry a pitcher that, I mean, imagine Rich Hill, one of my favorite pitchers, right?
Just take a guy to the bullpen and pitch him.
Yeah, just
do that.
They had two options like that yesterday, Gervais, and you also had
It's not like we
Hernandez.
we weren't in the 19th inning. It's not as if we were in the 19th inning, and right, this wasn't out of necessity. This was out of we can do. Also, how do you start the new streak of scoreless innings for the bullpen that Dave Roberts promised? We already had two? We were already at two scoreless. If you throw Miggy Rojas out there, I thought we were starting a new streak.
Exactly, can't start a new streak with that. That's a really good point, actually.
You know?
I really like you brought that up. Shouldn't even count, I guess. But
Shouldn't even count. Can we go talk to the Major League Baseball record people?
Yeah, we should. We should definitely contact them. But for me, I'm out on it. I really don't like it. It actually bothers me significantly because
you know what bothers me?
What?
That Earl Hershiser hasn't called yet.
Oh.
I'm very excited to talk to him. I can't wait. Earl, if you're driving around, we're ready for you. We're going to break a little early because we believe in Earl. And we believe when he says he'll call in, he'll call in. So we're very excited for you, Los Angeles, you, LA, to hear from Earl Hershiser next here. DMac and Reiter, 97.1, The Fan. DMac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan. We told you Earl Hershiser would be on the show, and we hope that's true. We'll let you know. 855-97 LA Fan. I gotta get a new car.
I'm here for that.
A lot of options.
Yeah.
Fords. You know? Tesla.
Toyota.
I've driven Toyotas.
Yeah?
I had a Toyota Tercel in high school with a sunroof.
Was that your
was
first
like
car?
a half station wagon. No, I had a Pontiac old school station wagon initially.
Wow.
The brakes went out on it when I was driving across a train track once.
Wow.
I had to use the far left parking brake to stop the guy. You know what I'm saying?
Nice.
Sometimes things go off the rails.
Sometimes they do.
That car did.
It happens.
It does happen. Never here on DMac and Reiter, though. Stream us, please, live on YouTube, on Twitch, on X, The Fan LA, The Fan LA. If you're on YouTube right now and you're waiting for Earl Hershiser or you're just hanging out with us, please push the like button, the little bell button. And again, phone number 855-97 LA Fan, the hero of the day from Rooter Hero. Everybody needs a hero. RooterHero.com. This is the part of the show where we nominate various heroes. The crew, Sam Medina and Ryan Bershinger, narrow it down to 4 people. And then you, wherever you're listening over the course of the day, whether it's on YouTube or X, get to vote. We'll reveal the Rooter Hero of the Day at the end of the program of this 4-hour drive time radio show, the only sports talk radio show, the only sports talk radio station, 97.1 The Fan, that is on the FM dial in LA. Who do you, oh, by the way, and a big thank you to a few of our day one fan supporters like Kalshi and Rooter Hero. We appreciate your partnership. All right, Rooter Hero of the Day. Kick us off, my man.
I'm going to start off. So this is the first time I'm doing this, and I'm going to nominate not a person, but a piece of protective equipment.
You're going to nominate a piece of food. I don't know why.
Okay, no food. Done with food.
We're done with
Retiring
food
from food.
I'm
I'm going on a year-long intermittent fast for the rest of the show. I'm going to pull a Bill Reiter.
We're going to intermittent fast on the radio. No food talk anymore on the radio.
But I'm going with the handguard that saved Shohei Ohtani yesterday and also Max Muncy. If it weren't for that item and that protective gear, we may have lost Muncy. We may have lost Shohei Ohtani. Shohei was hit on the right hand by a pitch and left the game in the 5th inning. He was hit in the 4th, did ground out, went 0 for 2. Dave Roberts did say that we're in a good spot, and he hasn't decided yet if he's going to hit tonight. He's on the mound. He's starting tonight, so we'll find out that. But, hey, he looks like he's ready for a war, man. It takes him like 5 good minutes to get all the protective equipment from the shins, the feet, and the hand, and it allows him to stay inside the box. I always think of the Barry Bonds one from back in the day with the big elbow guard. So, hey, look, I mean, it's a protective equipment. If pitchers want to pitch inside, he has the benefit of just standing tall, and he takes that hit and looks like he's going to be okay.
Handguard's a good one. It doesn't count for the streak, but can I have a cheers? Just because I like that. It's creative.
No, it can't.
It doesn't count that. Inanimate object. It's me giving you love.
Okay. All right.
If we kept track of how much love I gave you, you'd be 1,000,000 to 0, 1,000,000 to whatever you know. You get 1,000,000.
No, I definitely.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
if I wrapped you a present, it wouldn't be a signed hat. It would just be it'd just be love. You'd open it and you just feel the vibes. You know what I'm saying?
I think I should get credit. I'm just saying that.
I'm trying to say
For the
words until you
handguard.
forgot about the credit part.
Yeah.
Words here on DMac and Reiter. Okay. It's the obvious one, but there's a few. I'm going to put Mookie Betts on here because he had been struggling. He had been in a terrible slump. We were going to do a conversation today about whether or not he's washed. And I'm not going to say who, but somebody on the show, Sam, got mad at me about it because I thought it was possible. I thought it was possible that he was washed, and he shut that down. Great performance. Let's hope it's a sign of things to come. But Mookie, he drove in 5 runs yesterday, and there was a point a few weeks ago, not even that long, where 5 runs would have felt like a lot for the Dodgers. And so great job, Mookie. Heroic day, and you're one of my nominees for the Rooter Hero of the Day.
That's a nice pull. That's definitely good. I like that one. I'm going Eric Lauer again. I don't like to typically double back on a topic we've already done, but he is my next hero because a lot of people doubt it. Like, why is Eric Lauer on the Dodgers? 6.69 ERA. He's going to do what Kyle Freeland did last night. But no, he had a good start. He has maintained the 6-man rotation. He's taken to the coaching. Good by him. So Eric Lauer, he's my next hero.
You know what? That is it's the Lauer hour. It's what it is right now. It's the Lauer hour.
I said man of the Lauer earlier. That feels like it should be a lost point.
It's called an enhancement.
It's
called building something.
Lauer, pants
Thank
on,
you.
on Fowler.
Yeah, we're catching up. Just like our ancestors, they built skyscrapers, one on top of the other.
No.
Your floor, one on floor 80. It's okay. We need all the floors.
Or the pyramids. You can't explain how they're built.
Sky.
Okay.
I'm gonna nominate Kyle Freeland.
There you go.
I mean, he's not a hero for the team he wants to be, but he is a hero. First, like it. He is a hero to the Dodgers.
That's a good one.
You didn't like it. You don't want to give me more credit.
I
you
like
didn't like
it.
the cheers for me.
Yeah, I like it. I mean,
okay, thank you.
I got to go Dave Roberts.
That was on my list,
Any
too.
chance I can give, any chance I have to give Dave Roberts his flowers for the managerial moves he's made over the last couple of years. He said it. He's not the perfect manager, and he's continuing to get better. He's going to be a Hall of Famer one day. No one will ever wear 30 for the Dodgers, and his decision to put Mookie Betts at 4 instead of making the drastic move to drop him to 6.
Great job.
You go through your process. Mookie has a big night. Hopefully that continues, but Dave Roberts has great feel. It's tough to put a stat on feel, but Dave Roberts, his feel for the game, feel for his players is a 10 out of 10. Dave Roberts.
I love the Dave Roberts shout. And we're going to give him some flowers in about 38 minutes. We're going to get into a point Doug made that's you're going to want to stick around for this on 97.1 The Fan. About 3:30, we're going to talk about how maybe the Dodgers, as you pointed out, Doug, have happened into their optimal lineup, and we're going to give Dave Roberts a lot of credit for that. So I'm going to go with somebody a little off the beaten path, somebody who's not local. But I had something traumatic happen yesterday. Do you ever have someone you respect, look up to, admire, our boss Andrew, disappoint you, let you down?
It's
Say
happened.
something that you find to be shockingly unacceptable.
It's happened.
He was listening back to the show yesterday, and he wrote me basically a text message last night that said, in effect, I said Lamine Yamal during our World Cup preview, which, by the way, we're going to do in a few hours here, was the best player in the world. It was sort of like saying that the sun shines, or water is wet, or fish oil doesn't smell good, right? Very similar level of truth. And he made fun of me for it. And so I'm going to nominate Lamine Yamal for being the best player in the world, a hero to all of us, even if the Andrew Williams of the world don't give him the credit and love he deserves.
Lamine Yamal.
Yeah.
Nice.
Baller, dude. Him, Shohei, and Wemby are the phenoms in world sports right now.
I would say yes. Can I throw it in there?
Yeah.
Can I go Dembele? Come on.
Yeah, you can. Oh, is that Saturday?
May 30th. Yeah, that's this Saturday.
Okay.
Champions League. PSG. But no, last one I'll go with is...
Or you're not going Dembele.
Oh, I'll go... Do I deserve to throw in Dembele? Yeah.
You can do whatever you want.
Okay, I'll do a bonus one. I'm also going to throw in Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh has said that he really supports his quarterback, Justin Herbert, and how much he's been supporting his girlfriend, Madison Beer, for being in his video. So, in her video.
Oh, that is a hero move.
So, hey, I love that. We got Madison Beer's boyfriend, Justin Herbert, and he's been protecting her. They're on some... I follow them very closely on social media, as you can see. But
it's a work thing.
They've been overseas, and every time... The reason I'm giving Justin Herbert is every time Justin Herbert is in public, the paparazzi tries to hound Madison Beer, and he's been blocking her. So he's been doing a better job blocking the paparazzi from his girlfriend than the offensive line has done to block for him. So I think hopefully the Chargers offensive line can learn something from Justin Herbert.
Are you saying with the attention that she gets, she can't stand to beer it?
Oh, my God.
What? Oh, thank you.
That's solid.
You look so disappointed. Your words said it's solid. Your eyes have contempt.
A little grown there, but hey, it works.
A little what?
It works. I love it.
You do. You love it, huh? Can I nominate Madison Beer?
You could.
Just for her support?
I mean, she's been very supportive of her man. Some people think they might get married. And, yeah, we'll see. He's one of the luckiest guys in the world. He's a great player, highly paid.
What else?
Girlfriend. He's living the dream.
A lot of people have girlfriends.
Justin Herbert, yeah.
I'm not following what you're saying. I'm not tracking.
You're not. Hey, he's big year for Justin Herbert. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are there any more? Bursch, do you have any that you want to drop?
Let's nominate James Coe. James Coe was he came in in the clutch last night. He was a late ad.
Okay.
There was a late scratch, so you figure this is a bullpen game, but no, he comes in and he stepped up and he was excellent last night.
Yeah, he didn't say Oko. He said I'll do it.
Oh my goodness, he did. It was Coe time. It was Coe time.
He was very good.
Yeah.
I keep saying that, but
the Madison Beer one. What was it again?
I don't know. I got a cheers and I moved on. You know, I'm not sitting around waiting for people to like my text messages, to heart my text messages. You know what I'm saying?
You're unbearable. That's all I'm gonna say. You're unbearable. We're back, baby. Let's go.
You're so happy. You're so excited. All right, so we've got Lamine Mall, Mookie Betts, Dave Roberts, the handguard, Godfrey Lynn, Dembele, Jim Harbaugh, Madison Beer, James Coe. That's it? That's a lot. That's a lot of heroes.
There's a lot of heroes around town.
It's good that Ritter is good at being a Ritter hero is a hero because that's a lot to navigate.
It is.
Do you know what happened to me today?
What did?
My kid lost his tracker. We give my son Henry a tracker, and I followed it to a local Ralph's.
Oh, no.
And you can play the sound, and it was in a bush. It was buried in a bush, and I can't decide. Do you think he tried to? It's a tracker, Henry. I can track the tracker.
It was kind of like his
weird.
His house arrest thing or something, and he kind of threw it. Yeah,
and there's spiders, and I don't like spiders.
Yeah,
I don't like spiders.
No, snakes is what
snakes
scared
is your
me.
thing.
Yeah, I hate snakes.
Did your daughter follow up on this?
She did. When I saw
yesterday,
I woke her up today, and the first thing she said to me was,
"No, she did not."
I promise you.
Are you serious?
Yeah, she did. She's taking it really far.
She is funny.
She's really hilarious. But you hate spiders. It's good to know. Yeah.
I don't like spiders.
So you think your son may have taken the device and intentionally lost it,
or he dropped it and somebody threw it in there. By the way, have you been to the Spider Pavilion?
I have not.
At the Natural History Museum?
No.
It's terrifying, but I kind of enjoy it. So basically, it's an indoor-outdoor thing. They basically set up a botanical garden sort of deal, and then there's just a billion spiders, and they create a path through it where you're going inches from spiders, but as long as you pay attention, you won't walk. But you're surrounded by spiders.
Wow.
It's basically being forced to. Yeah, no, they're not fake spiders. It's not what your daughter got, John.
Okay.
No, it's real spiders. What a web they weave.
Yeah. It's
what a comeback.
It's a sticky situation.
You started 2-0.
That's a sticky situation.
You're in a sticky situation here on DMac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan. Will Oral Hershiser be on? We don't know. Will LeBron James be a Cav or a Laker? We also don't know. But on that one, we're going to break down the two possibilities and where we think he'll go in a moment on DMac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan.
on 97.1 The Fan.
What up, SoCal? Thanks for hanging. Happy Wednesday. We appreciate you. He is Doug McCain. I'm Bill Reiter. DMac_LA. Sports writer for me. The Fan LA. The Fan LA. If you want to hit us on X, if you want to stream us there, or Twitch, or YouTube. If you are on YouTube right now, do me a favor. Do Doug a favor. Hell, do yourself a favor. Hit that like button. Hit that little bell so you will know what's what and when we're on and when we're doing our thing. And we get a lot of, if you miss some of the show, if you're not able to listen to the whole thing, of course, we get it. You got busy lives. Lots and lots of our content will be on there after the show, during the show, getting stuff out that we talk about. We're going to get into whether or not the Dodgers have found their optimal lineup, something DMac's going to walk us through in about 30 minutes. We have an NFL report at the end of the hour. There's a lot of Dodgers stuff out there. DMac, Adrian Gonzalez from yesterday, Kiké today when Dave Roberts speaks. So we're going to play fans, I guess, in an hour, a bunch of stuff from various Dodgers players, former players, and we'll kind of give a Dodgers overview from the words of Dodgers themselves. I think that'll be cool.
Can be fun. Love sound.
Little whirl. I like sound too. You don't like silence.
It's cool when like the players talking, you really learn things, little intricacies about them, and yeah, I mean, a lot of people talking this and that, but that's kind of the next level thing. You hear what they have to say. You and I have spent a lot of our time in various clubhouses and locker rooms, and we're going to bring that sort of experience to you, hopefully a lot here on 97.1 The Fan. We'll preview the Dodgers game later today. Later in the show, we have hardwood headlines. We'll do a World Cup preview. We're doing that every single day as we count down. So it feels like every day, DMac, there's a sort of drip, drip, drip of news and information and speculation about LeBron James and what he will or won't do. Brian Windhurst reporting sort of continuously, including today, that he is unlikely, LeBron, to take a pay cut to join the Cavs, which feels like advantaged Lakers, right? If you sort of weigh, assuming you want LeBron James. And I remind me, I don't want to put words in your mouth. For the right price, generally speaking, you want him back. I do. I think that he's still a 26-7 type of player. We saw in March how successful they were when he accepted the third option. It would be tough to replace that kind of production. Do I like I'm LeBron James, I suck the oxygen out of the room, it's about me? I do prefer to move past that sooner than later, but I also think, and what I've been saying this entire week, I think the era of the LeBron Lakers, right, the Los Angeles Clutchers, and that whole era where he dominated this franchise with his presence, that's over. So I think we're going to get a reduced version of LeBron, and I don't think that he can have the same control and power over this team because we've entered the Luka Doncic era of Lakers basketball.
It's spot on. It's a great point, and you get it. Doug gets it. Feel like I get it. LA, we think you get it. What we don't know is if LeBron gets it. If he understands what DMac just said, that he is still very capable, that he was a critical catalyst in that 15-2 March where the Lakers looked and played like a championship level team. Whether you think they could get past the Spurs or the Thunder or not, they were certainly, if not that level, at a higher level than every other Western Conference team. So I've gone through, I had to break out the old NBA Insider muscle. It was sore. I had to stretch. I had to do some CBA stretching, and I put together the optimistic version for both the Cavs and the Lakers. Very optimistic in both cases, but realistic of what they could build, the best team they could build around LeBron James. Now, this is predicated, DMac, here on DMac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan, on LeBron being somewhat rational. Right? He makes $54 million this year. He can't make that to do this. But can I break this down for you, and then you can sort of tell me which of the two you think, if you're a LeBron, is the better fit, is the better basketball team?
Hit me.
And if you're listening, you want to weigh in too.
I'm excited for this.
I'm excited too, man.
I want to see In the Weeds in Flow State.
Here we go.
Flow State NBA insider Bill Reiter. I'm here for this.
I might pull an NBA insider a hammy because it's been a minute. 855-97LA fan if you want to weigh in or text, or if you're in the chat. And I know some of you want LeBron gone because you don't like him, and some of you want LeBron here because he's a really good basketball player and you want the Lakers to win. But if you can put that aside, because we're asking LeBron to put his ego aside, here's what it looks like. I'll do Cavs first, right? So the best case scenario, and there is some reason to believe that this could actually happen, would be an Evan Mobley-focused trade with picks that brings in Giannis Antetokounmpo. Now, they would have to get under the second apron for a Giannis trade and for a LeBron move, which I'll bring up here in a second. But that can happen with a James Harden contract extension where Harden offers a little bit of financial flexibility, which feels like a reasonable ask given the fact that Harden is 37, 38, and just played like he's 70. So this is still Harden on the team. And there's also another ingredient here. Donovan Mitchell is contract extension eligible. It's hard to believe, not impossible, but hard to believe the Cavs are going to trade away Mobley and lock in Harden for multiple years if they don't think or know that Donovan Mitchell is going to stick around, right? You want more than a one-year window. Okay. But in this scenario, LeBron James, and we're basically asking LeBron to take $20 to $30 million a year. So more than the mid-level exception, $9.5 million number that by every indication from Brian Winters and others, LeBron won't take, and certainly more than the $3 million that the Cavs can currently offer him. In this scenario, and this is sort of good news for the Lakers, in this scenario, there would have to be a Jared Allen probably sign-in trade, because you're not trading Evan Mobley. You're just not trading Evan Mobley for LeBron James. But a Jared Allen sign-in trade where LeBron signs with the Lakers, signs and trades. Okay, so this Cavs team, those are the machinations, would be Harden, Donovan Mitchell, LeBron, Giannis, and then you have absolutely no center because you cannot do this without moving on from Mobley and moving on from Jared Allen. So right now it's Thomas Bryant. Who, you ask? Exactly. He was their third center this year.
Indiana.
He's a Hoosier. I liked him when he came out.
Yeah.
He's an unrestricted free agent. He makes no money. Nobody wants him. So we're just going to plug him in there. If you have another person off the sort of street, great. That is the Cavs team. Harden, Donovan Mitchell, LeBron, Giannis, Thomas Bryant. I'll get to the... It's not terrible. It's old.
So run it back one more time.
Harden, Donovan Mitchell. This is your starting five. LeBron James, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Thomas Bryant. You're basically moving on from Evan Mobley, who I really like. People have mixed feelings about. You're moving on from Jared Allen. You basically have no center in Cleveland. You're trading a bunch of picks, and you're locking in long-term money that's going to be a problem for James Harden and maybe Donovan Mitchell in order to get to the cap flexibility to get under the second apron to make these trades.
Yeah, so what I look at is the top-end talent there. You look at the guards. You look at the front court. You look at the perimeter. You basically have two non-defenders in Harden and LeBron, right? Donovan Mitchell, you could probably say, is the youngest and the player with the most left in the tank. But what I fear for that lineup is we know when Giannis has success, he has a center that can space, a center that can shoot. And right now, where are you going to find that? I think in theory, you say on paper, wow,
I like
LeBron. You like that,
well,
that iteration?
Okay, I'll compare it to the Lakers one. I will say this. A more favorable view of LeBron James, and I think it's an accurate one, is that he enhances people around him. There are people in the NBA who think, I think this is wrong, who think Austin Reeves isn't actually that good, that he just plays with Luka Doncic and LeBron James. And because LeBron has enhanced people. I think it could work. Here's the Lakers, and this gets really complicated. Basically, the Lakers have $48 million in cap space, assuming they get rid of Rui, Kennard, and Jackson Hayes. They've got 3 picks they can trade, as we know. Now, they couldn't trade those picks until this upcoming NBA offseason. It was 1 pick at the trade deadline for NBA rules and how many picks you can trade and how far out, which is why they didn't make a trade probably at the trade deadline. So they've gone from 1 first-round pick they can trade, to 3. All right. So there's no Rui, there's no Kennard, there's no Hayes if you do this. Now, Smart has a $5.4 million player option. I think he's probably going to opt out of that. He's going to make more, and so in this scenario, he's probably not here. And Ayton has an $8.1 million player option. I think he could injure himself rushing to his lawyer's office to sign that deal because he, as you noted, is not great. In this situation, you're looking at so LeBron has to basically accept $20 million a year to do what I'm suggesting here, and it can be more. It can be up to 30. Let's say if Ayton leaves, if for some reason Ayton thinks he can make more money. LeBron, Luka, and Reeves. And then you can either have Quentin Grimes and DeAndre Ayton, or you can have Kristaps Porzingis and Marcus Smart. So maybe Quentin Grimes, who's a nice 3-and-D player out of Philly, is going to be available. He's an unrestricted free agent, probably going to cost $15 to $22 million. Again, this requires a bit of a discount from LeBron, but being optimistic that there's a negotiation. LeBron says, I'm not taking 9, but I don't need 50. You can have Luka, Reeves, LeBron, and then either Quentin Grimes is basically going to small forward and or Smart, so you have 3 guards, or with Ayton, or you have Porzingis with Smart.
So that iteration is really interesting to me because, one, LeBron's back. And I think a lot of people think that, if you just let LeBron walk, you would be able to have more money. But the truth of the matter is, when you look at the way the cap hold, it's at $58 million. But if he leaves, you only get $50 million in cap space. So it's not like you get the entire amount if you don't give him the money. What I like about that is you still have the best player out of everyone in Luka Doncic.
Yep.
You also have some improvements. I actually really like Grimes. I think that as a scorer, maybe 13, 14, 15 per game. Play defense, and that's kind of the biggest key, especially because you're going to bring back Austin Reeves no matter what, and Luka Doncic and LeBron. All 3 of them at this point aren't plus defenders, so you need someone to focus on that side. Marcus Smart, and then Kristaps Porzingis, you could kind of get in the, hey, I'm trying to prove myself, reestablish, and kind of hope that you can benefit from someone that wants to play in a big market and contend for a title. I do think there's a little bit of the, hey, I'm changing my seats on an airplane in coach, thinking that I'm in first class, but really I'm still in coach, right? I think you're still
Economy
in
plus.
coach. You're still in economy plus. RIP Spirit Airlines. But yeah, I do think there's a little bit of that. But if you're LeBron, he's not going to take this veterans minimum with the Cavs.
He's not.
Right? That's not going to happen. It's hard to believe that he would accept that. Only the ego would accept that. But I do think that you don't have the shock of going to another team. You don't have the pressure and all the fanfare and hoopla going back to Cleveland. I think the best roster is the Lakers.
I think the Cleveland roster.
I think the upside of the Cleveland roster is intriguing because you have Giannis, you have Donovan Mitchell, right? Harden. It'd be kind of nice if you get Harden on like a 3-way sign and trade, but no one's going to do that, right? And he's so bad in the playoffs. I just think that the defense is not going to be there. You don't have a center for Giannis. I am concerned about all the calf injuries with Giannis, too. That's a little bit of a red flag for me.
That's a real thing, dude. Yeah, that's a great call.
But there
DMac
is...
and Reiter, 97 on the fan. It's a great call.
Luka and Reeves, younger, looks like they still have their best years ahead of them.
15-2 in March.
15-2 in March.
Top 10 defense and offense.
JJ Redick, who the blueprint to stop the Thunder.
Redick as a guy, but I think he's proved he's a good coach.
Yeah. Hey, it happens, right?
All right, so you think LeBron's best scenario
is on the Lakers?
Okay,
I do.
Having done all this work, can I give you 3 different Lakers lineups, and you tell me which one you like the best?
Please do. Hit me.
And obviously, there's sort of like longevity issues here, but okay. There's the lineup I just gave you. There's Luka, Reeves, and LeBron, Quentin Grimes, and DeAndre Ayton. Let's say that's that incarnation. You could also do Luka, Reeves, Quentin Grimes, Jared Allen, and Marcus Smart, and maybe Kristaps Porzingis. I think that I'll do that as the alternative. Where you basically get Jared Allen.
Give me B, just because DeAndre Ayton is what he is, right? I don't think that ship has sailed on him being a great fit alongside Luka Doncic. He struggles to catch it in pocket passes. He's not that lob threat. Also think that there's the intangibles, right? DeAndre Ayton is not someone that I think screams championship DNA as a starting caliber center. I think at his price, if he opts into that, then if you get him for $8+ million, he makes sense as a backup center. I think ultimately for that lineup, to have a real puncher's chance against the Thunder, against the Spurs, against any really contending team, you got to upgrade the center spot. But it's a better roster than last year.
You could basically have Jared Allen for the foreseeable future. You have to get rid of LeBron, and then you'd still have some money to go out and get a Grimes and maybe even a. I don't know what your temperature is on Porzingis because he's never healthy. But if you could rock Porzingis, Grimes, and Jared Allen instead of LeBron James, would you take that? And I'm stretching here a little bit, I think, optimism, or would you rather just roll it back with LeBron and try to add? And again, what you add with LeBron depends on what LeBron's willing to take or not take. But if he's willing to take $20 million, you can probably
Jared Allen, he's one of the better pick and roll finishers, the lob threats. I really like Jared Allen. I've
Me
had
too.
it for a lot of years.
He and Mobley don't play well together.
And they don't.
They
And,
just
and
should be next to each
sometimes
other.
it happens, right? Some people aren't good fits, especially on the front line. It's kind of tough to find that balance, but he's someone that may make a lot of sense. Just the way that he plays the position, and that's something the Lakers have needed. They've been pursuing that, it feels like, behind the scenes. But, I mean, give me Jared Allen in that lineup. I think it makes a lot more sense. I think the LeBron thing, kind of going back to that, is just that if he does walk, it's not like you have every single dime that was allocated towards him to use on another player, and there's not a ton of options that make sense. There's a reason why it's only the Bulls and the Nets and the Lakers that have a lot of cap space this summer, because not a lot of options, and two of their players are two of the top 5 free agents in Reeves and LeBron.
LeBron James never leaves an organization in better shape than he found it, and it's always been worth it. But now, because Brian Winters is reporting LeBron James will not take a pay cut to join the Cavs, the Lakers have a massive opportunity if Cleveland wants LeBron. That would require a sign-and trade. That would allow the Lakers to get Jared Allen. And so if LeBron's lack of flexibility is real and not a negotiating stance, it's not a fake leverage play, if this is actually what he wants, the Lakers have a chance to move on from LeBron, bring in a Jared Allen, take some of that money, try to chase a Quentin Grimes, build around Reeves, build around Luka Doncic, and make it work. I would if I'm the Lakers. And LeBron isn't always honest, but if LeBron is being straightforward in that he won't take a massive discount, and if Cleveland wants LeBron, this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to actually move on from LeBron James and get something in return. That's what I'm doing.
And I think that's a really, really amazing thing to point out, is the Cleveland angle to it, is LeBron's value to Cleveland is significantly higher because of the emotional aspect of it. And not a lot of teams, I don't think there's a lot of teams out there think, oh, we had LeBron as our third piece, we're a championship team. But I feel the Cavs, it's if he comes here and doesn't win, but we still get to be where LeBron finishes his career, we get the retirement tour, there's a lot of benefits to that. So if you play into that, but also add a Giannis, I mean, they're talking the NBA in the East. There's a really good chance that you will get to the NBA Finals if that roster stays healthy. If even just for a one-time run, I mean, you got a puncher's chance. It's a 7-game series. We'll see what happens with the Thunder and Spurs, but the Cavs would have to really, really want LeBron on that team and vice versa.
DMac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan. 97.1 The Fan. Phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. We got a compliment today from somebody in the building. And they said that they really like you and I and our show, that we have the proper amount of jerk face. He didn't say jerk face.
Yeah.
And you asked me who it was, and I said his name was Jeff Odyssey, because we work for the Odyssey Corporation.
Yes, we do, yep.
Yeah.
Big wig.
I'm going to lean into that jerk face part of my sort of personality here, the honesty. And I'll be curious if you agree with this on a baseball sense. But certainly having covered the NBA for a long time and the NFL before that, but most in the NBA, I have developed a theory that I think is absolutely accurate that applies here in terms of how the Lakers can take advantage of this. General managers in the NBA and in football do not ever operate in the best interest of their teams. They always operate in the best interest of themselves. And if you're an owner, you want the Venn diagram to just overlap as much as possible. Now, look, if you have Sam Presti, and Sam Presti, he's never going to be fired. He's just not operating in the best interest of the Thunder. But if you're Kobe Altman, who is the GM of the Cleveland Cavaliers, and you work for Dan Gilbert, who is not an easy owner, and that's the nicest way I can say it, to manage up with, navigate. Kobe Altman's first goal is to keep his job. His second goal is to win. Those things are supposed to overlap. They don't always. Kobe Altman's under some massive pressure. Kobe Altman, I think, runs the risk of not having a job in a year if things continue to go badly. Kobe Altman's the guy that traded away Darius Garland for James Harden. He is the guy that just saw his Cavaliers not just get swept by the Knicks in the conference finals, but get humiliated and give up the ghost and not even try in Game 3. And that means that Kobe Altman is desperate to do something desperate. My brother's in Vegas right now. When I'm in Vegas, I always see people that are they're throwing good money after bad. I think Kobe Altman's desperation to do something can make him more hungry, thirsty, needy for LeBron James than a rational actor would normally be. And again, that the Lakers can take advantage of that. And I'm not, Kobe, if you're listening, I like Kobe. He's not alone. Most people, certainly GMs, operate to keep their job. Kobe Altman doesn't go to work every day and say, I want to do this for the Cavs, even if it costs him my career. No, man, he wants to keep his job. And then in that context, after that, he wants to do the right thing by the Cavs. But it's do the right thing by yourself first for most GMs. That creates desperation. I think the Cavs are desperate. The more that we talk and think about this here on 97.1 The Fan, on DMac and Reiter, DMac, the more I think the Lakers have a chance to squeeze Cleveland and get something for LeBron James.
If that happened and you could actually gain and improve your roster by getting LeBron and presumably Bronny James off your team, then sign me up for it. I think for me, the alternative of wanting LeBron on the Lakers is just if you're going to run it back with your internal options that you're going to re-sign. You're going to look at the roster with Rui and Marcus Smart and Austin Reeves and LeBron and Luka Doncic. But if there's something creative where you could get a Jared Allen on the Lakers, someone that could be a benefit to Luka, not just this year, but moving forward, absolutely. I think that everyone that has been a diehard Lakers fan that respects what LeBron has done for this team, that he's made them relevant again, that he's helped them get back to their championship ways. It'd be tough to find one Lakers fan that wouldn't welcome the idea of making LeBron a Cav while improving their roster, because I'm ready for Luka to just be the entire center of attention. I'm ready for kind of the post-Shaq level Lakers where it was about Kobe. As much as it was with Shaq, I'm kind of ready for that new era where it's Luka Doncic. But if that's the option, sign me up. But if it's, hey, we're only going to kind of work with what we have, LeBron still makes sense for this roster.
DMac and Reiter, 97.1, The Fan LA. Love this Lakers conversation. Love the fact that we are going to get Oral Hershiser. We have gotten our wires uncrossed. This feels like it's a Bill Reiter problem, which is something you're going to grow accustomed to here on the show. Oral Hershiser joins us next on DMac and Reiter, 97.1, The Fan. All right, welcome back into the show. DMac and Reiter, Doug McKay and Bill Reiter. This is an absolute treat. I am a huge fan of this guy. He's a Dodgers legend. He does an incredible job on Sportsnet LA with Joe Davis. He is an entrepreneur. In fact, Oral Hershiser, Chevrolet, and Chino's grand reopening is tomorrow, and we're going to talk about that. We'll also get into Legends Attic. He's Oral Hershiser, Dodgers legend, and graciously making some time for us after I screwed up the communication. Oral, good afternoon, pal. Thanks for making time for Doug and I.
No, I need to apologize to you guys. I knew I was going to be busy around the interview time, so I was calling you guys early, but you're probably on the air or real busy. I didn't get an answer, but I was going to have you guys call me. But, whatever you told your fans and me coming on, I'm glad I'm getting to do it for you now.
Me too, Oral. It is a pleasure to talk to you again. So we were talking about Eric Lauer earlier, and just full disclosure, DMac called the Dodgers would make whatever adjustments were necessary and he would be great. And I was in typical fashion, incredibly skeptical, not very nice, and absolutely wrong. Well, what is it about the Dodgers and their pitching staff that allows them to take guys at times, including yesterday, who have not had success, and then to suddenly turn out an Eric Lauer who has a gem of a game?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that could be really complicated, but I think to kind of put captions on it, I think they make the player feel very comfortable, like this is going to be about you and making you better, but you're going to buy into the things maybe we're suggesting. And if you don't buy in, then we'll figure out a way to massage it and turn you into something that you're comfortable with. So I think you have that. So the personality and the communication. And then I think you have all the way they analyze a guy's stuff and his repertoire and eliminate certain things and add certain things and strategize on which hitters we should add or which hitters we should subtract. And I think it just becomes something where once you have the buy-in and once you know that the guy is confident in what you're doing. So as any coach, you want your student, your player, your pitcher to be successful early because it gives the confidence to the player that, hey, these guys know what they're talking about. And so the Dodger organization has not only been a place where we trade for people and then fix them, but we also have become a destination for other players where they say, I want to be a Dodger. I know the Dodgers are going to help me. I want to play around Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman and Ohtani and Yamamoto and Shohei pitching. It's been a great equation that these guys have built over the years.
And Oral, one of the big lightning rods this year has been Roki Sasaki, another pitcher. The organization's developing a 3.52 ERA in his last 4 starts. He has added that splitter to pair with the forkball, worked on the slider, worked on the fastball command. You've talked a lot about the mechanical adjustments with the back leg, but what have you seen from Roki? Has he turned a corner? We know success isn't always linear for young pitchers, but what do you see right now from Roki, Oral?
Well, you see a growth and maturity, and his ears are open, and he's also, doing what he wants to do, but also doing it within the confines of I have to be better. And so to be really consistent, you have to be able to repeat your lower half, and that's what he's been working really hard on. Because of the hype of him coming to Los Angeles, because the staff is so deep, we were actually able to have him develop at the big league level, just like we had to have Ohtani rehab at the big league level last year because we needed him to DH. So it's an equation, again, for him that has fit together. And this is about when he should start getting it. I mean, you have to experience a certain amount of failure at the beginning to say, okay, the big leagues are different than any place I've ever pitched. And then once you experience the failure, it takes time to then communicate what we need to change and what are the foundational things that are going to change us. And again, you also have to have the buy-in from the player and convince them that this is going to work. And they develop confidence. And right now, they're in a great, great place. They're in a great place because he's getting results. And then he's also getting a fact like, oh, okay, I can get big league hitters out. I can get big league hitters out when I make mistakes because I'm throwing more strikes with my fastball. So now I'm able to change speeds. I've actually changed the grip on my forkball, and now instead of a forkball, I have a forkball and a splitter, depending on the count. And then you get guidance on that. So it's a growth, and it's been painful to do it at the big league level. But with his resume and his talent, they knew it was going to happen sooner or later.
Talking to Dodgers legend Orel Hershiser here on DMac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan, and we're going to visit with Orel in a second about the grand reopening of Orel Hershiser, Chevy, and Chino. By the way, that's tomorrow. It's at 10:30. Ribbon cutting just a few blocks from the dealership at 11:30. Or I'm gonna pull you into this friendly debate baseball conversation that's been recurring between DMac and I. To what degree, if you have to choose between Shohei Ohtani chasing a Cy Young Award and having optimal offensive production, if one costs you the other a little bit, do you have a lean this year on what you think the Dodgers and Shohei should prioritize between trying to be a Cy Young Award winner and being that offensive player who's the best or second best hitter in baseball when he's at that level?
Yeah, I think this is going to work itself out because he's probably going to be one of the best hitters in the big league still again, and he's always hit better in May, and we're seeing that he has, and he's always been a pretty slow starter. But I'm not worried about that. I know it's a topic that you guys are debating, and that's what talk radio is for, and that's what sports radio is for. It's like we all want to be armchair quarterbacks or armchair managers, but I think he can do both. I really do, and I think they're doing things to adjust it by when do we let him hit and he's pitching, what days are off, what day does he fall on as far as is there an off day after the day he pitches. And, of course, they're always talking to him about his body and his rest and his sleep and all the different things that they calculate and then get feedback on. So I don't think it's time to make that choice at all, but it is the first time in the history of his life that at 31 years old that he's trying to do both at an elite level. And because the offense had a little bit of a slow start, it became a topic. But again, I'm not worried about him being slow and not producing offensively the rest of the year. I think he's going to be just fine.
Yeah, and Orel, by the way, I did remind everyone that in Game 2 of the World Series, you went 3 for 3 with 2 doubles and an RBI. You were doing some Shohei Ohtani things when you were on the mound with the Dodgers as well. Yeah. But Orel, I thought it was really cool. I remember during spring training, you showed up, you're wearing the jersey, you're around the team. I noticed you're talking to guys like Tanner Scott. He's really bounced back this season. He looks like the Tanner Scott that we saw with the Padres and the Marlins. What conversations did you have with him, and do you think that this is the Tanner Scott we're going to get with the Dodgers? It looks like he's back to being elite.
Yeah, what you saw in spring training was Dave Roberts and I were entertaining some Japanese sponsors in Hawaii, believe it or not, and that was a nice trip for me to take with my wife. But Dave's like, why aren't you in uniform anymore? I go, well, I haven't been there since COVID because you guys, cut stuff back and it was great. But he goes, I want you in uniform. So that was an unbelievable invitation from Dave and to come back, and Andrew welcomed me and all that. And then the conversation you see is really like, I had him with Sandy. I had him with Drysdale. I had him with Campanella. I had him with Johnny Padres. I had him with Larry Sherry. I had him with all these different – the O'Malleys used to invite the greats back to spring training, and they would, just kind of hang out with us. And it always helps people's confidence when you've had a tough year and it was your first year in that uniform and it's not going well. And then people are still talking to you. People are still relating to you. People are still pulling for you. And so any smidgen of influence that I had and what you saw in spring training was just what I've learned from the past, from Tommy Lasorda and from Al Campanis at the time and all the Dodgers that were, in charge, that they wanted us to rub shoulders with the people who have done it before. And I know what it did for me. I know when Sandy goes, that's the sinker you should throw. And when Don Drysdale goes, what are you doing griping about a lack of run support? You go out there and they get you one run. That should be enough. I mean, I know what it's like to get that kind of advice from Hall of Famers. And so that relationship is so, so important.
Talking to Orel Hershiser here on DMac and Reiter. Orel, I want to lean into your expertise as a player, former player, as a legend, as an excellent broadcaster at Sportsnet LA. And maybe you can sort of give us a little behind the scenes perspective. We've been talking about Dave Roberts and trying to give him his flowers on just pulling the right lever. It feels like nonstop this season, moving Mookie to 4 is the latest example. Wherever he puts Andy Pages in the lineup. When Shohei was slumping, he had Shohei take a day out of the lineup, and it seemed to work. The management of the bullpen has been incredible. Where Will Smith is, just sort of go down the list.
Right.
In your experience, what is it about Dave Roberts that allows him tactically or just as a man manager, human being to human being, to be so effective at in a very high-stress situation, big expectations for the Dodgers and a lot of guys that make a lot of money, to just seems like again and again make these correct decisions.
Yeah, I think, he has to deal with the media 2 and 3 and 4 times a day, right? So he's used to giving interviews. He knows what it's like to tell the truth, and he also knows what it's like to protect his roster and where they are in the season and what's really going on. So he has that experience. The other thing that he's very, very good at, and even though it says manager next to his name, he really knows that when he walks in the locker room or he's on the field, he's a coach. And so he has continued to coach, and that makes him ring true no matter where he is in the organization. The relationship he has with the players and their family, the relationship he has with the players as far as what they're trying to execute on the field and how he sees that they can change or they could stay the same in certain areas. When he watches a good at bat and the guy lines out to short, or the guy hits a ground ball and just rolls over it, but just rolled over it barely, and the guy comes back to the bench beating himself up, he's still coaching, and he'll pull him aside and go, look, stay right where you're at. The results are going to come. So he's really doing a great job of relating at every little segment of time that is about coaching, not as much as about managing.
And Oral, we saw last year Yoshinobu Yamamoto. He was the World Series MVP. He was the hero in the postseason. He threw over 200 innings, regular season and postseason combined. You back in 1988, you threw 267 innings and 42-plus in the postseason. The following year, you threw 256-plus. How do you think they're going to manage Yoshinobu Yamamoto? And do you remember how that carryover felt the following season, having pitched all those innings, and just what impresses you the most about him as a pitcher?
I think the thing that's going to buoy him as far as being able to continue to produce with large amounts of volume is the efficiency of his mechanics. When you are throwing the ball properly, it actually can feel like it's just coming out of your hand and there wasn't as much effort. When you have rough days with your location, or you have rough days spinning the baseball and getting it for a strike, we know something's probably off with the mechanics, and that means there's more muscles firing and it's slightly out of order, and those are stressful pitches. But he gets it lined up about as good as anybody. And you would say, well, but it doesn't look as athletic as most people, and it's not. But he gets it in the right position, and he's able to use the lever system correctly. And so just like when you see certain golf swings, some look a little bit more mechanical and some look a little bit really athletic. He is the one that looks a little bit more mechanical, but he turns it into an athletic move that'll be very efficient. But you are right. It is hard to pitch all the way into November. It is hard to start the day before and then come into relief and pitch multiple innings with the stress of a world championship on the line. But I think he'll figure it out. And I don't worry about a fall off with him. I think we've seen a little bit of a fall off in the last few starts, but all of a sudden I'm watching the mechanics and everything else come back together.
It is Dodgers legend Oral Hershiser, Legends Addict, Sportsnet LA. And Oral, we have monopolized your time. You've been incredibly gracious about that. Before we let you run, please tell us about the grand reopening ceremonies tomorrow of Oral Hershiser, Chevy, and Chino.
Yeah, I mean, we're at the corner of Riverside and Central and Chino. We love not only Chino, the way they've opened their arms to us, but Oral Hershiser Chevrolet. I've got some pretty high standards of how I want the customers treated and how we're going to run the dealership. We're taking over from a legacy family, M.K. Smith, and we are proud of what we're getting to able to buy and actually then serve the community. So tomorrow, between 11 and 2, and we're going to have a little bit of a ceremony at the dealership before with a ribbon cutting with some dignitaries, but we're going to actually then caravan over. There's actually a small parade going on in Chino that we're going to go over to City Hall, where we have an activation of some food and a bunch of stuff and a band and a DJ, and it'll be a lot of fun.
That's awesome.
I've got about 10, 11 of my celebrity friends coming, like a Mike Scioscia and a Jaime Herrin and Dave Anderson and Mickey Hatcher, Robert Ory. So a bunch of guys. Joe Davis, I think, is coming out. John Hartung is going to MC for me. So very nice of those guys to come out and support the cause of the new business. So I got my fingers in a lot of things.
That's extremely cool. Congratulations to everybody listening.
Thank
Get
you.
out there tomorrow. It starts at 10:30. Ribbon cutting 11:30 in Chino. And Oral, DMac and I have been talking about you on the air since we launched the station a week and a half ago. We love the work you do at Sportsnet LA.
Oh, thank you.
And we love talking baseball with you. Hope to do it again soon. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, all you do is get stuff from my heart. I don't prepare for any of this. It's just a life I'm living.
It's a good life, man. We're glad to share it
Nice
with you.
life.
Thank you, man.
Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Oral.
Thank you. Good.
Dodgers legend Oral Hershiser. That was awesome.
I mean, it's awesome. I mean,
he liked your question.
Yeah, wait.
He
Oral's
liked
the man.
it.
I actually, I don't know what you're telling me before the break, but
I mean, we make the rules here.
we made the rules here. So he was on. I interviewed him last summer.
We're
when he
out
was
of time.
I'm just kidding. He was looking for a card.
Oh, yeah, you told me this.
So basically, there was this top set, and they had these super fractor tops chrome cards.
Yep.
And he was looking for a 1 of 1, and he actually had a bounty for it, where if you found the card, you could go stay at a DoubleTree hotel. I can't say the hotel. I guess, well, yeah, it had 2 trees, but yeah, the DoubleTree hotel. And if you won, you get to hail Oral Hershiser and go to a game with him and Joe Davis and be in the booth with them. That's how badly he wanted this card.
Cool.
Because it reminded him of his playing days. He wanted this card so badly.
Did he find it?
And no one's found the card but myself. You know me. I'm always trying to, you say I'm a people pleaser or something, that I want to be liked.
People person.
Not there you
pleaser.
go. Pleaser person. I wanted so bad.
People person.
I wanted so bad to find the card for him, right?
Yeah.
That if you bought a $300 set of these cards, you were guaranteed 1 super fractor. I bought 3 of them. Almost spent $1,000.
Didn't work out.
And I didn't get one. But I know the Bursch will appreciate it. I did get a Topps Chrome Super Fractor of Rich Hill, which was worth like $200. So I did get a Rich Hill Royals one, but still on lookout for that Oral Hershiser card.
I also respect the fact you didn't get mad that basically he agreed with me on Shohei and said that Shohei can do both. That was a nice moment for me. We'll play it back later.
I'm always
later.
nuanced. I think he can do both, but I think that also, it's interesting, right? It is kind of wild.
Let's go to the judges on this one. Does DMac think he can do both? Is that a cheers or a boo? I don't know.
I think if we go back, we'll see that I want it to happen organically. And Dave Robertson, Shohei, and the organization.
Don't try to talk your way out of it.
Since when? Wait. Are you
this?
really trying to tell me that I've sat here and said that I want Shohei to only hit?
You have said that you think that there will be a cost for chasing the Cy Young Award.
I think that you can still allow him to make every start.
Have I lost my mind?
No, I think that you don't want to hit
it's okay
him
to
on
disagree
days.
with Oral Hershiser.
Look,
you're on the radio. Say it. You can say he doesn't know what he's talking about. I think he does.
I stand on business 10 toes down. I mean, I've said what I
10 toes
said.
down is so good. I almost knocked this water.
I've said what I said.
Yeah.
But I do think, though, it is so mind-blowing, just kind of looking into his numbers.
You should go to Chino tomorrow and look him in the eye and tell him.
I'm not afraid to. Okay, look, I want to see Shohei win the Cy Young this year, but here's the thing. Isn't it wild to think that we're hoping for 162 innings from him, and Oral Hershiser roll out of bed, throw 270 innings plus 42 in the postseason? Just the game has evolved, it's changed. So
that's a great subject change. It's DMac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan.
Crazy, bro.
I know. I am crazy. The world's shortest NFL
lies.
report. Lord, there are some lies, apparently, and the world's shortest NFL report. Next on DMac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan. 97 LA fan. How many times have you called me? How many times? This is our, I'm good at math, 8th show together?
That's it.
How many times have you said, you're crazy, man? You're crazy, man.
You're crazy, man.
I think a lot.
A good amount.
Okay.
How many times have you falsely accused me of
0
not wanting Shohei Ohtani? I hope Shohei has
No, that's
20 at bats.
You're walking it back.
I hope Shohei has 20 at bats
Dude.
and pitches 20 innings a game, and we win the National League Cy Young World Series.
In fairness, the practice shows that we did bleed into the real shows because they're all fun. But I am quite confident that on the airwaves of 97.1 The Fan, you have aggressively and with respect, aggressively said to me, bro, you're crazy on your Shohei Cy Young thing. We need that production offensively.
Well,
Bursch, am I making this up?
Honestly, no. Doug has argued that point. Not to ditch pitching entirely.
Yeah,
but
to be fluid and take some starts off.
But why do you hate Shohei?
And to take some at-bats off. No, Shohei wants to hit, but...
You can disagree with Earl Hershiser.
No.
This happened at our get-together, our 97.1 The Fan get-together in Malibu, where I'm not going to say what happened, but there was something you're very passionate about. And a big personality said the opposite of what you thought. And you went,
Okay, I remember that now.
I'm crazy.
I know what you're talking about now.
You're crazy, Bill.
I support whatever Shohei wants to do. Okay. I will say, though, tonight, I'm curious, has the lineup come out yet? Is it out? It should be out pretty soon. I'm curious to see if he's
me too.
in it. So that,
do you want to guess? I don't know.
Something tells me that there's an opportunity to just leave him out and focus on pitching. Remember, to win the Cy Young, you got to pitch 6 or 7 innings per start. You want to get 162 to qualify for the ERA title. If he doesn't get that, he won't win the Cy Young. That's really his ticket to the Cy Young. So, by the way, if you're a true hardcore Shohei Cy Young rooter like myself,
the lineup is not out. They're the only sorry to interrupt you. The only lineup in Major League Baseball that hasn't dropped yet.
Okay, so we're waiting, and it's probably a little longer just because they're maybe weighing a decision. Yeah.
Sorry, I apologize, DMac. You were saying if you're and I am a true Cy Young.
So I know that I schedule when the guys he's going against pitch, and I tune into those games, and I follow them. Tonight, Christopher Sanchez is pitching, and I hope that he gets bombed, right? I hope he gets rocked.
Oh, I do like that.
Right? So I love hate watching.
No,
hate
it's
rooting,
fair.
it's so much fun, especially with fantasy, but this is bigger. This implication. If Shohei wants it, he gets it.
I watched a lot of Real Madrid this year.
So
it was so
you've been in a
lovely.
pretty good spot.
The last few years, I didn't hate watch because they would always come back and win.
Yeah.
By the way, I thought Oral was great. Here's what the thing. I could misremember what Oral Hershiser just said. I could be wrong. Maybe he didn't agree with me. Maybe he did agree with you. We will play it in an hour and just find out. We're gonna circle back to some of that Oral Hershiser interview.
It's fluid.
It's fluid here on DMac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan. A big thank you to a few of our early fan partners like NextGen and DraftKings. We appreciate your support. Earlier comment we've had a good hour.
It's been a great hour.
From the Bronny, the Cavs, Lakers, where will LeBron go? What's the sort of best situation? FG 5332 on the old YouTube comments at the Fan LA, said to DMac and Reiter, let's help the Cavs get Giannis and LB while we keep Bronny. I don't want to talk Bronny a lot. I do like liberate Bronny would be a nice little sort of secondary bonus of LeBron going to Cleveland. Let this guy spread his own wings.
That would definitely be a little extra motivation, added bonus there. It is kind of one of those things where, as much as you think LeBron can help this team because it's hard to replace that production at that price, the thought of the Lakers without LeBron and just that cloud that's hung over this organization for a pretty long time now. I mean, 2018, it's been a long time that he's been in this organization.
It's been that long.
It's wild to think that you're almost going to remember him as far as the last part of his career with the Lakers. Even though his best years were the Heat and the Cavs, still won a championship here.
What's he retire as? He retires as a Cav. Yeah, he retires as a Cav.
Yeah, you mean even if he finishes his career with the Lakers?
I mean, like, when he goes in the Hall of Fame and sort of like how does it, like
that
it's all
go blank. He's got to go blank, man. I for him going blank, I think would make sense just because
I think it's Cleveland, dude.
But here's the thing, though. That would almost ignore and not bring attention. If anyone loves attention, it's LeBron James.
That's a great. That's a great point.
It's
dude.
like, hey, I won one with the Cleveland. I won a couple with the Heat. I won with the Lakers. I think it kind of spreads that across his legacy. And I think that's something he's really proud of.
By the way, I'm not proud of this. I tease NFL Report, and that's my failure as a radio host because we're not going to do it because we have 19 seconds. We're not doing it today. It's not happening. That's on me. Blame me for Oral Hershiser being late. Blame me for the NFL Report, but don't blame me for hating on Shohei. Just kidding, kind of. DMac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan LA. We will preview the Dodgers game next.
Show hater.
On DMac and Reiter.
They have the source.
What up, SoCal Bill Ryder? Doug McCain, DMac and Ryder. Phone number 855-97 LA Fan. Appreciate you listening. Appreciate you streaming if you're doing that at the Fan LA. Appreciate you being part of our first few weeks here on this brand new station. Remember, Derek and Decker in the mornings, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Brock and Alex, midday in LA, 10 to 2. And we've got you every single weekday, 2 to 6. And we will, this station, 97.1 The Fan, be live and local till 9 o'clock every single night. 6 a.m. to 9 p.m., we got you covered. We are live and local. You can also listen on the free Odyssey app or the iHeartRadio app. I'm an Odyssey app guy when I'm away from the radio, when I'm listening to the station. Or have you found a vibe yet, or are you sort of mixing and matching?
I have. I've gotten used to it. That's where my wife, that's where she listens to it.
It
and
is?
She never listened to me, and I don't know, maybe it's because of you. It's definitely because of you, and occasionally Bursch. But, yeah, she's definitely been in on it, and it's been on the Odyssey app. So, clearly, you love to go listen over there and follow us over there. You watch us on YouTube. So many ways to get in on the show here at DMac and Ryder 97.1 The Fan.
You made a point today. This happens a lot, where you say something, and it's like it reminds me of the first time DMac, someone explained how an Uber worked to me. Sammy Van Dyken, Olympic champion. And I think, why didn't I think of that? That's so smart and obvious, but I didn't get there. And that happens a lot with you when we talk Dodgers before the show or after the show. You said that maybe the Dodgers have accidentally or stumbled their way into, I don't want to misquote you, but they found their way through a little bit of happenstance and through some struggles to perhaps their optimal lineup.
I think it's possible. I think that it's not the best way to get there. It's a circuitous route to get to your best lineup.
Yep.
But now what you're seeing is when you look at Andy Pages' numbers this season, Bill, hitting .299, 348 on base, 534 slug, 12 home runs in 224 plate appearances, 46% above league average. You know what kind of numbers those are? Those are Mookie Betts numbers from a couple years ago. So if you wanted Mookie Betts in the 2-hole, why not get someone that is putting up the numbers that you hope that Mookie Betts was putting up, the ones that he put up a couple years ago? And I'm talking, of course, about Andy Pages being permanently in the 2 spot. What did we see last night? We saw Andy Pages take really good at-bats, not forcing pulling balls when they're in the middle to off the plate, didn't look overmatched, didn't look overpowered. He's continued to hit this season. And I look at Shohei Ohtani at the leadoff spot, knowing that sometimes you can't guarantee production from the 8 or 9 hitters. And if that's the case, you want to take advantage of Shohei Ohtani when he gets on base, when he's drawing walks, when he's having extra base hits, when he's getting on base and stealing bases. Well, guess what? We're not seeing wasted production from Shohei Ohtani if the guy behind him is getting 4 hits in a game. Also, I think another underrated aspect of this, too, is, as I mentioned earlier today, the speed of Mookie Betts isn't what it used to be, right?
Yeah, this is a great point.
And he's lost some ticks off of that. He's really in the 30th percentile when it comes to sprint speed, so he's not the most mobile runner. He's very intelligent, high IQ. He's always going to run with savvy. But Andy Pages is an above-average runner. He's basically 50% plus a better runner than Mookie Betts is. So Andy Pages is hitting for contact. He's slugging. He's getting on base. He also has speed. So when I look at the top 5 of this lineup, I think the bottom, of course, with the return of Tommy Edman eventually and Kiké Hernandez, and we'll see what happens with Ha-Seong Kim and Alex Freeland. Max Muncy still has to return and things like that. But I do think that yesterday we could have stumbled upon a new top 5 because Ohtani's not moving off the leadoff spot.
And that's just locked in stone. So we'll just, that's forever.
I would definitely write it down in Sharpie right now because I think that you're protecting Shohei more now. And I think, too, Andy Pages is going to get some really great pitches to hit, batting in between Shohei Ohtani and Freddie Freeman. So you got Shohei batting leadoff, a left-handed hitter. Andy Pages, your best right-handed hitter this year. So your best hitter should bat either first or second. And your best left-handed hitter, your best overall hitter, Shohei, batting at the top. And then right behind him, your best right-handed hitter of this year is Andy Pages. Of course, he has to continue this. But Pages is having a better year than Mookie and Will Smith and Teo, so it makes sense for him to be there. 3, I think you still trust Freddie Freeman.
Swinging a great bat.
He's swinging a really, really great bat. And he's always going to figure things out. He's going to see pitches, and he'll have some cold streaks, but you can really trust the at-bat quality from Freddie Freeman. Like I said, he has been baseball's version of fine wine. Gets better with age. His best years are with the Dodgers. So that's your 1, 2, 3 right there. Ohtani, Pages, and Freddie, and then you got Betts at the cleanup spot.
And I know you said this yesterday, but for people that missed it, you called yesterday, succeed or fail, he's locked in there for at least several weeks. It was a big success. Is that, to you, does that give you, if he continues to hit well, is he the cleanup hitter in this lineup?
I think in 2026, Mookie Betts is a cleanup hitter.
Wow.
I think that's the iteration. Because, exactly, I mean, what I say yesterday, I said that this is going to be a different version of Mookie because he's going to be more aggressive early in counts. That's what we saw yesterday. That's when he hit those 2 home runs. That's when he went 3 for 5. And I think, too, he likes the fact that his job at the cleanup spot isn't just to get on base so guys behind him can drive him in, right? His job is to drive the guys in front of him in. So you're almost looking at Mookie like, hey, you got to do work. You got to be a run producer here. You have to go and clear those bases. And I just love the fact that he was aggressive, knowing that, hey, he's going to get something in the zone. And then behind him, you got Kyle Tucker, who I know. And
what's your temperature on this? Because I'm open to being convinced. I feel a little Kyle Tucker wary. I'm sure it'll work out, but you were more optimistic than I was.
It's fair. Look, here's the truth about Kyle Tucker. Has he been worth the 4-year, $240 million contract? Has he been worth $60 million per year yet? The answer is no. Has he been a disappointment or a bust? I don't think the answer is yes there. I think it's shake the magic 8 ball and says, ask me in October, right? That's kind of when you evaluate Kyle Tucker. But here's the thing. I was at the press conference when Kyle Tucker signed here, and Dave Roberts and Andrew Friedman, they all said, hey, Kyle Tucker's going to bat second, even though he's a left-handed bat behind Shohei, because they're platoon neutral, meaning that they can hit righties as well as they can hit lefties, right? So it's not like there's a platoon disadvantage there. Typically, in the lineup structure, Bill, what they wanted to avoid was stacking left-handed or right-handed batters because that gives the opposing manager an advantage. If you go to a bullpen piece, let's say a righty facing a righty, that's the platoon advantage, or a lefty facing a lefty. If you break it up, that's only one batter there where the pitcher has the advantage. But the good thing about the Dodgers lineup at the top is you have a lot of guys that are platoon neutral. Freddie hits lefties as well as righties. Shohei Ohtani can have success against lefties. Same thing with Kyle Tucker. And then you look at Andy Paz, he's been a lefty master too. So that's my top 5. And I want to stick with this for at least 2-3 months. I don't want to this is what I don't want to see happen, Bill. I don't want to see Mookie have 4 or 5 good games, maybe a week's worth of production, and then you're saying to yourself, let's move Mookie back to the 2-hole because that was the original plan. I think you have to evolve and plans change. What has changed is Mookie hasn't been the same, and Andy Pages has emerged. So it's twofold. There's a hitter that has proven to have earned the opportunity in the 2-hole, and then Mookie as a better fit at the cleanup spot. So, I mean, you saw Mookie cleaned up last night, right, with the 3 hits and the 2 home runs. So I want to see that 1 through 5 permanent, and then after that, look at who you got. Think about how crazy that is. Think about that. That's how insane, how deep, how talented this Dodger lineup is. You got that as your 1 through 5. I have not named Teoscar Hernandez, who's been great lately. Will Smith, who had a home run last night.
Dave Roberts pulling the levers.
All Dave Roberts pulling the levers.
You don't push levers or pull buttons. I found that out yesterday on DMac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan.
And he's pushing them all, man. And
he's been great.
He's been in his bag, as the kids say, right? It's been a masterclass by Dave Roberts. And we haven't mentioned Max Muncy, who really has been their overall best hitter. So imagine that 1 through 5 with Kyle Tucker as a lefty batting 5th. I think after him, you have either Will Smith or Teoscar Hernandez, then Max Muncy, and then either Teo or Will Smith. And then you talk about whoever is at second base. Ultimately, I think that will be Tommy Edman. So that's such a stacked lineup, man.
It's crazy.
That's one of the best lineups on paper that we've ever seen.
In the history of the game, perhaps. DMac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan LA. Let me ask you this. So Ohtani's going to the bump tonight. He's pitching. We just talked to Orel Hershiser, and for those of you that missed our conversation here on 97.1 The Fan, we're going to play a lot of it back with the legend himself in about top of the next hour at 5 o'clock. He thinks that Ohtani can do both. And we've had a lot of conversations about this, about the Cy Young versus hitting. You keep pointing out correctly, Ohtani's got to qualify. And for those that don't know, that means he's got to pitch as many innings as games his team plays, which is a fancy way of saying he's got to pitch 162 innings over the course of the year. He's got to keep that pace. This is game 56 tonight. He enters with 49 innings pitched. So now we're at the space where if he goes 5 innings, he starts to fall behind. 7 innings just keeps him on pace, right? And not ahead of pace, barely on pace. Do you think, assuming performance and he pitches well enough, that we'll start this early to see the Dodgers let him go 7 innings to just stay on track to just qualify for this award that he covets?
They're not going to say they are, but I can tell you from just talking to everyone, like that is the plan. Like
you bet the over at 6.5 innings if you had to bet it.
100%. And I think there's games where they're going to know that he's efficient, know that he's on, and if there's a start where it looks like they can squeeze a 7th or an 8th out of him, and then maybe that buys you some time to maybe get 5 out of him, they're going to kind of play that game. And here's the thing. The Dodgers aren't going to go back on their word. Shohei Ohtani made it very clear he wants to make every start. The only way he can get to 162 innings in a 6-man rotation is to make every start for the most part and be efficient in most of those starts. I think that's something that a lot of people are forgetting with the whole Shohei Ohtani thing, is that not only does he have to be good, but he's pitching in a 6-man rotation. When you pitch in a 6-man rotation, there are less starts, and what that means is that you're going to get less bullpen games, and you're not going to worry about that kind of stuff, but you have to make the most of it when you're out there. So I certainly think that in the next couple of months, if he's still in the mix, and even if he's not, I think that he wants to pitch, and he really enjoys pitching. He's said it so many times.
I want it so badly.
I do too. Okay, you want to look at right now what it looks like? I mean, as far as where he's at, I mean, he just has to keep doing what he's doing, man. I mean, Christopher Sanchez is just ridiculous, and Mizorowski is ridiculous.
It can't be 5 innings, 5 innings, 5 innings, because you don't want to get to the point where all of a sudden you are 10 innings behind the pace, right?
And,
he needs to be. It'd be really great if he could have an efficient 7-inning outing. By the way, that just puts him on the pace. He has a 7-inning outing. He still has to average 6 innings per game for the rest of the season when he pitches. On his pitching outings.
And you look at right now. I mean, a guy like Shohei, 8 starts, 49 innings, that .73 ERA, 1.8 FWAR.
So good, dude.
Really great stats, but 49 innings. You look at the leaderboards. So we're now, I think yesterday was the 55th game of the season. Today, he has to go 6.
56,
right?
Yep.
So, I mean, 7 if you want to go over. So he's going to be catching up the entire season to try to...
Today's got to go 7, right? Because he's at 49. So he's got to go 7 to be at 56 at the end of the 56th game.
Exactly.
But then he'd qualify. So he'd be if he went that many innings today, he'd be the ERA leader.
He would be the ERA leader. And I think... The conversation.
Did I math the math right? Because there's always an 81% chance I didn't.
Hey, you did your best. I think you mathed it right.
Okay.
Sounded right. Sounded good. Sounded crispy to me. I'm going to give
sounded good.
I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt there.
Doesn't mean
the conversation's going to be if he qualifies and the ERA is sub-1 and it's minuscule. That's still really the gold standard stat that I think a lot of voters will look
100%.
at, right? But
I'd love to know the average age of the voters. Like, how many voters are 50 and older?
Yeah, Social Security of 1, right? I mean, number of 1. They're definitely. But you know, the game has gotten younger. We saw a couple years ago when Jacob deGrom, when he won, the wins weren't there, and then now it kind of changed to some deeper stats. But okay, let me ask you this though.
Okay,
if you are a voter out there and you're a ball knower supreme like Bill Reiter is,
sure,
and you have a vote, Christopher Sanchez, who, like I said, join the hate watching. I'll do my hate watching list. Whoever the Phillies are playing with Christopher Sanchez on the mound, you root for them. Whoever the Tigers are playing, you root for them so Skubal can get traded. There's a lot of hate watching you can do.
We didn't ask Earl, but we'll ask Earl about Skubal next time.
Okay, yeah. But look at Christopher Sanchez, a 72 and a thirds innings workload. He's made 11 starts to Shohei's 8, a 1.62 ERA. And he's right up there.
We need him to get rocked one game.
And so that's
just get rocked.
I agree. Like, that's kind of...
He needs to go Kyle Freeland for a game.
And go full Kyle Freeland.
Just a game.
Go full Diamondbacks series, Lance Lane, who just gave another home run. But, yeah, that's going to be an interesting conversation, too, about Shohei Ohtani, though, is if he ever has a bad start, which even the greats do, we can think of Clayton Kershaw having certain starts where he didn't come through then what is the plan? But look, I love the fact that there's purpose and there's intent here. And it really shows, too, I think, something about the Dodgers organization when it comes to superstars and catering to their superstars. That's why the Lakers and the Dodgers are very different right now, is because being a superstar for the Dodgers, whether it be a Shohei, even a Mookie Betts, even a Kyle Tucker, a Freddie Freeman, they treat them differently, and they're going to listen to their opinion. So I'm still more concerned with the postseason than the regular season, but let the good times roll, right? Like, it's kind of one of those things, 30 years from now, we're going to remember this summer. Like, how crazy is that, right? We are going to remember this summer.
It could be a legendary baseball season. If he wins the Cy Young Award and the Dodgers are back-to-back-to-back champions, can you make the argument it's one of the greatest seasons in the history of a sport for a player?
I think for sure can. I think that because not only that, if he wins a Cy Young, he's winning unanimous MVP. And
That's true.
And he's going five on you there. I think what he needs is a Cy Young, a World Series MVP, maybe a batting title at some point. But look, he's playing the video game that he's already beaten. He's just playing on story mode and kind of exploring the map a little bit, right? I think he's already the guy that is considered to be the most talented and unique baseball player ever. Now it's just continuing to add onto those accomplishments. And you're really giving Ohtani really that trump card where if it's ever a debate, like you can debate Jordan and LeBron. Like I'm a Jordan GOAT guy, right? But you can actually debate it.
Aligned. Same.
Like you can have a constructive, longevity for LeBron, the peak for Jordan, 6 for 6 in titles. Like there's a way to go back and forth. If Shohei Ohtani wins the Cy Young, there's no debate. Like, who do you bring up? Like, you don't bring up Babe Ruth, who didn't come close to anything that Shohei Ohtani has done, especially in the modern era. And then now you're doing the most important thing, too. What all the greats have is what do they have? They have championships. But I actually asked Dave Roberts this in Korea a couple years ago. I was like, Dave, can Shohei Ohtani be the Michael Jordan of Major League Baseball? And he told me that he feels like he could be even better because there's a higher probability of being another Michael Jordan than there is a Shohei Ohtani, right? But he also did stress to me that he needs the championships, and that's with an S. That's plural, right? Because that's what MJ had. So the fact that we're kind of even entertaining these conversations, yeah, like I said, I always say it's going to be a Dodgers summer. It's going to be a Shohei Cy Young summer, MVP summer, and it's going to be one that we're going to think about for a long, long, long time.
All right, before we move on to the World Cup preview, which we'll do every single day here on DMac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan, and we're waiting for the lineup to drop. It hasn't yet. If Shohei, as you noted, if Dave Roberts and the Dodgers take advantage of the opportunity for Shohei's scare yesterday on getting hit on the wrist, to just sit him from the lineup, he'll pitch, and if he doesn't hit, what is the adjusted optimal lineup you'd like to see? Or I should ask, who would you like to see in leadoff?
I mean, I wouldn't be mad to see Dalton Rushing up there.
You love Dalton Rushing.
I really love Dalton Rushing. I think, too, he's a guy that if you put trust in him, he'll want to reward you. I talked to Rushing after he hit his first home run. He told me that, hey, the first time when everyone was in shock about Shohei getting pulled from the lineup, Shohei went right up to Dalton Rushing and said, hey, hit a home run for me tonight.
That's right.
Dalton Rushing hit a home run. So I would like to see that. I think that I know a lot of people would like to see Ha-Seong Kim as a leadoff hitter because he kind of has those traits, the speed, the bat to ball, things like that. I don't expect him to do that, but Dalton Rushing will be pretty interesting, especially because you're keeping a left-handed bat at the top of the lineup.
I have a little breaking news. Sorry to jump in on you, DMac. It's not great news. Dave Roberts has just said to the assembled media that Kiké Hernandez suffered a, quote, significant tear to his oblique, end quote, significant tear.
Yeah, I mean...
And we kind of feared this at the start of the show.
As you can see by the look on my face, I mean, that just...
no timeline for return.
That really just kind of guts me. And
me too.
If you remember the top of the show, what I said was, if he heard it during batting practice and played through it and then aggravated it, that tells you it wasn't a grade 1, right? Usually a grade 1 is the first sign. So the fact that it was on top of that, you hate this for Kiké Hernandez.
You can tell his reaction, his response was such a bummer when he was asked how long what's the best case scenario, and his face fell.
Exactly. And the dude would play through anything. I mean, he literally said yesterday.
What a warrior.
Oh, he's an absolute gamer, a warrior, gutsy. I mean, he's a 10 out of 10 when it comes to guys that will do anything. They'll run through a wall for his franchise, for his manager, for his teammates to go out there and win games and pursue World Series. But what really scared me yesterday was the fact that, yeah, I mean, he tried to play through this and his reaction. And two, like, he's played a lot. Like, Bill, these guys, not only are they aging, they played so much baseball, right? I mean, you're playing 162 plus the rigors of multiple postseason rounds. Last year, they had to play 2 extra games.
Of a little more news, it's better, I think. I'll take your attempt. It's better news if you're me or Oral Hershiser. I'm not going to speak for DMac here on DMac and Reiter. Shohei Ohtani will hit. I know, I was trying to get you to laugh. Shohei Ohtani will hit and pitch. Obviously, he's pitching tonight, but he will be in the lineup on top of being, obviously, the starting pitcher. Dave Roberts has also told the collective media before the game.
Hey,
I love it. Good.
He's Superman of baseball cleats. Yeah.
I'm on this side of the thing with Oral.
And I am on the side of Dave Roberts in
yeah.
That, guess what? Who did I give my hero of the day to, right? My road to hero of the day? It was the padding on his wrist, the protective gear.
Oh, yeah.
If he wasn't wearing that and he was feeling something today, he would not be in the lineup, right? So it's a good example, right? That trust me, I'm all for planting my flag on certain things that I think it's just either or, right? It's black and white. But I think for Shohei, it always has to be a conversation based on the situation. Like, this team and him as a player are going to benefit from just some built-in days off there. And tonight wasn't a night for that.
Disagree. I never rest him. Not a single day.
Never rest him.
No.
Yeah. You just want. So the funny
I want him to run laps around the outfield after the game.
There you go.
Yeah. I want him weightlifting competitions on off days.
Just running marathons.
Yeah, tomorrow when Miggy Rojas comes in or calls in because you've got him on the show because he's your guy, I want Shohei Ohtani competing in a different sport at the highest level.
Just go full Bo Jackson. Go Deion Sanders.
Full Bo Jackson.
Yeah.
You know who goes full Bo Jackson? You do on DMac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan, because you're crushing it for 4 hours here, and I'm trying to keep up. If you want to call us and do the same, 855-97-LA-FAN. We will let you know what the Dodgers lineup is when we get it, and we're going to preview, as we're going to do every day in the lead up to the World Cup, another group, including our friends to the north. So, little Canada talk, World Cup preview, coming up next here, DMac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan.
FanLA's pregame.
All right, welcome back into the show, DMac and Reiter. Breaking news. The news is it's an absolute bummer. If you're just joining us here on 97.1 The Fan, if you're streaming us at The Fan LA on YouTube or X or Twitch, Dave Roberts has just shared that Kiké Hernandez has a significant tear. That's a quote. Significant tear in that oblique that he re-injured on Monday and didn't tell anyone about. He told us yesterday that he was embarrassed by re-injuring himself in batting practice. And we don't know how long significant tear is going to be, DMac, but it's not going to be a short amount of time. It's not going to be 2 or 3 weeks. It's going to be a while. And you've already started to talk or think and formulate sort of, unfortunately, baseball moves on, what this needs to mean for the Dodgers in terms of a reaction.
Yeah, it's just not looking good for Kiké. I mean, a significant tear for a guy that's never dealt with an oblique injury. That is going to be a long road. And it's kind of one of those things, Bill, you get to the mountain and you're back and you have 4 hits and it looks like, hey,
he played so good, man.
You're happy and excited. Dodger Stadium's going crazy. You're destroying the Rockies and you fall right down that mountain again and you have to work your way back up. And I think right now the best case scenario for Kiké Hernandez really probably has to be to get back at some point to where he can get some at-bats in and some rhythm in before the start of the postseason. And unfortunately for him, I'm wondering what his future holds as a player, just because last year he dealt with the elbow injury. He had a down year offensively. He's 34.
Yeah.
Signed that 1 year, $4.5 million contract. And you just wonder, as much as the Dodgers love Kiké Hernandez, will they continue to bring him back knowing that, yes, you bring Kiké back for what he can do in the postseason, but he still has to be on your roster. You can't just phantom IL him, right? You can't just throw him on the injured list the entire season. That's not how it works, right? He has to be on the big league roster if he's healthy. So it just kind of makes you wonder what this means beyond this year. I did ask Andrew Friedman in the offseason about Kiké Hernandez and if he always has a spot on this roster. And what he told me was the door is always open for Kiké. But
yeah,
I do think, too, having said that
to the luxury suite to watch the game with him if things go badly. I'm not making light of it, but the problem is the Dodgers have massive expectations.
They do.
And they can't contribute for 2 months.
And this is one of those things, like we've talked about. Father Time is undefeated. Is it at the door? Maybe not. Is it knocking at the door for this team? Maybe not. But has it pulled up and is parking and might get out and go up to the door through the walkway? Kind of feels that way. So I think the urgency to win this year is something that is so important. I think for Kiké, the one thing I will say, Tommy Evans coming back.
Is that enough? Because you've been riding this perspective, and you've convinced me. You haven't convinced everybody else at 97.1 The Fan, but you've convinced me that the Dodgers farm system is first and foremost about reloading in the moment if necessary. Does Andrew Friedman need to be on the phone getting reinforcements?
I think you start the process of seeing who could be available as a right-handed bat, a utility guy off the bench, and kind of who those players are. You spent your whole night putting together your roster for the Cleveland Lakers. I'll do that tonight when I look for some trade options.
Oh, I love that.
For tomorrow.
Drop
right?
it tomorrow?
Yeah. So
hell yeah, dude.
We'll see who they could possibly pursue. But here's the thing. They're going to be proactive no matter what. I do think, look, even if it's the worst case scenario as far as the significant strain, which it is, you still could see him back in 2 to 3 months, possibly before September ends. Shout out to Green Day. And
I missed it.
Then
I got it, yeah.
I didn't even know I was doing it. It just happened. I just reacted to myself. But he could still be a spark for October, and that's the hope. But still, it's brutal. It is brutal, especially after a couple comeback games like that. It's just sad. And I will say this, too, with the farm system, to get to your point about are these guys there for trades? I mean, to replace someone like Kiké Hernandez, you really can't do it. He's irreplaceable. He's the funniest. He's the spark plug. He's the juice. But as far as performance-wise, a utility right-hand bat, like you're not going to have to give top prospects to go after it and fill that in. But I will say that I was joking with someone yesterday about this, where they heard what I said about the farm system and things like that. And one thing I said is that Andrew Friedman, this organization, like they're not buying houses to live in. Like, they're house flippers, and they're basically prospect flippers, and that's what they're doing. So they have put themselves in a position where if they need to go out there and fill this void in some capacity, they're going to go do it because they have a chance to be just the 5th team in the history of the sport to win 3 straight World Series titles, and you want to capitalize on the prime of Shohei Ohtani. But I think the big kicker now is, you know what this does? This makes it even more important, the return of Tommy Edman, because right now, I will say this, Tommy Edman is not a good contract. Tommy Edman was not a good re-signing right now. And if Tommy Edman doesn't come back, have success, stay on the field, produce at the plate, be a versatile defender, mainly at second base, that we're going to look back and say, just like we did with the Chris Taylor $60 million contract, that the whole idea of signing these super utility guys, first was Chris Taylor, 4 years, $60 million, Tommy Edman, 5 years, $74 million. I think this puts more pressure on Tommy Edman to return and produce and earn that contract.
You have had some of these minor league guys that you are inclined to trade if the right price is there. They're mashing a little bit. These outfielders at Double-A are hitting the ball really well. Emo Morales, and I won't pretend to know anything about this guy other than what I read day in, day out, just got moved to high A, had 2 home runs and a grand slam the other night. Not that that's going to convince some GM to pull the trigger, but as we've discussed a lot here on DMac and Reiter, this is a farm system that is very good. And if you decide, if you're Andrew Friedman and you're driving around and you go, my God, I love this show. I love DMac and Reiter. I love 97.1 The Fan. And DMac's right. It's time. They do have, unlike some other organizations, the Dodgers have the farm system. It is an embarrassment of riches to go out there and be as aggressive as they choose to be, whether it's for pitching or for a right-handed bat.
Yeah, and that's what they do. I mean, they give themselves the word they like to use, like their favorite word, Bill.
Oh, well, yeah.
It's their favorite word. This is like number one. This is their word. It's optionality, right?
Don't you kind of roll your eye? Why do people have to use fancy words like that? Optionality? How about flexibility?
It's like I want to get shirts made, like it's optionality, and kind of show up with that because and that is the optionality. It's I will say this though, like
optionality.
I think Freeland, I think Kim, I think that who knows if James Tibbs III, a prospect they're very high on, someone who's had a lot of success early this season. He's an outfielder though, so that limits you because all their outfielders have produced and they have a lot of investment. Right. And even Alex Call has been really good in the outfield for them. Veterans win in the postseason. Like, veterans win. Call them old, call them unks. I call them champions, right?
You hate young players. I want them banished from Dodger Stadium.
I love you'll take something.
Why do you hate young
and
people?
You will just like Usain Bolt run with that thing and win a gold medal, right?
Fair.
You'll just
you'll laugh when there's some truth to it. So there's a little truth to it.
I like veterans that have proven themselves on the big stage that can slow down the heartbeat and perform. The Dodgers don't win the World Series last year without Miguel Rojas. Dodgers don't win the World Series last year without Kiké Hernandez. Those are guys that aren't all-stars, but they are veterans. Remember David Freese?
Yeah, no, I was going to say
2018.
Every single World Series champion has a guy. Has a guy like that.
Exactly, that guy, and that is something that could be an option for them. I mean, I think first and foremost, you feel for the player, but then you mentioned then it's, what's next? I mean, here's a good thing, too, about the Dodgers.
That is the reality.
It is the reality. It's a business, and they're trying to optimize this lineup. And the thing, too, is if you are Dave Roberts and you're Andrew Friedman and you're this team, it's not like you are losing out on a guy that was going to start a ton of games for you in the regular season anyway. So the only path to Kiké getting significant time in the regular season, as much as, like I said, when you go to a Dodger game, it's the pregame lineups. He gets as much, if not more, cheers than starters, even including Shohei Ohtani, believe it or not. I know that sounds insane, but there are nights when Kiké gets that kind of ovation, but he's only in the starting lineup if guys need a day off, whether it be Max Muncy at third base, or if it's an outfielder, maybe Teoscar Hernandez getting the day off in left, or Kyle Tucker, Pajes, or second base. It's not like they lost a starter in the regular season, so you're going to get him back for the postseason, ideally.
DMac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan. I mean, to your exact point, and I am not – I feel awful for Kiké Hernandez. We feel awful if you're just joining us. the breaking news in the last 20 or 30 minutes is Dave Roberts has let the collective media know, and we're letting you know, which we'll always do here on this station on 97.1 The Fan, that Kiké Hernandez has a significant tear in that oblique that Kiké himself told us he had re-injured in batting practice on Monday. I was embarrassed to talk about, tried to play through it. Tough guy. And the consequence that we sort of saw last night when he was being consoled by Dave Roberts in the dugout is a significant tear, and we feel awful for him. But to your exact point about the fact that he's not an all-star, right? He's a spark plug, and the fact that he's really here for October. What is the phrase that you coined? I'm not going to take your phrase.
Which one?
About Kiké in October. It's fair.
Oh, Geektober.
Geektober, yeah.
It's a national holiday.
It is. The reality is that this Dodgers team had already won 9 of 11 without Kiké Hernandez. Now, his return was great, and he literally started his return back with a double. It was an RBI double, wasn't it? 2 days ago, feels like 3 weeks ago as we sort of get the show off the ground. But this is a team that can withstand this. This is a team that has the firepower you walk us through every single day. I feel awful for Kiké Hernandez, but you're right. At least it is May and not September. And whatever the sort of consequences of the injury, there is time for him to recover and be back when the Dodgers need him most, which is the Geektober?
Yeah,
I'm screwing it up, man.
It's so I like yours better. It rolls off the tongue. What's yours? Geektober? It's like the big pause.
Can you give him a boo? Can you give him a boo? I thought I'm the only one who's mean on this show. That's my lane.
You're rubbing off on me, man.
That's my lane.
You're rubbing off on me.
That is my lane.
Taking your brand, being mean.
Yeah, it really is my brand. Why are the Dodgers the team that just want the lineup to come out the last? Like just every.
Well,
do you want to announce the Angels lineup? By the way, is it out? Is that?
That's my dream. That's my dream.
We'll do it later.
I'm doing like the El Segundo Little League team today. Oh, that's a sharp.
Why'd you drop
sharp
the
line
gun
drive?
Because they won the Little League World Series a couple years ago.
I did.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
I find I don't have anxiety, and for people that do, I'm not making light of it. I have loved ones to do. It sounds awful. I get anxiety when I watch the Little League World Series. I can't watch it.
Because the kids are so invested, and when they don't perform well, they start crying?
And because I did once drop a pop fly. In my Little League career, we had a major meltdown, and I was, I think, the 7th or 8th air. But I dropped. Yeah, I remember what that felt like as a 12-year-old to let your team down. Along with every other guy on my team back then. But no,
it's a core memory.
I can't watch
it. It's a core memory.
It is a core memory.
Yeah,
are you doing Inside Out?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
the
are.
core memory.
Yeah.
With the
Have you seen the new one?
balls.
Apparently it's great.
I haven't seen them yet.
Can I give you some advice?
What?
If you ever move your daughter to another city for a couple years,
the Orbs.
You have to professionally.
Orbs.
Do not watch Inside Out with her as the way to teach her about moving, because Lori and I did that with Madeline. We had to leave LA to go to New York, and then thank God we got to come back. And we just Lori and I just cried through the whole thing. Our daughter's like, "What is wrong with you, losers?"
Hey.
It hits differently when you're
got
actually
you in
moving
the fields.
your kid.
Got you in the fields.
You'll have no friends and hate us. Core memory. Yeah.
That's never happened. Look,
You're never.
You a big crier in a movie?
I'm a crier, dude.
Yeah.
I cry in
airplanes.
Okay. I cry whenever you walk out the door. I miss you.
Yeah. No, you know what? The one time I saw you cry, the script.
I did.
The script.
Well, I cried for the script, and I went home and cried. That was happy tears. I cried sad tears, and I had prevented LA from hearing that for 24 hours. Yeah. I actually, first time in my life, punched myself in my own stomach.
Oh, yeah.
When I went home.
So you cried or any movie, right? You cry?
Not any movie, but I will cry. I'm not afraid to cry.
I'm not a big movie crier,
River
really.
runs through it. Can't get through the end.
Only movie I've cried to in the last,
poor Brad Pitt.
2 years was Father of the Bride.
Really?
Yeah, that scene where he's playing basketball with her. You know what I mean?
That made you cry?
A little bit.
You're
yeah.
a crier.
No, but I
Nothing wrong with it.
Father of the Bride's a great movie.
Feel your emotions.
I love Franz. Yeah, it's just Steve Martin. It's peak. But yeah.
Does it feel good to get that off your chest?
No,
felt like
don't button that thing for sure.
No, I will cry.
I'm crying for Kiké. Take my oblique, Kiké. You are.
NPR did a big thing on this a few years ago. Apparently, certain personality types, yours and not mine, people that talk a lot, and whatever, our personality types, cry on airplanes is like a safe space. And years ago, I was going to London for vacation, and there were two bros sitting next to me, and I was watching Love Actually, and I just lost it. And they thought I was having a panic attack on the plane. Bro, you okay? Do you like a beer? No, it's just the English guy loves his kid. I was just like, what is wrong with me, man?
That's
a lot.
Look, it's good to shed a tear, man. Get the feels out.
Can we replay the script? Because I could use a little. I could use a little for Clint moment. A little, let it out.
Just let it out, man. Just
hold it in.
Let it feel. Get the feels out. You're not crying. Your eyes are just sweating.
Do you know what makes me emotional?
Was it
the sound of Berger's voice when he does the World Cup preview? Which
we're
gonna
World
do.
Cup preview.
Yeah,
Let's hit it.
It's happening next year at DMac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan.
Imagine opening your computer and everything's locked.
Welcome to the show. Bill Reiter with you. DMac and Reiter. Doug just made me laugh because he said, "Can I say this? Is this off-air privacy stuff?" Your mic's off. It's all good though.
Anything I say is always
it's content.
On air.
I'm coming in trying to start the segment, and you go. The lineup. The Dodgers are going to release a lineup with the 4th inning.
Hopefully by the 9th.
Surprise!
Hopefully by the 9th inning, we'll find out who's hitting leadoff.
That's extremely funny. All right, it is time. Do you want to do you have a better voice than me?
What is
Which
it?
my wife told me, by the way. She's like, "Oh, I love you guys together. You sound like you've been friends forever. It's so good. It's funny. You guys are knowledgeable. It's a great chemistry." And she goes, "And he has a great voice."
Hey, she's our biggest fan. Her and John Sherman.
Not on my voice. Not on my voice, Lori.
No,
All right,
hey.
do you want to do the World Cup thing?
World Cup preview now on 97 with the Fan. DMac LA.
Not yesterday.
DMac, right.
Not in 3 hours when the Dodgers lineup comes out.
But now
the wheels are coming off.
I'm looking forward to this. My soccer knowledge has tripled in the last 48 hours.
All right,
Thanks to Bert.
guys. This is the
why do I find that so funny? Sorry, Birch.
this is the countdown to the World Cup, where we are counting down every day. We are 15 days now, 15 days away from the kickoff of the World Cup right here in Los Angeles at SoFi Stadium. So we are every day here on DMac and Reiter breaking down a different group. And today we're on Group B. The 4 teams in Group B are Switzerland, Canada, Qatar, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. Bosnia and Herzegovina, that is one country. I'll give you guys the rankings and the odds here. According to FIFA's world rankings, Switzerland is ranked 19th, and they're the favorite according to DraftKings at -125. Canada is ranked 30th. They are plus 200 odds to win it all. Qatar is ranked 55th. Their odds are plus 2,800 to win it all. And Bosnia and Herzegovina are ranked 65th, but their odds to win it all plus 425.
By the way, LA, Switzerland and Bosnia Herzegovina are, easy for me to say, are going to be, that's an LA game. That'll
Is
be
that
at
one the
SoFi.
Herzegovina ones? I want to see that.
I see what you did there.
What?
You show off.
No,
you are a show off.
I was fighting for my life again there. I was fighting for my life with Herzegovina.
It reminds me of the old Saturday Night Live skit where George, remember this is a long time ago, George W. Bush couldn't say anybody's name when he was running for president. So there's a skit where he comes out and pronounces like 19 random people from around the world and does it perfectly. That's what that reminded me of.
Respect that.
You just stared at the camera the way you stared at me.
Iconic SNL moment there.
It wasn't iconic.
Yeah.
I got it.
But
it was a deep cut.
Yes, June 18th at SoFi, Switzerland and Bosnia. But actually, most of these games will be taking place in Canada. All 3 of Canada's games are in Canada. One's in Toronto, and 2 are in Vancouver. The other 2 games in this group, one's at Santa Clara at Levi Stadium, and one's in Seattle. Guys, most notable player in this group is Alphonso Davies, a defender for Canada who plays for Bayern Munich. And a couple things here. Qatar and Bosnia, this is both their second World Cups ever. Of course, Qatar hosted last year, and it was their last tournament in 2022, and that was their first time being in the World Cup. Bosnia made it 12 years ago, and Bosnia's story is rather interesting. They were able to grab a spot in this group by making a surprise run through the UEFA playoffs, including a clincher against Italy in a winner-take-all match, a huge upset against Italy. That's how they got into the World Cup.
Which, by the way, if you're looking to like just play some bets out there, Bosnia at plus 420, they're not going to probably win the group, but the fact they took down Italy was pretty amazing. And Italy's not very good, but they think they're good, and so there was some real pressure there. Can I give, so our boss Andrew made fun of me today for saying that I want to root for Mexico. He thought it was a betrayal, right? He thought it was a betrayal.
Called you out.
That's fine. Can I give you a reason to root for Canada so he can make fun of me again after the show? Jesse Marsh is the manager of this team, is the coach of the Canadian national team. He's an American. He has had some of the most success relative, it's sort of a relative term, for an American coach going over. He coached in the Premier League. He coached in the Bundesliga. I like Marsh a lot. He plays a really open, fun style. And so there's, one of the big American names out there in coaching is the Canadian national team coach. So I can get down with rooting for little Canada, even though I'm going to get made fun of by our boss.
You know I love great players. I love great players. And Davies kind of fascinates me. I mean, he's basically the best player in the group, is he? I mean,
yeah, and he'll play sort of a winger sometimes, or sort of like an attack. Like he'll be a fullback. Like he'll play on the wing. He'll attack sometimes for the national team.
Maybe left back, maybe higher up the pitch.
Yeah, he's injured though. I think he's not gonna. He won't be back. He's gonna miss the opener. He's in the same position as Lamine Yamal, who is the undisputed best player in the world, unless you're our boss Andrew. Where he is. He's going to miss the first game or two, but then he should be back.
And it looks like, too, I mean, he's just the face of Canadian soccer. I mean,
Jonathan
12 years.
David's a good player.
Yeah, that's another one.
And Davies, yeah.
Davies, yeah. Do you think, how would you say that Canada would stack up to the U.S. and Mexico?
I think I'd be curious where the FIFA rankings are, Berge, but my sort of initial thought and perspective, Canada had a moment a couple years ago. I think it's passed. I think it's USA 1, Mexico 2, and Canada just behind them at 3. But playing on home soil is a huge advantage for everybody, right? They're all 3 are going to play their games on home soil.
Yeah, it's the first time in their history that they've co-hosted. So the expectations are there. The June 12th, the BMO going in Toronto against Bosnia.
You might call them the maybe Leafs.
The maybe Leafs. The probably... The underdog leaves.
That was a Maple Leafs play.
The Maple Leafs. I saw that.
I was familiar with the cheer.
Canadians are actually up there, by the way. But that's interesting that they have an elite player, but they're I mean, imagine if you put that player on Mexico or the U.S. I mean, he would easily be. So he's superior to a Pulisic.
I think I like Tyler Adams better as a player. I like Weston McKennie better as a player. The thing about Christian Pulisic is he does have goals in him, and he is much more comfortable when he plays for USA. But yeah, I think Alphonso Davies is he's a world-class player in a way that I don't think Pulisic is.
Oh, yeah.
Just to answer your question, Bill, for the FIFA World Rankings, U.S. and Mexico are right next to each other. They recently flipped.
15-16?
Mexico's now 15.
Yeah.
USA is 16. Canada is 30. And a quick correction on the odds I gave out earlier, not to win the World Cup, they were to win the group.
Yeah,
I just want to make sure. Yeah, it's not plus 425. Bosnia wins the World Cup.
Yeah, that would be. Don't bet on that. Do not bet on Bosnia to win the World Cup, especially at plus 425. The only thing about Qatar that I have to say is that like the only disagreement we have is how to pronounce it. I'm a Qatar guy.
Are you a Qatar guy?
Yeah, you're going Qatar though.
I like Qatar. It makes me think of baseball, right? But no, look, Qatar. I like Qatar. Strum the guitar. I'm here for the guitar. But how about Switzerland, though? I mean,
yeah, that's a good.
It's like they're a staple. They made the last 6 straight. I mean, that's definitely a team that certainly is always in the mix.
All right, so that
for
is
group stage.
We're gonna play you some sound from various Dodgers and get into
it
next here on DMac and Reiter.
They have the sources. They have the pulse.
welcome back into the show. Now that we're back, DMac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan. Every Friday, we're going to do the 5 things we like the most and 5 things we like the least about different things. We did just current sports figures. We've got to go in for this Friday. I want to do one about you.
Ooh.
And I don't think I can do the dislike thing, but the sound effects might be high on the list of the likes.
Okay.
Because you did on the way out, little, you know?
Yeah.
Whoa,
no, it's so funny.
Damn.
So, I think you might have killed it. Just 5 best, 5 worst. 5 best and worst. Still working on the name.
I actually already know the 5 worst things about you.
Okay.
When you leave, when you're not around,
when I'm not
I
here,
can't hear your voice.
We're not in the same zip code.
And when you have fish oil everywhere.
And I have fish oil everywhere.
Fish oil is one.
I absolutely took a massive L today.
8-5, you did.
With the fish oil exploding.
855-90. My favorite thing, 855-97 LA fan, was you pretending that it wasn't, that we were wrong. And there was a very random guy who was helping us with some tech, an IT guy who's very nice and quiet, who turned and goes, "No, man, it smells."
Well, it's one
That's
thing.
the first time I've ever heard
Here's
him
the
speak.
thing.
Ever.
So for the listeners out there,
First time he's spoken.
I was rushing today. We had to get there early. Had an early production meeting.
We did.
So I was getting to the studio early, and look, I got my routines. I take fish oil.
Did
It's
you know
good.
if you
Lower
put it
the
in your hand, it can
the triglycerides. There you go. The joints, the heart. It's just good for
Does it
your
work?
health. I mean, look at me. I mean, I'm a
smelled
model
it,
of health.
I never
right?
put that in my body.
Yeah,
Having
you really?
smelled it,
Okay.
not having. No.
So I had it in my
No.
pocket loose, and I take it out of my pocket, and the thing exploded like it was a grenade. It went all over my hands.
It was a smell grenade.
It was basically a stink bomb. Like it was legit.
You were a stink bomb.
It was a stink bomb.
Yeah.
Like it just blew up in the middle of the office, and
Sound effects moving up the rankings.
like I said, I don't know. I had COVID like 15 times, so I don't know if I have any sense of smell left, and I just couldn't smell. But everyone
Turns out I
in the
certainly
office,
do.
like, Bill, who's kind of getting through a cold or
I got a
something,
little cold
allergies. Okay.
Oh, I'm just allergic to you going away.
So he smelled it. Producer Bursch, he smelled it. Andrew smelled it. And guys, like everyone was just ganging up on me. And it's one thing to call me smelly, right?
Nobody was ganging up on you.
Everyone was ganging up.
We were saying, actually, we were all holding our nose, literally, and then Andrew, the boss, comes in and goes, "What the hell?"
It smelled awful. I'll agree. But it's one thing to say I'm smelly, right?
Yeah,
But
temporarily.
But for some reason, it led to Bursch calling me Shamu. Okay, Bursch.
That's a shampoo.
No, I love it. I love it, baby. SeaWorld. But I agree. And this is not the first time I've done this. Like I said, I told you I made salmon in an oven in an office building once. So this is my second offense.
That violates every social
So this is
contract.
3. Like I got my 1 strike left. So I apologize to the Odyssey Studios for the exploding fish oil
fake
that
apology.
stunk up.
It's a fake apology.
It's a real.
What do you mean? What?
It's authentic.
Wait, hold on,
It's
hold
from the
on,
heart.
hold
What's happening here?
It's okay.
It's okay. Okay. So there will be no stinky fish oil from here on out.
You know what? You know what doesn't smell
Only
bad?
thing stinks is injuries.
You know what
to
doesn't
Kiké.
smell at all?
What?
Sound.
Sound.
As I understand it. It's called a transition.
Let's go.
DMac and Reiter. Oh, I can't drink water around you, by the way. Every time I think you're not going to say something funny, I've almost spit up water 11 times on this show, and this is only show 8.
Hey,
it's not like I'm drinking water every second of our show.
Hey, you have that same impact on me, buddy.
That's what it sounds like when you lie. DMac and Reiter. That was funny and mean. What, I didn't call
We
you
should
Shamu.
we should do a tally for how many times I'm mean. I'm going to try to be more on the.
I don't think you can win that fight. DMac and Reiter, 97-1 the fan. But you can try. 855-97 LA fan. Turning back to something more serious and a bummer. We've hit this a lot today. And if you're just joining us here on DMac and Reiter, about an hour ago, Dave Roberts announced that Kiké Hernandez has a significant tear in that oblique that he re-injured. And just as a reminder, we knew he was hurt yesterday. We didn't know it was this bad. And he was very candid with how he re-injured himself in a way that we now know is a significant injury.
Yeah, I did it during batting practice yesterday. But first game back, did it during batting practice, so I was pretty embarrassed that I did that, and I didn't really tell anybody about it because I just thought I was a small tweak, a little tightness, but today it felt more than that.
I mean, I don't know what's more overwhelming of a sensation for me, how bad I feel for the guy, how much of a bummer it is that he did this and tried to grind through it, or the admiration for how tough he is to play through that injury for part of a game.
That's a great point, Bill. I mean, the fact that he was trying to play through this and had success at the plate with the double, right? He's batting 1,000. He's the ultimate gamer, and this won't be the last time we see him as a Dodger. He'll be back for the postseason. It's a major setback. Like I said, he climbed his way all the way up the mountain, getting back from the surgery and the rehab, and he fell all the way down. But Kike's persevered all throughout his career. He's tough as nails, and I hope we see him in the dugout, still lightening the mood, being a part of the club in some capacity as he's rehabbing. So, yeah, we're all thinking about Kiké Hernandez today suffering that very significant oblique tear injury.
Only was able to play in parts of 2 games, was 4 for 4, and does have, in that very brief tenure, as you noted, and it made me laugh, more home runs than one San Diego Padre.
I just love that. I love that.
Oh, wow. Thank you. I get a cheer for something he said earlier. That's a
Fernando
nice
Tatis.
I'm not going to count it.
It's a cheer for Kiké.
Yeah.
To come in and have literally.
That's
too late. He already gave
himself.
No, I crossed it off.
No, it's okay.
It didn't feel right. I'm also dominating. DMac and Reiter
analytically, I
won
won
the
2
fan.
of 3.
Analytically, yeah, you did. You and I have both been in clubhouses, and Bursch is getting little trigger fingers over there. That's
Prime example
wow.
here. Prime example here.
You and I have been in clubhouses and locker rooms reporting before, and we sort of understand what it's like when you have to ask questions for fans to try to get information, and sometimes athletes you like and respect respond in a way that is not great. We wanted to play this for you. So obviously Mookie Betts was in a brutal stretch. We talked a lot about it. You called for Dave Roberts to move him down in the lineup out of the 2 spot for a while. Dave Roberts is busy, so he finally got around to 97-1 the fan and goes, wow, this is amazing. And DMac is as smart as I remember. As always, I'm just going to listen. I'm going to do that. I'm going to listen to DMac and Reiter. I'm going to listen to the DMac and Reiter. And it worked. Mookie hit in the cleanup spot yesterday, drove in 5 runs, had 3 hits, had 2 home runs. You'd think he'd be in a great mood, but he didn't love a question when he was asked about some maybe adjustments he had made.
Could you kind of explain what you were trying to work on, I guess, in a way that we might be able to kind of understand?
There's no way you guys would understand it, so, we'll keep it in-house right now, and because, things change, and it could be one thing today, and tomorrow could be something different, so, we'll see. We'll maybe have this conversation later on.
I mean, give me a break. And I'm sure you have insight on this guy that will explain this, but first of all, you're not a rocket scientist. I know a few of those. You're not trying to send people to Mars. So I think if you explain it, there's a chance we'll be able to understand it. B, if you don't explain it, then we probably can't understand it. And C, and you never know what's going on in somebody's life. But this is coming off a great performance from Mookie Betts. You would think he'd be elated, he'd be on cloud 9, he'd be as happy as I am when I first see you in the morning when we get here for the show. Why the surliness from Mookie Betts? Is this part of his vibe?
I've been a part of these scrums where you go into the clubhouse and Mookie has a really good game and you expect some smiles from him. I think a part of this is a couple things. One, he understands that, yeah, you're praising him today, but if he has a bad game tomorrow, you're going to go back to saying, oh, Mookie's washed, Mookie's this,
but
Mookie's that.
But am I supposed to praise him when he goes 1 for 17? Am I doing it wrong?
You're not. And here's the thing.
Mookie, am I doing it wrong?
I have been a part of these where Mookie will say that, and then the cameras will go down, everyone will leave. I'll stay there, and I'll be like, Mookie, what are some of those mechanical things? And part of the reason why he's not explaining it there is a lot of complicated things, but I agree. It's like, you're a ball knower if you're a reporter, right? You're around this team 24/7, 365. You're writing articles every day about this team. That means you have an advanced understanding about baseball. How about this? Maybe I won't understand, but at least say a couple things. Try it. It's a dismissive. It makes people. It's condescending.
It is condescending.
And I think that, yeah, like if Mookie, I don't think he necessarily means it in a malicious way, but he's responsible for the message. I will say that.
Here's what I want people to hear and what I need you to explain to me. So I have not covered baseball full-time in a long time, but I've covered baseball before. It's been a long time ago, but I've done it. And then I've been a national person sort of going into a lot in the last 15 years. I mean, I covered the World Series that the Cubs won. I'm aware that when you're a day-to-day person, you're supposed to be treated with a certain respect in clubhouses because you're there every day. And when you parachute in like me, like I used to, sometimes the response would be a little different if the ball players don't know who you are, right? My memory of this and my understanding is if you're Doug McCain and you're there every day, there's a respect there. There's a respect from the players that you show up. If you're Bill Reiter and you're parachuting in for some random, publication, be careful how you ask the question. And I'm not trying to call out the reporter. It's a fair question. Do you know if that reporter was local?
Yes.
So that makes it unacceptable to me.
Here's the thing, and I think you look at Freddie Freeman, right? If you ask Freddie the same question, he might even bring out a bat, right? And be like, all right, guys, spread out. I'll show you. So, look, I mean, these players.
I thought you meant to attack the guy. I was like, whoa. What?
To give it
So did you, Birch?
That's 100% what I thought you were thinking.
To give
I was like, really?
He'll bring out a bat.
Why do you even go
to
there?
give a demonstration about what those mechanical
Is that why you're always wearing
changes-
pads when you leave here for Dodger Stadium?
No. I'm just saying different players have different relationships with the media. And the really interesting thing about Mookie is he does get guarded. He does get defensive. But after the interview, the smile's back on. It's just, you got to talk to him about something other than baseball, right? Talking about
I
basketball.
mean, that is why we all show up at Dodger Stadium after the game to talk about cooking.
Exactly.
What are we talking
So,
about?
that's the thing too.
Come on, man.
No, I'm not. So I'm not
I know you're
defending
not.
Mookie.
I'm more just taking shit.
Yeah,
I'm just.
Yeah, I would say that in this situation, Mookie doesn't want to come off as he's getting too high on a good night against the Rockies against Freeland.
Because it sounds like he has put out that he struggled and is taking it out on
Well,
somebody
here's
who
the
asked
thing.
a question.
So he does have a little bit of an axe to grind, I think, with he mentioned a couple days ago that he deleted all of his social media apps.
That's a great point,
because the reaction from fans, people calling him washed. I've heard terrible stuff. Mookie butts and things like that, right? Some nasty stuff about him saying he's done, that he's cooked. You're throwing dirt on his grave and things like that. So clearly he's a little edgy right now. Clearly he's taking this stuff to heart right now. So, yeah, but here's the thing, though. I will say this. Like, if you're the media, I mean, if he just said a couple things there with a smile, you're probably more inclined to probably not go so quickly into the Mookie is falling off a cliff and he's aging kind of stuff. That stuff influences people like that.
He does. He sounds extremely defensive, and there's a middle ground. I mean, we've all covered people that are in a bad mood. And I don't know Mookie, but I've covered people who aren't nice. I'm not saying that's Mookie Betts. I'll say this about LeBron James, and the reason I always say that I like him. I criticize him every day for 9 months. Every column I wrote was critical. In retrospect, it was a little aggressive. For 9 months. And every day I went in and I'd ask him questions and he would answer them. He didn't smile. He didn't put his arm around me, but he was a pro. And so to me, and I don't have the context you do, Mookie just doesn't sound like he's being professional there. All you have to say is, I don't think you guys really understand the intricacies, but as best I can explain it, A, B, C, and D.
Well, the thing, too, I mean, I talked to our guy, Jerry Harrison Jr., about that today. I actually asked him, hey, Mookie said this. Hey, you wouldn't understand. What do you think he was talking about? And what he told me is, yeah, it was something mechanical with his top hand and with the front shoulder staying square. Guess what? If Mookie said all those things, I would understand what that meant. Right? Like
I understand what you just said. It.
I speak the language of baseball.
You just assembled a very clear picture.
Yeah, exactly. So the funny thing there would be, it's a big scrum. What if there's like a baseball player reporter there? Like, wait a minute. Like, I played the game. I understand. So at least give it a try. I agree that we are seeing Mookie, who I don't want to say is breaking or anything like that, but he's taking these things to heart, I think, more than he has in previous years, and that was evidence last night.
Look, we'll close here. I'm glad on DMac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan that we established that Freddie Freeman does not attack people with baseball bats when asked questions.
that really made me laugh. I don't lie. Like,
in first thought,
did you hear that?
First thought, yeah, that wasn't a bad hitting a ball.
Get away from my locker.
That was a bad hitting a reporter.
Like
had
the Game of Thrones character with a bat.
Hey, you have 2 for 5 today. What are you? Okay, it's go time. We had
Hey, Freddie, how about adjust your head with this bat?
I really screwed up on the Aegon and Oral Hershiser interviews. I didn't know I was supposed to ask how many times have you attacked reporters for innocuous questions. Adrian Gonzalez was on the show yesterday because that's your guy, and you got him on the show, and he was great. And if you missed any of this, by the way, the full podcast version comes out wherever you get your podcasts of DMac and Reiter, and DMac and I tend to put it out there at DMac_LA and Sports Writer, and of course at the Fan LA. If you want to go back and listen, Aegon was great. I thought the whole show was pretty darn good, but Aegon was amazing yesterday, including when he talked about Andy Paez.
He's gotten to a place where he's so mature that he doesn't let certain situations, allow him to take a big swing. And when you get to a point where you can do that and you have the ability, you're going to have success. And he's showing that he can have that kind of success. He got off to such a hot start. And, for me, I knew he wasn't going to be able to sustain that 400-plus average and all that. But he's definitely a guy that's capable of, hitting right around 300, if not over 300, and hit his home runs and driving his runs and be an all-star. So I think he's a great player. I think he's definitely a guy that will be there and will show, a lot of talent and be an all-star. So, I think he's definitely a guy that you can say that, he's been brought in and brought up and has found success here in the big leagues.
Dude, I've interviewed Adrian Gonzalez 3 or 4 times, but you know him well. I love his baseball mind, especially like his ability. He sees hitting the way that Oral Hershiser sees pitching.
Yeah, he's like into like the baseball matrix, right? And you can just see him putting himself in those moments. And yeah, it gets pretty nerdy, which I love.
I do too.
And he gets into the weeds with it, but he kind of goes past these lazy narratives a lot of people have, right? And a lot of people just say kind of the basic things about this kind of stuff, and he gets really into it. And yeah, in that little piece right there, you can kind of get the sense of where this lineup is and just kind of how these players are always involved, right? And yeah, hopefully Freddie Freeman doesn't hit him with a bat today when I ask him about going 1 for 4 and what he saw on that pitch.
Somebody in the chat yesterday on YouTube in the stream at the Fan LA here on DMac and Reiter asked, I don't think it came up, but I saw it, who would win a home run derby between you and me? And the answer is you. Although I was a pretty good ball player, but I think the answer is you. How many sessions with Adrian Gonzalez would I need to close that gap? 3?
Man,
I was a fine ball player.
They call me Slug McCain. Okay,
they didn't call me that. I was more of an average, but I hit more for average. But I could drive the ball if I turned. I'm left-handed. If I turned on it,
you could get full-blown Barry Bonds level steroids,
and I'm in trouble.
I'd probably still win. Yeah.
So basically, you
crushed me
runs.
on tennis. You crushed me on the soccer goal thing.
On the humor thing.
Yeah, no, definitely
said,
not. Not even close.
Tape.
But you would definitely, when it comes to the I think I got you on the. I've won some in the past.
Can you hit?
In fact, at Dodger Stadium.
Can you hit a home run at Dodger Stadium?
I don't know. Probably not. Definitely not. With my back as it is now. I mean, maybe I could probably hit it into the grass, like out of the infield, like past shortstop. It's not as easy as you think.
I know. Oh, trust me.
It's a big field.
I've known many sports writers who have made the mistake across the country of saying they could do that, and then some team takes them up on it, and they're barely hitting the ball into center field.
A couple years ago at some event, it was an alcohol company that had an event there. Won't say the name.
I'm in. Oh, sorry.
Same name as the pirate from the Pirates of the Caribbean and Daniels. But, yeah, they had this event there, and they had like a mini home run derby where they had it set up with balls that weren't as hard as baseballs, and they had the fence basically like 20 feet outside of where the infield was, and I won that.
Congratulations, question mark. That is the most qualifications. All right.
So, should I? Thank you. I got a sweater.
I once did a race against a guy who was walking. I won that too. Do I get a medal?
Yeah, sure. Hey, man, these are my accomplishments. I'm going to shine here, okay?
DMac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan. Adrian Gonzalez also talked about trades and whether or not Tarek Skubal might be someone that the Dodgers could target.
You take those pieces that you know you will need in the next 2 to 5 years, to continue the success, and you keep those. And the other ones that, you think, why keep them if I'm not going to be able to play them? Now you can see if you can turn that into a big piece come July. So that's how I would approach it. I wouldn't just say, sell the farm system for, a Tariq Skubal. But if you can put together a package that the Tigers like, then you make it happen. It's not hey, you have to go give out everybody, because somebody will want those prospects and they'll give you, whatever it is that you're looking for in return to help this team now.
In confirmation of your earlier point, the Dodgers have announced they will never announce this lineup. It is secret forever.
Hopefully Dave, after the game, announces the lineup. That would be ideal. But hear what he said? I know that you're going to claim that I was pushing for the Dodgers to trade the farm for Tarek Skubal. You don't do that because you don't have to, right? I think that if and when he ultimately gets dealt, you're going to see some top prospects in there. The big kicker for the Dodgers, by the way, River Ryan on the show next Monday, pitcher.
Really? Oh,
yeah.
Wait, this is breaking news.
This is a little bit of an announcement.
You kept this close to the vest.
I did.
I thought we were partners.
The LA River because he's nasty.
Is he going to be on?
Yeah, so I was talking to him.
Hell yeah, dude.
And it's funny because I'm like promoting a guy while also about to include him in a trade. But no.
Wow, be careful because if you tell him that, he might cry me a river.
There you go. Good job.
Oh, wow. That
one counts. But with River Ryan, you're going to get him back. And Emmett Sheehan's pitched well. Tyler Glasnow's still in there. So if the Dodgers want to trade a win now, ready for the bigs type of piece, those guys you include, so you don't have to trade the farm.
It's not just six
Exactly.
prospects.
Yeah, it's not going to be that.
My only point
That's
is,
not what the Tigers want.
I hear you. My only point is that the Dodgers do not have inside information that Skubal can pitch, and they are alone in perhaps pursuing him when he's available. And so there's going to be a market, and in those markets, sometimes bidding wars happen.
True.
But you're right. Like what you just walked us through is a level of value that a lot of other teams, very few teams can trade it, can even entertain the notion of trading to Tyler Glasnow because they would need him to be at the top of their rotation.
Absolutely.
To your exact point.
Absolutely. And
you want him out of town.
No, I want to see how this next couple of months goes, and if the Dodgers are in a position where that's an area where they look to add. Here's the thing too. I want to point out something that really no one's mentioning with Tarek Skubal is if the Brewers get Tarek Skubal and you put him into that rotation, it's already lethal. You got Mizorowski, who is a freak. Dude's throwing 103, and he's getting like 7.5 feet from the plate with that extension. If you pair him with Tarek Skubal and the rest of that Brewers rotation, a Brewers team that always plays the Dodgers tough, even though they got swept by the Dodgers that first game. I mean, the Brewers with elite starting pitching, they could be a challenge. I mean, everyone talks about starting pitching. It's one game in a short series. And if you have a dominant starter like a Tarek Skubal against the Dodgers, so it's also the Padres too. So a part of the attraction for Tarek Skubal is let's get him so we don't have to face him.
AJ wants to propel them forward, so there's a world where they could. Oh, that's a boo. Oh, it's a cheer. Wait,
I'm giving it.
DMac and Reiter, 97-1, the fan. We keep score here. We'll reveal that. We'll give you some of the heroic insight that Oral Hershiser shared with us a couple hours ago. We'll let you listen to a few of those clips. And speaking of heroes, we will reveal the Rooter hero of the day next on DMac and Reiter, 97.1, the fan.
This is LA's pregame.
Welcome back into the show. DMac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan. I was just telling Birch I need something when I realized I don't need it because I can't follow a clock. It's not the last segment. Wow. Thought it was time to go home. You know why? I was worried about Freddie Freeman coming at me with a bat. Even though you didn't say that.
I doubt he'll come in
It's
here.
in my mind.
Most people aren't just going to come in here with the bat.
So if I say to Freddie Freeman in the Dodgers clubhouse, hey, man, how's it going? And he reaches for a bat, I got to move quick.
It's full-blown Juan Marichal to Johnny Roseboro, charge him out with a bat.
Man,
that could happen.
Favorite baseball moments of all time outside of like emotional connection, right? Just in a vacuum, might be Robin Ventura.
Yes.
Charging
Boom,
the mound.
boom.
And Nolan Ryan at age 119 beating the living snot out of him.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
That's all-time stuff. All-time stuff. The blood, Robin Ventura. By the way, former Dodger, by the way. You could maybe get on the show at some point. But, yeah. That was such, that was
now
a
if I
story.
bring up Nolan Ryan anymore.
That and how about when Chan-Ho Park,
okay,
with the roundhouse kick?
Oh,
did you see that?
Yeah,
yeah. That was.
I haven't thought about that in a long time.
That's definitely one of the best ones. The funny thing is, he actually was.
What about Pedro throwing poor Don Zimmer to the ground?
That one was sad, man.
Yeah, but
Pedro's not the most buff guy, but he charges you. You definitely
I feel
can
like
do
that
it.
was on. I love Don Zimmer,
And I think that Don Zimmer realized that, hey, like it's go time. And the way he did it, though, that still ranks as one of my favorite. I mean, no one likes to see a 7-year-old man throw down like that, but don't run, don't lunge at me. You're getting pushed, bro. Like, you're getting pushed.
Zimmer's job was to just be out there milling about. Doesn't matter how bad it got. He should have been milling, not attacking.
Yeah.
We're not Freddie Freeman being asked a question.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's that does not happen, by the way. I just want to make that very
I know,
clear.
we're just kidding. That was a misunderstanding by me and Birch. DMac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan. Do you know another way to get context clues?
Yeah.
You call in or
Call
Oh,
text
in.
in, at 855-97-LA Fan. We have lots of context clues in the chat when you're streaming us live on YouTube or on X or on Twitch. Same spot, The Fan LA, The Fan LA. We had Oral Hershiser on the show earlier, and he was outstanding. And you and I have we've had some differences of opinion, right? I think that Ohtani can chase a Cy Young and be fine, and you think if he chases Cy Young, he'll stop hitting. Is that a fair context clue? That's not even remotely true.
That's
very inaccurate.
That's completely misreporting information.
But you
and
are a little
slander.
more slander. We went to slander? Yes. Uh-oh. Put the bat down, dude. Put the bat down,
Hey,
D-Mac.
get away from my locker.
But this Ohtani, sort of what will be lost or could be lost or what should we fear might be lost with Shohei Ohtani chasing a Cy Young Award is a real topic. It's a real thing, and we don't know the answer. But we did ask Oral Hershiser earlier his sort of take on this, and he had a perspective that I enjoyed.
I think he can do both. I really do. And I think they're doing things to adjust it by when do we let him hit and he's pitching, what days are off, what day does he fall on as far as is there an off day after the day he pitches. And, of course, they're always talking to him about his body and his rest and his sleep and all the different things that they calculate and then get feedback on. So I don't think it's time to make that choice at all, but it is the first time in the history of his life that at 31 years old that he's trying to do both at an elite level. And because the offense had a little bit of a slow start, it became a topic. But, again, I'm not worried about him being slow and not producing offensively the rest of the year. I think he's going to be just fine.
A big thank you to a few of our early fan partners like Next Gen and DraftKings. We appreciate your support. And a big thank you to Oral Hershiser for his support.
Nice sushi right there. And I think, even though you think he's siding with you.
Well, he is siding with me.
No.
This is what I've been. Birch, I need you to weigh in here.
I think so there's certain things, where I will pound my fists on the table, and I'll get
including
angry
when you
about.
said you didn't smell like fish oil earlier.
Including when I didn't smell like fish oil earlier. My whole thing is you don't want to force him out there every single time with just the for sure rule that is going to be the case. If there's a opportunity, and we're waiting on the lineup, by the way, this might never come out, but
you're parsing your word.
I am not at all.
You're in the semantics land.
I am not in the semantics land. I have said this entire time. I've held true that Shohei Ohtani, if there's an opportunity,
he doesn't want the opportunity.
You know what's funny? If you actually go back, and I went back and I I listened to the first whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
I think I said at most 20 at bats. I think I said 20 at bats. I'd sacrifice 20 at bats, 4 or 5 opportunities to hit and pitch because
don't do this to Bursch. Don't make him weigh in here.
Oh, I'm in all my mediums, social media, and all of these shows that I've done.
This is the only show I care about.
I've said the same exact thing.
About you.
And it's look, I care about Shohei,
for
the
DMac
person, exactly.
No one's questioning if you like him as a. What are you talking about?
The person, the
no
player.
One's questioning.
I know what's best for him,
right?
And what's best for him is if there's
not
an
what Oral
opportunity.
Hershiser said.
Well, Oral, he can get the smoke too. Okay, right?
I mean, you can disagree with our guy Hirsch.
Yeah.
Do you know how many times on a show I used to do on a station you should never listen to? He used to call in and tell me he was listening. I was an idiot. A lot.
Hey.
And by the way, I was right on most of those.
I think if you ask Oral Hershiser, hey, I mean, he's a guy who is really interesting. I brought up the fact that he did have success as a hitter, as a pitcher, and I'm very convinced that he would say, look, it's just a breather here, it's a breather there. Like I think
I can play the clip again. He said he can do both.
He said he can't do both, but I also think that if you said, hey, if he got nicked here, if there's a stretch of games where the Dodgers are playing 13 straight games, you don't have the day off on Thursday. They've had the luxury of having these days off on Thursday and pitching them on Wednesday. So for Shohei, it's not pitching and hitting necessarily that causes the biggest issue as far as the fatigue.
You look flummoxed.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm like a world-renowned expert on Shohei Ohtani. Okay, I mean,
I trust Oral Truscheither more than most.
Yeah, and I mean,
I butchered that one.
that was not your best one.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah,
I'll write it down.
And
talk to me.
I think that he understands that when it comes to Shohei Ohtani, you have to do the right thing. And you have to do the right thing morally. Moral Hershiser.
What are we talking about? Morally?
And the moral of the story is that you just can't throw him out there every single 6 day and expect. I think that it's going to be interesting to see how this is monitored the entire year because anytime he gets a day off, I'm going to take a victory lap because that means I'm in lockstep with Andrew Freeman, Dave Roberts, and the organization.
Okay.
I'm on the right
You're
side.
in lockstep.
I'm on the right side of Ohtani history.
That's fine, but you're not on the same side as Oral Hershiser.
And that's fine.
Okay, we got
That's
there.
fine. That's fine.
Earl Hershiser also weighed on whether or not he's disappointed in DMac. Just kidding. He also weighed in early on DMac and Reiter. I hope all of you are watching on the stream. My wife said, anyway. Earl Hershiser on Dave Roberts.
He has to deal with the media 2 and 3 and 4 times a day, right? So he's used to giving interviews. He knows what it's like to tell the truth, and he also knows what it's like to protect his roster and where they are in the season and what's really going on. So he has that experience. The other thing that he's very, very good at, and even though it says manager next to his name, he really knows that when he walks in the locker room or he's on the field, he's a coach. And so he has continued to coach, and that makes him ring true no matter where he is in the organization. The relationship he has with the players and their family, the relationship he has with the players as far as what they're trying to execute on the field and how he sees that they can change or they could stay the same in certain areas. When he watches a good at bat and the guy lines out to short, or the guy hits a ground ball and just rolls over it, but just rolled over it barely, and the guy comes back to the bench beating himself up, he's still coaching, and he'll pull him aside and go, look, stay right where you're at. The results are going to come. So he's really doing a great job of relating at every little segment of time that is about coaching, not as much as about managing.
We're just talking here on DMac and Reiter about these Dodgers and Earl Hershiser giving Dave Roberts the praise that he deserves. And this is the thing that you actually alerted me to a few weeks ago, I think even before we launched. And so I've been sort of keeping this list of how many times Dave Roberts, in the sort of alchemy that is the Dodgers team, right? There are all these sort of mystery ingredients that go into trying to make this thing work. And the stakes are high. you can't lose 4 games in a row in Los Angeles if you're the Dodgers and not have it be the sky is falling. It's not other places. How many times you pointed this out to me? He makes the right move, and we've done the list, like Mookie to the 4 spot last night, and Pages up in the lineup, and then was 2 yesterday, and the Shohei slump where he did sit, and then it worked, and he put him back in, I think, because Shohei made him, but maybe not, and the bullpen, and Will Smith being – where was Will Smith early in the year? Third? Like hitting third a lot of the time?
He was up towards the top, yeah.
I mean, I do think, and this is your point, not mine, but you're right, I do think Dave Roberts does not get a lot of credit, especially nationally, for how impactful he is. And you said, and I don't want to – I think this is public – You've seen that Dave Roberts, in your reporting time, is able to be very candid with Andrew Friedman and company.
Certainly. I mean, I think that a lot of people, they think that he's his puppet. A lot of people think that they give him a cheat sheet. Look, I've had people tell me that they think that there's this invisible earpiece in his ear at all times and that he's getting managed from above.
That is the view, by the way, nationally.
That is the view. And that is the view from a lot of Dodgers fans that don't want to give him the credit that he deserves. They'll go out there, they'll say, give us Mike Scioscia. Give us Don Mattingly. We saw how that worked, right? But I think that with Dave, what I've seen on certain times where the front office is there, he's there, they're all together, and his opinion is as respected as anyone's. Because guess what? All those guys – they know all the numbers. They know all the analytics. They know how the contracts work. They know how it'll impact the CBT. But Dave Roberts has been the man in the arena. Dave Roberts has been the player. Dave Roberts has been the guy that has come through in big moments on big stages. The 2004 ALCS, he steals the base. I mean, that's an iconic moment. He understands what it's like to be a player, and they really respect that about Dave Roberts. And I've seen it firsthand. I mean, when it comes to them talking about certain players that they're going to acquire. The idea that Dave is the one that's going to manage said player, right? So they can sign all the players, but they're ultimately going to be in Dave Roberts' clubhouse. And I love it because last couple years before Shohei Ohtani, even after the 2020 World Series where it was a shortened season, it felt like a lot of people out there thought that the only reason why he won was because he's got the keys to a Bentley, right? Guess what? You got to be able to drive it. He knows how to drive it, and he knows the ebbs and flows of a season. But
drive that Bentley through some storms. There's some hail. There's some wind. There's some water. I'm just taking the analogy and just stretching it. You know what I'm saying?
Water, some
other
bumps,
cars are swerving at you.
honking at you,
know?
Right? He's not a student driver, right?
Well, this guy, Shohei Ohtani's trying to take the wheel?
Shohei actually showed up in a really nice Bentley in Anaheim, by the way. I thought he was a Porsche guy.
I would be nervous driving a Bentley.
You would?
Yeah, I just feel like the minute I scratched it, I would just hate myself.
Yeah. Give me the Bentley. Big body Bentley, 24-inch rims, bumping music. So, yeah, I definitely would go with the Bentley. But the cool thing about Dave Roberts, as you mentioned, though, is you can point to these specific things, lineup iteration. So it's been a great year. I think one of his best managerial years ever.
And we're going to find out what that next step is in that sort of managerial year if and when they ever announce the lineup for tonight's game against
by the 7th
the Rockies. Yeah, 7:10.
Probably the All-Star break.
First pitch. In fact, maybe they'll sing it.
By the time he announces the lineup, Kiké will be off the IL, and he can put him in the lineup.
Oh, boo. DMac, that's a boo, dude. Too soon. Oh, you got a boo.
Too soon?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm going for the booze.
DMac and Reiter.
Going heel.
97.1. The Fan. Sometimes we go the heel, and sometimes on the show we celebrate the hero. The Rooter Hero of the Month. That was good.
That was very good.
Thank you.
Smooth. You should do radio. You should do sports radio. Has anyone told you that?
A couple times.
Voice, the charisma, the tone. We got a break.
Next on DMac and Reiter. 97.1. The Fan.
You squint.
Welcome back into the show. DMac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan. You can call us or text us, 855-97-LA Fan. If you're driving around LA, if you're hanging out and listening, we are always here from 2 to 6 p.m. Holler at us, 855-97-LA Fan. Hero of the day. I love the Rooter Hero of the Day.
Two of my favorite things in existence.
Me too. In all existence.
Oh, lineup's out. Lineup's out.
Let's go.
Okay.
Wait. Do they know that it's not the middle of the seventh inning?
Wait, is this it? Yeah.
Are
so
they aware?
Dodgers. So this is from Dodgers PR. So they actually haven't tweeted this. So this will some exclusive stuff.
Oh, you got it early.
Exclusive stuff. So I'll drop it. Can I do the honors?
Please do.
Shohei Ohtani leading off at DH.
Oh wait, you're doing it. Number 1. This is some bull snap.
Andy Pages batting second and center.
Number 2.
You're crushing it, by the way.
Freddie Freeman.
Number 3.
Mookie Betts.
Okay.
Number 4.
Max Muncy back in the lineup.
Shouldn't
Number 5.
the number be first?
And then Teoscar Hernandez batting 6th. I was thinking that in left. And then Will
They gotta keep him the
Smith
number.
batting 7th.
You're going too fast, dude. You're driving too fast.
Behind the dish.
Slow down.
I like that
Speed
one.
limit on the radio.
And then we got Alex Call.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Batting 8th.
Okay.
Alex got the call.
Wow.
In right. And then
Hey.
Alex Freeland is back. 76 trombones at second base, batting 9th. Then Shohei Ohtani is your pitcher. So Shohei in the lineup. Mookie still at cleanup. Max Muncy batting 5th. And then Teo Smith Call stacked.
Happiest I've ever seen you.
I'm excited about this lineup. Alex Freeland.
It was a little fast, though.
Well, I was trying to
little
tie
fast.
it up with the. I'm trying because I know we got Rotor. We have the Rotor Heroes.
No, we have the Rooter Hero of the Day. It's the Rooter. Yeah, you know what? I don't know. I'm gonna take the wheel for a second. I'm gonna see how it feels.
You want to switch?
I don't. Kinda.
Okay.
You good? Let me tell you something. The Hero of the Day from Rooter Hero. Everybody needs a hero. RooterHero.com. Survey says, are you a Family Feud guy?
It was
Family Feud? I thought it was kind of dumb. Survey says that the winner. Do you want to guess? Do you want me to give you the finalists? You can guess, or do you want me just to read it?
Read it.
Okay. Mookie Betts has won with 46% of the vote over Ohtani and Muncy's handguard, which came really close. Eric don't lower the standards, and he didn't. And Dave Roberts came in a distant tied for third at 8%. Look, Mookie was unbelievable yesterday. 3 for 5, 5 runs driven in, 2 home runs, getting out of that slump, hitting the cleanup spot. I was going to ask you this earlier. You and Aegon have talked about, he did once on the show because he's only been here once, you've done it every day, that you don't get in or out of a slump immediately. What has to happen, do you think, tonight for Mookie slump to be over? Is it just like go for 1 for 3 with a base on ball, you're out?
I think it's really at-bat quality, right? You're not going to guarantee the results, but will we see him continue to be aggressive and get hard contact? Will you see those lazy fly balls? That's what concerns me. What concerns me is that if there's not something you can point to directly that can be fixed, that's when I start to really get frustrated and get concerned about his spot in the lineup. I think for Mookie in particular, he's going to build on last night. You're going to see a different version of Betts. I think that clean up Mookie Betts, I'm 100% here for it. Like I said, this is a totally different approach. Mentally, he's not going to be thinking of mechanics. He's going to be thinking about driving and runs. And I think that the more he has success, the more he can say, I'm going to embrace batting in a spot in the lineup that I haven't done. I'll give you some.
I'm sure he's embraced. After 2 home runs, I'm sure it's embraced, right? And you said that Dave Roberts and he have a particularly close relationship. I would imagine when Dave Roberts puts him somewhere different, there's automatic trust there based on what you've talked to us about that relationship.
100%. Like, that's something I would never doubt for a minute. If they're doing a major change in some capacity, they're absolutely going to be in lockstep. That's never something you have to worry about.
Speaking of lockstep, this show's been on lockstep on something. We've been keeping track of the cheers, and we both have a boo today. So we're gonna just those negate each other. Okay, I'm just gonna cross out the boos. I'm actually really proud of you, dude. Like, you came much closer today. It was 8-4.
We need a new judge. We need a new judge. We need to upgrade the sense of humor on the judge.
It was 8-10.
See,
I think Bursch is funny and has a great
I'm not saying he's
sense of
not
humor.
funny, but there were so many moments that you go back to. There's
I thought
thoughts.
some of your thoughts I thought some of the things were mid.
No, they're all 10 out of 10.
You had a 10 out of 10 on the way out, but there wasn't time for the cheer. So that's a timing thing.
Like I
that's
said,
a driving thing. Right? You gotta time that. What was Shohei?
We
was good,
and I didn't get a cheer for that.
Well, it's
which is crazy.
We were up against.
See that? So that's a perfect example.
That's a timing thing by you.
Tomorrow, I'm going to keep my own score.
Okay.
And
I've seen how that goes.
Okay.
I've seen how that goes.
Okay, that's a deep fake. That was AI, the power of technology. Starting tomorrow.
So when you keep your own score, will the Rams and the Chargers win the same game against each other?
Both will. Okay, so things will be very different tomorrow. But hey, look, I mean, credit. Give credit where credit's due.
Can I do a live programming alert question?
Yeah.
And Bursch, I want you to weigh in on this too. Alex Curry, who's our colleague on Brock and Alex Midday in LA, I guess doesn't love that we don't come in right away for crosstalk. I am a very mature person where someone sort of makes a request, I go the opposite direction. How do we feel about entering late tomorrow with musical instruments? And I'm being 100% serious.
Oh my goodness!
Is this a thing we can just appointment, viewing, listening for people who are hanging out, Bursch?
I approve of it.
Okay. Oh wow! So what instruments do you have access to? Like I said, I have a tambourine.
I have a guitar at my house.
Like a full blown.
Yeah.
I mean,
my son never uses it. I have to remember to bring it.
If only we'd be somewhere where they have access to guitars. Oh, that's right. We're next to K-Rock.
We are at the incredible Odyssey Cluster here in Mid-Wilshire neighborhood. I am not comfortable taking a guitar from any office here. You are maybe the most charming person I've met. You want to try to get? Do you think you can procure a guitar tomorrow, or should I bring Henry's guitar?
I think we go Henry's. That's the safe one. I mean, I might go Blutarski from the Animal House and just come in and break the guitar with the Greek. When they were at the party. But look, I got a flute. I got a recorder. You guys like recorders? They're cheap.
If you can bring
recorder's great.
I know all the Zelda songs too. I know all the ocarina songs.
Nice. What am I trying to say?
Tambourine, maracas.
Oh, maracas.
Which one do you have?
Maraca. I have a recorder. It's like a mini cheap plastic flute.
Okay. I mean, if I come with a guitar, you have to have something a little more. Or you come with a guitar, and we'll do a switcheroo.
Yeah, we could do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Just
so
a dramatic entrance.
And then what's the time for the entrance?
Bursch, you can produce this moment. I mean, maybe 3 minutes late.
3 minutes late is good. That it's still
so
casual,
there's still
but
the ability to go in.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the other thing we could do is come in 90 seconds before it's over, and just as a gag.
Hey, what's going
on?
Miguel Rojas is on today. What? Mickey Rose.
I mean, that gets a cheer. I don't know why. I'm a sucker for weird humor. That's just
what we can do.
Good.
Perfect example. We have two examples of the not getting the trigger finger on just gold, right? So I mean, I'm going to keep score tomorrow, but I do think they might not like that though. They might not like that.
Your score would be 31-1.
Mine would be fair. It'd be my taste, and
okay. We're gonna contemplate the possibility of a musical arrival, right? Just to jazz it up a little bit, maybe literally.
Maybe we could hire like a local marching band.
I would totally a mariachi band.
Mariachi, we could get mariachi.
Mariachi, I say mariachi.
Mariachi.
There we go. I got there.
So we'll see tomorrow. Will we be coming play instruments? It's on the table. It's on the table. And that's the most important thing.
It's the most important thing. After the fact that this show is a lot of fun to do, we hope you also enjoy listening to it. It's DMac and Reiter. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thank you to Ora Hershiser for making time. Miggy Rojas on the program tomorrow. He's Doug McCain. I'm Bill Reiter. This is DMac and Reiter, and we'll see you here tomorrow on 97.1 The Fan.
They have the sources. They have the pulse. And they're the only ones keeping it local. DMac and